Merry England, oh merry England, what a difference has there always been between thee and every other land! What a cheerfulness there seems to hang about thy very name! What yeoman-like hilarity is there in all the thoughts of the past! What a spirit of sylvan cheer and rustic hardihood in all the tales of thy old times! When England was altogether an agricultural land, when a rude plough produced an abundant harvest, and a thin but hardy and generous peasantry devoted themselves totally to the cultivation of the earth, when wide forests waved their green boughs over many of the richest manufacturing districts of Great Britain, and the lair of the fawn and the burrow of the canaille were found, where now appear the fabric and the mill, there stood in a small town, or rather, I should call it village, some 14 miles from Pontefract, a neat little inn, well known to all the wayfarers on the road as a comfortable resting place, where they could dine on their journey to or from the larger city. Chapter 1. The house was constructed of wood and was but of 2 stories, but let it not be supposed on that account that it was devoid of ornament, for manifold were the quaint carvings and rude pieces of sculpture with which it was decorated, and not small had been the pains which had been bestowed upon mouldings and cornices, and lintels and door-posts by the hand of more than one laborious artisan. Indeed, altogether, it was a very elaborate piece of work, and had probably been originally built for other purposes than that which it now served. For many were the changes which had taken place in that part of the country, as well as over the rest of England, between the days I speak of and those of a century before. Any one who examined the house closely would have seen that it must have been constructed before the year 1180, for there was very strong proof in the forms of the windows, and the cutting across of several of the beams which traversed the front, that at the period of its erection the use of glazed casements in private houses was not known. At the time I speak of, however, glass had become plentiful in England, and though cottages were seldom ornamented with anything like a lattice, yet no house with the rank and dignity of an inn, where travellers might stop in rainy and boisterous weather, was now without windows, formed of manifold small lozenge-shaped pieces of glass, like those still frequently employed in churches, only of a smaller size. The inn was a gay-looking, cheerful place, either in fine weather or in foul, for as there are some men who, clothe them as you will, have a distinguished and graceful air, so are there some dwellings which look sunshiny and bright, let the aspect of the sky be what it will. The upper story of the house projected beyond the lower and formed of itself a sort of portico, giving a shelter to 2 long benches placed beneath it, either from the heat of the summer sun or the rain of the spring and autumn, and it need not be said that these benches formed the favourite resting place of sundry old men on bright summer evenings, and that many a time, in fine weather, a table would be put out upon the green before the house, the bench offering seats on one side, while settles and stools gave accommodation on the other, to many a merry party round the good roast beef and humming ale. Before the door of the inn spread out one of those pleasant open pieces of ground which generally found room for themselves in every country village in England, on which the sports of the place were held, to which the jockey brought his horse for sale and tried his paces up and down, on which many a wrestler took a fall and cudgel player got a broken head. There too in their season were the merry maypole and the dance, the tabor and the pipe. There was many a maiden wooed and won, and there passed along all the 3 processions of life, the infant to the font, the bride to the altar, the corpse to the grave. Various were the memories attached to that village green in the hearts of all the neighbourhood. Various were the associations which it called up in every bosom, and various were the romances, probably much better worth listening to than this that we are going to tell, which that village green could have related. It had all the things pertaining to its character and profession. It had a dry, clear, sandy horse road running at one side. It had 2 footpaths crossing each other in the middle. It had a tall clump of elms on the south side, with a well and an iron ladle underneath. It had a pond, which was kept clear by a spring at the bottom, welling constantly over at the side next the road, and forming a little rivulet full of prickly-backs, flowing on towards a small river at some distance. It had its row of trees on the side next to the church, with the priest's house at the corner. The surface was irregular, just sufficiently so to let some of the young people, in any of their merry meetings, get out of sight of their elders for a minute or two, and the whole was covered with that short, dry, green turf which is only to be found upon a healthy sandy soil. In short, dear reader, it was as perfect a village green as ever was seen, and I should like very much, if such a thing were possible, to transport you and me to the bench before the inn door on some fine afternoon in the end of the month of June, and there, with a white jug of clear Nottingham ale before us, while the sun sunk down behind the forest, and the sky began to glow with his slant rays, to tell you the tale which is about to follow, marking in your face the signs of interest which you would doubtless show, the hope, the fear, the expectation, perhaps the smile of surprise, perhaps the glistening drop of sympathy suffering you to interrupt and ask a question here and there, but not too often forgiving a moment's impatience when the tale was dull, and thanking you in the end for your friendship towards the good and noble who lived and died more than 5 centuries ago. In truth, reader, you know not what a pleasure there is when the mind is clear from care or sorrow, the heart well attuned, the object a good one, and the tale interesting. You know not what a pleasure there is to sit down and tell a long story to those who are worthy of hearing one. And now, having made a somewhat wide excursion, and finding it difficult to get back again to the tale by any easy and gradual process, I will even in this place close the first chapter, which, by your leave, shall serve for a preface and introduction both. Chapter 2. It was in the spring of the year, somewhere about the period which good old Chaucer describes in the beginning of his Canterbury Tales, wan that April with his showers sote, the drought of March hath pursed to the rote, and bathed every vein in switch liquor, of which virtue engendred is the flower. It was also towards the decline of the day, and the greater part of the travellers who visited the inn for an hour on their way homeward from the neighbouring towns had betaken themselves to the road, in order to get under the shelter of their own roof ere the night fell, when at one of the tables in the low-pitched parlour, the beams of which must have caused any wayfarer of 6 feet high to bend his head, might still be seen a man in the garb of a countryman, sitting with a great black leathern jug before him, and 1 or 2 horns round about, besides the one out of which he himself was drinking, a slice of a brown loaf toasted at the embers, and which he dipped from time to time in his cup, was the only solid food that he seemed inclined to take. And to say sooth, it probably might not have been very convenient for him to call for any very costly viands, at least, if one might judge by his dress, which, though good and not very old, was of the poorest and the homeliest kind, plain hodden grey cloth, of a coarse fabric, with leathern leggings and wooden-soled shoes. The garb of the countryman, however, was not the only thing worthy of remark in his appearance. His form had that peculiarity which is not usually considered a perfection, and is termed a hump, not that there was exactly upon either shoulder one of those large knobs which is sometimes so designated, but there was a general roundness above his blade bones, a sort of domineering effort of his neck to keep down his head, which gave him a clear title to the appellation of hunchback. In other respects he was not an unseemly man. His legs were stout and well turned, his arms brawny and long, his chest singularly wide for a deformed person, and his grey eyes large, bright and sparkling. His nose was somewhat long and pointed, and was not only a prominent feature, but a very distinguished one in his countenance. It was one of those noses which have a great deal of expression in them. There was a good deal of fun and sly merriment about the corners of his mouth and under his eyelids, but his nose was decidedly the point of the epigram, standing out a sort of sharp apex to a shrewd, merry ferret-like face. And as high mountains generally catch the sunshine either in the rise or the decline of the day, and glow with the rosy hue of morning before the rest of the country round obtains the rays, so had the light of the vine settled in purple brightness on the highest feature of his face, gradually melting away into a healthy red over the rest of his countenance. He wore his beard close-shaven, as if he had been a priest, but his eyebrows, which were very prominent, and his hair, which hung in 3 or 4 detached locks over his sunburnt brow, and upon his aspiring neck, though they had once been as black as a raven's wing, were now very nearly white. With this face and form sat the peasant at the table, sopping his bread in the contents of his jug, and from time to time looking down into the bottom of the pot with one eye, as if to ascertain how much was left. He stirred not from his seat, nor even turned his head away from the window, though a very pretty girl of some 18 years of age looked in at him from time to time, and his was a face which announced that the owner thereof had at one time of his life had sweet things to say to all the black eyes he met with. At length, however, the sound of a trotting horse was heard, and the peasant exclaimed eagerly, "Here, Kate, Kate, you merry compound of the woman and the serpent, take away the jack, they're coming now. Away with it, good girl, I mustn't be found drinking wine of Bordeaux. Give me a tankard of ale, girl, how does the room smell?" "Like a friar's cell," said the girl, taking up the black jack with a laugh. "Grape juice well fermented and a brown toast beside." "Get thee gone, slut," cried the peasant. "What dost thou know of friars' cells? Too much I misdoubt me. Bring the ale, I say, and spill a drop on the floor to give a new flavour to the room." "I'll bring thee a sprig of rue, Hardy," said the girl. "It will give out odour enough. Put it in thy posset when thou getst home. It will sweeten thy blood and whiten thy nose." "Away with thee," cried the man she called Hardy, "or I'll kiss thee before company." The girl darted away as her companion rose from his seat with an appearance of putting at least one part of his threat in execution, and returned a minute after, bearing in her hand the ale he had demanded. Spill some," cried the peasant, but as she seemed to think such a proceeding, in respect to good liquor, a sin and a shame, the peasant was obliged to bring it about himself in a way which the manners of those days rendered not uncommon. The girl set down the tankard on the table, and with her pretty brown fingers still wet with a portion of the ale which had gone over, bestowed a buffet on the side of the peasant's head which made his ear tingle for a moment, and then carefully wiped her mouth with the corner of her apron, as if to remove every vestige of his salute. As nearly as possible at the same moment that she was thus clearing her lips, the feet of the horse which had been heard coming stopped at the door of the inn, and loud applications for attendance called the girl away from her coquettish sparring with Hardy, who, resuming his seat, put the tankard of ale to his lips, and did not seem to find it unpalatable, notwithstanding the Bordeaux by which it had been preceded. At the same time, however, a considerable change took place in his appearance. His neck became more bent, his shoulders were thrown more forward. He untied the points at the back of his doublet, so that it appeared somewhat too loose for his figure. He drew the hair, too, more over his forehead, suffered his cheeks to fall in, and by these and other slight operations he contrived to make himself look fully 15 years older than he had done the minute before. While this was going on, there had been all that little bustle and noise at the door of the inn which usually accompanied the reception of a guest in those days, when landlords thought they could not testify sufficient honour and respect to an arriving customer without mingling their gratulations with scoldings of the horseboys and tapsters, and manifold loud-tongued directions to chamberlains and maids. At length the good host, with his stout round person clothed in close-fitting garments which displayed every wheal of fat under his skin, led in a portly well-looking man, of about 30 or 35 years of age, bearing the cognizance of some noble house embroidered on his shoulder. He was evidently, to judge by his dress and appearance, one of the favourite servants of some great man, and a stout, frank, hearty English yeoman he seemed to be, a little consequential withal, and having a decidedly high opinion of his own powers, mental and corporeal, but good-humoured and gay, and as ready to take as to give. "Not come," he said as he entered, talking over his shoulder to the landlord. "Not come, that is strange enough. Why, I was kept more than half an hour at Barnsley Green to be the judge of a wrestling match. They would have me, God help us, so I was afraid they would be here before me. Well, give us a stoop of good liquor to discuss the time. I must not say give it of the best is for my lord, but I do not see why the second best should not be for my lord's man. So let us have it quick, before these people come, and use your discretion as to the quality." The wine that he demanded was soon supplied, and being set upon the table at which the peasant was seated, the lord's man took his place on the other side, and naturally looked for a moment in the face of his table-fellow, while the landlord stood by with his fat stomach overhanging the board, and his eyes fixed upon the countenance of his new guest, to mark therein the approbation of his wine which he anticipated. The lord's man was not slow in proving the goodness of the liquor, but, without employing the horn cup which the host set down beside the tankard, he lifted the latter to his mouth, drank a good deep draught, took a long sigh, drank again, and then nodded his head to the landlord with a look expressive of perfect satisfaction. After a few words between my host and his guest, in which Hardy took no part but sat with his head bent over his ale, with the look of a man both tired and weakly, the landlord withdrew to his avocations, and the lord's man, fixing his eyes for a moment upon his opposite neighbour, asked in a kindly but patronising tone, "What have you got there, ploughman? Thin ale, isn't it? Come, take a cup of something better to cheer thee. These are bad times, aren't they? I never yet met a delver in the earth that did not find fault with God's seasons. Here, drink that, it will make your wheat look 10 times greener. Were I a ploughman, I'd water my fields with such showers as this, taken daily down my own throat. We should have no grumbling at bad crops then." "I grumble not," replied the hunchback, taking the horn and draining it slowly, sip by sip. "My crops grow green and plentiful, little's the labour that my land costs in tillage, and yet I get a fat harvest in the season. And moreover, no offence, good sir, but I would rather be my own man and heaven's than any other person's." "Not if you had as good a lord as I have," answered the serving man, colouring a little notwithstanding. "One is as free in his house as on Salisbury Plain. It's a pleasure to do his bidding. He's a friend too of the peasant and the citizen and the good de Montfort. He's no foreign minion, but a true Englishman." "Here's his health, then," said the peasant. "Is your lord down in these parts?" "Aye, is he, replied the lord's man, no farther off than Doncaster, and I am here to meet sundry gentlemen who are riding down this way to York, to tell them that their assembling may not be quite safe there, so that they must fix upon another place. Ho, ho, said the peasant, some new outbreak toward against the foreigners. Well, down with them, I say, and up with the English yeomen. But who have we here? Some of those you come to seek, I'll warrant. Let us look at their faces. And going round the table with a slow and somewhat feeble step, he placed his eye to one of the small lozenges of glass in the casement, and gazed out for a minute or two while the serving man followed his example and took a survey of some new travellers who had arrived before they were ushered into the general reception room. Do you know him? Asked the peasant. I think I have seen that dark face down here before. Aye, I know him, answered the serving man. He's a kinsman of the Earl of Ashby, one of our people whom I came principally to meet. He's a handsome gentleman and fair-spoken, though somewhat black about the muzzle. If his heart be as black as his face, said the peasant, I would keep what I had got to say for the Earl's ears before I gave it to his, were I in your place. Ha, say you so? Demanded the lord's man. Methinks you know more of him, ploughman, than you tell us. Not much, replied the other, and what I do know is not very good, so one must be careful in the telling. What keeps him, I wonder? Said the serving man after having returned to the table and sipped some more of his wine. He's toying without, I'll aver, said the peasant, with pretty Kate, the landlord's daughter. He had better not let young Harland, the franklin's son, see him, or his pole and a crab-stick cudgel may be better acquainted. It had well nigh been so 3 months ago, when he was down here last. These words were said in an undertone, for while one of 2 servants who had accompanied the subject of their discourse led away the horses to the stable, and the other kept the landlord talking before the inn, there was a sound of whispering and suppressed laughter behind the door of the room, which seemed to show that the Earl of Ashby's kinsman was not far off, and was employed in the precise occupation which the peasant had assigned to him. The serving man wisely held his tongue, and in a minute after the door opened and gave entrance to a man somewhat above the middle size, of a slim and graceful figure, the thinness of which did not seem to indicate weakness, but rather sinewy activity. He was dressed in close-fitting garments of a dark maroon tint, with riding boots and spurs without rowels. Over the tight coat I have mentioned, coming halfway down his thigh, was a loose garment called a tabard of filly-mott colour, apparently to keep his dress from the dust, and above it again a green hood which was now thrown back upon his shoulders. His sword peeped from under his tabard, and the hilt of his dagger showed itself also on the other side. His air was easy and self-possessed, but there was a quick and furtive glance of the eye from object to object as he entered the room, which gave the impression that there was a cunning and inquisitive spirit within. His face was certainly handsome, though pale and dark. His beard was short and black, and his hair, which was remarkably fine and glossy, had been left to grow long and was plaited like that of a woman. His hand was white and fine, and it was evident that he paid no slight attention to his dress by the tremendous length of the points of his boots, which were embroidered to represent a serpent and buttoned to his knees with a small loop of gold. His hood, too, was strangely ornamented with various figures embroidered round the edge, and yet so great was the extravagance of the period that his apparel would then have been considered much less costly than that of most men of his rank, for his revenues were by far too limited, and his other expenses too many and too frequent, to permit of his indulging to the full his taste for splendid garments. As this personage entered the room, the sharp glance of the serving man detected the figure of Kate, the host's daughter, gliding away from the opening door, but turning his head discreetly, he fixed his eyes upon the newcomer with a low reverence, advancing at the same time towards him. The Earl's kinsman, however, either did not or affected not to know the person who approached him, and the lord's man was obliged to enter into explanations as to who he was, and what was his errand. "Ha," said Richard de Ashby, "danger at York is there. My good lord your master has brought us down here for nothing, then, it seems. I know not how my kinsman the Earl of Ashby will take this, for he loves not journeying to be disappointed." "My lord does not intend to disappoint the Earl," replied the serving man. "He will give him the meeting in the course of tomorrow somewhere." "Know you not where?" demanded the gentleman, and as the servant turned his eyes with a doubtful glance to the spot where the peasant was seated, the other added, "Come hither with me upon the green, where there are no idle ears to overhear." If his words were meant as a hint for Hardy to quit the room, it was not taken, for the hunchback remained fixed to the table, having recourse from time to time to his jug of ale, and looking towards the door more than once, after Sir Richard and the lord's man had quitted the chamber. Their conference was apparently long, and at length first one of the gentleman's servants, and then another, entered the little low-roofed room, and approached the table at which the peasant sat. "Hallo, what haste thou got here, bumpkin?" cried one of them. "Wine for such a carle as thou art," and as he spoke he took up the tankard from which the serving man had been drinking. "That is neither thine nor mine," replied Hardy, "so you had better let it alone." "Heyday!" cried the servant of the great man's kinsman, rated by a humpbacked ploughman, "if it be not thine, fellow, hold thy tongue, for it can be nothing to thee. I shall take leave to make free with it, however," and pouring out a cup he tossed it off. "You must be a poor rogue," said the peasant, "to be so fond of drinking at another man's cost, as not to pay for your liquor even by a civil word." "What is that he says?" cried the man, turning to his companion, for, to say sooth, although he had heard every word, he was not quite prepared to act upon them, being one of those who are much more ready to bully and brawl than to take part in a fray they have provoked. "What is that he says?" "He called thee a poor rogue, Timothy," said his companion. "Turn him out by the heels, the misbegotten lump." "Out with him," cried the other, seeing that his comrade was inclined to stand by him. "Out with him," and he advanced menacingly upon the peasant. "Hold your hands, hold your hands," said Hardy, shaking his head. "I am an old man, and not so well made as you two varlets, but I don't bide a blow from any poor kinsman's half-starved curs. Take care, my men." And as one of them approached rather too near, he struck him a blow without rising from his stool, which made him measure his length upon the rushes that strewed the floor, crying out at the same time, in a whining tone, to think of two huge fellows falling upon a poor, deformed old body. It so happened that the personage whom the peasant had knocked down was the braver man of the two, and starting up, he rushed fiercely upon his adversary, which his companion espying, darted upon Hardy at the same moment, and by a dexterous kick of his foot knocked the stool from under him, thus bringing the hunchback and his own comrade to the ground together. He then caught their enemy by the collar, and held his head firmly down upon the floor with both hands, as one has sometimes seen a child do with a refractory kitten. "Baste him, Dickon, baste him," he cried. "I'll give him a dip in the horse-pond," said the other. "His nose will make the water fizz like a red-hot horseshoe." At that moment, however, the noise occasioned by such boisterous proceedings called in pretty Kate Greenley, the landlord's daughter, who, although she had a great reverence and regard for all the serving men of Richard de Ashby, was not fond of seeing poor Hardy ill-treated. Glancing eagerly round, while the peasant strove with his two opponents, She seized a pail of water which stood behind the parlour door, and following the plan which she had seen her father pursue with the bulldog and mastiff which tenanted the backyard, she dashed the whole of the contents over the combatants as they lay struggling on the ground. All three started up panting, but the gain was certainly on the part of Hardy, who, freed from the grasp of his adversaries, caught up the three-legged stool on which he had been sitting, and whirling it lightly above his head, prepared to defend himself therewith against his assailants, who on their part, with their rage heightened rather than assuaged by the cool libation which Kate had poured upon them, drew the short swords that they carried, and were rushing upon the old peasant with no very merciful intent. Kate Greenley now screamed aloud, exerting her pretty little throat to the utmost, and her cries soon brought in the Lord's man, followed, somewhat slowly, by Richard de Ashby, the good landlord himself having established as a rule, both out of regard for his own person and for the custom of his house, never to interfere in any quarrels if he could possibly avoid it, which rule had produced on certain occasions great obtuseness in sight, and in hearing kept out of the way, and indeed removed himself to the stable upon the pretence of looking after his guests' horses. The Lord's man, however, with the true spirit of an English yeoman, dashed at once into the fray, taking instant part with the weakest. "Come, come," he cried, placing himself by Hardy's side, 2 men against one and he an old one. "Out upon it, stand off, or I'll break your jaws for you." This accession to the forces of their adversary staggered the 2 servants, and a momentary pause took place in which their master's voice was at last heard. "What brawling fools!" he exclaimed. "We have something else to think of now. Stand back and let the old man go. Get you gone, ploughman, and don't let me find you snarling with a gentleman's servants again, or I will put you in the stocks for your pains." "I will break his head before he's out of the house," said one of the men, who seemed to pay but little deference to his master's commands. "I will break thine if thou tryst it," answered the Lord's man sturdily. "Come along, old man, come along. I will see thee safe out of the place, and let any one of them lay a finger on thee if he dare." Thus saying, he grasped Hardy's arm and led him forth from the inn, muttering as he did so, "By the shoulder bone of St. Luke, the old fellow has got limbs enough to defend himself. It's as thick as a roll of brawn and as hard as a branch of oak. How goes it with thee, fellow?" "Stiff woundy stiff, sir," replied the hunchback, "but I thank you with all my heart for taking part with me, and I would fain give you a cup of good ale in return, such as you have never tasted out of London. If you could but contrive to come to my poor place tomorrow morning," he added, dropping his voice to a low tone, "I could show some country sports which, as you are a judge of such things, might please you." "It must be early hours then," replied the serving man. "Those that don't come tonight will not be here till noon tomorrow, it is true, but still I think I had better wait for them." "Nay, nay, come," said Hardy. "Come and take a cup of ale with me," and after a pause he added significantly, "Besides, there's something I want to tell you which may profit your lord." "Oh, but how shall I find my way?" demanded the serving man, gazing inquiringly in his face, but with no expression of surprise at the intimation he received. "Oh, I will show you," answered the peasant. "Meet me at the church stile there, and I will guide you. It is not far, be there a little before 6, and you shall find me waiting. Give me your hand on't." The serving man held out his hand, and Hardy shook it in a grasp such as might be given by a set of iron pincers, at the same time advancing his head, and adding in a low tone, "Take care what you do, you have a traitor there. One of those men is a midget, and the other is a false hound, come down to spy upon good men and true. Thus saying, he relaxed his hold, and turning away was soon lost in the obscure twilight of the evening. Chapter 3. The animal called the sluggard has greatly increased in modern days. In former times the specimens were few and far between. The rising of the sun was generally the signal for knight and yeoman to quit their beds, and if some of the old or the soft cumbered their pillows for an hour or so later, the sleeping time rarely if ever extended beyond 7 in the morning. The sky was still grey when the stout yeoman, whom we have mentioned under the title of the Lord's man, but whose real name was Thomas Blorket, sprang lightly out of his bed and made that sort of rapid, but not unwholesome toilet, which a hardy Englishman in his rank of life was then accustomed to use. It consisted merely in 1 or 2 large buckets of clean cold water poured over his round curly head and naked shoulders, and then, with but some small ceremony of drying, his clothes were cast on and bound round him with his belt. The whole operation occupied perhaps 10 minutes, and a considerable portion of that space of time was taken up in rubbing dry his thick, close, short-cut beard, which curled up under the process into little knots like the coat of a French water dog. "Give thee good day, host, give thee good day," he said as he issued forth. "I will be back anon," and sauntering forward leisurely on the green, he stood for a moment or two looking round him to prevent the appearance of taking any preconcerted direction, and then walked slowly towards the church, which stood behind the row of trees we have mentioned. After gazing up at the building, which was then in its first newness, he made a circuit round it, and passing the priest's house, he reached what was called the church stile, where 2 broad stones, put edgeways with 1 flat one between them for a step, excluded all animals without wings except man, and his domestic companion, the dog from what was then called the priest's meadow. On the other side of this stile, with his arms leaning upon the top stone, was Hardy the hunchback, whistling a lively tune, and watching the Lord's man as he came forward, without moving from his position till the other was close upon him. Their salutation was then soon made, and crossing the stile, the good yeoman walked on by the side of his companion, sauntering easily along through the green fields, and talking of all the little emptinesses which occupy free hearts in the early morning, the first hour of the day, the bright first hour of a spring day I mean, appears always to me as if care and thought had naught to do with it. It seems made for those light and whirling visions not unmingled with thanks and praise which drive past the dreamy imagination like motes in the sunshine, partaking still in a degree of sleep, and having all its soft indistinctness, without losing the brightness of waking perception. Thoughts, hopes, and fancies that glitter as they go, succeeded each minute by clearer and more brilliant things, till the whole at length form themselves into the sterner realities of noonday life. The 2 men wandered on in that dreamy hour. They listened to the sweet birds singing in the trees, and it was a time of year when the whole world was tuneful. They stopped by the side of the babbling brook and gazed into its dancing waters. They watched the swift fish darting along the stream, and hallooed to a heron which had just caught one of the finny tribe in its bill. "Now had we a hawk," said the peasant, "we would very soon have Master Greycoat there, as surely as foul Richard de Ashby will catch pretty Kate Greenley before he has done." "Think you so?" said the Lord's man, certainly not speaking of catching the heron. "Will she be so easily deceived, think you?" "Ay, will she," answered the peasant. "Not that the girl wants sense or learning either, for the good priest took mighty pains with her, and she can read and write as well as any clerk in the land. Nor has she a bad heart either, though it is somewhat fierce and quick withal like her mother's, who one day broke Tim Clough's head with a tankard, when he was somewhat boisterous to her, and then well nigh died with grief when she found she had really cracked his skull. But this girl is as vain as a titmouse, and though I do believe she loves young Harland, the Franklin's son, at the bottom, yet I have often told him that it is as great a chance she never marries him as that the river will be frozen next winter. And now I see this fellow come down again and hanging about her as he did before, I say her vanity will take her by the ears and lead her to any market he chooses to carry her to. Alack and a well a day, said the Lord's man, that a gentleman like that cannot let a far-off place such as this be in peace, with its quiet sunshine and good country folks. He may find a light-o love easily enough in the great cities, without coming down to break a father's heart and make a good youth miserable, and turn a gay-hearted country girl into a sorrowful harlot. I hope he may get his head broke for his pains. He is like to get his neck broke for something else, replied the peasant, if I judge rightly. But we will talk more of that anon. Let us get on. Forward accordingly they walked, past another field and another, and then took their way down a narrow, sandy lane, which in the end opened out from between its high banks upon a long strip of ground covered with short grass and old hawthorn trees, with many a bank and dingle breaking the turf, and showing the yellow soil beneath. "Why, you seem to live on the edge of the forest, ploughman," said the serving man. "It must be poor ground here, I wot." "It's good for my sort of farming," replied the other, shooting a shrewd glance at him along the side of his very peculiar nose. "You have a mile to go yet, Master Yeoman, and we may as well go through a bit of the woodland." Have with you," replied the yeoman. "I love the forest ground as well as any man, and often when the season comes on I turn woodman for the occasion, and with my lord's good leave help his foresters to kill the deer." "Dangerous tastes in these days, Master Yeoman," said the peasant, and there the conversation dropped again, each falling back into that train of thought which had been awakened in their minds by the reference to Kate Greenley and her probable fate. For although we are accustomed to consider those as ruder times, and certainly in the arts of life, man was not so far advanced as in the present day, yet the natural affections of the heart, the sound judgment of right and wrong, and the high emotions of the immortal spirit within us, do not depend upon civilization, at least as the term is generally applied, but exist independent of a knowledge of sciences, or skill in any of man's manifold devices for increasing his pleasures and his comforts. They are rather, indeed, antagonist principles in many respects to very great refinement, and the advance of society in the arts of luxury is but too often accompanied by the cultivation of that exclusive selfishness which extinguishes all the finer emotions, and leaves man but as one of the machines he makes. The mind of the stout yeoman, following the track on which it had begun to run, represented to himself what would be the feelings of the rustic lover to find himself abandoned for a comparative stranger, and not only to know that the girl he loved was lost to him for ever, but degraded and debased a harlot, sported with for the time, to be cast away when her freshness was gone. He had no difficulty in sympathizing from his honest heart with the sensations which young Harland would experience, with the bitter disappointment, with the anger mingled with tenderness towards her, who in her folly blighted her own, and his happiness for ever with the pure and unmitigated indignation against him, who, in his heartless vanity, came down to blast the peace of others for the gratification of an hour. He thought of the father, too. But there, indeed, his sympathies were not so much excited, for it needed but to see good John Greenley once or twice to perceive that there was no great refinement in his virtue, that self was his first object, and after meditating over that part of the subject for 200 or 300 yards, as they walked on through the hawthorns, he said aloud, with a half laugh, "I shouldn't wonder if he would rather have her a lord's leman than a countryman's wife." "Not at first," answered Hardy, understanding at once what he meant. "He will take it to heart at first, but will soon get reconciled to it." And again they fell into thought, walking on over the smooth turf upon which it was a pleasure to tread. It was so soft, so dry, and so elastic. As they proceeded, the hawthorns became mingled with other trees. Large beeches, with their long waving limbs not yet fully covered with their leaves, stood out upon the banks. Here and there an oak, too, was seen, with the young leaves still brown and yellow, while patches of fern broke the surface of the grass, and large cushions of moss covered the old roots that forced their way to the surface of the ground. The trees, however, were still scattered at many yards' distance from each other, and cast long shadows upon the velvet green of the grass, as the sun, not many degrees above the horizon, poured its bright rays between them. But when the yeoman looked through the boles to the northward and westward, he could see a dim mass of darker green spreading out beyond, and showing how the forest thickened not far off, while every now and then some cartway or woody path gave him a long vista into the very heart of the woodland, with lines of light, where the beams of day broke through the arcade of boughs, marking the distances upon the road. That they were getting into the domain of the beasts of chase was soon very evident. More than one hare started away before their footsteps, and limped off with no very hurried pace. Every 2 or 3 yards a squirrel was seen running from tree to tree, and swarming up the bole, and once or twice at a greater distance the practised eye of the good yeoman caught the form of a dun deer, bounding away up some of the paths, to seek shelter in the thicker wood. The way did not seem long, however, and all the 1,000 objects which a woodland scene affords to please and interest the eye and ear, and carry home the moral of nature's beautiful works to the heart of man, occupied the attention of the stout Englishman as they walked onward, till the distance between the trees becoming less and less, the branches formed a canopy through which the rays of the morning sun only found their way occasionally. "Why, Master Ploughman," said the lord's man at length, "you seem plunging into the thick of the wood. Does your dwelling lie in this direction?" "In good sooth does it," answered the ploughman. "It will be more open presently." "Much need," rejoined the yeoman, "or I shall take thee for a forester, and not one of the king's either." The peasant laughed, but made no reply, and in a minute or two after the yeoman continued, saying, "Thou art a marvellous man assuredly, for thou art 10 years younger this morning than thou wert last night. Good faith, if I had fancied thee as strong and active as thou art, and as young withal, I think I should have left thee to fight it out with those 2 fellows by thyself. Would that I had them for but half an hour under the green hawthorn trees we have just passed," said the peasant, laughing. "I would need no second hand to give them such a basting as they have rarely had in life, though I doubt me they have not had a few." "Doubtless, doubtless," answered the yeoman, "but word, my good friend, before we go farther. As you are not what you seemed, it is as well I should know where I am going." "I am not what I seemed, and not what I seem either, even now," said the peasant with a frank and cheerful smile. "But there is no harm in that either, Master Yeoman. Here, help me off with my burden. I am not the first man who has made himself look more than he is. There, put your hand under my frock, and untie the knot you will find, while I unfasten this one in front." So saying, he loosened a little cord and tassel that was round his neck, and with the aid of his companion let slip from his shoulders a large pad, containing seemingly various articles, some hard and some soft, but which altogether had been so disposed as to give him the appearance of a deformity that nature certainly had not inflicted upon him. As soon as it was gone, he stood before the honest yeoman, a stout, hearty, thick-set man, with high shoulders indeed, but without the slightest approach to a hump upon either of them, and regarding with a merry glance the astonishment of his companion, for those were days of society's babyhood, when men were easily deceived, he said, "So much for the hunch, Master Yeoman. Had those good gentlemen seen me now, they might not have been quite so ready with their hands. And had they seen this," he added, showing the hilt of a good stout dagger under his coat, "they might not have been quite so ready with their swords. And now let us come on without loss of time, for there are those waiting who would fain speak with you for a short time, and give you a message for your lord." The yeoman hesitated for an instant, but then replied, "Well, it matters not. I will not suspect you, though this is an odd affair. I have helped you once at a pinch at least. I intended it as help, and you will not do me wrong now, I dare say." doubt it not," said the peasant. "You are a friend, not an enemy. But now to add a word or two to anything else you may hear today, let me warn you as we go, that one of those two men you saw struggling with me last night is a traitor and a spy. Aye, and though I must not say so much, I suppose, of a lord's kinsman, I rather think that he who brought him is little better himself." Hard words, Master Ploughman, or whatever you may be," said the lord's man with a serious air. "I trust it is not a broken head or an alehouse quarrel that makes you find out treason in the man. Besides, if he be a spy, he can only be a spy upon his own master." "And who is his own master?" demanded Hardy. "Come, put your wit to and tell me that." "Why, Sir Richard de Ashby, to be sure," replied the man. "Truly," answered Hardy, "methought the cognizance of the house of Ashby was a tree growing out of a brazier." "And so it is," said the man, "and he has it on his coat." "And what has he on his breast?" demanded Hardy. "3 pards, what they call passant." The man started. "Why, that is the king's," he cried. "Or the Prince Edward's," added Hardy. "So now when you return, tell your lord to look well to the Earl of Ashby's kinsman, if not to the Earl himself. We had tidings of something of this kind, and I remain to see for you must not think me such a fool as to give a serving man hard words for nothing, and bring blows upon my head without an object." "Did you see the leopards then?" demanded Blorket. "Did you see them with your own eyes?" "I grappled with him when he sprang upon me," answered his companion, "and with my 2 thumbs tore open his coat, while he thought that we were merely rolling on the floor like a terrier and a cat. Under his coat he had a jippon of sendal fit for a king, with 3 pards broidered in gold upon the breast. When I had seen that, I was satisfied. But that mad girl Kate thought I was brawling in earnest, I suppose, and dashed a pail of water over us, which made us all pant and lose our hold. And as for the rest, you know what happened after. He is no servant of Richard de Ashby. The poor knave keeps but one, and on my life I believe that having long ago sold his soul to the devil for luxury and wasteful bread, he has now sold the only thing he had left to sell, his friends, to some earthly devil, for gold to win away pretty Kate Greenley." The yeoman cast down his eyes on the ground, and walked on for a step or two in grave deliberation. "Marry," he said at length, "if this tale be true, that is to say, I do not doubt what you say, good comrade, but if I can prove it to my lord's content, I shall be a made man in his opinion for discovering such a trick, and get the henchman's place which I have long been seeking. I never loved that Richard de Ashby, though he is as soft and sweet as his cousin Allured is rash and haughty." "It will be easily proved," replied his companion. "Charge Sir Richard boldly, when your good lord and his friends have met with bringing down a servant of the king, disguised as his own, to be a spy upon their counsels. Nay, nay, not so, replied the serving man. I am more experienced in dealing with lords than thou art. That will cause my master to take up the matter, and may make mischief between the two earls. Nay, I will pick a quarrel with him in the inn kitchen, will make him take off his coat to bide a stroke or two with me, and then when we all see the leopards we will drag him at once before his betters. First tell your lord the whole, said Hardy somewhat sternly. It may behove him to know immediately who he is dealing with. I will, replied the man, and I will let him know my plan for proving the treachery. But what have we here? Your cottage, I suppose. Why, you have a goodly sight of sons, if these be all your children. Shooting at the butts, too, as I live. I see now how it is. Chapter 4. As merry a peal as ever was rung, though not perhaps as scientific a one, ushered in the month of May, and as bright a sun as ever shone rose up in the eastern sky, and cast long lines of light over the green fields, glistening with the tears of departed night. The spring had been one of those fair seasons which have but rarely visited us in latter years, when, according to the old rhyme, March winds and April showers had brought about May flowers. Almost every leaf was upon the trees, except indeed in the case of some of those sturdy old oaks, which in their brown hardihood seemed unwilling to put on the livery of spring. The snowdrop had had her season and was gone, but the violet still lingered, shedding her perfume in the shade, and the hawthorn flaunted her fragrant blossoms to the wooing air. It was, in short, the merry, merry month of May, and her ensigns were out in every hedge and every field, calling young hearts to gaiety and enjoyment, and promising a bright summer in her train. Many a maiden had been out before the sun rose from behind the distant slopes, to gather may due to refresh her beauty, and many a youth, seeking the blossom of the white thorn, had met by preconcerted accident the girl he loved under the lover's tree, and kissed her as warmly as under the mistletoe. Young Harland, however, had looked for Kate greenly at the place where he had found her on the same day in the former year, but had looked in vain, and as he returned homeward somewhat disappointed, had found her with a party of gay girls, sometimes laughing with their laughter, sometimes falling into deep and gloomy thought. Her young companions broke away to leave her alone with her acknowledged lover, and Kate walked quickly home by his side with a varying and a changeful air which we must notice for a moment, though we cannot pause to tell all that passed between them. Sometimes she was gay and saucy as her wont, sometimes she was thoughtful and even sad, sometimes she affected scorn for her lover's gentle reproaches, sometimes she raised her eyes and gazed on him with a look of tenderness and regret that made him sorry he had uttered them. Her demeanour was as varying as an April day, but that it had often been before, and he saw not a deeper shadow that spread with an ominous cloud-like heaviness over all. They parted at the door of her father's house, and young Ralph Harland turned him home again, thinking of the pleasure of the merry dance and all the sports that were to come, and how a little gift, which he had prepared for her he loved, would quiet all idle quarrels between him and fair Kate Greenly. The village green, the sweet little village green which we have described, was early decked out with all that could be required for the sports of the day. The tall maypole in the centre, surmounted with a coronet of flowers, streaming with ribbons and green leaves, and every sort of country ornament, was prepared for the dance around it, which was soon to take place. Every tree was hung with garlands, and even the old well was decorated with wreaths and branches of the hawthorn and the oak. The inn itself was a complete mass of flowers, and before the door at a very early hour were arranged the various prizes which were to reward the successful competitors in the rustic sports of the day. There was a runlet of wine stood beside the little bench beneath the eaves, and in a pen formed by 4 hurdles was a milk-white ram with his horns gilded, and a chaplet twisted round his curly pate. And further off, leaning against the wall, stood a long yew bow with a baldric and sheaf of arrows, winged with peacock's feathers, bearing silver ornaments upon the quiver. These prizes were the first object of curiosity, and at an early hour many a group of boys and girls and youths and maidens gathered round the pen where the fat, long-fleeced ram was confined, and pulled him by the gilded horns, while others looked at the bow, and every now and then stretched out a hand to touch and examine it more closely, but were deterred by a loud, shrill voice from one of the windows of the inn, shouting, "Beware the thong." No season of merriment occurred at that time in England without bringing together its crowd of minstrels and musicians, and even then so populous had the gentle craft become, and so dissolute withal, that laws and regulations were found necessary for the purpose of diminishing the numbers of its followers and regulating their manners. Free drink for the minstrels was a general proverb assented to by all, and the consequence was that, having the opportunity, they seldom wanted the inclination to pour their libations too freely, a good deal to the inconvenience, very frequently, of their entertainers. The class, however, which came to a May-Day merry-making in a common country village was, of course, not of the highest grade either in musical skill or professional rank, and the first who appeared on the village green was a piper, with his bag under his arm, producing, as he came, those extraordinary sounds which are found to have a very pleasant effect upon some portions of the human species, but are almost universally distasteful to the canine race. Upon this occasion almost all the dogs in the village followed him, either barking or howling. The good piper, however, did not seem to consider it as at all a bad compliment, but sitting himself down upon the bench before the inn door, played away to his square-headed auditory till some human bipeds, and amongst the rest Jack Greenley himself, came forth with a jug of humming ale and set it down beside him. The piper drank as pipers will drink, a long and hearty draught, then looked around him and, as a matter of course, commended liberally to the ears of his entertainer the preparations which had been made for the May-Day games. A floiter or player on the flute was not long behind, and he himself was succeeded by a man with a rote, but the great musician of all, the performer on the viol, without whom the dance would not have been perfect, like all other important personages, caused himself to be waited for, and at length, when he did appear, came accompanied by his retinue, consisting of 2 long-eared curs and a boy carrying his viol, carefully wrapped up in the recesses of a fustian bag. With great airs of dignity, too, he took his way at once into the house, and both prudently and humanely tuned his instrument in a room where few, if any, ears were nigh to hear. Fain would I, dear reader, could such a thing be permitted, indulge in a long description of the May-Day games of old England. Fain would I tell you who in the wrestling match won the milk-white ram, or shot the best arrow, or hurled the best quoit. But there are more serious things before us, and to them we must hurry on, leaving to imagination to undertake the task of depicting not only these, but the still greater struggle which took place amongst many a hardy yeoman for a fine horse, of Yorkshire breed, given by Ralph Harland himself in honour of her he loved. Suffice it then, for the present, that the sports of the morning were over, that the noonday meal, too, was at an end, that the girls of the village had rearranged their dress for the lighter amusement of the evening, and were gathering gaily under the group of trees to begin their first dance around the maypole. Ralph Harland stood by Kate's side, and was asking anxiously what made her so sad, when suddenly he raised his eyes, and his countenance became even more overcast than hers. The sound which had made him look up had certainly nothing unusual in it on that busy morning. It was but the tramp of 3 or 4 horses coming at a rapid pace, but the young man's heart was anxious, and when his eyes rested on the face of Richard de Ashby, who rode in, followed by 3 men, and dressed with unusual splendour, well might the young franklin's bosom be troubled with feelings bitter and indignant, especially as he saw her whom he loved turn red and white, and read in the changing colour the confirmation of many a dark suspicion. The personage who had produced these sensations seemed at first to take no notice of the gay groups around him, but advancing at once to the low inn door, which was nearly blocked up by the jovial person of John Greenleigh himself, he sprang to the ground lightly and gracefully, asking in such a tone that all around could hear what he said, whether the Earl of Ashby had yet arrived. On finding that such was not the case, he turned round with an indifferent air, saying, "Good faith, then I must amuse myself as best I may till my fair cousin comes. What have you going forward here, a May-day dance? Good sooth, I will make one. Pretty Kate," he continued, advancing to the spot where she stood, "will you give me your hand to lead you a measure round the maypole?" "It is promised to me," said Ralph Harland in a stern tone before Kate could reply, bending his brows angrily upon his rival. "Is it indeed?" cried Richard de Ashby, gazing at him from head to foot with that cool look of supercilious contempt which is so hard to bear, and yet so difficult to quarrel with. "Well, but she has 2 hands. She shall give you one and me the other, and this pretty little damsel," he continued to a girl of some 12 or 13 years of age who stood by listening, "this pretty little damsel shall take my other hand, so that is all settled. Come, Master Viola, let us hear the notes of the catgut. Come, sweet Kate, I long to see those lovely limbs playing in the graceful dance." Poor Ralph Harland! It was one of those moments when it is equally difficult to act and not to act, especially for one inexperienced, young, and brought up in habitual deference for superior rank and station. A direct insult, an open injury, he would have avenged at once upon the highest head that wagged in all the realm. But the covert scorn of the manner, the hidden baseness of the design, he knew not how to meet, and following rather than accompanying his lie-to-love sweetheart to the dance, he joined in a pastime to which his heart was but ill attuned. It is under such circumstances that those who are wronged have always the disadvantage. Ralph was fierce, silent, gloomy, while Richard de Ashby was all grace, self-possession, smiles and cheerfulness. His speech and his glances were for Kate Greenleigh alone. His looks and his voice were full of triumph, his eyes full of meaning, and many a time and oft as they danced gaily round, he whispered to her soft things, of which no one heard the whole, although there was a keen and eager ear close by, listening for every sound to fix a quarrel on the speaker. At length the notes of the viol stopped, and the dance came to an end, just as Richard de Ashby was adding a word or 2 more to something he had been saying in a low tone to the fair coquette beside him, while her colour changed more than once and eyelids were cast down. The sudden silence rendered the last half of the sentence audible. It was, "Then lose not a moment." Ralph Harland cast her hand from him indignantly, and fronting Richard de Ashby exclaimed, "To do what?" "What is that to thee, peasant?" demanded Richard de Ashby, colouring as much with anger at his words having been overheard as with pride. "Everything that she does is matter to me," replied Ralph fiercely, "if I am to be her husband, and if I am not, woe be to the man that makes her break her promise." "You are insolent, peasant," replied the Earl's kinsman with a look of scorn. "Take care, or you will make me angry." "It shall be done without care," replied Ralph Harland, feeling no more hesitation now that he was fully embarked. "Let go my arm, Kate, and I will soon show you and others of what eggshells a lord's cousin can be made. What brings you here to spoil our merriment and mar our May-Day games? Take that as a remembrance of Ralph Harland." And he struck him a blow which, although Richard de Ashby partially warded it off, made him stagger and reel back. But at that very moment the 3 servants he had brought with him, who had hitherto stood at a distance, seeing their master engaged in a squabble with one of the dancers, ran up, and one of them, catching him by the arm, prevented him from falling. His sword was now out of the sheath in an instant. The weapons of his attendants were not behind, and all 4 rushed upon the young Franklin, exclaiming, "Cut off his ears! The villain has dared to strike a nobleman. Cut off his ears!" All the villagers scattered back from the object of their fury, except 2 Kate Greenley, who cast herself upon her knees before Richard de Ashby, begging him to spare her lover, and Ralph's old grey-headed father, who, running up from the inn door, placed a stout staff in his son's hand, exclaiming, "Well done, Ralph, my boy, thrash 'em all. Ho, Greenley, give me another stick that I may help him." One of the serving men, however, struck the old Franklin with the pummel of his sword and knocked him down, while the 2 others pressed forward upon Ralph, and the foremost caught his left arm, just as Richard de Ashby, putting Kate aside, came within arm's length of him in front, reiterating with fierce vehemence, "Cut off his ears." It is probable that the order would have been executed unmercifully had not a sudden ally appeared upon Ralph Harland's side. Leaping from the window of the inn, a man clothed in a close-fitting coat and hose of Lincoln green, with a sword by his side, a narrow buckler on his shoulder, a sheaf of arrows under his left arm, and a leathern bracer just below the bend of the elbow, sprang forward with a pole some 6 feet long in his hand, and at 3 bounds cleared the space between the inn and the disputants. The 3rd leap, which brought him up with them, was scarcely taken, when one blow of his staff struck the man who held Ralph by the left arm to the ground, and a second sent the sword of Richard de Ashby flying far over his head. At the same moment he exclaimed, looking at the servant whom he had knocked down, "Ha, ha, my old acquaintance! When last we had a fall in yonder inn together, I thought we should meet again. Fair play, not 4 against 1. Get you in, Kate Lightoe, love, out of harm's way. The day may not end so well as it has begun. Fair play, I say, or we may take odds too." Richard de Ashby looked round furiously after his sword, and laid his hand upon the dagger that hung at his right side. But the sight he saw as he turned his eyes towards the inn was one well calculated to moderate, at least, the expression of his rage, for some 8 or 9 men, all habited alike in close coats of Lincoln green, were coming up at a quick pace from behind the house, and their apparel and appearance altogether could leave little doubt that they were companions of him who had first arrived, and in whom he recognized with no slight surprise the same blue-nosed old peasant whom he had found contending with his servants not many nights before. The hump indeed was gone, and the neck was straight enough. All signs of decrepitude, too, had passed away, but the face was not to be mistaken, and Richard de Ashby's countenance fell at the sight. He was no coward, however, for amongst the swarm of vices and follies and faults which degraded so many of the Norman nobility of that day, cowardice was rarely, if ever, to be met with. They were a people of the sword, and never unwilling to use it. His first thought then was to resist to the death if need might be. his next how to resist to the best advantage. Snatching his sword then, which one of his servants had picked up, he looked to the clump of trees, but Harland and the man in green, with a whole host of villagers, whose angry faces betokened him no good, were immediately in the way, so that his only resource seemed to be to retreat to the inn door. The first step he took in that direction, however, produced a rapid movement on the part of the yeomen or foresters, or whatever the green-coated gentleman might be, which cut him off from that place of refuge, and at the same moment the voice of Hardy exclaimed, "Stop him from the church path much. This rat-trap of ours has too many holes in it, but that will close them all now. Master Richard de Ashby, listen to a word or two. You come here with no good purposes to anyone, and we want no more of you, but you shall have your choice of 3 things. You shall either get to your horse's back and go away, swearing, as you believe in the blessed Virgin, never to set foot in this place again. I don't think you dare break that oath, or I will not," replied Richard de Ashby fiercely. "Very well then," said Hardy. "If that is the case, you shall stand out in the midst, cast away sword and dagger, betake you to a quarter-staff, and see whether, with the same arms, young Ralph Harland here will not thrash you like a sheaf of wheat." "Fight a peasant with a quarter-staff," cried Richard de Ashby. "I will not." "Well then, the third may be less pleasant," said Hardy. "I have nothing else to offer but that we all fall upon you and yours and beat you till you remember Hendley Green as long as you call yourself a man." "Murder us if you will," said Richard de Ashby doggedly, "but we will sell our lives dearly." "I don't know that, worshipful sir," said the man with the purple nose. "We have no inclination to thrash more men than necessary, so all your servitors may take themselves off if they like. Run, my men, run, if it so please you, but make haste, for my quarterstaff is itching to be about your master's ears." And so saying, he made it whirl round in his hand like the sails of a mill. One of the men needed no time to deliberate, but betook himself to his heels as fast as he could go. A second hesitated for a moment or two, and then saying, "It is no use contending with such odds," moved slowly away. The third, however, Hardy's old adversary in the hostelry, placed himself by Richard de Ashby's side, saying, "I will stand by you, sir," and added a word or two in a lower tone. "Now, Much and you, Tim of the Mill," cried Hardy, "let us rush on them all at once, beat down their swords with your bucklers and tie them tight. Then we will set the bagpipe before them and flog them half-way to Pontefract. Quick, quick, I see the priest coming, and he will be for peace-making." The first step was hardly taken in advance, however, when the blast of a trumpet sounded upon the high road, and a dozen different cries from the villagers of "Hold off! Hold off! Forbear, here comes the sheriff! Run for it, Master Hardy, they are the lords greenly talked of! Away, away, good yeomen!" All uttered at once, gave notice to the gentleman in green that some formidable enemy was in the rear. In a moment after, 2 or 3 gentlemen of distinguished port, riding slowly at the head of some 50 horsemen, came down the road upon the green. And Hardy, as he was called, seeing that the day was no longer his own, was passing across to join his companions on the other side, when Richard de Ashby cast himself in his way, and aimed a blow at him with his sword. The stout yeoman parried it easily with his staff, and struck his opponent on the chest with the sharp end of the pole, thus clearing a path by which he soon placed himself at the head of the foresters. "Come with us, Harland," he cried, "you will be safer away." Richard de Ashby, however, shouting aloud and waving his hand to the party of gentlemen who were advancing, soon brought some of them to his side. "Stop them, he cried, pointing to the men in green. "I have been grossly ill-used and well-nigh murdered. Let your men go round, my lord, and cut them off. A word, a sign from an elderly man at the head of the party instantly set some 20 of the horsemen into a gallop to cut off the foresters from the road to the church. They, on their part, took the matter very calmly, however, unslinging their bows, bending them, and laying an arrow on the string of each, with a degree of deliberation which showed that they were not unaccustomed to such encounters. The villagers, however, scattered like a flock of sheep at these intimations of an approaching fray. The girls and the women, screaming and running and tumbling down, took refuge in the neighbouring houses or ran away up the road. The greater part of the men decamped more slowly, looking back from time to see what was going on, while some 6 or 7 stout peasants and the yeomen stood gathered together under one of the trees, armed in some instances with swords and bows, and 1 or 2 displaying a quarter-staff, but all seeming very well disposed to take part in the fray on one side or the other. Things were in this state, and that hesitating pause had intervened which usually precedes the first blow in a strife of any kind, when the priest, who had been seen before to quit his house, now hurried forward to the group of gentlemen who, without dismounting from their horses, had gathered round Richard der Ashby. His errand was, of course, to preach peace and forbearance, and although his face was round and rosy, his body stout, and indicating strongly a life of ease and a fondness for good things, it is but justice to say that he not only urged the necessity of quiet and tranquillity with eagerness and authority, but he rated Richard der Ashby boldly for his conduct in the village, and showed that Ho knew a great deal more of his proceedings than was at all pleasant to that personage. "Sir, you are one of those," he said, "who are ever ready to play the fool with a poor village coquette, who, if in riding through a place they see a poor girl proud of a neat ankle or a gimp waist, are ever ready to take advantage of her vanity to work her ruin. And if such men put themselves in danger and get a broken head, they must take the consequences without running on to bloodshed and murder." The priest was still speaking. The yeomen were slowly retreating towards the church, without at all heeding the horsemen in their way. 2 or 3 elderly noblemen were listening attentively to the works of the good clergyman, and 2 young ones a step behind were holding themselves somewhat apart from each other, with no great appearance of friendship between them, when the one on the left hand of the group suddenly put the magnificent horse on which he was mounted into a quick canter, and rode straight towards the foresters. At first, supposing his purpose to be hostile, they wheeled upon him, raising their bows at once, and each man drew his arrow to his ear. But seeing that he was not followed, they assumed a more pacific aspect, and while one of the old lords whom he had left behind called to him loudly by the name of Hugh to come back, he not only rode on, but, to the surprise of all, sprang from his horse and grasped young Harland warmly by the hand. This proceeding for the time drew all eyes in that direction, and the end of the priest's speech was but little attended to. But at his request, one of the gentlemen sent off a servant to the horsemen near the church, telling them not to act without orders. In the meantime, a brief conversation between the young nobleman and the franklin took place, after which, remounting his horse, the former came back to the group and said, "May I venture a few words, my lords?" "Of course, Lord Hugh will take part against me," exclaimed Richard der Ashby, "or old Earl Hubert's blood will not be in his veins." "Not so," replied the young gentleman. "All old feuds between our families have, thanks to God and the wisdom of those 2 noble earls, been done away. No one more rejoices in the friendship which now exists between our houses than I do. None will more strenuously strive to preserve it. I came merely to tell that which I know, and that which I have just heard. The young man I have been speaking with is as honest and true as any knight or noble in the world. He once rendered me a good service, and no one shall harm him. For that at least I pawn my name and knighthood. He tells me, however, that this worthy gentleman here, having taken a fancy to his promised bride, thinks fit to intrude on their May-Day sports, and, stretching somewhat the privileges of a gentleman, makes love to the girl before his face. His endurance, it seems, does not reach that length, and he struck our friend Sir Richard, who fell upon him again, sword in hand with his 3 servants, when these good foresters of Barnesdale interfered to see fair play. The whole is true, I doubt not, cried the priest, for, look, look, cried Richard de Ashby fiercely. While you listen to such gossip, they are making their escape. They are going into the priest's house as I live. As he spoke, a loud voice from the other side of the green shouted in a laughing tone, for Richard de Ashby's bonnet. All eyes were instantly turned in that direction, where at the door of the priest's house 2 or 3 of the foresters were still to be seen, the rest of them having gone in one by one. In front of the group stood the man they called Hardy, and he repeated again with a loud shout, for Richard de Ashby's bonnet. As soon as he saw that he had attracted attention, he suddenly raised the bow he held in his hand, drew it to the full extent of his arm, and an arrow whistled through the air. Richard de Ashby had started slightly on one side as soon as he saw the archer take his aim, but the forester altered the direction of his arm with a laugh, even as he loosed the shaft from the string, and the missile with unerring truth passed through the hood that it was intended for, and would have fallen beyond had it not been stopped by a jewel in the front. As it was, the arrow remained hanging amongst his black hair, and when he drew it forth with a white cheek and a somewhat trembling hand, he read imprinted in black letters on the wood just below the feather, Scathilock. Remember. The nobles handed the arrow one to another, read the name and the word that followed it, and then gazed in each other's faces with a meaning look. Call back the horsemen, said one of the elder gentlemen. These men are gone, and it is as well as it is. Chapter 5. Such events as we have described in the last chapter were by no means uncommon in the fairs and merrymakings of England at the period of history in which our tale is laid. The sunshiny gaiety of the morning in the April day of states and societies is too often changed into sorrow and clouds ere night. The sports were not resumed upon the village green, and all the amusements and occupations with which a May-Day generally closed the fresh dances by the moonlight, on the delights of which old Fitz Stephen so fondly dwells, the parting of the garlands, the gifts of flowers, the light song, and the gay tale amongst the young, with the merry jest, the wassail cup, and the game of chance amongst the elder, were all forgotten. The villagers and country people dispersed each to their several homes, and the inn, with such conveniences as it could afford, was given up to the nobles and their train. Arrangements were made for accommodating all the men of high degree with chambers, if not suitable to their rank, at least possessing some degree of comfort. Truckle beds were found for pages and squires, and straw was laid down for the yeomen, who were accustomed to lie across the doors of their masters' rooms. Much bustle and confusion was of course created by all these proceedings. Horses had to be taken care of as well as men, and the voice of the good host was heard frequently shouting aloud for his daughter Kate, or grumbling low at her giddy idleness in being absent at such a moment as that. "Ay, Master Greenley," said the tapster, "it is May-Day evening, remember. Pretty Kate has 20 lads courting her by this time, if you could but see. I should not wonder if she and young Harland were kissing and making up behind the church at this moment." "Not they," replied the host. "It will take her a fortnight to get over that matter. Kate's a silly girl, she couldn't do better for herself than young Harland. Why, his father, old Ralph, is as rich as an abbey, and as hospitable as a county knight. His table is never without a pie or a pasty from 10 in the morning till vespers, and there's ale for whoever chooses to draw it. I would sooner be a franklin in these days than a baron by half. Run out, Bessie, and see if you can find Kate anywhere." In the meanwhile, after some conversation on the green at the door of the inn, the lords had taken possession of the little room of common reception, while their chambers were prepared for sleeping, and a cook, who had been brought with the party, established himself in the kitchen, and, aided by his own particular assistant, or knave, as he called him, together with 2 women belonging to the household of John Greenley, was preparing a supper for his masters from all that he could lay hands on in the place, in addition to a large body of capons, young ducks and pigeons, which, as well as spices and other rich condiments, had been brought thither on 2 sumpter horses. The scanty number of personages assembled in the little hall, indeed, did not justify the great profusion of good things which the cook was so busily concocting, but he very prudently considered that he himself was to be fed as well as the host, to whom, in case of civility and obedience, he made a point of extending his bounties, and that all the chief servants of the different gentlemen present, with his special favourites and friends in the retinue of his own master, would also expect to be regaled, at least as well as their several lords. To that master and his companions, however, amounting in the whole to the number of 10 personages, we must now turn, but it is only of 4 out of the whole party that we shall give any particular description, having already said enough of Richard de Ashby, and the 5 others being gentlemen, whose history, though mixed up in some degree with the fate of those we are most interested in, did not affect it so immediately as to require us to present a minute portrait of each to the eye of the reader. The Earl of Ashby himself was a man considerably past the prime of life, and of what was then called a choleric temperament, which does not alone mean that he was hot in temper and disposition, but that he was constitutionally so. Age, indeed, had in some degree tamed his fiery blood, and a good deal of indulgence in the pleasures of the table, with no great distaste for good old wine of any country, had tended to enfeeble him more than even time had done. He had still a great opinion of his own importance, however, and looked upon his skill in arms, wisdom in counsel, and judgment in matters of taste, as by no means inferior to the first in the land. And to say the truth, when once upon his horse's back, and armed at all points, he would bide a blow or lead a charge with any man, although his knees bent somewhat under him when on foot, and he was glad enough to be freed from the weight of his armour as soon as possible. His judgment, too, was a sound one when not biassed by passion, though there was a certain degree of wavering unsteadiness in his character, proceeding more from temper than from weakness of mind, which rendered him an insecure ally in trying circumstances. He piqued himself much upon being just too, but like many other people who do so, his justice had almost always a tinge of prejudice in it, and was in fact but a perception of specious arguments in favour of the side that he espoused. His son, Alured de Ashby, resembled his father in many points, but many of his mother's qualities entered into his character likewise. The old earl had married a foreigner, a sister of the king of Minorca kingdoms being in those days very often but small things. Her dowry had been in proportion to her brother's territory, but to her husband she brought an accession of dignity and increased his pride by her own. That pride was, perhaps, her only bad quality, for a strong and pertinacious determination of character, which she also possessed, was, of course, good or bad according to the direction in which it was guided. She herself, being of a fine mind and a high-spirited though tender heart, had employed the resolute firmness of which we speak to struggle against the misfortunes that beset her father and her brother during her early years, and to give them support and strength in resisting a torrent which seemed destined to sweep them away. Her son, however, nurtured in prosperity, and pampered by praises and indulgence, possessed her pride in its full force, without the mitigating influence of her kindness and tenderness of heart, and neither having so good a judgment, nor such high motives as herself, what was firmness in her became obstinacy in him, an obstinacy of a harsh and unpleasant kind. He was by no means without talents indeed, was as stout a man-at-arms as ever sat in the saddle, had a natural taste and genius for war, and had distinguished himself in many of the expeditions or chevauchées of the time. He was a high and honourable man too, kept his word strictly, wronged no one but through pride, and was generous and liberal of his purse. Thus he was esteemed and respected more than liked, and was more popular with his inferiors than with his equals. One knightly quality, it is true, he wanted. He cared little for love, there being only one person in the world after his mother's death for whom he ever felt anything like real tenderness. That person was his sister. She was 9 years younger than himself. He had held her on his knee when she was an infant. She had been a plaything to him in her childhood and an object of interest during her whole life. Perhaps the reason that he so loved her was that she was the very reverse of himself in all respects, gentle yet gay, and lively almost to wildness, tender-hearted, clinging and affectionate, yet with a spice of saucy independence withal, which often set rules and regulations at defiance, and laughed at anger which she knew would fall but lightly on her head. As we shall have to speak more of her hereafter, however, we will now turn to another of our group, and talk of the good Earl whose trusty man, Blorket, we have already introduced to the reader's notice. Hugh, Lord of Monthermer or Mothermer, as it was generally pronounced, and whom, as his name is not a very musical one, we shall more frequently call the Earl, was in the 59th or 60th year of his age, and as he had seen many perils by land and sea, had been in wars against the heathen, both in Spain and Palestine, and had spent the greater part of his life in the tented field, and on the battle plain his frame was somewhat worn and shaken, though he had once well merited the name which had been bestowed upon him in early years, when people, from the hardships which he endured unshrinkingly, had called him Iron Monthermer. He was still strong and powerful, however, though gaunt and meagre. A brown tint of health was upon his face, and the light of clear and strong intelligence was in his eye. His features were aquiline and somewhat harsh, his chin prominent, his brow strongly marked, and his forehead high and capacious, with his white hair lying lightly upon it, like snow upon a mountain. Notwithstanding several defects in point of beauty, and a sternness of outline in almost every feature, there was something uncommonly pleasing, as well as striking, in the whole expression of his countenance, and one read their kindness of heart, as well as firmness and decision of character. He was habited richly enough, but not gorgeously so, and though not what was considered armed in those days, he carried more weapons, but of a different sort about his person than is required for any modern trooper. The fourth person, of whose appearance we shall now give some account, was the young man who had ridden forward to speak with Ralph Harland, Hugh de Monthermer by name, but commonly called by all who knew him, the Lord Hugh. He was the only nephew of the Earl and presumptive heir to his title and estates. At the same time, however, he was altogether independent of his uncle, being the son of that James de Monthermer who was summoned to Parliament in the first year of the reign of Henry III, as Baron Amesbury, having married the heiress of that ancient house. His father had long been dead, and as he had received his military education under his uncle, he still attached himself to that nobleman, respecting him as a parent, and treated by him as a son. He was some 4 or 5 years younger than Alured de Ashby, but had nevertheless gained considerable renown in arms, both under his uncle and in service, which he had taken for a time with the King of Castile, in order to win his knightly spurs with honour. In person he somewhat resembled the Earl, though he was taller, and his features were both softened by youth and were smaller in themselves. His complexion was of a dark, warm brown, his hair short and curling, his hazel eyes full of light and fire, and a frank but somewhat sarcastic smile, playing frequently about his well-cut lip. On the whole, it is seldom that a handsomer face meets the eye, and his countenance well expressed the spirit within, which was gay and cheerful, but none the less thoughtful and imaginative. There might be a slight touch of satirical sharpness in his disposition, which often prompted a laugh or a jest at any of the many follies that an observing eye in all ages and all states of society must meet at every turn. But a kind heart and a well-regulated mind taught him to repress, rather than to encourage such a disposition, and it seldom broke forth unless the absurdity was very gross. In those ages it was rare to find a man in his station who possessed even a very low degree of learning. To read and write was an accomplishment, and anything like elegance of composition or a knowledge of classical law was hardly, if ever, dreamt of. In these respects, however, circumstances had given Hugh de Monthermer an advantage over many of his contemporaries. Various foreign languages he had acquired in following his uncle, and having been crushed and nearly killed by his horse falling in one of the passes of the Taurus, he had been left for several months in a convent amongst the mountains, while broken bones were set and health restored by the skill of the monks. There some of the friars, more learned than the rest, had taken a pleasure in solacing his weary hours, by communicating to him what was then considered a rich store of knowledge. With a quick and intelligent mind, he had thus gained not only much information at the time, but a taste for reading, which in after years excited some envy, and called forth many a scoff from others, who had themselves no inclination for any exercises but those of the body. Amongst these was Alured de Ashby, who affected to hold his military talents cheap, and called him a bookworm. But nevertheless Hugh de Monthermer quietly pursued his course, although, to say the truth, for reasons of his own, he was not a little anxious to gain the friendship of the house of Ashby, which during many years had been separated from his own by one of those fierce and bloody feuds that so often existed in those days between the noble families of the land. The reconciliation of the two houses had been but lately effected, and could scarcely yet be called cordial, though the bond of party feeling brought them frequently into long and intimate communication with each other. The dress of the young lord was not so homely as that of his uncle. There might indeed be a little foppery in it, for though the colours were dark, yet the embroidery which appeared in every part was rich and costly, and the long and hanging sleeves of the loose coat he wore was in itself one of the distinguishing marks of a petit maître of that day. Into the extreme, however, he did not go. There was no long and braided hair, there were no devils and angels and cupids hanging over his head on a fanciful hood, but instead of that most ugly part of our ancient garments, he wore a cap or hat, a mode then common in Flanders and in Italy, with a long feather crossing from right to left and nearly touching his shoulder. With the exception of the loose tunic or gown, all the rest of his dress fitted as closely as possible, leaving nothing to embarrass the free action of his limbs, except, indeed, the long points of his shoes, which, though very moderate for that period, were certainly not less than 20 inches longer than necessary. The rest of the party was composed of several noblemen, wealthy and powerful, but of less distinction than the 2 earls we have mentioned, and evidently looking up to them as to their leaders. And besides these was a distant cousin of the Earl of Monthermer, brought, as it were, to balance the presence of Richard de Ashby, though, to say the truth, if he more than outweighed that gentleman in wealth and respectability, he was very much his inferior in cunning and talents. As a matter of course, the events which had just taken place upon the green formed the first subject of conversation with the personages assembled in the inn. The younger men only laughed over the occurrence. "You must get some fair lady to darn the hole in your hood, Richard," said the Lord Allured. "I wonder," added another of the young noblemen, "that the arrow did not carry away one of those soft tresses." "It might well have been called Scathylock then," observed a third. "It only disturbed a little of the perfume," rejoined Allured. The elder gentleman, however, treated the matter more seriously. The Earl of Ashby rated his kinsman with an angry brow for his licentiousness, and represented to him with great justice the evil of nobles bringing themselves into bad repute with the people. "Do you not know," he said, "that at the present moment between the king and his foreign minions on the one hand, and the people on the other, the English noblemen have to make their choice. And, of course, it is by the people that we must stand. They are our support and our strength, and we must avoid in all things giving them just cause of complaint." "Scathylock, Scathylock, I have heard that name. You must have heard if often, my father," said Allured de Ashby. "It is the name of one of our good forest outlaws of Sherwood. I have seen the man twice in the neighbourhood of our own place, and though I did not mark this fellow with the arrow much, he has the same look and air." "Seen him twice and did not arrest him," cried Richard de Ashby with marked emphasis. "Heaven forfend!" exclaimed Allured, laughing. "What, arrest a good English yeoman on account of a taste for the king's venison? If Harry would throw open his forests to us, and not give to proud Frenchmen and Spaniards rights that he denies to his English nobles, we might help him in such matters. But as it is, no free forester shall ever be arrested by our people, or on our land." The Earl of Monthermer and his nephew had both been silent, leaving the rebuke of Richard de Ashby to his own relations, for they well knew the jealousy of the nobles with whom they were leagued, and were anxious to avoid every matter of offence. The poor kinsman, however, had established a right to sneer even at the proud Earl of Ashby and his no less haughty son, upon grounds which at first sight would seem to afford no basis for such a privilege. His poverty and partial dependence upon them had taught them to endure much at his hands which they would have borne from no other man on earth, and he, keen-sighted in taking advantage of the higher as well as the lower qualities of all those he had to do with, failed not to render their forbearance a matter of habit, by frequently trying it as far as he dared to venture. "Forgive an old proverb, Allured," he replied, "but you know, it is said, that fowls of a feather flock together. Perhaps as you love forest thieves so well, you have no distaste for the king's venison yourself." "An unlucky proverb for you, Richard," said the young lord while his father's cheek got somewhat red. "If what we have heard be true, the fowls you flock with are not quite those that suit our present purposes." What you have heard, exclaimed Richard de Ashby, turning somewhat pale. If you have heard aught against me, he added after an instant's thought, turning at the same time towards Hugh de Monthermer and bowing low, I know to what noble hands I may trace it. You are mistaken, sir, said Hugh sternly. Respect for these two noble lords, your kinsmen, has made me eager that no charge should be brought against you by any of our people. Of this they are well aware. And they are aware also, added the Earl, that both I and my nephew declared from the first that we believe you utterly innocent of all knowledge of the fact, even if it should prove to be true. What fact? Demanded Richard in a low tone and with a wandering eye which did not produce a very favourable impression on the minds of those who observed his countenance. What fact, my lord? But any charge brought by a Monthermer or one of a Monthermer's followers against an Ashby should be viewed with some slight caution, methinks. Certainly, said Alured de Ashby in a marked tone, but to the surprise of both, the Earl of Monthermer added likewise, certainly. Old feuds, even after they are happily laid at rest, he continued calmly, will leave rankling suspicions, especially in the minds of the low and the uneducated, and such I doubt not may be, in some degree at least, the origin of a charge to which I would not have listened for a moment, if it had not been that my good lord and friend here, who was present when it was made this morning, insisted that it should be inquired into. The charge is this, sir, that you have with you, disguised as one of your servants, a spy of the king's. This accusation was brought by my good yeoman Blorket, who vows he saw that man with you when I sent him to meet you and others here, but a few days ago. Sir, you seem agitated, and I know that such a charge must necessarily affect any gentleman deeply. But my Lord of Ashby here present is well aware that, from the first, I declared my conviction of your innocence of all share in the transaction. I assure you, my lord, on my honour, gentlemen, believe me, cried Richard de Ashby, hesitating, it is not true the man is a liar. No, Sir Richard, no, said Hugh de Monthermer at once, the man is no liar, but as honest a yeoman as ever lived. You may have been deceived, Sir Richard, he added, with a slight smile curling his lip. We are all of us subject to be deceived occasionally. Blorket may have been deceived too, but that I should say may soon be proved, for he declares that the leopards of Henry of Winchester will be found upon the breast of your servant, Richard Keene. Fool, muttered Richard de Ashby to himself, but at the same moment his kinsman, the Earl, exclaimed, Let him be sent for, let him be sent for. I will call him immediately, said Richard de Ashby, turning towards the door, but I declare, so help me heaven, if this man have ever been in the king's service, it is more than I know. Stay, stay, Richard, exclaimed the Lord Allured. Let someone else go and call him, and let no word be said to him of the matter in hand. Do you doubt me, my lord? Demanded his kinsman, turning upon him with a frowning brow. If I am to have no support from my own relations, an honest man needs no support, sir, but his own honesty, said Lord Allured, interrupting him. Not that I doubt thee, Richard, he continued, but I would fain have thee tell me how that fellow came into thy service, while someone else calls him hither. Sir Charles Lamour, I prithee bid them send hither this Richard Keene. Now, good cousin, tell us how this man came to thee, for he is not one of our own people born, that is evident. Richard Keene, I never heard the name. How he came to me matters not much to the question, replied Richard de Ashby. I hired him in London. I was told he was a serviceable knave, had been in France and Almain, and but here comes Sir Charles Lamour. Have you not found him? And as he spoke he fixed his eyes eagerly, but with a dark smile, upon the face of the gentleman who entered, as if some anticipations of triumph had crossed his mind. The people have gone to seek him, said Sir Charles. He is somewhere about the green, and it is growing dark, so I let them go as I know not the place. A moment or two elapsed, but before the conversation could be generally renewed, one of the attendants of the Earl of Ashby appeared at the door, bringing intelligence that Richard Keene was nowhere to be found, and that his horse and saddle bags had disappeared also. The kinsman of the Earl of Ashby affected to be furious at the news. The villain has robbed me of the horse, he said, and doubtless of other things also. My lord, he continued, tuning to the Earl of Monthermer, I beg your pardon, doubtless your servant was right, and this man has fled, having obtained same intimation of the charge against him. Did any of you see him go? He added, addressing the servant who had appeared. No, sir, replied the yeoman. We were all upon the green, for it must have been, while these noble lords were talking with you before they came in, that he went away. The host saw him go toward the stable, just before the arrow was shot that stuck in your hood. Richard de Ashby frowned, for the man's tone was certainly not the most respectful. But before any observation could be made, a noise and bustle was heard without, which suspended the reply upon the lips of the Earl's kinsman, and the next moment the landlord himself, with his full round face on fire with anger and grief, pushed his way into the room, exclaiming, Noble lords and gentlemen, I claim justice and help. They have taken away my daughter from me, they have corrupted and carried off my poor Kate. You, sir, you are at the bottom of this, he continued, turning furiously to Richard de Ashby. I have seen your whisperings and your talkings. My good lords and gentlemen, I claim justice and assistance. How now? Cried Richard de Ashby, in as fierce a tone as his own, but not quite so natural a one. Dare you say that I have anything to do with this? Your light-o'-love daughter has made mischief enough tonight already. Let us hear no more of her. Doubtless you will find her in some cottage, if not in the woods, with her lover, trying to make up by courtesies for her fickle conduct of this morning. No, sir, no, replied the host vehemently. She is in neither of those places. She was seen, some half an hour ago, going out at the end of the village with your servant beside her, and a boy says that he found a black mare tied to a tree not a quarter of a mile along the road. Gentlemen, I pray you do me right, and suffer not my child to be taken from me in this way by anyone, be he gentle or simple. Was your daughter going willingly? Demanded the Earl of Ashby. I know not, sir, I know not, cried the host, wringing his hands. All I know is they have taken her, and I am sure this is the man who has caused it to be done. I know nothing of her, fellow, replied Richard de Ashby. You must hold your daughter's beauty very high to suppose that I would take the trouble of having her carried off. Why, Richard, you are not scrupulous, said his cousin. London and Winchester, cried another gentleman with a laugh, are indebted to him for many a fair importation, I believe. His taste lies amongst country wenches, added a third. And notwithstanding the misery of the injured father, a great deal of merriment and jesting was the first effect produced by the complaint of the host. If this tale be true, said Hugh de Monthermer, who had been looking down with a frowning brow, I would strongly advise Sir Richard de Ashby to mount his horse, put his spurs to the flanks, and not draw a rein till he is safe in Nottingham. There be people about this neighbourhood who are likely to render such a course expedient. I shall do no such thing, sir, replied Richard de Ashby. This good man's suspicions are false as far as they regard me, though it is not at all improbable that the knave Keene, who has, it seems, deceived me, and is a good-looking varlet, moreover has played the fool with a buxom, light-headed country wench, whose cheek I may once or twice have pinched for lack of something better to do. Such being the case, my Lord of Ashby, said the Earl dryly, As your kinsman has naught to do with the affair, and as this servant of his has cheated and robbed him, injured this good man, and is suspected of being a spy by your leave, I will send some of my people after him without farther delay. Without there is Blorket to be found. Here, my lord, replied the man, standing forward as upright as a lance and as stiff as a collar of brawn, from amidst a group of 6 or 7 servants who were all discussing as vehemently on the one side of the door the events which had just taken place as their masters were on the other. Mount in a minute, said the Earl of Monthermer. Take with you 3 of your fellows whose horses are the freshest. Follow this Richard Keene from the best information you call get, and bring him hither with all speed, together with the girl he has carried off. Shall I beat him, my lord? Asked the yeoman. Not unless he resists, replied the Earl. But bring him dead or alive, and use all means to get information of his road. I will bring him, my lord, replied Blorket, and retired, followed by the host, who ceased not, till the man was in the saddle, to give him hints as to finding his daughter, mingled with lamentations over fate and praises of the house of Monthermer. Now, said the Earl when they were alone, let us speak of more important things. But it being announced that supper was well nigh ready, the Earl of Ashby, who had an affection for the good things of this life, proposed that any farther conversation should be put off till after that meal. The other Earl, knowing that his placeability depended much upon the condition of his stomach, agreed to the suggestion, and after the ceremony of washing hands had been performed, the supper was served and passed over as such proceedings usually did in those days, with huge feeding on the part of several present, and much jesting on the part of the younger men. A good deal of wine was also drank, notwithstanding a caution from the Earl of Monthermer to be moderate, but moderation was little known at that time. Malvoisie was added to Bordeaux, and the spiced wine, then called claret, succeeded the Malvoisie. A cup of hippocras was handed round to sweeten the claret, and the Earl of Ashby fell asleep at the very moment the conference should have begun. Chapter 6. I cannot help grieving that amongst all the changes which have taken place, amongst all the worlds, if I may so call them, which have come and gone in the lapse of time, the forest world should have altogether departed, leaving scarcely greater or more numerous vestiges of its existence than those that remain of the earth before the flood. The green and bowery glades of the old forest, their pleasant places of sport and exercise, the haunts of the wild deer, the wolf, and the boar, the fairy-like dingles and dells, the woodcraft that they witnessed, the sciences and the characters that were peculiar to themselves, have now, alas, passed away from most of the countries of Europe, and have left scarcely a glen where the wild stag can find shelter, or where the contemplative man can pause under the shade of old primeval trees, to reflect upon the past or speculate upon the future. The antlered monarch of the wood is now reduced to a domestic beast in a walled park, and the man of thought, however much he may love nature's unadorned face, however much he may feel himself cribbed and confined amongst the works of human hands, must shut his prisoner fancies within the bounds of his own solitary chamber, unless he is fond to indulge them by the side of the grand but monotonous ocean. The infinite variety of the forest is no longer his. It belongs to another age and to another class of beings. In the times I write of, it was not so, and the greater part of every country in Europe was covered with rich and ancient wood. But perhaps no forest contained more to interest or to excite than that of merry Sherwood, comprising within itself, as the reader knows, a vast extent of very varied country, sweeping round villages and even cities, and containing in its involutions many a hamlet, the inhabitants of which derived their sustenance from the produce of the forest ground. The aspect of the wood itself was as different in different places as it is possible to conceive. In some spots the trees were far apart, with a wide expanse of open ground covered by low brushwood or the shell shrub bearing the bilberry. In others you came to a wide extent, covered with nothing but high fern and old scrubbed hawthorn trees. But throughout a great part of the forest the sun seldom, if ever, penetrated during the summer months to the paths beneath. So thick was the canopy of green leaves above, while those paths themselves were generally so narrow that in many of them 2 men could not walk abreast. There were other and wider ways indeed through the wood, some of them cart roads for the accommodation of woodmen and carriers, some of them highways from one neighbouring town to another. But the latter were not very numerous or very much frequented, many a tale being told of travellers lightened of their baggage in passing through Sherwood. And to speak the truth, no one could very well say at that time who and what were the dwellers in the forest or their profession, so that those who loved not strange company kept to the more open country if they could. Nevertheless, it was a beautiful ride across almost any part of the woodland, offering magnificent changes of scene at every step, and the people of those times were not so incapable of enjoying it as has been generally supposed. But still, with all the tales of outlaws and robbers which were then afloat, it required a stout determination, or a case of great necessity, to impel any of the citizens of the neighbouring towns to make a trip across the forest in the spring or autumn of the year. Those who did so usually came back with some story to tell, and some indeed brought home stripes upon their shoulders and empty bags. The latter, however, were almost always of particular classes. Rich monks and jovial friars occasionally fared ill. The petty tyrants of the neighbouring shire ran a great risk if they trusted themselves far under the green leaf. The wealthy and ostentatious merchant might sometimes return rather lighter than he went. But the peasant, the honest franklin, the village curate, the young and women of all degrees, had generally very little to relate, except that they had seen a forester here or a forester there, who gave them a civil word, and bade God speed them, or who aided them in any case of need, with skilful hands and a right good will. Thus there was evidently a strong degree of favouritism shown in the dealings of the habitual dwellers in the greenwood, with the various classes of travellers who passed through on business or on pleasure. But nevertheless it was the few who complained, and the many who lauded, so that the reputation of the merry men of Sherwood was high amongst all the inferior orders of society at the time when this tale begins. So much was necessary to be said, to give the reader any idea of the scene into the midst of which we must now plunge, leaving Barnesdale behind us and quitting Yorkshire for Nottingham. It was about 2 o'clock on the 2nd of May then, that a party of horsemen reached a spot in the midst of Sherwood, where the road, after having passed for nearly 2 miles through a dense part of the wood, which the eye could not penetrate above 15 or 20 yards on either side, ran down a slight sandy descent, and entered upon a more open scene, where the trees had been cleared away not many years before, and where some 200 acres of ground appeared covered with scattered brushwood and bilberry bushes, sloping down the side of a wide hill, at the bottom of which the thick wood began again, extending in undulating lines for many a mile beneath the eye of the traveller. The number of the journeyers was 5, and they pulled in the rein to let their horses drink at a clear stream which crossed the road, and bubbling onward, was soon lost amongst the bushes beyond. 4 of them were dressed as yeomen attached to some noble house, For although liveries, according to the modern acceptation of the word, were then unknown, and the term itself applied to quite a different thing, yet the habit was already coming in of fixing a particular badge or cognizance upon all the followers or retainers of great noblemen, as well as of kings, whereby they might know each other in any of the frequent affrays which took place in those times. Sometimes it was fixed upon the breast, sometimes upon the back, sometimes upon the arm, where it appeared in the present instance. Each of the yeomen had a sword and buckler, a dagger on the right side, and a bow and a sheaf of arrows on the shoulders, and all were strong men and tall, with the Anglo-Saxon blood shining out in the complexion. The fourth personage was no other than Ralph Harland, the stout young franklin of whom we have already spoken. He too was well armed with sword and buckler, though he bore no bow. Besides the usual dagger, however, he wore, hanging by a green cord from his neck, a long, crooked, sharp-pointed knife, called in those days an ainlace, which was, I believe, peculiar to the commons of England and Flanders, and which was often fatally employed in the field of battle in stabbing the heavy horses of the knights and men-at-arms. The horses of this party were evidently tired with a long, hot ride, and the horsemen stopped, as I have said, to let their beasts drink in the stream before they proceeded onward. As they pulled up, a fat doe started from the brushwood about 30 yards distant and bounded away towards the thicker parts of the forest, and at the same moment a loud, clear, mellow voice exclaimed, "So ho, madam! Nobody will hurt you in the month of May. Give you good day, sirs. Whither are ye going?" The eyes of all but young Harland had been following the deer, and his had been bent with a look of sad and stern abstraction upon the stream, but every one turned immediately as the words were uttered, and there before them on the road stood the speaker. How he came there, however, no one could tell, for the moment before, the highway was clear for a quarter of a mile, and there seemed no bush or tree in the immediate neighbourhood sufficiently large to conceal a full-grown man. The personage who accosted them was certainly full-grown, and very well grown too. He was in height about 5 feet 11, but not what could be called large in the bone. At least the proportion of the full and swelling muscle that clothed his limbs made the bone seem small. His foot, too, was less than might have been expected from his height, and though his hand was strong and sinewy, the shape was good and the fingers were long. His breadth over the chest was very great, but he was thin in the flank and small in the waist, and when his arm hung loosely by his side, the tip of his middle finger reached nearly to his knee. His countenance was a very fine one, the forehead high and broad, but with the brow somewhat prominent above the eyes, giving a keen and eagle-like look to a face in every other respect frank and gentle. His well-rounded chin, covered with a short curling beard of a light brown hue, was rather prominent than otherwise, but all the features were small and in good proportion, and the clear blue eye with its dark black eyelashes and the arching turn of the lip and mouth gave a merry expression to the whole, rather reckless perhaps, but open and free and pleasant to the beholder. In dress he was very much like the foresters whom we have before described. He wore upon his head a little velvet cap, with a gold button in the front, and a bunch of woodcock's feathers therein. He had also an image, either in gold or silver gilt, of St. Hubert on horseback, on the front of the cross-belt in which his sword was hung, the close-fitting coat of Lincoln green, the tight hose of the same, the boots of untanned leather disfigured by no long points, the sheaf of arrows, the bow, the sword and bracer were all there, and moreover by his side hung a pouch of crimson cloth called the gipsiere, and resting upon it a hunting horn tipped with silver. As the fashion of those days went, his apparel was certainly not rich, but still it was becoming, and had an air of distinction which would have marked him out amongst men more splendidly habited than himself. Such was the person who stood before the travellers when they looked round, but taken by surprise, none of the party spoke in answer to his question. "What?" he said again with a smile, as silent as if I had caught you loosing your bow against the king's deer in the month of May. "I beseech you, fair gentlemen, tell me who you are that ride merry Sherwood at noon, for I cannot suffer you to go on till I know. It cannot suffer us to go on," cried Blorkit. "You are a bold man to say so to 5. "I am a bold man," replied the forester, "as bold as Robin Rood, and I tell you again, good yeomen, that I must know." What might have been Blorkit's reply, who shall say? For as we have before told the reader, he had some idea of his own consequence and no slight reliance on his own vigour. But Ralph Harland interposed, exclaiming, "Stay, stay, Blorkit, this must be the man we look for to give us aid. I have seen his face before, I am well nigh sure. Let me speak with him." "Aye, aye, they show themselves in all sorts of forms," answered his companion, while Harland dismounted and approached the stranger. "One of them took me in as a ploughman, and now we have them in another shape." In the meanwhile, Harland had approached the forester, and had put into his hand a small strip of parchment, in shape and appearance very much like the ticket of a trunk in modern days. It was covered on one side with writing in a large, good hand, but yet it would have puzzled the wit of the best decipherer of those or of our own times to make out what it meant without a key. It ran as follows: "Scathylock No. 157 to the man of Sherwood." Then came the figure of an arrow, and then the words, "A friend as by word of mouth. Help, help, help." This was all, but it seemed perfectly satisfactory to the eye that rested upon it, for he instantly crushed the parchment in his hand, saying, "I thought so, go on for half a mile," he continued. "Follow the man that you will find at the corner of the first path. Say nothing to him, but stop where he stops, and take the bits out of your horses' mouths, for they must feed ere they go on. Away," he added, "away, and lose no time." Ralph Harland sprang upon his horse's back again, and rode on with the rest, while the forester took a narrow path across the brushwood, which led to the thicker wood above. They soon lost sight of him, however, as they themselves rode on. But when they had gone nearly half a mile, they heard the sound of a horn in the direction which he had taken. A moment or two after, they came to a path leading to the right, and looking down it, saw a personage, dressed in the habit of a miller's man, leaning upon a stout staff in the midst of the narrow road. The instant he beheld them, he turned away, and walked slowly onward, without turning to see whether they noticed or not. Harland led the way after him, however, for the path would not admit two abreast, and the rest followed at a walk. They thus proceeded for somewhat more than a mile, taking several turns and passing the end of more than one path, each so like the other, that the eye must have been well practised in woodcraft which could retrace the way back to the high road again. At length they came to a little square cut in the wood, about the 1/8 part of an acre in extent, at the further corner of which was a hut built in the simplest manner, with posts driven into the ground and thatched over, while the interstices were filled with flat layers of earth, a square hole being left open for a window, and one somewhat longer appearing for the door. Here their guide paused, and turning round, looked them over from head to foot without saying a word. "Ha, miller, is this your mill?" said Blorkit as they rode up. "Yes," answered the stranger in a rough tone, shaking his staff at the yeoman, "and this is my mill wheel, which shall grind the bran out of anyone who asks me saucy questions. On my life I should like to try," cried Blorkit, jumping down from his horse. "Hush, hush," cried Harland, "you know we were told not to speak to him." And a good warning too, said the other. You will soon have somebody to speak to, and then pray speak to the purpose. Ah, Madge, she was a merry maid with a round black eye, and everything Jobson to her said, the saucy jade, she asked him why. I'll deck thee out in kirtles fine if you'll be mine, he said one day, I'll give you gold if you'll be mine. But why, was all the maid would say. I love you well, indeed I do, the youth he answered with a sigh, to you I ever will be true. The saucy girl still asked him why. But one day near the church, he said, the ring is here, the priest is nigh, come, let us in, Madge, and be wed. But then she no more asked him why. So sung the miller with an easy, careless, saucy air, leaning his back against the turf wall of the hut, and twirling his staff round between his finger and thumb, as if prepared to tell the clock upon the head of anyone who approached too near. There was no time for any farther questions, however, for he had scarcely finished the last stave when the forester whom they had first met appeared from behind the hut, with a brow that looked not quite so free and gay as when the travellers had last seen him. Come, come, Master Miller, he said, you should have to do with corn. Get some oats for these good men's horses, for they must speed back again as fast as they came. They will find oats enough in the hut, Robin, replied the other, but I will do your bidding, however, though I be a refractory cur. Almost at the same moment that the above reply was made, the young franklin was speaking likewise. Go back again faster than we came, he said. I shall not feel disposed to do that unless I show you good cause, interrupted the forester. But I am not going to do that. You shall stay with me for a while. These men may go back again, for we do not want them. Let them return by Mansfield. That is their only chance of finding those they seek. The Southwell and the Winbourne side I will answer for. You know me, Harland, I think, and if you do, you know that my word is not in vain. I believe I do know you, replied Ralph Harland, and I will trust you at all events. But why should I stay and not go with them if there is a chance of finding the people that we want on the Mansfield road? Because the chance is but a small one, replied the forester, and because there is something for you to do here which, I fear me, is better for you now than anything that can be done for you elsewhere. Quick, slit open the bag with your knife, careless miller, and let the horses feed out of it on the ground. I want the men to get back quick. Hark ye, yeoman, is your name Blorkit? The same, Master Forester, replied the yeoman. What of me? Why, this, answered the other. I have heard of you from Scathellock, and know you are a faithful fellow. You must return to my good lord your master for me. Tell him that I will meet him between Bloodworth and Nurstead the day after tomorrow by 3 in the afternoon. Let him bring his whole company with him, for I have tidings to give which it imports them much to hear. Find some other messenger, good forester, replied the yeoman. My lord sent me to seek for Richard Keene and Kate Greenley, and bade me not come back without having found them. Pshaw, said the forester, did I not tell you would find them on the road to Mansfield, if at all? If they be not there, they have given you the slip, and are in Nottingham by this time. Away with you, Master Blorkit, without more words. Give the man a cup of wine, Miller, his stomach is sour with long fasting. I know not, murmured Blorkit, hesitating still, but feeling an authority in the forester's speech, under which his own self-confidence quailed. But who shall I say to my lord sent me back with this message? I must give him some name, good forester. Well, tell him, replied the person he addressed with a smile upon his countenance, that it is Robert of the Lees by Ely sent you. Tell him Robin Hood, cried the miller with a loud laugh. Do as I bid you, rejoined the forester. Say Robert of the Lees, by that name will he know me from passages in other days, and hark. He continued, be sure the Earl of Ashby comes with him, and utter not one word of what that foolish miller just now said. I understand, cried Blorket with a much altered manner. I will do your bidding, Master Robin of the Lees, but this horse eats so wondrous slow. He will soon be done, said the forester. Give him the wine, miller, we have no cups here. Take it from the stoop, good Blorket, and hand it to your comrades. A large tankard of wine which had been brought from the hut went round, and then a minute or two passed in silence while the horses finished their corn. When it was done, the 4 yeomen mounted, and at a word from the forester, the miller led the way before them at a quicker pace, leaving his leader behind with the young franklin. When they were gone, the forester took a turn backwards and forwards before the hut without speaking, then pausing he grasped Harland's hand, saying in a tone of stern feeling, "Come, Harland, be a man. You have bad tidings?" asked the young franklin, gazing with painful earnestness in his face. "Tell me quickly. The worst blow is past. They are not on the road to Mansfield." "There is scarcely a chance," said Robert of the Lees. "I believe they passed some 2 hours since, and what?" demanded Ralph in a low but eager tone. "And Richard of Ashby is at Nottingham waiting for them." Ralph Harland cast himself down upon the ground and hid his eyes upon his hands, while the stout forester stood by, gazing upon him with a look of deep sadness and commiseration, and repeating 3 times the words, "Poor fellow." "Oh, you cannot tell," cried Ralph Harland, starting up and wringing his hand hard. "You cannot tell what it is to have loved as I have loved, to have trusted as I have trusted, and to find that she in whom my whole hopes rested, she whom I believed to be as pure as the first fallen snow, is but a wanton harlot after all. To quit her father's house, voluntarily to fly with a base stranger, the promised bride of an honest man, to make herself the leman of a knave like that. Oh, it is bitter, bitter, bitter. Worse than the blackest misfortune with which fate can plague me, that I can never think of her again, but as the paramour of Richard de Ashby. Would I had first died, believing that she was good and true." "It is a hard case," said the forester, "and I grieve for you deeply. But there is a harder case still than it, that of her father, I mean. To you she can be nothing more. She has severed the tie that bound you together, but she is still his daughter, and nothing can cut that bond asunder, though fallen and dishonoured. It were well if we could separate her from her seducer, Ralph, and give her back to her father's care. This is all, I fear, that now remains for us to do. Had I known this 2 hours earlier," he continued, "the nose and ears of Richard de Ashby would by this time have been nailed to the post where the 4 roads meet. But the runner Scathelocke sent me last night fell lame on the other side of the abbey, and I did not get the news till about an hour before you came. The scoundrel, in the meanwhile, skirted the forest by Southwell at 10 o'clock this morning, so that it is all too late. The time of punishment for his crimes, however, will come, we need not doubt that, but the time for preventing this one, I fear, is past." But how can we punish him?" cried Ralph Harland eagerly. "If he be in Nottingham town, how can we reach him there? How can we even make him give up the wretched girl and send her back to her father?" "We cannot do it ourselves," replied the forester, "but we can make others do it. Did you not hear the message I sent to the good old Lord of Monthermer?" Ralph Harland bent down his eyes with a look of bitter disappointment. "If that be your only hope, it is all in vain," he said. "The Monthermer is linked to the Earl of Ashby by a common cause, and in the great movements of people such as these, the feelings, and even the rights of us lesser men are never heeded. The old Earl, good as he is, will not quarrel with Richard de Ashby for John Greenleigh's daughter, lest it breed a feud between him and the other lord. There is but cold hope to be found there. His companion heard him to an end, but with a faint smile upon his countenance. "I asked the Earl of Ashby too," he said. "Perhaps we may do something more with him." Ralph Harland shook his head. Not till you have got his neck under your baldric, he said. Perhaps I may have by that time, replied the forester. I mean, he continued in a serious tone, that I may by that time have a hold upon him which will make him use his power to send back this Lie-to-Love girl to her father's house. I know old John Greenleigh well and grieve for him. Once I found shelter with him when I was under the ban of a tyrant, and no one else would give me refuge. I never forget such things. He is somewhat worldly, it is true, but what host is not? It is a part of their trade. They draw their ale and affection for every guest that comes, the one as readily as another, so that he pay his score. But still the man has not a bad heart, and it will be well nigh broken by his daughter's shame. She has broken mine, said Ralph Harland. Nay, nay, replied his companion. You must think better of all this. You loved her, she has proved false. Forget her, seek another. You will find many as fair. Ay, replied Harland. I shall find many as fair, perhaps fairer. But I shall find none that had my first love, none with whom all the thoughts of my early years were in common, none with whom I have wandered about the fields in boyhood, and gathered spring flowers for our May-Day games, none with whom I have listened to the singing of the birds, when my own heart was as light and tuneful as theirs, none for whom I have felt all those things which I cannot describe, which are like the dawning of love's morning, and which I am sure can never be felt twice over. No, no, those times are past, and I must think of such things no more. It is all true, said Robert of the Lees, but the same good youth is the case with every earthly joy. Each day has its pleasure, each year of our life has things of its own. As the spring brings the fruit, and the autumn brings the corn, so every period of man's existence has its apportioned good and evil. I have ever found it so from infancy till this day, now 38 years, and you will find it likewise. You will love another differently but as well, with less tenderness but more trust, with less passion but with more esteem, and you will be happier with her than you would have been with this idle one. For passion dies soon, killing itself with its own food, esteem lives and strengthens by its own power. Shake not thy head, Ralph. I know it is vain to talk to thee as yet, for sorrow and disappointment blind a man's eyes to the future, and he will look at nothing but the past. But of the Earl of Ashby, said young Harland, little cheered, to say the truth, by his companion's reasoning, how can you get such a hold of him as will make him constrain his own kinsman to give up his paramour? Alas, that I should call her so. Take your bridle over your arm, replied the forester. Come with me, and I will tell you more. You want rest and food and reflection, but nothing can be done before tomorrow, so we shall have plenty of time to discuss the means and to arrange the plan. Forest Days, a Romance of Old Times, Chapter 7. Upon the edge of the merry forest land, on the side nearest to Derbyshire, not far from the little river Lind, and surrounded at that time by woods which joined the district on to Sherwood itself, there rose, in the days I speak of, a Norman castle of considerable extent. It had been built in the time of William Rufus, had been twice attacked in the turbulent reign of Stephen, had been partly dismantled by order of Henry Roman II, and had been restored under the dominion of the weak tyrant John. Being not far from Nottingham, it was frequently visited by noble and royal personages, and was often the scene of the splendid and ostentatious hospitality of the old baronage of England. It has now crumbled down, indeed, and departed. The ploughshare has passed over most of its walls, and the voice of song and merriment is heard in it no more. The lower part of one of the square flanking towers in the outer wall is all that remains of the once magnificent castle of Lindwell, and a Dingley copse, where many a whirring pheasant rises before the sportsman, now covers the hall and the lady's bower. In the days of which I speak, however, it was in its greatest splendour, having come into the possession of the Earl of Ashby by his father's marriage, and being the favourite dwelling of the race. It was situated upon a gentle eminence, and the great gate commanded a view over some 60 or 70 acres of meadow land, lying between the castle and the nearest point of the wood. And for the distance of nearly 3 miles on the Sherwood side, though there was no cultivated land except, indeed, a few detached fields here, and there the ground assumed more the aspect of a wild chase than a forest, with the thick trees grouping together to the extent of an acre or two, and then leaving wide spaces between, as pasture for the deer and other wild animals, only broken by bushes and hawthorns. This district was properly within the limits of Sherwood, but as all persons know who are acquainted with the forest laws, certain individuals frequently possessed private woods in the royal forest, which was the case of the Earl of Ashby in his manor of Lindwell, and whether or not he had originally any legal right of chase therein, such a privilege had been secured to the manor in the reign of John, by the king's special grant and permission. His rights of vert and venison then, as they were called, extended over a wide distance around, and it was reported that some disputes had arisen between himself and his sovereign, whether he had not extended the exercise of those rights somewhat beyond their legitimate bounds. In the same merry month of May, however, of which we have just been writing, and but one day after the occurrences took place which have just occupied our attention, a gay party issued forth from the gates of the castle, and took its way in the direction of Nottingham. We have called it gay, and it was so altogether, gay in colouring, gay in movement, gay in feeling. At the head of it appeared 3 light-hearted young women, a lady and her 2 maids, all about the same age, and none of them having as yet numbered 20 years. Their clothing was rich and glittering, and they were followed by a page, possessing all the requisite qualities for his office in saucy boldness and light self-confidence. 3 or 4 yeomen came next, who, having been left behind while their lord went with numerous attendants upon a distant progress, had necessarily had all the love and the merriment of the lower hall to themselves. The horses which bore the whole party were fresh, proud, and spirited, and never perhaps was more brightness of appearance and heart embodied in one group than in that which took its way down from the castle gate and through the meadows below. But we must pause for a moment upon the fair leader of the cavalcade, for she is worth a short description. The Earl's daughter, Lucida Ashby, wanted yet a few months of that period when girlhood may be said to end and womanhood begin, where the teens which are so longingly looked for by the child come to their end, and the third 10 of the allotted 7 begins. Oh, how long do the 5 10s that are to follow appear, when viewed from the brow of the hill of youth, and yet the 2 that are gone contain the brightest and the sweetest part of our apportioned time. Lucy looked not older than her years, for she was small and delicately formed, but yet there was the fullness of womanhood in every line. Her face had not much colour, and yet it was not pale, but the whole hue was warm and healthy, and fairer than that of the southern nations of Europe, though still evidently the complexion of what is now called a brunette. The brow, the nose, the lips, the chin were all beautifully cut, though the model was not Greek, for the forehead was wider and higher, and there was a very slight wave in the line between the brow and the nose. The eyebrows were dark, small, and long, slightly depressed in the middle over the eye, but by no means either arched or strongly defined, according to the Eastern notions of beauty, but on the contrary shaded softly off, so as only to show a definite line to beholders when at a little distance. The eyes beneath them were large and long, but with the deep black eyelashes, which she had derived from her mother, shading them so completely that the sparkling of the dark iris was only clearly seen when she looked up. That, however, was often the case, for in her gay liveliness, when she had said some little thing to tease or to surprise, she would still raise the fringed curtain of her eye to mark the effect it produced, and to have her smile at anything like astonishment that appeared upon the countenance of those who heard her. The lip, too, was full of playfulness, for indeed sorrow had but sat there once, and tears were very unfrequent in those dark, bright eyes. There had been people seen, perhaps, more beautiful in mere feature, but few more beautiful in expression, and certainly none ever more captivating in grace of movement and in variety of countenance. Her dress was full of gay and shining colours, but yet so well assorted, so harmonious in their contrast, that the effect could not be called gaudy. The same was not the case with her two women, who, with the pleasant familiarity of those times, were chattering lightly to their mistress as they rode along, upon the ordinary subject of women's thoughts in all ages, alas, I mean dress. There was, on the contrary, a good deal of gaudiness about their apparel, and their taste did not appear to be of the most refined kind. "Nay, dear lady," said one of them, "I would have put on the robe of arms when I was going to Nottingham to wait for my father. It does look so magnificent, with the escutcheon of pretence for Minorca just on your breast, the silver field on one side and the azure field on the other, and the beautiful wyverns all in gold." "I cannot bear it, silly girl," replied the lady. "To hear you talk about wearing the fields, one would suppose that I was a piece of arable land. And as to coats of arms, Judith, I like not this new custom. Women have nothing to do with coats of arms. I put it on once to please my brother, but I will never wear it again, so he may cut the skirt off and use it himself next time he goes to a tournament." "Dear now, lady, how you jest," replied the girl. "He could never get it on. Why, Lord Allured's thigh is thicker than your waist, and I do declare I think it much handsomer than that azure and gold you are so fond of. I would not wear that at all events." "And pray why not?" demanded Lucy de Ashby with some surprise. "They are the two colours that divide the universe, girl, azure the colour for heaven, gold the only colour for this earth, so between the two I should have all mankind on my side. Why would you not wear them?" "Because they are the colours of the Monthermers," replied the girl, "and they are old enemies of your house." "But they are friends now," rejoined Lucy, into whose cheek, to say truth, the blood had come up somewhat warmly. She ventured to say nothing more for a minute or two, and when she did speak again, changed the subject. The conversation soon resumed its liveliness, however, and thus they rode on, talking of many things and laughing gaily as they talked, while the yeomen who were behind amused themselves in the same manner. After about half a mile's ride, they approached nearer to the banks of the little stream, which being every here and there decorated with bushes and tall trees that hung over the water, was sometimes seen glancing through a meadow, and then again lost amongst the thick foliage. Just as they were entering a closer part of the woodland, and leaving the stream on their right, one of the yeomen exclaimed, "By!" using an oath of too blasphemous a kind to be even written down in the present age, but which in those days would have been uttered in the court of the king. "By, there is somebody netting the stream. Quick, Jacob, quick, come after them. You, Bill, go round the wood and catch them on the other side. See, they are running that way, they are running that way." And setting spurs to their horses, the whole of Lucy's male attendants, with the exception of the page, galloped off as fast as ever they could, shouting and whooping as if they had been in pursuit of some beast of the chase. Lucy de Ashby paused for a moment and called to the page, who was the last to leave her, not to go. but the spur had been already given to his horse, and the boy became seized with a sudden deafness which prevented him from hearing a word that the lady uttered. Lucy gazed after them with a thoughtful look for an instant, then laughed, and said 'tis a droll fancy that men have to run after everything that flies them. Ay, and dogs as well as men, added one of the girls. And women as well as both, answered Lucy. I have more than 3/4 of a mind to go myself, but I will not girls, and so to be out of the way of temptation, we will ride slowly on. Thus saying, she shook her rein and keeping her horse to a walk, followed the road before her into the thicker part of the wood, leaving her truant attendants to come after as they might. In about 1/4 of an hour the first of the men appeared at the spot where they had left her, but he was by no means in the same plight as when he last stood there. His clothes were dripping as well as his hair, there were the marks of severe blows on his face, his smart apparel was soiled and torn, and he was both disarmed and on foot. In short, he looked very much like a man who had been heartily beaten and dragged through a horse pond. A loud halloa which reached his ear from the direction of the stream seemed to visit him with no very pleasant sensations, for he darted in at once amongst the bushes, and hid himself as well as he could for a few minutes. At length, however, 2 of his comrades appeared, but they seemed to have fared not much better than himself, for though they had preserved their horses, both were in terrible disarray and had returned from the fray evidently with broken heads. "Where is Bill?" said one to the other as they came up. "I saw him running this way." "Poor devil, he got it," replied his comrade. "And you got it too, I think," cried the one who had first appeared, now coming out from amongst the bushes. "Why, I never saw or heard anything like that blow of the staff across your shoulders, Jacob. You echoed like an empty cask under a cooper's hammer." "Aye, Bill," said the man to whom he spoke, "and when the man bestowed upon you the buffet in the eye and knocked you down, what a squelch was there! Why, it was for all the world as when the scullion, bringing in the kitchen dinner, let the apple pudding fall, and it burst itself upon the pavement." "I will be even with him," said the man called Bill. "But where's the page and Walter?" "They galloped off to the castle as they could," answered the third, "and your horse along with them, so you must go back too. And we must ride after the lady as fast as we can go. Pretty figures you are to follow her into Nottingham," rejoined Bill. "And what will my lord say when he finds that we 4 and the page were beaten by 5 men on foot?" "There were more than 5, replied the other, "I am sure." "I thought I saw some in the bushes," added the third. "Come, come," exclaimed Bill, "there were only 5. I was disabled by being knocked into the river, otherwise I would have shewn them a different affair." "I dare say you'd have done wonders," answered the other, with a sneer, "but we must get on, so you go back to the castle as fast as you can." "Piarithie see me beyond those trees," said the yeoman on foot. "If those fellows are hiding there, they may murder me." "We have no time, we have no time," replied one of the horsemen go along with you. "If you hadn't been in the stream, you would have thrashed them all, so thrash them now, good Bill." And thus saying, the 2 rode on, for certainly there is no human infirmity, though it is a very contagious one, which meets with such little sympathy as fear. Onward, then, they went at a quick pace, hoping to catch up their young mistress before she reached Nottingham, but feeling a little ashamed for having left her at all, and not a little ashamed at the result of their expedition. When they had gone about a couple of miles, however, without seeing anything of Lucy de Ashby, the one looked round to his comrade and said, "It is odd we haven't come up with her, she must have ridden fast." "Oh, it is just like her," replied the other. "She has galloped on just to tease us and punish us a little for having left her in the wood. I would wager a besant that she does not draw a rein till she gets to Nottingham." "Ay, but the best of it is," rejoined his companion, that we shall hear no more of it than just, Jacob, you should not have quitted me. You should have let the stream take care of itself instead of 20 great blustering oaths, such as Lord Alured would have given us. Then it will be all fair weather again in a minute. Aye, she is very kind, said the other yeoman, and when anything does go wrong she knows that one did not do it on purpose. With such conversation, and with praises of their sweet lady which one may be sure were well deserved, as no ear was there to hear, no tongue to report them, the yeomen rode on. But the one called Jacob did so, it must be confessed, uneasily. His eyes, as he went, were bent down upon the ground, which in that part was soft, searching for the traces of horses' feet. But though he gazed eagerly, he could perceive none, till at length they reached the gates of Nottingham, and entering the city proceeded at once to what was called the lodging of the Lord Ashby. It was, in fact, a large, though low-built house, shut from the street by a courtyard and a high embattled wall. The gates were open, and all the bustle and activity were apparent about the doors, which attended in those days the arrival of a large retinue. There were servants hurrying hither and thither, horse-boys and grooms slackening girths, and taking off saddles, servers and pantlers unpacking baskets and bags, and boys and beggars looking on. "What, is my lord arrived?" cried one of the men who had followed Lucy, springing from his horse. "We did not expect him till tonight or tomorrow morning." "He will be here in half an hour," replied the horseboy to whom he addressed himself. "We rode on before." "What tidings of my young lady?" said a server walking up. "We thought we should find her here to meet the Earl." "Is she not arrived?" cried the yeoman who had remained on horseback in a tone of dismay. "She came on before us, we fancied she was here." The one who had dismounted sprang into the saddle again, exclaiming, "This is some infernal plot." The story was soon told, and the whole household of the Lord of Ashby, or at least such a part of it as was then in Nottingham, was thrown into a state of confusion indescribable. In the midst of this, some 10 or 12 men mounted their horses, though every beast was tired with a long day's journey, and set out to seek for the fair lady who was missing, beating the forest paths in every direction. But not the slightest trace of her could they find, and after a 2 hours' search were coming home again, when, having made a round on the Southwell side, they met the party of the Earl himself, riding slowly on towards Nottingham. He was accompanied by only 4 or 5 attendants, but had with him his son Alured and Hugh de Monthermer, the other Earl having remained behind at Pontefract to settle some business of importance there. It may be easily conceived what indignation and surprise the tidings, brought by the servants, spread amongst the party they thus met. Lord Alured chafed like an angry tiger, and the old lord vowed every kind of vengeance. Hugh de Monthermer's lip quivered, but all he said was, "This is horrible indeed, my lord, that your lordship's daughter cannot ride from Lindwell to Nottingham in safety. What can we do?" "We," cried Alured de Ashby. "Hugh of Monthermer, you have little enough to do with it, methinks. What I shall do will be to cut off the ears of the scoundrels that left their lady on any account, when they were following her to Nottingham." "My Lord of Ashby," said Hugh de Monthermer, addressing the Earl, "I merely use the word we because, as a gentleman and your friend, I take as deep an interest in the affair as anyone. I and my men are at your command to seek for this lady instantly, and we will strive to do you as good service in the search as the best of your own people, if you will permit us." "Certainly, certainly, my good lord," replied the Earl Alured. "You are rash and intemperate. 3 hours ago, they say, this happened. Should they have taken to the forest, they cannot have gone very far if they have followed the horse paths, and were one of us to go back to the second road to the left where there stands a mere one, he must, by beating up those lanes, either come upon the party themselves or find the horses if they have turned them loose and taken to the footways. They have not gone into the forest, cried Alured der Ashby. Depend upon it, these are some of the king's people or the bishop's. Better far let us scour the more open country along the banks of Trent. You will soon hear at the bridges whether such persons have passed that way. Stand out, Jacob, said the Earl. You were one of the fools that were misled. What like were these men who lured you from your lady? I think they were men at arms disguised, answered the servant in a sorrowful and timid tone. For so well practised were they at their weapons that they beat us all in the twinkling of an eye. Besides, when I struck one of them, I heard something clatter underneath like armour. The net, too, did not look like a real net. It is very clear the whole was a trick, said the Earl. I doubt not you are right, Alured, but still we had better spread out and scour the whole country across. You, with part of the men, take the banks of the Trent with others, will skirt the borders of the forest from Nottingham to Lindwell, and our young friend here, with his own 2 servants and 2 of ours, will, perhaps, examine the forest itself from the second turning on the road to Southwell, as far as he may judge it likely, from the time which has elapsed that these gentry could have advanced. I will send people to meet him when I reach Lindwell, who will tell him what success we have had, and give him aid and assistance. Alured der Ashby seemed not over well pleased at the arrangement, for his brows still continued heavy, his cheek flushed, and his proud lip quivering. But he made no objection, and after a few words more, the party separated upon the different tracks they proposed to follow, having still 3 or 4 hours of daylight before them. Alured rode on, with his fiery temper chafing at the insult which had been offered to his family, and but the more irritable and impatient because he had no one on whom to vent his anger. His father pursued his course more slowly, and with very different thoughts. Wrath in the bosom of the son swallowed up every sensation, but the loss of a child, which he had treated but lightly in the case of the innkeeper, now filled the Earl's breast with deep anxiety and apprehension, though certainly poor Greenley had more cause for agonizing fear and sorrow than the proud noble. It is a curious fact, however, and one which gives a strange indication of the lawless state of the times, that no one imagined the absence of Lucy der Ashby could proceed from any ordinary accident. Chapter 8. The sun had declined about 2 hours and a half from the meridian, but the day was still warm and bright. The month of May in the olden time indeed was a warmer friend than at present, if we may believe the ancient tales and chronicles, and in good sooth the seasons of the year seem to have changed altogether, and the weather to have become chilly, whimsical, and crotchety, as the world has grown older. There are no vineyards to be found now in Northumberland, and yet many a place in the northern counties retains the name to the present day, evidently showing to what purposes they were formerly applied. It is rarely now in England, too, that we have any title to call it the merry, merry month of May, for very often cold and piercing are the winds, sad the sleet and rain, and for one of the bright and glorious days of summer, we have a multitude of the dark and shadowy ones of winter. Perhaps one cause of this change may be that which has brought about many another evil in the land, namely, the cutting down of those magnificent old forests which sheltered the breast of England like a garment, and stopped the fierce winds in their career over the island. Indeed, we know that the destruction of the woods in other countries has produced such effects, and there is every reason to believe that here also the climate has greatly suffered, though other benefits may have been obtained. However that may be, the month of May at that time in England was indeed a merry month, replete with sunshine, bountiful in flowers, with every bird in song and every tree in leaf, and the whole world full of the warmth and the tenderness of youth. It is true indeed that in the early part of the month, April would still look in with a tear in her eye to bid the earth good-bye, and such had been the case on the morning of the 4th of May, in the year of which we have lately been speaking. About 9 o'clock 2 or 3 showers had swept past, though the blue eye of heaven had seldom been altogether withdrawn, but looked through the rain as through a veil, and every now and then the sun peeped out, even while the drops were coming down, and flung a rainbow over the bosom of the forest. The clouds, however, cleared off entirely before noon, and left the world but the fresher for the sprinkling, the woods looking more green, and the flowers more bright and full of perfume, the road from Sheffield not the high road running through Bloodsworth, and leaving Nurstead a little to the right, at the distance of about a mile past the former place, entered the extensive woody ground, which had ceased for a space in the neighbourhood of Mansfield, but which at that time covered the whole of the rest of the country. A little farther on again, the scene changed to one of those small open greens common in the forest, where 2 or 3 acres of grassy turf appeared free from trees, but surrounded on all sides by the wood. Fine old oaks and beeches stood forward here and there, stretching out their long and rugged arms, covered with the soft hue of spring, and leaving the line of the little savannah wild and irregular, while a break amongst the trees on the right showed the sunshine streaming into another opening of the same kind, and gave the imagination room to sport through other groves and dells beyond. In the midst of this green, with his arms crossed upon his chest, his eyes bent on the ground, and his brow somewhat gloomy, walked Robert of the Lees by Ely, as he had called himself, while not far off under the shadow of a wide-spreading oak, stood a boy holding a white horse and a bow. Robin seemed to be whiling away a time of waiting, in communing with himself of many things, with that sort of desultory meditation which woodlands gender more than any other scenes. And ever and anon his lips proved faithless guardians to his thoughts, muttering a word or two of what was passing in his mind without his knowing that they did so. "Ha, left Nottingham so soon with her paramour," he said, "that was hasty," and again he was silent for a space. They must have heard that I had taken the chase in hand, or else the Earl has followed them closer than they expected. How this poor youth suffers! One would think that he had lost the most precious thing on earth instead of a light-o'-love May-day flirt. And after all perhaps he has lost the most precious thing on earth, for he has lost trust-confidence. That can never come again when once it is gone. Besides, a woman is to us what we esteem her more than what she is. He held her to be all that is good, and so in losing her he loses all that is good. They are idle things, these women, and yet there is good as well as bad in them. So goes the old song, to whom does woman's love belong, and who shall hold that fickle thing? No iron chain was e'er so strong as long to bind its fluttering wing. Caught by the ear, caught by the eye, the handsome face, the flattering tongue, the pleasant smile, the well-told lie may win it, but not hold it long. The king has no command or love, the peasant's sweetheart jilts the swain, and those who stay and these who rove seek bands for woman's heart in vain. Rank, wealth, prosperity, and power have all been tried without avail, yet ne'er in dark misfortune's hour has woman's love been known to fail. So sung, or rather hummed, the bold forester as he walked to and fro along the sandy path, and as is very often the case, the song seemed the most convincing argument he could use, for it concluded the discussion with himself concerning young Harland, and he turned his thoughts to other things again. They will take him by surprise, he muttered to himself in the same low tone as before, and then having uttered this vaticination, he relapsed into silence, took another turn and said, "The king at Cambridge. That cannot be for nothing. He has misled de Montfort Gloucester, fortifying his castles too, that looks ill. He is not to be trusted, Gloucester. He never was, he never will be. Hark, a horse's feet, here come the earls." Another moment, however, showed him that he was mistaken, for the horse whose tramp he heard came from the side of Nottingham, and not from that of Yorkshire. The animal itself was a good brown gelding, with a short tail, which in those days was a rarity, for many of the barbarous customs of the present time were then unknown. Indeed, though it may seem a contradiction in terms, civilization in general has not a little barbarism in it, and luxury is always sure to introduce practices of which savages would be ashamed. The horse, however, as I have said, was a good brown gelding with a short tail, the man that bestrode it a jolly, large-stomached personage in the garb of a tradesman, and the moment the forester saw him he exclaimed, "Ha, our good friend the sutler of Southwell! What makes you ride the forest, Barnaby? You do not trouble Sherwood for nothing." "Seeking you, Robin, seeking you," replied the sutler. "One that you know of gave me this for you. It was to pass through no hands but mine and yours. But look ye, here comes a goodly train. Now will there be rough work anon between the silken hoods and the men in Lincoln Green. I'll away, Robin, I'll away, for I love no blows but those of the rolling pin." The man to whom he spoke took no notice either of his words or his departure, so intent was he upon the contents of the letter which had just been put into his hand. He read it over twice after the messenger was gone, and seemed scarcely to remark the approach of a large party on horseback, comprising, as the reader may have divined by this time, the very personages for whom he was waiting. When he raised his eyes, however, he beheld advancing towards him, at a slow pace, some 20 mounted men, well armed and headed by the old Earl of Monthermer. That nobleman, however, was unaccompanied by one of those whom our friend in the Lincoln Green was the most anxious to see, the Earl of Ashby being, as the reader is well aware, on the other side of Nottingham. The party of old Monthermer, as he was called, consisted of himself and his servants alone, having sent away all the other noblemen and gentlemen who had met him in Yorkshire, to find their way in separate bodies to join their friends in London. His nephew, too, for reasons that the old lord saw and well approved, had gone on with the Earl of Ashby, and the only addition to his train since we last saw him was a stout old priest, his chaplain, who had been previously dispatched on a mission to Northumberland. At a distance of about 20 yards from the spot where the bold forester stood, the Earl pulled up his horse and dismounted slowly, giving the word to halt. He then advanced directly towards him, holding out his hand, which the other took with an air of respect and deference, but without the least approach to fawning. "Welcome to Sherwood, my good lord," said Robert of the Lees. "But why come you alone? Would not the noble Earl of Ashby trust himself amidst these shades?" "He had left me, Robin," replied the Earl, "before I got your message with his son Alured and my nephew Hugh. He set out for Nottingham yesterday, just after morning song." "Ha!" exclaimed the forester, his brow growing dark. "'Tis strange I heard not of it. Gone to Nottingham just after morning song. He might have been there by noon, and yet he was not." "No, no," answered the Earl, "he could not arrive by noon. He had matters of some moment to see to by the way. But were you so anxious to have some speech with him?" "I was," answered the forester abruptly. "I was, but it matters not, I will send him a message. And now, my lord, will you mount your horse again and come with me? I have much to say to you and many things to tell, some of which you know perhaps already, but some of which you have never heard." "I can but stay an hour," replied the Earl, "for I must forward to Nottingham to supper, and that will be a late one even now." "We have supper ready for you, my good lord," answered the forester, "and you at least need not fear to ride through Sherwood in the eventide." "No feasting on the king's venison, Robin," cried the earl with a laugh, "but still our meal must be short, for I have business to do tonight of more importance than my supper. Shall I bid the men come on with me, or to stay here till I return?" Let them follow," said the forester, "but keep them out of earshot, the priest especially. Ho, boy, bring up my horse." More at a sign by which he accompanied the call than at the words themselves, the boy, whom we have mentioned as holding a white horse under one of the trees, ran up with the animal in hand, while the earl gave directions to his men to follow him slowly, keeping at the distance of some 50 yards. He then remounted with his forest friend, who led him on still upon the open road, saying, "You shall have as little of the woodland as possible, and every step you take is so much on your way to Nottingham." "That is well," replied the earl. "But now tell me, Robin, how many of your old friends have you gathered round you here in case of need?" "Not more than 100, answered his companion, "with some 40 in Barnesdale." Sadly few," said the earl, musing. "Many a stout soldier and many a true friend," replied the forester, "love not to live the life and share the perils of an outlaw." "There is a reproach in that," said the earl, "but I pledge you my knightly word, Robin, that I did my best to have the outlawry reversed whenever we got the power into our own hands, but it was Gloucester opposed it, and the Earl of Leicester judged it dangerous to thwart him." "You mistake, my lord," rejoined the forester, "and would have done me but little service had you succeeded, though I thank you for the wish. The enmity of my Lord of Gloucester stood me in good stead. These are riddles, my good lord, but they are easily read. Hark to another, not much more difficult. My 100 men are not few, but many. For each man, besides a sheaf of arrows, has a sheaf of friends, and about the same number of each. We shall not count much less than 2,000, noble sir, in the day of need, and that day is coming faster than you imagine. There are clouds in the sky, certainly," replied the earl. "They overshadow the sun," rejoined the outlaw abruptly. "The news I had to tell you but an hour ago was merely that the king had contrived to lead my Lord of Leicester away from his resources, and that Gloucester is fortifying himself in the marches of Wales, that he has refused to be present at the tournament of Northampton, and that people flock to him who are known to be favourers of the foreigners." "I have heard something of this," said the earl, but knew not that it had gone so far. Farther, my lord," replied the other, "farther a great deal. I have more tidings for you now. Gloucester is proclaimed a traitor, Leicester has fallen back upon the Severn, and I fear me that means have been taken to amuse the good earl's son in that business of Pevensey. Look at that letter, my lord." "Ay, this bears the likeness of war indeed," replied the earl after reading a paper which his companion gave to him. "This bears the likeness of war indeed, and I am glad it has come to this. Gloucester is a loss to the good cause, it is true, though he is cold and cautious, and selfish and treacherous and cunning," added the outlaw. "But still there is little to fear," continued the earl. "He is no more competent to cope with Simon de Montfort than an usher's white rod with a soldier's battle-axe. He wants the energy of a strong will," said the outlaw, "and therefore can never be a great man. But still his influence makes him dangerous, my lord, and you must look to it." "We will not despise him," replied the earl, "but still I fear him not. So long as the prince is in the hands of de Montfort, the freedom of England is secure. He is the power of the royal party, but we have taken care that he shall have no means of acting nominally free, but watched, day and night, his servants, his keepers, his companions, his jailers. I could grieve for the noble prince, I must confess, were it not that the safety of the whole realm, the freedom of every man within it, and the happiness of every English hearth, demand that he should be prevented by any means from giving strength to his father's weakness by his own powerful mind. I grieve for him too, replied the outlaw. I once at York saw an eagle in a cage, my lord, and though it looked at me fiercely as if it would have torn me for my pains, I broke the bars and let the noble bird go free. We must not do that here, replied the earl. I fear not, answered his companion. Nevertheless, I grieve for the prince with all my heart, and would he but swear and keep his oath, which princes seldom do, I would be the first to give him his liberty upon a promise to respect ours. We have tried that, good Robin, replied the earl, and we must do so no more. The wisest man that ever lived said, put not your faith in princes, and this young leopard must, I fear, be kept in a chain, however sad it be to fetter noble energies like his. Make the chain strong enough then, my lord, said the outlaw, for if he breaks it he will be more fierce than ever. Forged by Simon de Montfort it will be strong enough, answered the earl, but let us think of farther proceedings. So Gloucester is proclaimed a traitor. Ay, and Mortimer too, replied the forester, and a number of others. Many of the Lord's marchers have joined him, you see, and his power is daily increasing. Then it is time, said the earl, for the friends of England to gather round de Montfort. A battle cannot be far distant. Doubtless there will be letters for me at Nottingham, and I will soon let you know where you can meet us with your brave archers. Gloucester's day is over, and I know what you would add, my lord, replied the forester, but I say no. This outlawry sits more easily on my shoulders than you can think. Heaven forbid that you should ever have to try our life, but were such the case you would soon grow fond of it. There is a charm in these wild woods, and in our free existence amongst them, which leaves the parade of the city or the castle sadly tasteless in the comparison. No, my lord, I am well as I am, for the present. No man can call me traitor, for kings and princes have cast off my allegiance, and I have cast off their rule. Perhaps when happier days come back, when England's wounds are healed, when justice and honour hold the sway, and peace and liberty go hand in hand, I may reclaim my rights, my lord, and ask your voice to testify that the outlaw of Sherwood was as just in his dealings, as true to his country, and as fearless in her defence as any judge in his court, or statesman in the hall, or knight in the saddle. But till then, good faith, he added in a gayer tone, I live a merry life of it here, and am troubled with no remorse for the deeds I do under the green leaf of the wood. However, enough of myself, and as for your letters, you will find none at Nottingham. The sheriff is no friend of Simon de Montfort, and that the Earl of Leicester knows by this time. I would wager, my lord, a pipe of Malvoisie to a flitch of bacon, that if you go on to Nottingham, you will be a tarrier in the castle for longer than you reckon. If so, replied Monthermer, the Earl of Ashby is a prisoner there by this time. Not so, my lord, said the outlaw dryly, the Earl of Ashby has had other things to do. Why, I thought that but now, exclaimed the Earl, you did not know where our good friend was. True, answered his companion, but I know what waited him at Nottingham if he arrived there yesterday. Besides, my good lord, he has a friend at court. Richard de Ashby passed through Nottingham before him, was with the sheriff in close consultation for an hour, and doubtless set forth duly how good a subject the Earl is to the king, and how humble a servant to the Earl of Gloucester. Take care, my lord, that you are not betrayed as well as deceived. There is a viper under your hand, and it may sting you. No, 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 said the old nobleman, shaking his head. The Ashbys are incapable of treachery. Proud and irascible they both are, father and son. But even in their pride there is no dishonour, though pride be the most dishonest of all our knave passions. Interrupted the outlaw, Ay, and the meanest too. But I believe you, my good lord, they will not betray you either father or son, but they will betray themselves. And their roguish kinsmen will betray you and them every one. You judge, perhaps, that he came down but upon the lewd errand of carrying off a peasant girl, but his business in Barnesdale was of a darker character than that. Prisoner as the king now is, and watched as the prince now seems, they have agents over all the land. But can you be sure, said the earl, can you prove that this Richard de Ashby is one of them? Base I have always believed him to be, and I recollect that while the feud existed between our two families, he did all in his power to keep it alive, and prevent the breach from ever being healed, pandering, like all mean sycophants, to the fiercer passions of their lords. But I ever judged him a petty scoundrel, fit only to cheat at cross and pile, or accomplish the ruin of a milkmaid. I think not, Robin, that he has courage to deal with much greater things. Have you any proof of his treachery in this business? Something I know, my lord, replied the outlaw, and much more do I suspect, let them take my counsel who like it. What will you have? He was first with Mortimer, and then with Gloucester, and then, making a circuit round, to seem as if he came from the side of Norfolk, he visited Leicester at Northampton, and spent 2 days there, seeing the king thrice and the prince as often. Thence he went back to London, was purveyed with a spy, one Richard Keene, a servant of the king's who fled from Lewes, and thus accompanied he followed you to Pontefract. I will tax him with it in his kinsman's presence, said Monthermer. The good lord of Ashby wants not sense and discrimination. He was eager for the business to be inquired into before, but the man's flight with the light-o-love girl of the inn broke off the investigation. Think you his master has really any share in that bad business? I left the poor man, her father, nearly broken-hearted. Share, exclaimed the forester, somewhat more than a share. She is now his leman at Huntingdon. I had tidings this morning, and they are now tasting together the fiery drop of joy which floats upon the deep draughts of bitterness in the cup of vice. A few weeks will cloy him, and then her sorrows will begin. But if I lay my hands upon him, so help me the blessed Virgin, as I will nail his ears to the doorposts of good John Greenleigh's house, and scourge him with bowstrings from Wakefield to Pontefract. But to speak of what is more important, my lord, do you think the rogue filched any of your secrets? No, replied the earl, no, many of the people did not come. Hugh Bigod, too, was away, and, as is often the case with long concerted meetings, to settle matters of great moment, we waited for each other, and in the end the whole thing went to empty air. I could not but think, however, that he strove hard to renew the breach between the house of Ashby and ourselves. With the father he did not succeed, but with the son he seemed to make some progress, so much so indeed that I was well pleased when this Sir Richard told us his purpose of going on before to London. After he was gone, Alleward grew somewhat placable, and when we parted company, Hugh went with the 2 lords, trying to soothe and gain the younger one. But here, Robin, what have we here? Why, you have made the forest as gay as a May-Day bride. Chapter 9. The words of the old earl gave a good idea of the picture which was presented to his eyes. It was indeed like a May-Day pageant, or like one of those scenes which we nowadays see upon the stage, but which are but feeble representations of those that in former times were constantly acted in reality. Though, it is true, we form exaggerated images of many things that we do not behold. Imagination presents but a very faint idea of the splendour and decoration of those ages when sumptuary laws were enacted in various countries to prevent peasants from displaying gold and silver embroidery in their garments. What may be called representation was a part of that epoch. It was in every palace, And in every castle at the table of the grave citizen, with his gold chain in the armchair of the justice, in the ball of the franklin, it sat upon the forked beard of Chaucer's merchant, it appeared in the party-coloured garments of the gallant of the court. In short, a great part of everything in that day was effect. It was one of the great objects of the age, and all classes of people had an eye for it. Perhaps in all things, as in their great buildings, their taste was better than our own. In very few points it could be worse. And in consulting what is bright and pleasing to the eye, what is exciting and dazzling to the imagination, they followed where nature led nature, who delights in striking contrasts as much as in gentle harmonies. If, indeed, we can form a very faint idea of the splendour of the court and the castle, our conception is still more inadequate of the picturesque decoration of humbler scenes in those days. We are apt to conceive that it was all rude or gross, and we scarcely believe in the charms of the merry morris dance, in the graces and attractions that sported round the maypole, in the moonlight meetings which old Fitzstephen records, or in any of the sweeter and more gentle pleasures and pastimes of the peasantry of old England. And yet all these things were true, all were enacted by living beings like ourselves upon every village green throughout the land, long before a feeble mockery of them crept into a close and stifling playhouse. Stronger passions, or perhaps the same passions, but less under control than in the present day, took their part therein from time to time, and prompted to all those wild energies which spring from deep and highly excited feelings. Graces free and uncultivated were there likewise, and the honest outpourings of the heart, subjected to no dull sneer from the lips of false refinement, burst forth with the touching force of simplicity and truth. The universal weaknesses of our nature mingled with all the rest, and varied the drama through 1,000 parts. Vanity and self-love and pride and envy had their share in the gathering of spring flowers, in the weaving of the garland, in the decoration of the tent, in the choice of the May Queen, and in the dance upon the sward. But to say sooth, they gave a pungency and a brightness and a human interest to the whole. I beseech thee, then, dear reader, carry thy mind back to the times of which I write, and recollect that such scenes as that which met the eye of the old Lord Monthermer were everyday realities, and not any part of a cold fable, whether planted by accident or design I know not, but at the side of one of the little savannahs I have described, where the grass was short and dry, 6 old oaks came forward from the rest of the wood, 3 on either hand, at the distance of about 40 feet apart, forming a sort of natural avenue. Their long branches stretched across and nearly met each other, and under this natural canopy was spread out the long table, prepared for the good Earl's repast, while, from bough to bough above, crossing each other in various graceful sweeps, were innumerable garlands, forming a sort of network of forest flowers. The board, to let not the reader suppose that it was rude and bare, for it was covered with as fine linen as ever came from the looms of Ireland or Saxony. To the board had a nosegay laid where every man was expected to sit, and the ground beneath was strewed with rushes and green leaves to make a soft resting place for the feet. Under the trees were gathered together various groups of stout archers in their peculiar garb, with many a country girl from the neighbouring villages, all in holiday apparel. A number of young countrymen, too, were present, showing that the rovers of the forest were at no great pains to conceal their place of meeting, for their lawless trade found favour in the sight of the many, and their security depended as much upon the confidence and goodwill of the lower orders as upon the dissensions and disunion of the higher classes. The first sight of the Earl and the outlaw caused not a little bustle amongst the companions of the latter. There was running here and there and putting things in array, and it was very evident that, although expected and prepared for, everything was not quite ready when the Earl arrived. "Give him good morrow, give the noble Earl good morrow," cried the forester, putting his horn to his lips and waving his hand for a signal. Every man followed his example, and in a moment the whole glades of the forest rang with the sounds of the merry horn. Not a note was out of tune, no two were inharmonious, and as with a long swell and fall the mellow tones rose and died away, the effect in that wild yet beautiful scene was not a little striking and pleasant to the ear. "Yeomanly, yeomanly, right yeomanly done," cried Robin Hood. "This is the way, my lord, that we receive a true friend to the English commons and the good old Saxon blood. Will you please to dismount and taste our cheer? If yonder cooks have not done their duty and got all ready, I will fry them in their own grease, though I guess from yon blazing log that they are somewhat behindhand." As he spoke, he fixed his eyes upon a spot, to which those of the Earl followed them, where a scene not quite harmonious with the poetry of the rest of the arrangement was going on, but one very satisfactory to the hungry stomachs of the Earl's retainers. An immense pile of blazing wood, fit to have roasted Hercules himself, was crackling and hissing and roaring so close to a distant angle of the wood that the flames scorched the green leaves on the farther side. Beside it were some 5 men, in clean white jackets, running hastily about, and basting sundry things of a very savoury odour, which by the contrivance of small chains and twisted strings were made to revolve before the fire. Each man was glad enough to keep to windward of the blaze, and even then full many a time were they forced to run to a distance for cool air and free breath, for the heat was too intense for anyone to endure it long, without suffering the fate of the immense masses of meat which were turning before it. About 50 yards from this burning mountain was a lesser volcano, from which, upon the primitive tripod of 3 long poles, hung sundry pots of vast dimensions, emitting steams very grateful to the nose, while in a cool spot under the trees appeared the no less pleasant sight of 2 large barrels, one twined round with a garland of young vine leaves, and the other with a wreath of oak. A host of drinking cups, fit to serve an army, lay near them, and a man with a mallet was busily engaged in driving a spigot and faucet to give discreet vent to the liquor within. "Ho, where is Little John?" cried Robin Hood, "a small friend of mine, my lord, whom you must know." "What, Naylor, the master of our revels, where is he? By my life, he is basting the capons. Hallo, friend John, you will easily see, my lord, how he deserves his title." As he spoke, a yeoman, some 6 feet 4 in height, with shoulders that seemed as fit to carry the bull as the calf, a round head covered with nut-brown hair, and a face running over with fun and jest, came near and shook the Earl's proffered hand. "We have met before, I believe, Little John," said the Earl, "and I think in as warm a feast day as this." "Warmer, my lord, by a bucket full," replied Naylor. "One of those feasts where one is as likely to be carved as carve." "I recollect your face well," said the Earl. "John of Andley's would recollect it better, my lord, if he could recollect anything, poor fellow," answered the yeoman. "When last he and I and you met together, he had got you by the throat with his dagger through your avantale. I just tapped him on the head to remind him not to do such things, and whether he went away or not I don't know, but if he did, he certainly did not carry his brains with him." "Aye, you did me good service there," replied the Earl. "I should have lost an eye at least. There's a jewel, my good friend," he continued, taking a ring from his finger. "I won it with hard strokes myself near Tripoli, and I give it to you for as good a blow as ever was struck by an English yeoman." "I'll set it in my cap, my lord," replied Little John, "and perhaps some day—" "Nay, now, no boasting, John," cried Robin Hood, "but let the Earl sit down to meat. It is the season, my good lord, when one strikes neither heart nor hair, when the partridge is free for her brood, and even the wild bustard runs unscathed. Thus, my good lord, I cannot give you forest cheer, otherwise, so help me heaven, as you should dine at the king's expense, while his majesty be revelling with my lord of Leicester. However, not being able to treat you as a yeoman, I will feast you as a baron, and if those good cooks do but their duty, no castle hall in all merry England shall show a better supper than yours this day." "I doubt it not, good Robin, I doubt it not," replied the Earl with a good-humoured laugh. "You are Lord of Sherwood, and may hold your court of free baron when you like. On my life, you have a peacock," he continued, as a long train or men began to approach, bearing large wooden trenchers loaded with viands, and the noble baron of beef too. "True, my lord, true," replied Robin. "I could not feast an earl, you know, without giving him a young peacock with his tail spread, nor receive your merry men honourably without a double sirloin from the best ox in the country. The beef's my own," he continued, "for I bought it with gold out of my purse, and the peacock's my own, for Little John gave it to me." "And how he came by it you did not ask," said the Earl, smiling. "Nay, why should I?" demanded Robin Hood, in the same jesting tune. "You would not have me doubt my man's honesty." "Heaven forbid," replied the Earl, "and I will claim a slice of the fair bird by the same title." "Come, my lord, come," cried Robin, "let us sit down. We have no salt cellar here to make a distinction between highest and lowest," he continued aloud. "So let every man place himself where he can find room. Peaceably there, peaceably. Give seats to the women, and show yourselves courteous as knights. If there be not stools for all, there are platters for all, with meat to spare. And God made the green ground, you know, long before man made a settle. Here, my lord, sit by me, and I will help you. And as my chaplain is not here, I will give you a forest grace to your meet reverence, my men reverence." Each man stood up, took off his hat, and crossed himself, and Robin Hood, bowing his head, and running the two parts of his sentence somewhat close together, though there was a slight pause between them, said, "God give us his blessing, and let no man disturb us." We have given the words of the forester as affording the best account of the arrangement of his party, and it is only necessary to add that about a third of the number of those present found seats upon the ground, while the rest placed themselves on stools round the table. And it is to be remarked that many of the village girls, who had come as guests, preferred the green sward, with a stout young bowman beside them, eating, as was then customary with lovers, out of the same dish. As Robin had said, indeed, there was plenty of food for all. For besides 2 gigantic barons of beef, there was many a roasted pig of tender age, capons and fowls and pigeons, a heron here and there, together with that most excellent of all ancient dishes, a bittern made into soup, while in the centre of the table was seen the peacock with his magnificent tail spread out. Close by the herons, wherever they appeared, had been placed by direction of Little John, who would have his jest at the long-legged fowl, large dishes of magnificent trout. "There," said the master of Robin Hood's revels, "the ancient enemies sit side by side peaceably, to show that man's more made friends of all things. There was no serving at the table of Robin Hood. The Earl's good yeomen fell as readily into the customs of Sherwood as their lord, and, sitting down pell-mell with the green-coated rangers, attacked the meat as soon as grace was said. The cooks themselves, when their function was done, and the dinner was dished up, took such places as they could find, and every man drawing forth ainlace or dagger as the case might be, assailed the dish that was before him, and helped his neighbours and himself. For some time a deep silence fell over the whole party, and less noise attended the proceeding than ever occurs nowadays. For dishes, ages, platters were all of wood, and the knives were encountered by no forks in those times, so that little clatter accompanied the operation either of carving or eating. At the end of about 10 minutes, some 5 or 6 of the younger men rose from various parts of the table and made an excursion towards the barrels we have mentioned. They returned loaded with large flagons, and the only act of ceremony which took place was that little John himself, with a large black jack full of strong ale in one hand and a stoup of wine in the other, approached the Earl, while another brought a large silver cup and offered him to drink. Thus refreshed, another attack upon the unresisting viands succeeded, after which more tankards of wine were set around for every line to help himself as he liked. The juice of the grape soon had its effect so far as to quicken the movements of the tongue, and the jests and laughter, and, it must said, noise also, became considerable. From time to time the Earl and Robin Hood exchanged a word in a lower and more serious tone, but in general the old nobleman joined in gaily with the rest, with few words indeed and calm withal, but with a well-pleased smile, and a frequent glance down either side of the table at the row of merry faces which surrounded him. "Come, pygmy, come," cried Robin Hood at length, addressing Little John, "cheer us with a song, if thy portion of the Baron have left thee any voice, but mind no ribaldry and as little impudence as may be." "Heaven deliver us," cried Little John, "I shall never be able to sing. I am like a city lady who has just been called madam for the first time in her life, and somewhat faint with the smell of fat viands. Come, Billy of Southwell, fill me a cup of wine, for I must do our captain's bidding." And having taken a deep draught, he went on in a voice of a fine tone indeed, but loud enough, according to the whimsical thought of the poet, to sweep the sere leaves off the trees, as if a storm passed by. Song, Robin Hood and the Grinder. Lithe and listen, my merry men, all lithe and listen to me, of a wonderful matter that once did befall under the greenwood tree. Those who go out to catch are caught, as you shall presently hear, for bold Robin Hood once a lesson was taught which well nigh had cost him dear. "I'm going alone," said Robin, "one day I'm going alone, to see what sport I can make on the King's highway, for I am as good as 3. Take any 3 men from Nottingham town, and set them all of a row. If they bide my buffet and do not go down, they shall set me up for a show." Bold Robin went out, and he met with a man, a grinder he was by trade, and "Hilloo, stand fast." Good Robin began, "Bide here till the toll be paid." "Get out of my way, toll taker," said he. "I'm a grinder and one of hot blood, and I have a strap that should well leather thee, wert thou even our bold Robin Hood." Then Robin he took his stout staff in his hand, and struck at the grinder a blow, but he jumped aside, and his running wheelband o'er Robin's 2 shoulders did throw. With a tug at the end, and a twitch at the buckle, he pulled it down over his wrists. I know not if Robin's forgotten his knuckle, but he left him the sign of his fists. Good luck for bold Robin. The grinder took fright at 3 yeomen who came from the wood, or right sure he'd have pummelled him on until night, and made jelly of bold Robin Hood. Robin laughed heartily at the song, and turning to the Earl he said, "If men should ever talk of me after I am dead, they'll take my character from yon knave's songs. But come, my lord, I'll give you one myself to another tune." Song, Merry England. Ho, merry England, ho! The crimson grape grows ruddy in fair France. There the rich juices from the wine-cup flow. There beat the timely feet in graceful dance. But give me back the bower where past youth's jocund hour. Ho, merry England, ho! Ho, merry England, ho! Light fills the skies and gilds the fields of Spain. Orange and olive, thyme and myrtle grow o'er purple hill and perfume-breathing plain. But give to me the glade and twinkling forest shade of merry England, ho! Ho, merry England, ho! Bright shines the sun on the Italian shore, and art and nature gain a brighter glow from memories of greatness gone before. But my dear island home veils not the crest to roam. Ho, merry England, ho! Ho, merry England, ho! Thy hills and dells and groves are full of brighter things than other lands, glorious remembrances and happy loves and hearts sincere and true and honest hands. There let my life go by, and my grave when I die be merry England, ho! It seemed to be a favourite song with the outlaw, and also with his companions, for at the close of each stanza they took up the refrain of Ho, merry England, ho! And singing it to a wild though very simple minor airs produced a powerful effect upon their hearers and upon each other. When they had done, their leader poured out some wine, saying, "Pledge us a cup, my lord the Earl, in wine better than which Gascony never produced, to that dear motherland for which we have bled or are willing to bleed. Here's to merry England." The Earl willingly drunk the toast, and after a few words more he said in a low voices to his companion, "I fear I must mar your merriment, Robin, by departure. I am anxious for tidings, and have perhaps delayed somewhat too long already. I know that letters must be waiting for me, and they may need an instant answer." "Seek them not at Nottingham, my lord, at all events," replied the forester. "Aware of the trap they hid laid for you there, I have already sent out people to stay all messengers de Montfort may have dispatched to you, and bid them turn aside to the little village of Stapleford. There you will find them if at all. Yet I would fain have you remain here an hour or two longer, for in the course of this night I myself expect tidings by a sure hand and a nearer way." "I will leave either the priest or my good yeoman Blorket with you," said the Earl in a low tone. "Both are to be trusted." "The priest!" exclaimed Robin Hood. "God bless his reverence, I forgot, and took his trade out of his hand just now. I must add a paternoster tonight when he is at the table, but in good truth I quite forgot him. Blorket must do, I fear, my lord, but yet I could have wished to have someone with me whom I could consult in case of need. For I, too, may have to act at a moment's warning and may require to arrange some plan for joining you speedily, which I could not do with either the yeoman or the priest. Still, I suppose you are right and had better proceed." "Hark!" cried the Earl, and after a momentary pause he added, "I thought I heard the blast of a horn at a great distance. Perhaps it is your messenger." "No," replied the outlaw, "I heard it too, but it came from the east. I have scouts out that way. Someone must be riding Sherwood worthy of notice. We shall soon know more. Silence, my men, silence. There is a horn, I think, from the Ashtree covert." All was instantly still, and for rather more than a minute no one spoke. But patience began to grow weary, and one or two at the lower end of the table were beginning to say an occasional word to their next neighbour in a low tone, when the horn again sounded, much nearer than before, and little John started up, exclaiming, "That's Nella's blast at the hollow oak on Mostyn's edge." "Look to your bows, my merry men," cried Robin Hood. "Whoever it is, he comes this way fast. We may have to show the Earl some of our habits of life." Every man now rose from the table at once. The implements of archery, which were hung upon or leaning against several of the trees around, were hastily resumed, the bows were strung, and an arrow or two fitted to the string. In about 5 minutes more another horn sounded, not many hundred yards from the spot where the tables were laid. The country girls ran to the other side of the green, although they were told not to be afraid. And the old earl separating his followers from the rest bade each man have his hand upon his bridle, ready to mount and take whatever part might seem needful, when gradually the sound of horses' feet coming at a quick pace became distinct, and after a short pause of expectation, Hugh of Monthermer, with 4 or 5 servants, somewhat heated and travel-stained, rode into the little open space, and suddenly halted, as if in wonder at the scene which met their sight. Chapter 10. Not a little was the surprise of uncle and nephew at thus meeting in the midst of Sherwood, but it was greater on the part of the old earl than of Hugh. The scene, indeed, in which he found his venerable relative might astonish the young gentleman a little, for the free ranges of the forest, the profusely covered table, the wine barrel and the drinking cups were certainly accessories which he had not expected to see around his noble kinsman. With the deference, however, which, at that period, existed for age and renown, he expressed no astonishment and asked no questions, but dismounting from his horse, proceeded, in answer to his uncle, to inform him why and how he had returned, instead of accompanying the Earl of Ashby on his way either to Lindwell or to London. But as the reader is well aware of the circumstances connected with the sudden disappearance of Lucy de Ashby, and of the part in seeking her which Hugh de Monthermer had taken upon himself, we shall not recapitulate this part of the young knight's account, but content ourselves with stating what success he had met with in the pursuit. "Last night I swept the whole roads through the forest," he said, "in a breadth of about 2 miles, without discovering the slightest trace of anyone who could have had a share in this outrageous act. I met a swineherd at one time, and then a ploughman with 2 potters bringing along clay in a cart, but no other persons whatsoever. Why do you smile, good forester?" he continued, turning to Robin Hood. "Because, noble sir," replied the outlaw, "men in the forest of Sherwood are not always exactly what they look. It is difficult there to know a carrion crow from an ousel." "I may have been deceived, indeed," said Hugh de Monthermer, "but in one thing I must be right. Whether they be ousels or carrion crows, they had no lady with them. However, I arrived at Oxton in the wood an hour after sunset, and as there was no possibility of pursuing my search any farther then, I remained at the house of the Rivet, making inquiries amongst the people of the village, several of whom were coming in from their work in the forest. Last night I discovered nothing, but this morning at dawn a man was brought to me who reported that, in crossing from Southwell about noon yesterday, he had seen 2 ladies on horseback, accompanied by a number of men on foot. The lady, he said, was gaily dressed, and very beautiful. The Earl smiled, and certainly a lady of high degree. They were bringing her down towards Mansfield, the fellow thought, so I set off at once, beating up every road in the neighbourhood, and often losing my way. From time to time, however, the sound of a horn led me on, though I never could discover who it was that winded it." "Did the man imply," asked the Earl, "that the people who accompanied this lady were using force?" "No," replied Hugh de Monthermer. "He vowed that she appeared to go very willingly, but still I thought it could not but be the lady I was seeking from her great beauty and her dress. As if there were no beautiful woman in the world but Lucy de Ashby," cried the Earl. "What say you to this story, Robin? You should know if she have passed this way. No lady higher than a franklin's daughter has gone on the road to Mansfield," replied Robin Hood, "except the prioress of Wakefield, who came by yesterday with about 12 men on foot and a nun with her. She is a goodly dame to look upon too, with lips like a pair of cherries, and as to her dress, she had a pulled liripippy might have suited a court harlot, a dagger at her girdle with a silver chain, a peaked hat, and a gold medal round her neck." Yes, she was a goodly dame to look upon, and weighed some 14 stone or more. I have seen fatter women, but not many. Pshaw, said Hugh de Monthermer, you are jesting. Not I, in faith and truth, cried Robin Hood. She is the only woman of rank who has passed this way for a week, and assuredly I ought to know. Here is a bevy of as pretty country maidens as ever came out to see foresters shoot at the butts. But I will answer for it that no lady of higher degree than themselves has gone along the road to Mansfield, except, indeed, the prioress of Wakefield and the nun who went with her. But did the good man tell you no more? His information must have been somewhat scanty. He told me, replied Hugh de Monthermer, with a momentary smile crossing the anxiety which his countenance displayed, he told me to take care how I went, for I might meet with Robin Hood and his merry men and come home with a loss. Ay, said Robin, ay, and doubtless you answered my young lord that you were not afraid, but would bring Robin Hood to Nottingham if you met him. No, answered Hugh de Monthermer, no, I said no such thing. I told him, on the contrary, that I should be very glad to see bold Robin Hood, and that I was sure, if I did, we should meet and part good friends, as he and my uncle had fought side by side in the good cause of old England. Robin Hood held out his hand to him, replying, You said right, young lord, though let me tell you it is not every gay gallant who may come through the forest that would go out of it again, without having his smart skin taken off his back as if he were a brown hare or a spotted deer. But you have come just at the nick of time. Let your uncle go on, and tell the Earl of Ashby, when he finds him, that Robin Hood says, the loss of his daughter is the judgment of the blessed Virgin upon his head, for winking at Richard de Ashby's carrying off the child of as honest a man as himself, and making a lemon of her, it would be no marvel to hear that she has gone away, with some wild young Frenchman of King Henry's bringing over. Nay, look not so fierce, my noble lord, nor colour up so red. I mean no insult to the lady. How should I know aught about her or her character? But if I had her in my hands, she should never return to her own home till the old Earl had pledged himself to send back idle Kate Greenley. However, it's no affair of mine, you'll say, and we have weightier matters to think of. Both your uncle and myself were mightily puzzled just now, as he must go on at all speed, and yet it is needful that I should have someone here, to consult with in regard to the news I expect tonight. You have come, then, just in time to remain with me, and to settle whatever plan may seem expedient according to the tidings that I receive. Hugh de Monthermer looked doubtfully from the face of the outlaw to that of his uncle, and then demanded, Have I your word that she has not passed this way? I pawn my soul that she has not, replied the forester. The young man cast his eyes down towards the ground, and thought for an instant or two, a suspicion having taken possession of his mind, he knew not well why, that Robin was better informed of Lucy de Ashby's fate than he chose to avow. Before he had brought his meditations to an end, however, the old Earl interrupted them, saying, It is very needful, Hugh, that, if possible, you should remain here as he asks you. From your account, you have sought this fair lady much farther than you undertook to do. You have likewise been misled a little from the track, I fancy, and it seems to me more than probable that some emissary of the King's, or of the Earl of Gloucester's, who has been lately proclaimed by de Montfort a traitor, may have got possession of the fair Lucy, as a hostage for her father's neutrality. Gloucester proclaimed a traitor, said Hugh de Monthermer, then are active times coming, my dear uncle. I will not refuse to stay if it be needful, but still, you could do no good by any farther search, interrupted the Earl. She must either have been found by her father or her brother, or must be far away ere now. I look upon it as a duty, Hugh, that one of us should remain here this night, and assuredly I ought to go on. It's enough, replied Hugh de Monthermer. Your wish, my lord, is sufficient for me, but what can I do with the men? 2 of them belong to my lord of Ashby, and where can I stable my horses? Send them all away but your own charger, said the outlaw. You are not afraid to stay alone with Robin Hood or Robert of the Lees, if you like the name better. Not in the least, answered the young gentleman. I know I am as safe with you, bold Robin, as in my own castle. Take them then with you, fair uncle. And you, sir, he continued, turning to one of the Earl of Ashby's servants, bear witness to your lord that I have sought this young lady far and near, with all zeal and due devotion. Tell him, moreover, that I have ascertained beyond all doubt, as you yourself have heard, that she has not passed in this direction. Should he himself find her, I trust he will send me a messenger to ease my mind, that is to say, to save me the trouble of farther pursuit. Well then, I will away, said the old Earl, for the sun is getting far down already. I sleep tonight at Stapleford, and tomorrow go on for Derby. Follow me quickly, Hugh. So long as you are in Sherwood with our good friends here, you are safe, but I will leave you 50 score of archers at Stapleford, and should I find the roads dangerous, will send you some spears from Derby. If you learn by tonight's tidings that war has already begun, arrange with bold Robin for a levy of as many yeomen as possible, and let them march to join me wherever I am making head. Thus saying, the Earl, putting his foot in the stirrup, flung himself lightly into the saddle, gave a brief order for the attendants who had followed his nephew to fall in with the rest of his train, and once more grasping the hand of the outlaw, without forgetting his companion Little John, he rode away, taking as his parting benison a loud cheer from the band of yeomen. Now, my young lord, said Robin, when he had gazed for a moment or two after the gallant old Earl, you seem fatigued and exhausted after your day's ride. I will warrant you have not broken bread since 5 o'clock this morning, replied Hugh de Monthermer. But that matters not, I am more anxious than tired, and care little for food. Nonsense, nonsense, young gentleman, cried Robin, taking him by the arm and drawing him towards the table. Here someone hold the horse. A slice of yon baron though it be, like a timid counsellor, neither hot nor cold, together with a cup of Bordeaux wine, will do you good, young sir. Nay, replied Hugh, give me one of those barley cakes and the wine you speak of. That is all I want. Where do we rest tonight? Some 3 miles hence on the way to Nottingham, answered the forester, and if you will not sup now, you must have a rearer supper there. While Hugh de Monthermer broke the barley cake and drank the wine, Robin spoke a few words in an undertone to Little John, who replied, laughing, No fear, no fear. There is plenty of light, dear little souls. Nay, but I will have it so, answered his leader aloud. Now, my merry men and pretty maids, disperse, and God's blessing be with you. But let it be remembered that if there be a damsel away from her home at sunset, I will reckon with the man that keeps her. They are all under the safeguard of our honour, and we shall lose their sweet faces at our feasts if any evil happens to them. Those who have sturdy shoulders, clear away all that is left, and let it be given to the poor in the villages round. So do the monks at their gates, and Robin Hood will be as good as a monk, though his gates be the meres of Sherwood. Here, cooks, here is your reward, and let the tapster take the tons for his pains. Very rapidly after these words were spoken, the numbers on the green began to disperse. Some sauntered down the road, some disappeared amongst the trees, and those that remained made themselves busy in carrying off the platters and trenchers from the table, and piling the whole of the simple dinner service, stools and all, into some large country carts which stood near. No horses indeed were upon the ground, but that of Hugh de Monthermer, and the white charger which had borne the bold forester, and which was still seen under a tree, finishing slowly a trough of oats that had been put down for its consumption. The boy who had held the beast while Robin was waiting for the Earl of Monthermer now stood close to his master's side, looking up in his face, and at a sign of the finger he darted away and led up the steed at a quick pace. Robin laid his hand upon the urchin's head, saying, "Good boy," and that word, if one might judge by the smile of the young countenance, was reward enough. "Now I am ready," said Hugh de Monthermer, and mounting their horses they rode away into the wood. "You will sup better tonight," said Robin as they went. "I do not know," replied the young lord. "I am anxious about this young lady, Robin, that is the truth, and anxiety makes but bad sauce to the most savoury food." "Nay, nay, take heart of grace," said Robin. "I doubt not she is well enough wherever she may be, and it becomes not a gay gentleman to pine for any lady till he knows that she fares hardly." "Nay, I do not pine," replied Hugh, not liking the term. "Methinks I do not look much like a sick crow or a magpie in the moulting season, but still I must feel somewhat anxious, as you would if you had ever seen her." "Is she so very beautiful then?" said Robin Hood with an arch smile. "Faith is she," answered Hugh de Monthermer, "and more than beautiful, though you may think my description savours of extravagance. But it is not so. I have seen others perhaps as beautiful, perhaps more so, but there is that sort of charm about her, that sort of sparkling grace, which is like nothing but the bright morning sunshine, giving fresh loveliness to everything it lights upon." "Are you sure that the charm is not love?" asked Robin Hood. "But let us talk of other matters. Here we must turn off from the road, and I take you through paths in Sherwood unknown to any justice, either north or south of Trent. Although I could well trust to your knightly honour, and to your regard for the laws of hospitality, yet I must here exact from you a promise, which every one makes who is led where I lead you. It is that, upon your honour as true man and good knight, everything you see or hear from this spot till I lead you back to the high road again, shall be forgotten as soon as you quit me, and revealed to no one, no, not to your confessor." The notions which then existed of knightly honour caused Hugh de Monthermer to give the promise exacted from him without the slightest hesitation, and that having been done, the bold forester led him on through one of those narrow lanes which we have before mentioned, where only one horse could advance at a time. This path continued for about half a mile, and opened out into one of the wildest parts of the forest, through which there seemed to be no track of any kind. It was not one of those spots properly called coverts, which name was only applied to woods so thick that the branches of the trees touched each other, but on the contrary, it was a sort of wild chase, scattered with fine old oaks and encumbered with an immense quantity of brushwood. There were patches of green grass to be seen here and there indeed, and once or twice a sandy bank peeped out amongst the bushes, while 2 or 3 large ponds and a small silver stream appeared glistening at about half a mile's distance from the spot where the horsemen issued forth from the lane. It was as lovely a forest scene as ever the eye rested upon, for the ground was broken, and 1,000 beautiful accidents diversified the landscape. Every here and there a tall mound of earth, sometimes covered with turf, sometimes rounded with brushwood, would rise up, bearing aloft a graceful clump of trees, while the setting sun, pouring its long horizontal rays across the wild track, cast lengthened shadows over the ground below, and brightened all the higher points with gleams of purple light. Beyond again, at the distance of not less than 2 miles and a half, and considerably lower than the spot where the 2 journeyers stood, reappeared the thicker coverts of the forest, rolling like the waves of a deep green sea in the calm and mellow rays of the departing day, while a slight mist here and there marked out its separate lines, growing fainter and more faint, till some distant objects, like towers and pinnacles, they might be clouds, they might be parts of a far city, closed the scene, and united the earth with the sky. Here all trace of a road ended, but without the slightest hesitation, bold Robin Hood led the way onward, threading with unerring steps the different green lines which separated one mass of brushwood from another, guiding his companion under one tall bank and round another high mound, between the boles of old oaks and across the dancing stream, without even once meeting a check, or having to pause in his whole course through the woody labyrinth. At length, however, the sun went down, and the twilight just sufficed to show Hugh de Monthermer his way, as they had reached the lowest spot of the chase, and approached a clump of several acres of thick covert. There was a path at one angle by which Robin and his companion entered, and winding on in darkness for some way, for the trees excluded the whole of the remaining rays, they at length emerged into an open space in the centre, where they could again see, though faintly, the objects around them. Opposite to the mouth of the road by which they came was the first building that they had seen upon their ride. It was of a very peculiar architecture, consisting of round stones piled upon one another, and cemented together, being what I believe is called rubble, while the windows and doors alone presented hewn stone lintels and transoms, with short small columns supporting each. A quantity of ivy had grown over the greater part of the building, but there were lights within, and for a moment Robin Hood drew up his horse as if to listen. "Here," he said at length, "lived and reigned a Saxon thane when the trees of Sherwood were yet young. His bones lie in the little chapel behind. The memory of the place has passed away as well as the people that inhabited it, and it has come to be the abode of a child of the same race, when outlawed for the love of his country." Chapter 11. 2 notes, or as they were then called, mots upon his horn, formed the only signal that Robin Hood gave of his return, but in an instant those sounds brought forth a head from one of the windows, at the height of about 12 or 13 feet from the ground. That it was apparently a human head, Hugh could distinguish, and also that it was a very large one, somewhat strangely shaped, but he was not a little surprised when the body began to follow after, with an extraordinary serpent-like suppleness, till the knees were brought upon the window-sill. And then, the feet being swung over, the body was suddenly dropped and hung against the side of the house, while one hand retained its hold of the stone work, and the other waved what seemed to be an odd-looking cap, round and round in the air. The next instant the being who had thought fit to employ this unusual method of descent let go the grasp of its left hand, and came down upon its feet, bounding up again from the earth like a ball, and cutting a curious caper in the air. Although well accustomed to all the monsters which were then much sought for in courts and castles, Hugh de Monthermer at first imagined that the creature before him was an enormous ape, so extraordinary was its agility, and such the pliancy of all its limbs. The arms, too, like those of the simian tribe, were of an extraordinary length, and the one which attached it to the window as it hung from above seemed to be longer than the whole body. The moment after it descended, however, the young knight was undeceived, for a human voice proceeded from the supposed ape of remarkable sweetness. "Ho, Robin, ho," it said in English. "3, so you have come home at length, wicked wanderer. You have been feasting in the forest, I know, and carried off little Harry with you to pamper him on wine and comfits, and left Tangel behind with the women." "Did I not take thee at Christmas," asked Robin, "and leave Harry behind? It was but fair Tangel." Ay, but he's the favourite, said the dwarf, though he can't do half that I can. Pretty looks, Robin, pretty looks, you're like all the world beauty's fool. Pretty looks are everything, but I'll comb him into worsted when he comes back again. Nay, thou wilt not hurt him, replied Robin. Thou lovest him as well as we do, Tangel. I love him, exclaimed the dwarf. Scurvy little monster of whiteness, I love him not out upon him. I'll carve his pink cheeks for him and bore a hole in each of his eyes. Take care what you do with him, Robin, and look well to your meat, for if I find you kinder to him than to me, I'll roast him before a slow fire, baste him in his own fat, and serve him up to you as a barbecued pig. Ha, 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 that will be fine sport. Come, give me the horses. Who have you got here in the purfled jerkin? Give you good day, sir, and with his cap in his hand, he made a low and grotesque bow to the young lord. He will take your horse, my lord, said Robin. Now let us in, and approaching the door, he shook it with his hand. It was locked, however, and the stout forester was obliged to have recourse to an instrument, in use during many centuries in England, which served the purpose of a knocker. It consisted merely of a large ring with sundry notches in it, and a small iron bar, hanging beside it by a chain, being rapidly run over the indented surface, produced a sharp and unpleasant sound, which soon called the attention of those within, who enquired who was there. The door was speedily thrown open at Robin's well-known voice, and Hugh de Monthermer followed his guide through a long dark passage into a room at the back of the house. There were lights in it, though it was vacant, and it was hung with tapestry, which was stained in some places as if with damp, though in general the colours were as fresh as when first the texture was wrought. Here, Cicely, said Robin Hood, pausing at the door after his guest had entered, and speaking to a pretty young woman who had given them admission, bid them prepare a chamber for this young lord. And hark! Tell old Martha the rest of the sentence was lost to the ears of the young gentleman, and after the girl had tripped away, the outlaw remained upon the ground, apparently in a meditative mood, till at length the sound of someone singing seemed to rouse him from his reverie. It was a remarkably sweet voice, and the air was one but little known in England at the time, coming from those southern lands where music had made greater progress than with us. Robin listened for a moment or two, and then said aloud, though evidently speaking to himself, "It is scarcely just after all to punish the innocent for the guilty, and it must be a punishment though she bears it lightly. I must speak with him first, however. Remember you are not alone, good Robin," said Hugh of Monthermer, unwilling to be a partaker in the outlaw's counsels. Robin Hood laughed. "It was ever a fault of mine," he replied, "that my tongue was a false jailer to my thoughts. One would sometimes fancy I was an old doting woman to mumble to myself the fragments of half-digested purposes. But come, my lord, you have not supped, I have, and as there is much business to do, I must leave you for a time. I go to see a young friend of yours and mine, in order to hold with him some counsel of importance, and I beseech you, quit not this house till I return, which will be in about 2 hours' time." "I will not," answered Hugh, "and in the meantime, rather than sup, I will lie me down and take some rest, having first, with your good leave, seen to the accommodation of my horse." "Trust him to my people, trust him to my people," replied Robin Hood, "and follow my advice. Take some supper. You may have to ride far tonight for aught you know, and meat and drink in moderation is strength if not courage. Hunger is a sad tamer of stout limbs." As he spoke, he lighted a small silver lamp at one of the candles, which hung in a large polished brass sconce against the wall, and bidding the young lord follow, he led the way through another of those long narrow passages which occupied so much space in all ancient houses. No doors appeared on either side, till a sudden turn to the right brought them to the foot of a heavy wooden staircase, the steps of which seemed to be composed of solid blocks of wood piled round a common centre. There was a rope on either hand fastened by stanchions of iron let into the stonework of the wall. "There," said Robin Hood, giving the young lord the lamp, "if you go up and open the door just before you at the top, you will find some supper ready. When you are tired and wish to go to bed, call for Cicely or Tangel, and they will show you the way. I must hasten away, or I may miss my time." Hugh de Monthermer took the lamp and, bidding God speed him for the present, ascended the stairs with a slow step. At the top he found himself in a large sort of vestibule, lighted from one end and containing 3 doors, one immediately opposite to him as Robin had said, another a little farther down, and another upon his left hand. But although the directions of the outlaw had been very distinct, Hugh de Monthermer paused and hesitated, for he heard the sound of voices speaking within, and the tongues seemed those of women. Although he was by no means averse to the society of the fair, the young knight imagined that there must be some mistake, as the outlaw had given him no cause to suppose that anyone was waiting for him. After a moment of suspense, however, he approached and knocked, and a voice answered, "Come in, for we have no means of keeping anyone out." The sight that presented itself to Hugh de Monthermer made him pause suddenly in surprise not unmingled with pleasure. The room was a small low-roofed chamber, covered with dark-coloured painted cloth instead of arras, but well lighted, and with a blazing log on the hearth which might be needed in that old dwelling, notwithstanding the month being May. Although the furniture was ancient even in those times, yet everything was most comfortable according to the usages of the day. The floor was thickly strewed with dry rushes, and a table was in the midst, on which pretty Cicely was arranging in haste a number of dishes and plates and drinking cups. But it was neither on the maid nor on the table that the eyes of Hugh rested, for in a chair at some distance from the fire sat a fair lady, amusing herself with an old embroidery frame, while on 2 seats somewhat lower, engaged in winding and unwinding silks, sat 2 girls of about the same age as their mistress, one of whom was evidently the person who had spoken, as her eyes were fixed upon the door, and her pretty little lips still apart. If the surprise of Hugh de Monthermer was great, that of the party within seemed not less so. The lady at once dropped the embroidery frame, started up and ran towards him with her hands extended, as if she would have cast herself into his arms, exclaiming with a glowing cheek and sparkling eye, "Hugh!" Then, suddenly stopping herself, she turned her eyes to the ground, and the colour became still brighter in her face than before. She recovered herself in a moment, but neither of the maids of Lucy de Ashby ever jested with their mistress afterwards upon her wearing the colours of the house of Monthermer. Hugh, however, did not hesitate, but advancing with a quick step, took the hand that was held out to him and pressed his lips upon it. "Lucy," he cried, "have I then found you at last? Have you been seeking me, my lord?" asked Lucy de Ashby, glancing her eyes timidly towards the 2 maids. "I trust you are come to deliver us, though, to say sooth," she added with a gay look. "We have been so well treated in the forest, and so thoroughly despaired of gaining our freedom, that we had well nigh chosen ourselves husbands from the bold rangers." "You might do worse, lady," said Cicely, scarcely liking the subject to be jested with. "There are honest hearts in the forest." "Doubtless, my good girl," replied Lucy, "but you forget we have not tried them yet. Now, my good Lord Hugh, let us know in a word whether you are come to deliver us or not. On my life, one would think that he was the man who goes about preaching patience. To keep a lady 1 whole minute without an answer." "Nay," replied Hugh, "I am so surprised to find you here that my wonder must have time to cool. But in reply to your question, fairest lady, I must own, though I certainly came into Sherwood to seek you, I came not here to deliver you. Why, how is that, Sir Knight? Demanded Lucy, a shade of disappointment coming over her bright countenance at the thought of being detained longer in the forest. For however gaily we may bear it, the loss of liberty is always painful, and the exercise of that gift which has brought so much misery to every man our own free will is not the less dear under any circumstances. Why, how is that? Surely, if you came to seek me, you came to deliver me. You speak in riddles, but to tease me a little longer. Nay, heaven forbid, replied Hugh de Monthermer, that I should tease you at all, but to explain what I mean, I must tell you the whole story. Oh, tell it then, cried the lady. That is quite according to every ballad in the land. The knight always finds the lady in the wood and then narrates his lamentable history. Mine shall be a short one at all events, said Hugh, and he proceeded, as briefly as possible, to relate all that had occurred to him during the last 36 hours. Every one, of course, in this world tells his story in his own way, and his manner of telling it is not alone modified by his own peculiar character, but by the circumstances in which he is placed, and the passions that are within him at the moment. This truism may be trite enough, but it was applicable to the case of Hugh de Monthermer, for his own sensations at the time affected the method of telling his tale even more than any of the peculiarities of his own nature. The feelings that he entertained towards Lucy de Ashby, the difficulty of restraining those feelings, and yet the fear of suffering them to appear too openly, circumstanced as he then was, all modified his history, and made it very different from what it would have been had he been indifferent to the person whom he addressed. Love, however, has ever been considered a skilful teacher of oratory, and without any actual intention of doing so, every word that Hugh de Monthermer uttered showed the fair girl beside him something more of the passion which she already knew was in his heart. He paused but little upon the anxiety of her father or the indignation of her brother, but he detailed at length the whole of his own course while seeking her, the grief he had felt, the apprehensions he had entertained, and the disappointment he had experienced when frustrated in his endeavours. And although there appeared from time to time flashes of his own gay and sparkling disposition, though he told his tale jestingly, with many a light figure and playful illustration, there was an undertone of deep tenderness running through the whole, which showed Lucy that the sportive tone was but as a light veil cast over the true feelings of his heart. The reader need hardly be told, after the traits that we have given which, though they be few, were significant enough, that Lucy was not by any means displeased with the discoveries which she made in Hugh de Monthermer's bosom. That she loved him we have not attempted to conceal, but the history of her love is somewhat curious and worth inquiring into, as it displays some of the little secrets of the human heart. Lucy de Ashby was by no means a coquette. Her nature was too tender, too sensitive, her mind too imaginative for cold arts. She knew that she was beautiful, it is true. Indeed, she could not doubt it, for she saw it in every mirror and heard it from every tongue, but she was far less anxious for admiration than for love. Indeed, to persons not naturally vain, who aim at higher objects than merely to please the eye, personal admiration, although they may know that they deserve it, may sometimes become even burdensome. Lucy, for one, was tired of hearing that she was beautiful, and to tell her that she was so, in whatever courtly forms the intimation might be conveyed, was no way of winning her favour. It was the general mode, however adopted by the young nobles who frequented the court of England, and were admitted to her father's house. They thought they could never too much praise her loveliness or extol her grace. It was the custom of the day, the only mode of winning ladies' love then known, and the world were much surprised to find that for 1 or 2 years she remained very cold and insensible to all who strove by such means to raise a warmer feeling in her bosom. During the greater part of that time, the house of Monthermer had been at open enmity with that of Ashby, and Hugh himself was the object of many a bitter and an angry speech, on the part both of her father and her brother. Now it may seem that the fair lady was a little animated by the spirit of contradiction, when we acknowledge that the hatred which her family entertained towards the young Lord Hugh was one of the first causes that created in Lucy's bosom a feeling in his favour. But the reader must not forget, Lucy had no reason to suppose that the animosity of her family was well-founded, or their harsh censure just. On the contrary, from every indifferent person whom she was inclined to respect and esteem, she heard the highest praises of him whom her father and brother delighted to decry. She saw also that they themselves had no slight difficulty in finding matter for blame in the conduct of the rival house, and when occasionally the two families met, either at the court or at any of the chivalrous pageants of the day, it seemed to her that in demeanour at least, Hugh de Monthermer was very different from that which the voice of angry passion represented him. All these things sunk into her mind, and although she said nothing upon the subject, but remained equally silent when he was condemned or praised, the conviction forced itself upon her that he was the object of injustice. And where is the woman's heart without that latent chivalry which instantly takes arms in favour of the oppressed? Thus went on the history of Lucy's love, till that reconciliation was brought about between the families, of which we have already spoken. Circumstances then led them into frequent communication, and a great change took place in her father's opinion of the young lord. He made no longer any difficulty of acknowledging that Hugh was one of the most distinguished gentlemen of the day, and though her brother Allard did not forget his enmity so easily, for in his case there was a touch of envious jealousy in it, yet he suffered the motives too plainly to appear. And Lucy, seeing, esteeming, and admiring, had always ready a champion in her own breast to defend the cause of Hugh de Monthermer, had anything been wanting to lead her onward to that state, in which the whole heart is given where there is no retreat, and where all other sensations are swallowed up in love. Some of the events of the first few months, succeeding the reconciliation of the two families, would have speedily furnished it. For some time Hugh de Monthermer paid only such attention to Lucy de Ashby as the courtesy of the day required. She was certainly surprised, perhaps a little disappointed, that the only man for whose admiration she had ever wished should not at once be captivated by her beauty as others had been. Many a woman under such circumstances would have thrown out every lure, would have used every art to win his attention. But Lucy did not so. She retired to her own chamber and fell into deep meditation. He may love someone else, she said to herself, and as she said so, she felt inclined to weep, but she repressed her tears and determined never to let her thoughts rest for a moment upon him again. She chid herself for unwomanly rashness, even for the preference she felt, but with poor Lucy the time for good resolutions or self-chiding to be of any avail was past. She already loved truly, and those who have so loved well know that, like the garment imbued with the blood of Nessus, true affection, when once it clothes the human heart, can never be torn off, and that even in the effort to do so the very veins and flesh are rent away along with it. She was not destined long to suffer any doubt, however. A single day brought her relief and changed sorrow into joy. The Earl of Monthermer and his nephew were then at her father's castle of Lindwell, enjoying the sports of the brown autumn, and cementing the newly revived friendship between the two houses in the intimate communication of domestic life. The day after she had indulged in the melancholy thoughts and made all the vain resolutions, and addressed to her own heart the idle reproaches we have mentioned, Hugh and Lucy were seated next each other at the table, and at first their conversation was cold and commonplace. At length, however, as so often happens, something was said, some accidental word, some mere casual observation, some sentence, apparently as light as air, but accompanied by smile or glance or tone, indicative of feelings deeper than the words implied, and the heart of each seemed to open to the other as if by magic. I recollect once visiting a house where the scenery around appeared tame and monotonous enough. The rooms were stately, fine pictures hung upon the walls, and many objects of art and interest lay scattered round, but still when one looked forth there was nothing beautiful before the eye, till suddenly in a dark, dull chamber in a remote part of the mansion, a servant drew back a blind from a small window, and one of the most magnificent scenes in nature burst instantly upon the view. What it was that Lucy de Ashby said to Hugh de Monthermer I know not, but it drew back the veil from her heart and showed him a new world, such as he had never dreamt was near at hand. He had certainly not been without warm admiration of her beauty. He had felt its power and somewhat dreaded its effects. But the master spell was now added, and the harmony between her person and her mind left him no power to resist. His whole manner towards her changed at once. Admiration and regard were thenceforward in every look and in bright interchange of thoughts and feelings, and when Lucy laid her head down upon her pillow, her brain reeled with the memory of 1,000 sweet sensations, crowded into the short space of a few hours. Her brother was absent, there is reason to believe purposely, and on the following day her father's horse fell in the chase and injured him, though not dangerously. It was Hugh who brought her the tidings, who soothed her apprehensions, who calmed and consoled her, and every hour added something to the intimacy that grew up between them. They rode forth in the woods together, they walked side by side upon the battlements, and though the words of love that might be spoken were all vague and shadowy, yet each understood the feelings of the other, and Hugh only waited till the friendship of their houses should be more confirmed, to demand the hand of Lucy as a new bond of union between their families. The man who delays even for an hour in love is a fool, or has no experience. The latter was the case of Hugh de Monthermer. Had he asked for Lucy de Ashby then, the old Earl would have granted her to him at once, but in a few days allured de Ashby returned, bringing his cousin Richard with him, and it soon became evident to the lover that the favourable moment was past for the time. Such is the history of the affection which had grown up between Hugh and Lucy to the time when last they parted. Some months had intervened, and it may well be supposed that it was not a little soothing to the sweet girl's heart to mark that strain of tenderness which, as we have said, ran through the whole of Hugh de Monthermer's story. So pleasant was it, indeed, that for a short time the disappointment of her hopes of deliverance was forgotten in the gratification of other feelings. She paused and mused, but at length her mind reverted to the more painful consideration. She at once saw, when she reflected on all he had just told her, that Hugh was bound by his promise to the outlaw to take no step whatever to set her free. He had sworn that all he beheld and heard there should be to him as if it were not, and Lucy herself had too much of the chivalrous spirit in her nature to wish that one she loved should ever evade, even were it possible, the sincere execution of an engagement he had formed. She looked in his face for a moment or two in silence, and in the end asked him simply, "What then do you intend to do?" "Good faith, dear lady," he replied, "I see but one thing to be done, which is, as I cannot take you away with me to stay here with you, and if this terrible enchanter of Sherwood will not set you free, why we must spend our days here under the green leaves, chasing the wild deer and singing the hours away." Lucy smiled gaily, for the images were not unpleasant ones that Hugh de Monthermer's reply called up. She thought it would be a very happy life. And if those sad bonds of circumstances which continually tie down the noblest energies of the mind and the best and strongest feelings of the heart had permitted it, she would willingly have cast off high rank and station, and all the gauds and gewgaws of society, to remain with Hugh de Monthermer in the forest of Sherwood, and pass the rest of her days in low estate. His reply threw her into a new fit of musing, however, and their farther conversation was interrupted for the moment by the pretty maid Cicely, calling their attention to the supper which was spread upon the table. The two lovers sat down side by side. Lucy's maidens took their seats opposite, and the meal passed over partly in gay, partly in serious conversation. But between Lucy and Hugh there was of course a degree of restraint from the presence of others, which was sufficiently evident to those who caused it. There is a general sympathy in every woman's heart for love, but of course that sympathy is more active in the young, who feel, than in the old, who only remember the passion, with unchilled hearts ready to thrill at the first touch. Lucy de Ashby's two maids having so lately been enlightened fully in regard to their mistress's feelings for Hugh de Monthermer, were only anxious for an excuse to leave the lady and her lover alone, and not finding any ready to their hand, they dispensed with all pretexts whatever, first the one and then the other quitting the room, and betaking themselves to the sleeping chamber which had been assigned to them and their lady. There can be but little doubt that Lucy was well satisfied with their departure, but yet a sort of timid panic took possession of her, and she had well nigh called them back. The next moment she smiled at her own fears, and would have given a great deal to renew the conversation, which had come to a sudden halt upon some indifferent topic. But words were wanting, and Lucy sat with the colour a little heightened in her cheek, and the silky fringes of her soft dark eyes drooping so as to veil half their light. Hugh de Monthermer gazed at her with admiration and love, and although he felt very certain that she was not without her share of tenderness towards him, he determined to make assurance double sure, and not lose the opportunity which fortune had presented. "Well, Lucy," he said, breaking the long pause at length, "as I cannot deliver you, shall I remain with you to protect you?" "Assuredly," she answered, covering a certain degree of agitation with a gay look. "You are a faithless knight, even to dream of quitting a lady in this enchanted castle. Did you not say that you were to stay here, and that we were to live a woodland life chasing the wild deer and making the groves and dells echo with our horns? I declare it is quite delightful to think of. And you are to be my lady and I am to be your knight?" asked the lover. "Is it not so, Lucy?" "To be sure," replied his fair companion. "I will have you my most devoted servant as in duty bound. You shall train my hawks for me and teach my dogs and ride by my side and be ever ready to couch your lance in my defence. In short, as I have said, you shall be my very humble servant on all occasions." "And nothing more?" inquired Hugh de Monthermer. "May I not sometimes have a dearer title?" Lucy blushed deeply and was silent, and Hugh de Monthermer went on. "May I not be called your lover, Lucy? May I not some time, perhaps, be called your husband? Dear girl, he continued, taking her hand, which trembled a little in his. Dear girl, if we are to remain here, depend upon it, we shall soon have to look for a priest in the forest. What say you, Lucy, shall it be so? Lucy crushed a bright drop through her eyelashes, and giving her pretty brow a wild fawn-like shake, she turned her glowing face towards him with a look of gay daring, saying, I dare say we could find one, Hugh, if it were needful. Her lover drew her somewhat nearer to him, whispering a few low words in her ear. Hush, hush, she said, be satisfied, I will tell you no more. But listen, dearest Lucy, said Hugh de Monthermer, we have here a few moments to ourselves. It may be long ere we have the same again. It is right that we should clearly understand how we are placed. I love you, dearest Lucy, as well as woman was ever loved. Do you believe me? I dare say you do, replied Lucy, laughing. I think it is quite natural you should. How could you help yourself, poor youth? And you love me as much, Lucy, added the young knight. Is it not so? No, cried Lucy, I hate you, you know it quite well, and I shall hate you still more if you tease me about it. Hate me in the same way ever, replied Hugh de Monthermer, kissing her cheek, and I will forgive you, my sweet mistress. But the case is this, Lucy, he added in graver tone, there are difficulties and dangers before us. Why they have brought you here I do not know. How long they may keep you I cannot tell, but the moment that I dare to leave you I must march with all speed towards Wales. Battle and peril are in my way, perhaps I may never see you more. 1,000 evils may occur, 1,000 dark mischances may separate us for long, if not for ever, and I would fain— Say no more, Hugh, say no more, cried Lucy, at once rendered serious by his words. I do love you, if it will make you happy to hear it. I have never loved any but you. There, I can say no more, can I? Hugh rewarded the confession as such an acknowledgment may best be rewarded. But still he went on, after a few minutes, in the same tone. No one can tell, dear girl, he proceeded, what events the future may have in store, but I see clouds gathering in the sky, portending storms which may well dash down the blossom of our hopes if we put it not under shelter. What I mean is that we must not fancy our affection will meet with no opposition. But my father loves you, Hugh, exclaimed Lucy. He loves, esteems, and praises you. But your brother does not, replied her lover. It is in vain, Lucy, that I have sought his regard by every honest means that a true heart could take. Still he loves me not, and I am apprehensive lest in the coming events some cause of dissension should arise, which might induce him, and perhaps your father also, to endeavour to separate us for ever. Lucy bent down her eyes thoughtfully, and remained for several moments without answering. One cannot resist the will of a father, she said at length, but I am not bound to obey the will of a brother. What is it you would have me to do, Hugh? I am in a foolish mood for complying, she added with a smile. I know not what you men would do if we women did not sometimes become as soft as wax when the sun shines on it. Hugh de Monthermer paused, for there was a strong temptation at his heart, and to say the truth he could scarcely resist it. He saw that Lucy was in a yielding mood. He saw that, taking advantage of the opportunity, he might perhaps win her even to give him her hand at once. There were excuses for such a step, which probably no other moment would furnish. In a situation of danger and captivity, where she required the protection of one invested with some sacred right far from her own relatives, and having every reason to believe that her father would approve her choice, 1,000 motives for yielding to such a request might easily be urged, and when pleaded by the voice of love would doubtless prevail. These were strong temptations to Hugh de Monthermer, whose heart was not of the most icy nature. But on the other hand, there were those chivalrous feelings of honour in which he had been educated, which but too few indeed of the nobles of his own day entertained, but which were rooted in his mind as principles that even passion could not overthrow. He demanded of himself, would it be honourable, would it be just, treated with kindness and trust as he had lately been by the Earl of Ashby? Ought he not to return confidence for confidence, and boldly ask her father for Lucy's hand, without taking advantage of her unprotected situation to induce her to grant what might otherwise be refused? "It is like stealing a treasure," said Hugh to himself, "which we have found by chance, but which we know belongs to another man." Lucy looked up, wondering that he did not reply, and her lover, believing that he risked nothing to show her both the passion which was in his heart and the principles which restrained that passion, answered at length, "Dear girl, I am sorely tempted to ask you to be mine at once, tempted to ask you to send for that same priest we talked of but now, and to give me this fair hand before we quit these greenwood shades." "Nay, nay, Hugh," cried Lucy, colouring brightly. "Hear me, Lucy," said her lover. "I only said I was sorely tempted, but I know I must not yield. Yet one thing, Lucy, I may seek, and that fairly, for it is what I would ask were we now in the midst of the gayest hall, or in that sweet oriel window of your father's castle, where we have whiled away so many an hour with idle words that covered deeper thoughts within. Will you promise to be mine? Will you promise to be mine whatever betide?" Lucy gazed somewhat sadly in his face. "Sooner or later, Hugh," she said. "Sooner or later I will. I must not resist my father's will. If he oppose, I must obey so far as to deny you for the time. But never believe me, Hugh, for I promise by all I hold, most sacred, never shall this hand rest as a bride in that of another man. They can but send me to a convent, and that my father will not do, for I know that often, when my brother's rash mood frets him and brings a cloud over the calm evening sunshine of his days, he finds a comfort in my presence which he would not willingly be without." "But, dear Lucy," said Hugh, "were your father dead, might not your brother doom you to the dark cold shade of the cloister?" "He cannot, Hugh, he dare not," replied Lucy. "He has no power. The lands I hold are not from him, nor from the King of England. However, they might strip me of them, Hugh, it is true, and Lucy de Ashby might be a dowerless bride, but the more welcome, dearest Lucy," replied Hugh. "Would that your father even now would give me this fair hand, with nothing on it but the ring that makes you mine. And should the time ever come when, after his death, your brother opposes our union, but bring me that sweet smile, and the kind word yes at the altar, and I shall think my Lucy dowered well enough." "It is sad, Hugh," said Lucy, "even to look forward to future joys when one of those we love shall be no longer here, and therefore I will still trust that my father's eyes may see our wedding, and his voice give us a blessing. But my proud brother allured shall never stand between you and me. Hark, there are steps upon the stairs," she exclaimed. "Before they come, let me bind myself by bonds that cannot be broken. I promise you that sooner or later I will be yours, Hugh, and that I will never be the bride of another. So help me heaven at my need." Chapter 12. All the principal streets of the old town of Hereford were thronged with personages of various conditions and degrees. Towards the evening of one of those soft but cloudy summer days, when the sun makes his full warmth felt, but without the glare which dazzles the eye when he shines unveiled upon the world. That street, however, to which we shall conduct the reader, was narrow, so that not more than 3 or 4 horsemen could ride abreast, and yet it was one of the best in the town. But in reality the space for passengers was much wider than it seemed, for as was then very common, especially upon the frontiers of Wales, 1/2 of the ground floor of the houses was taken up by a long, open arcade, which sheltered the pedestrians from the rain at some periods of the year, and from the heat at others. From the first floors of these houses, just high enough to allow a tall horse, mounted by a tall man with a lance in his hand, to pass, without striking the head of the cavalier or the weapon he carried, projected long poles, usually gilt, and suspended therefrom appeared many of the various signs which are now restricted to inns and taverns, but were then common to every mansion of any importance. Down this street, and underneath innumerable symbols of swans and horses and eagles and mermaids and falcons and doves, and of all those heterogeneous mixtures of birds, beasts, and fishes, which the fertile fancy of man ever confounded, were riding at the time I speak of, various groups of horsemen, while ever and anon the progress of one party or another would be stopped by some man, woman, or child, darting out from the arcade at the side, and holding a conversation, short or long, as the circumstances might be, with one of the equestrians. Amongst other groups in the gay and animated scene was one which remained ungreeted by any of the good people of the town, but which was suffered to pass along uninterrupted till it reached a second-rate inn, called the Maypole. It consisted of 4 human beings and 3 beasts, namely, 3 men and a woman, 2 horses, and a sleek, vicious-looking mule. On one of the horses was mounted a tall, sturdy man in the guise of a servant. On the other was evidently a fellow labourer in the same vineyard. But he was not alone, for on a pillion behind him appeared a female covered with a thick veil which shrouded the face, so that it was impossible to see whether there was beauty beneath or not, although the figure gave indications of youth and grace which were not to be mistaken. Jogging along upon the mule, with his legs hanging down easily by the side of the animal, and his fat stomach resting peacefully upon the saddle, was a jolly friar clothed in grey, with his capuch thrown back, the sun not being troublesome, and a bald head the glistening smoothness of which had descended by tradition even to Shakespeare's days, and was recorded by him in his 2 gentlemen of Verona peeping out from a narrow ring of jet-black hair, scarcely streaked with grey. His face was large and jovial, which, in good sooth, was no distinction in those times between one friar and another, but there was withal a look of roguish fun about the corners of his small grey eyes, and a jeering smile, full of arch satire, quivered upon his upper lip, completely neutralizing the somewhat sensual and food-loving expression of the under one, which moved up and down every time he spoke like a valve, to let out the words that could never come in again. Indeed, he seemed to be one of those easy-living friars who, knowing neither sorrow nor privation in their own persons, appeared to look upon grief and care with a ready laugh and a light joke, as if no such things in reality exist. His rosy gills, his double chin, and his large round ear all spoke of marrow and fatness, and indeed at the very first sight the spectator saw that he was not only a well-contented being, but one who had good reason to be so. Just as they reached the entrance of the tavern which we have mentioned, the friar, by some mismanagement, contrived to get his mule's hind quarters towards the servant, who was riding singly on horseback, and by a touch of the heel, given, apparently, to make the beast put itself into a more convenient position for all parties, he produced a violent fit of kicking, in the course of which the horseman received a blow upon the fleshy part of his thigh, which made him roar with pain. The seat upon the vicious beast's back was no easy one, but yet the fat monk kept his position, laughing heartily and calling his mule a petulant rogue, while he held him by his left ear or patted his pampered neck. As soon as the fit was done, he rolled quietly off at the side, and looking up to his companion saw, or appeared to see, for the first time, the wry faces which the servant man was making. "Bless my heart," he cried, "has he touched thee, the good-for-nothing rogue? I will chastise him for it soundly." "If he have not broke my leg, it is not his fault," replied the man, dismounting and limping round his horse. "And you have as great a share in it, mad priest, for bringing his heels round where they had no business to be." "Nay," rejoined the friar, "I brought not his heels round. He brought them himself, and me along with them. It was all intended to cast me off, so the offence is towards myself, and I shall punish him severely. He shall have 5 barley corns of food less for his misbehaviour." "Pshaw," said the serving man, looking up at the inn. "You are jesting foully, friar. I am sorry I let you join us. Is this the hostel you boasted had such good wine? It seems but a poor place for such commendation." "Thou shalt find the liquor better than in any house in Hereford," replied he of the grey gown. "Whether you choose mead or metheglin or excellent warm Burgundy or cool Bordeaux, taste and try, and if you find that I have deceived you, you shall cut me into pieces not an inch square and sow me along the high road. There is good lodging too. Canst thou not trust a friar?" The man grumbled forth some reply not very laudatory of the order to which his fat friend belonged, and in a few minutes after, the whole party were seated in a hall, which for the time being lacked other tenants. The usual hour of supper was over, and in many a hostelry of those days the wayfarers would have found no food in such a case unless they brought it with them. But the host was a compassionate man, and, moreover, knew right well the twinkle of the jolly friar's eye, so that, for old friendship's sake, many a savoury mess was speedily set before them, together with a large flagon of wine, which fully bore out the character that had been given to it by the friar as they rode along. Under the influence of such consolations, the serving man forgot his bruise, and the lady, laying aside her veil, showed a pretty face with which the reader is in some part acquainted, being none other than that which, once happy and bright, graced the door of the little village inn under the name of Kate Greenley. There was some sadness upon that fair countenance, the cheerful smile was gone, although there was a smile of a different character still left. The freshness, the ease, the lightness were all wanting, though there was greater depth of thought and feeling in the expression than during the pleasant days of village sport and girlish coquetry. The rough touch of passion had brushed the bloom from the fruit, and Kate Greenley, in look at least, was 3 or 4 years older than a few weeks before. As she put aside her veil to take part in the meal, the eye of the friar fixed upon her, till she reddened under his gaze, looking half angry, half abashed. But the moment after the colour became deeper still, when he said, "Methinks, fair lady, I have seen that sweet face before." "Perhaps so," she replied, "I cannot tell. There's many a wandering friar comes to my father's door, but I heed them not, good sooth." The friar laughed, answering gaily, "Beauty, fair girl, is like the sun, is marked by all, but marketh none. Try some of these stewed eels, pretty one. They are worthy of the Wye, whose waters have no mud to give them a foul flavour. Try them, they are good for the complexion. And now, master serving man, what think you of the wine? Did you ever taste better out of the spare tankard which the butler hideth behind the cellar door?" The serving man was forced to admit that he had seldom drunk such good liquor, and gradually getting over the ill humour which had been sharpened by a lurking suspicion that the heels of the mule had been turned towards him by human agency rather than the brute's own obstinacy, enjoyed his supper, and laughed and talked with the friar till the wine seemed to mount somewhat into the brain of both. In the meanwhile the light-o'-love, Kate Greenley, sat by for some 3/4 of an hour, melancholy in the midst of mirth. The thoughts of home had been called up in her heart by the monk's words, the thoughts of home and happy innocence, and she now found that in giving up every treasure with which heaven had gifted her lot, for one trinket that she could not always wear upon her hand, she had made a mighty sacrifice for an uncertain reward. The only object that could console her was away, and after enduring for the space of time we have mentioned the pangs of others' mirth, she rose, and said she would seek her chamber, as they had to proceed early. The 2 serving men sat idly at the table, leaving her to find her way alone, for they reverenced but little their master's leman. But the jovial fat friar started up from his seat with an activity which he seemed little capable of, saying, "Stay, stay, pretty one, I will call my host or hostess to you. They are worthy, kind people as ever lived," and he walked side by side with her towards the door. Had the eyes of her 2 companions been upon her, they would have seen her start as she was quitting the room with the friar, but their looks were directed to the tankard which was passing between them, and in a moment after, the rich full voice of the grey gown was heard calling for the host and hostess. In another instant he rolled back into the room, and resuming his place at the table, did as much justice as any one to the good wine of the Maypole. "Here's to thy lord, whosoever he may be," cried the friar, addressing the serving man whom his mule had kicked. "God prosper his good deeds and frustrate his bad ones if he commits any." "I'll not drink that," replied the worthy who had carried Kate Greenley behind him. "I say, God prosper my master and all his works good, bad, and indifferent. I have no business to take exceptions." "Tut, man, drink the toast and sing us a song," cried he of the grey gown. "Sing first thyself, fat friar," answered the serving man. The friar rejoined that I will, and after taking another deep draught, he poured forth in full mellow strains the well-known old song, Forest Days, a romance of old times. "In a tavern let me die, and a bottle near me lie, that the angelic choir may cry God's blessing on the toper," etc. The song was much applauded, and as both the friar's companions were now sufficiently imbued with drink to be ready for any species of jollity, the same musical propensity seized upon them both in turn, and they poured forth a couple of strains, which, if they could be found written down in the exact terms in which they were sung, might well be considered as invaluable specimens of the English poetry of that early age. As they had no great tendency to edification, however, and contained more ribaldry than wit, the gentle render will probably excuse their omission in this place. While thus with mirth and revelry 3 out of the personages whom we saw arrive at the inn passed more than 1 hour of the night, the 4th was ushered to a chamber hung with dark painted cloth, while a lamp placed in the window showed a deep recess projecting over the street, and making, as it were, a room within the room. The hostess accompanied Kate Greenley to her apartment, and for some time bustled about, seeing that all was in order, much to the poor girl's discomfort. In vain she assured the good landlady that she had all she wanted. In vain she expressed weariness and a desire to retire to bed. Still the hostess found something to set to rights, some table to place, some stool to dust, while ever and anon she declared that her girls were slatterns, and her chamberlain a lazy knave. At length she turned towards the door, and Kate Greenley thought that she was going to be freed from her presence, but it was only to call for her husband, and to tell him at the top of her voice that he was wonderful slow. The poor girl could bear it no longer, but approaching the deep recess where the lamp stood in the window, she mounted the 2 little steps which separated it from the rest of the room, and standing close to the light, unfolded a paper which she held in her hand. At first she could scarcely see the words which were written therein, but shading her eyes with her hand, she gazed intently on the lines and read, "Return to your father." Leave him not broken-hearted with shame and sorrow. If you are willing to go back, I will soon find means, for I have more help at hand than you wot of. Say but one word to the hostess, and ere daylight tomorrow you shall be on the way to Barnesdale. As I know the whole, so I tell you that the last hope is before you. If you go back you may have peace and ease, though you have cast away happiness. If you go forward you may have a few hours of joy, but a long life of misery, neglect, destitution and despair, without the hope of this world or the hope of the next. The friar. Kate trembled very much, and her whole thoughts seemed to refuse all direction or control. But at that moment the host of the Maypole himself appeared, bearing a small silver chalice of warm wine, and a plate filled with many-coloured comfits. "I pray you, taste the sleeping cup," he said, approaching his fair guest, and as she mechanically followed the common custom of the day in taking the cup, putting a few comfits in and raising it for an instant to her lips, she saw the eyes of both her companions fix upon her countenance with a look of interest and inquiry, and perceived at a glance that they also had in some way been made acquainted with her history. The burning glow of shame, the first time that she had felt it, fully came into Kate Greenley's cheek, but it only roused her pride, and instead of trampling that viper of the human heart under her feet, after a moment's pause to recover herself, she said, with the look and air of a queen, "I want nothing more. You may go. If I want aught else, I will call." The host and hostess retired, wishing her good night, but she thought she saw upon the man's lip one of those maddening smiles which say more than words, but do not admit of reply. The moment they were gone she clasped her hands together, and burst into tears not calm and soothing, tears not bitter and purifying, but tears of fierce and passionate anger at meeting, perhaps, kinder treatment than she deserved. Seating herself upon the step to the window, she sobbed for a few minutes with uncontrollable vehemence, and then, starting up, as she approached the lamp, and once more read the lines she had received, they seemed to change the current of her thoughts again, for her eye fixed upon vacancy, the paper dropped from her hand, and once or twice she uttered in a low, solemn voice the word return. "Oh no," she cried at length, "no, I cannot return. What, return to my father's house with every object that my eyes could light upon crying out upon me, and telling me what I was once and what I am now, to have the jeers and smiles and nods of my companions, and be pointed at as the light-o'-love and the wanton, to be marked in the walk and in the church, to be shunned like a leper, to be pitied by those who hate me most, and looked cold upon by those who loved me. No, 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 I can never return. There is no return in life from any course that we have once taken. I feel it, I know it now. We may strive hard, we may look back, we may stretch forth our arms towards the place from which we set out, but we can never reach it again, struggle however we may. No, no, I must forward. I have chosen my path, I have sealed my own fate, and by it I must abide. She paused and thought for several minutes, and as she did so, it would seem, the fears and apprehensions, the doubts and anxieties that dog the steps of sin, the hell-hounds that are ever ready to fall upon their prey the moment that lassitude overtakes it on its onward course, seized upon the heart of poor Kate Greenley with their envenomed teeth. Yes, you may struggle on, poor thing. You may burst away for an instant from the fangs that hold. You may get a fresh start and run on, thinking that you have distanced them, but those fell pursuers, fear and apprehension, doubt and anxiety, are still behind you, and shall hunt you unto death. They were now for the first time tearing the sides of their victim, and the shapes they assumed may be discovered by the words that broke from her in her mental agony. He will never surely abandon me. He will never surely ill-treat me. After all that he has promised, after all that he has told me, after all that he has sworn, He will never surely be so base, so utterly base. And yet why has he not come on with me? Why, after 2 poor days' companionship, send me on with serving men? If he needs must to London, why not take me with him? But no, she continued, soothing herself with fond hopes. No, it cannot be. He has some weighty business on hand requiring instant dispatch. Doubtless his journey was too swift and fatiguing for a woman. Oh yes, he will come back to me soon. Perhaps he is already at his castle, perhaps I may see him tomorrow. And she clapped her pretty hands with joy at the happiness which imagination had called up. At that moment, however, by one of those strange turns of thought which the mind sometimes suddenly takes, whether we will or not, like a bird struggling away from the hand that would hold it, the image of poor Ralph Harland rose up before her, and the satisfaction she felt at the idea of again seeing her seducer seemed to contrast itself painfully in imagination with the anguish which he must endure at never beholding more the object of his earliest love, and knowing that she was in the arms of another. What, she asked herself, what would be my own feelings under such circumstances? And the answer which naturally sprang to her lips from the eager and passionate heart that beat within her bosom was, I should kill someone and die. The contemplation, however, was too painful. She would think of it no more. Sorrow and repentance had not yet sufficiently taken hold of her to render it difficult for Kate Greenley to cast away thought with the usual lightness of her nature, and she answered the reproaches of conscience as usually happens with a falsehood. Oh, he will soon find someone to console him, she said, and for fear of her own better judgment convicting her of an untruth, she hastened to employ herself on the trifles of the toilet, and to seek in sleep that repose of heart which her waking hours were never more to know. But there was a thorn in her pillow too, and her nights had lost no small portion of their peace. The following morning dawned bright and clear, and Kate Greenley's state of mind was changed. Fears and apprehensions, self-reproach and regret had vanished with the shades of night. The stillness, the darkness, the solitude, those powerful encouragers of sad thoughts were gone. The busy, bustling, sunshiny day was present. She heard songs coming up from the streets, she heard voices talking and laughing below. All the sounds and sights of merry life were around her, and her heart took the top of the wave and bounded onward in the light of hope. Her only care as she dressed herself in the morning was how she should meet the keen grey eye of the friar, but that was soon resolved. She would frown upon him, she thought. She would treat him with silent contempt, and doubtless he would not dare to say another word, for fear of calling upon himself chastisement from her 2 attendants. She was spared all trouble upon the subject, however, for the friar had departed before daybreak. She had sent him no answer by the hostess, and her silence was answer enough. After a hasty meal, the Light-o'-Love and those who accompanied her once more set out upon their way, and rode on some 15 miles down the Wye without stopping. Not that the 2 serving men would not willingly have paused at one of the little towns they passed, to let the fair companion of their journey take some repose. But Kate herself was eager to proceed. Hope and expectation were busy at her heart, hope that, like a moth, flies on to burn itself to death in the flame of disappointment. At length, upon a high woody bank, showing a bold craggy face towards the river, the reader who has travelled that way may know it, for a little country church now crowns the trees, appeared a small castellated tower, with 1 or 2 cottages seeking protection beneath its walls. The serving man who rode beside her pointed forward with his hand as they passed over a slight slope in the ground, which first presented this object to their sight, saying, "There is the castle, madam." Kate looked forward, and her eyes sparkled, and in a few minutes more they were entering the archway under the building. The castle was smaller than she expected to see it. It was, in fact, merely one of those strong towers which had been built about a century before, for the protection of the Norman encroachers upon that fair portion of the island, into which the earliest known possessors of the whole land had been driven by the sword of various invaders. Many of these towers, with a small territory round them, had fallen into the possession of the younger sons of noble families, upon the mere tenure of defending them against the attacks of the enemy, and although the incursions of the Welsh upon the English lands were now much less frequent than they had been some time before, the lords of these small castles had often to hold them out against the efforts of other still more formidable assailants. It mattered not to Kate, however, whether the place was large or small. How furnished or decorated was the same to her. It was his castle, his, to whom all her thoughts and feelings were now given, and she looked upon it but as the home of love and joy, where all the hours of the future were to be passed. Her disappointments began almost at the threshold. An old warder who let them in not only said in a rough tone that Sir Richard de Ashby had not yet arrived, but gazed over the form of the female visitor with a look of harsh and somewhat sullen displeasure. He murmured something to himself too, the greater part of which she did not hear, but words that sounded like "this new lemon," caught her ear, and made her start, while a thrill of agony indescribable passed through her bosom at the thought of a name which might but too justly be applied to her. The eyes of 2 or 3 archers, however, who were hanging about the gate, were upon her as she knew, and fancying that the same term might be in their hearts also, she hurried on after the old warder, who said he would show her the chamber which had been prepared for her by his master's orders. She found it convenient, and fitted up with every comfort, some of the articles being evidently new, and she concluded with love's eager credulity that these objects had been sent down to decorate her apartment and make everything look gay and cheerful in her eyes. She was well used also, but still, amongst the men who surrounded her, there was a want of that respect which, although she knew she had fairly forfeited all claim to it, she was angry and grieved not to obtain. She had fancied, in her idle vanity, that the concubine of a man of rank would approach, in a degree at least, to the station of his wife, and she now consoled herself with believing that she could easily induce Richard de Ashby, if not to punish such want of reverence, at least to put a stop to it. But day passed by after day without the appearance of him for whom she had sacrificed all, and melancholy memories and vain regrets kept pouring upon her mind more and more strongly, till she could hardly bear the weight of her own thoughts. At length one day towards eventide she saw, as she wandered round the battlements which were left unguarded, a small party of horsemen coming up over the hill, and with impatience which would brook no restraint, she ran down to meet him who, she was convinced, was now approaching. The old warder would have prevented her from passing the gate, but she bade him stand back in so stern and peremptory a tone that he gave way, for few are the minds upon which the assumption of authority does not produce some effect. Kate Greenley was not mistaken. The party consisted of her seducer and 4 or 5 soldiers whom he had obtained at Hereford, for the purpose of strengthening his little garrison, war being by this time imminent, and the post that he held considered of some importance. Richard de Ashby sprang down from his horse to meet her, and kissed her repeatedly, with many expressions of tenderness and affection. It is true he spoke to her lightly, called her pretty one, and used those terms with which he might have fondled a child, but which he would never have thought of employing to a woman he much respected. To other ears this might have marked the difference between Kate Greenlee's real situation and that which fancy almost taught her to believe was hers. But poor Kate saw it not, for happiness swallowed up all other feeling. He was with her, he was kind, he was affectionate, she was no longer a solitary being, without love or joy or occupation or self-respect. And that evening and the next day and the next passed over in happiness, which obliterated every sensation of remorse for the past or apprehension for the future. Gradually, however, a change came over Richard de Ashby. He lost some of his tenderness and then spoke angrily. He would be out on horseback the whole day, and return at night, tired, imperious, and irritable. Kate tried to soothe him, but tried in vain. He uttered harsh and unkind words, he laughed at her tears, he turned from her caresses. It were painful to pursue and recapitulate the very well-known course of the events which, in 9 cases out of 10, follow such conduct as she had adopted. The retribution was beginning. The pangs of ill-requited affection, of betrayed confidence, and of disappointed hope rapidly took possession of the young, light, wilful heart which had inflicted the same on others. And, in the gentler paroxysms of her grief, Kate would sit and think of young Ralph Harland, and his true love, of the father she had deceived and disgraced, of the happy scenes of her childhood and her youth, her village companions, her innocent sports, the flowers gathered in the early morning, and the maypole on the green. Of all these she would think, I say, in the gentler moments of her sorrow, and would sit and weep for many an hour together. But there were other times when a fiercer and a haughtier mood would come upon her, when disappointed vanity and irritated pride would raise their voice, as well as injured love, and dark and passionate thoughts would pass through her mind, sometimes flashing forth fiery schemes of vengeance like lightning from a cloud, soon swallowed up in the obscurity again. An angry word also would often break from her when she saw herself trifled with, or neglected, or ill-treated, but it only excited a mocking laugh or some insulting answer. It seemed indeed as if Richard de Ashby took a pleasure in seeing her fair face and beautiful figure wrought by strong passion, for when he beheld her wrath kindled, he would urge her on with mirth or taunts till the fire would flash from her eyes, and then drown itself in tears. There was still, however, so much of unsated passion yet left in his bosom, as to make him generally soothe her in the end, and though sometimes Kate's heart would continue to burn for a whole day, after one of these scenes, they generally ended with her face hid on his bosom. The very quickness and fiery nature of her spirit, indeed, gave her charms in his cold, dissolute eyes, which none of the softer and the weaker victims who had preceded her had ever possessed. It kept his sensations alive, amused and excited him, and he treated her as a good cavalier will sometimes treat a fiery horse which he now spurs into fury, now reins and governs with a strong hand, now soothes and caresses into tranquillity and gentleness. His servants marked all this, and smiled, and one would turn to another and say, "This has lasted longer than it ever lasted before. She must have some spell upon him to keep his love for a whole month." But it was clear to see that, under such constant vehemence and irritation, affection on her part at least could not long endure, or that, as will sometimes happen, love would change its own nature, and act the part of hate. Chapter 13. As unpleasant a moment as any in the ordinary course of life is when a conversation with the being we love best, one of the few sweet entrancing resting places of the heart which fate sometimes affords us in the midst of the ocean of cares, anxieties, sorrows and trifles, that surrounds us on every side, is interrupted suddenly by someone to whom we are wholly indifferent. the step upon the stairs, and the knock that followed it at the door were amongst the most ungrateful sounds that could have struck the ear of Hugh de Monthermer and Lucy de Ashby, and there was no slight impatience in the tone of the former as he said, "Come in." The door opened slowly, but instead of either of Lucy's maids or pretty Cicely who waited upon them, the ape-like face and figure of poor Tangel, the dwarf appeared beckoning Hugh out of the room with one of his strange gestures. "What would you, boy?" said Hugh, without rising from his seat. "I would have you get upon your walking sticks," replied Tangel, "and come with me." "I must first know why," answered Hugh de Monthermer. "Go away, good Tangel, I will come presently." "Nay, you must come now," said the dwarf. "Robin stays for no man, and Robin and the t'other fellow sent me for him of the purfled jerkin. He has matter of counsel for thine ear, though well I wot that it is for all the world like sticking a flower in a cock's tail." "I see not the likeness, good Tangel," answered Hugh, slowly rising. "It will soon fall out again," said Tangel. "Counsel, I mean, Sir Man-at-Arms. What's the wit of giving counsel to a man in a purfled jerkin? But you must come and have it whether you will or not." "It must be so, I suppose," answered Hugh. But Lucy held him for a moment by the sleeve, saying anxiously, "You will come back, Hugh, you will come back." "Think you that I will leave you here now, Lucy?" he asked with a smile. "No, no, dear Lucy. As I said before, if I take you not with me, I will remain and spend my life in the forest with you." "Ho, ho!" cried the dwarf as if he had made a discovery. "Ho, ho, I were better away, methinks." "We did not wish for you, good Tangel," answered Hugh, laughing. "Lead on, however. Where is your master?" The dwarf again made a sign, waving one of his long arms in the direction of the stairs, and Hugh de Monthermer, after a word or two more to Lucy de Ashby in a lower tone, quitted the room, and followed the boy down to the same chamber into which the outlaw had led him on his first arrival. It was now tenanted by two men, the bold forester, and another who was standing with his back towards the door. At the step of the young lord, however, the latter turned round, displaying the face of the good franklin Ralph Harland. Hugh de Monthermer started, for in the short space which had passed since last he saw him on the village green, a change had taken place in his countenance such as nothing but intense grief can work. Indeed, mortal sickness itself but rarely produces so rapid an alteration. He looked like one of those whom we read of, stricken with the plague of the 14th century, where the warning sign of the coming death was read by others in the face and eyes, before the person doomed was at all aware that the malady had even laid the lightest touch upon them. Of poor Ralph Harland it might indeed be said, as then of those attacked by the pestilence, the plague was at his heart. Hugh de Monthermer instantly took him by the hand, exclaiming, "Good heaven, Ralph, what ails thee? Thou art ill, my good friend, thou art very ill." "Sick in mind, my lord, and ill in spirit," replied Ralph Harland gloomily, but nothing more. "Nay, nay, Ralph," exclaimed Hugh de Monthermer, "you must not speak to me so coldly. We have wrestled on the turf in our boyhood, we have galloped together through the woodland in our youth. I have eaten your good father's bread and drank his wine, and rested my head upon the same pillow with yourself, and Hugh de Monthermer must have a brother's answer from Ralph Harland. What is it ails thee, man? On my honour and my knighthood, if my sword or my voice or my power can do you service, but I know what it is," he continued, suddenly recollecting the events of the May-day, and though he was not fully aware of the whole, divining more than he actually knew by combining one fact with another, "I remember now, Ralph, and I know what is the serpent that has stung thee." "Alas, Ralph, that is a wound I have no balm to cure." "There is none for it on earth," replied Ralph Harland. "Ay," said Robin Hood, "but though there be none to cure, there may be balm to allay, my lord, and yours must be the hand to give it. I will tell you the truth. We hold here a certain fair young lady, whom, as you see, we treat with all respect. You may ask why we hold her, why we have taken her from her friends. My lord, one of her noble house has taken from a father's care, a child beloved as she can be, has broken bonds asunder which united many a heart together, parent and child, lover and beloved, has made a home desolate, crushed the hopes of an honest spirit, and made a harlot of a once innocent country girl. This is all bad enough, my lord, but still we seek not for revenge. All that we require is the only slight reparation that can be made by man. Let her be sent back to her home, let her be given up to her father, let her not be kept a while in gaiety and evil, and then turned an outcast upon the bitter, biting world. You, my lord, must require this at the hands of the Earl of Ashby. He only can do that which is right, and to you we look to induce that noble lord to do justice even to us poor peasants. Hugh de Monthermer paused for a moment or two in thought ere he replied, but he then answered, I can bear no compulsory message to the Earl, my good friend. What you have done here is but wild justice. This lady never injured you, her father never injured you. You take her unwilling from her home as a hostage for the return of one who went willingly where she did go, who stays willingly where she now is. If she chooses to stay there, who can send her back again? I can do nothing in this so long as you keep this lady here. Indeed, I tell you fairly, as you have bound me by my honour not to mention what I have seen, I must e'en remain here too. For my first act as a knight and a gentleman, when I am at liberty, must be to do my endeavour to set her free, and as a lover also, added Robin Hood. But, my lord, we will spare you a useless trouble, for let me tell you that not all the men of Monthermer and Ashby to boot would liberate that lady if I chose to hold her. But there is some truth in what you say, and that truth struck me before you uttered it. It was on that account I left you an hour or two ago, and went to seek this much injured young man, to confess to him what I am never ashamed to confess when it is so, that I have been rash, that I had no right to punish a fair and innocent lady for the fault of a false traitor. Tomorrow morning she shall return under your good charge and guidance. But still, my lord, to you I look to demand of the Earl of Ashby that he compel his kinsman both to send back that light-o'-love, Kate Greenley, to her father's house, and to make such poor reparation, in the way of her dowry to a convent, as may at least punish the beggarly knave for the wrong he has committed. I charge you, my lord, as a knight and gentleman, to do this. And I will do it, answered Hugh de Monthermer, since you so willingly set the lady free, whatever be the consequences, and to me they may be bitterer than you think. I will do what you require because my heart tells me it is right, and my oath of chivalry binds me to perform it. Ah, my lord, said Robin Hood, would the nobles of England but consult the dictates of the heart, and keep that heart unhardened, would they remember the oath of their chivalry, and act as that oath requires, there would be less mourning in the land, there would be more happiness in the cottage, and some reverence for men in high station. You are wrong, said Hugh de Monthermer, laying his hand upon the bold forester's arm. You are wrong, and give more way to common prejudice than I had hoped or expected. There are amongst us, Robin, men who disgrace the name of noble, whose foul deeds, like those of this Richard de Ashby, carry misery into other orders and disgrace into their own. But vices and follies find ready chroniclers, virtues and good actions are rarely written but in the book of heaven. One bad man's faults are remembered and talked of, and every one adds he was a noble. But how many good deeds and kindly actions, how many honourable feelings and fine thoughts remain without a witness and without a record? Who is there that says, This good old lord visited my cottage and soothed me in sickness or in sorrow. Who is there that says, I love this baron, or that, because he defended me against wrong, protected me against trouble, supported me in want, cheered me in adversity? And yet there are many such. I mean not to assert that there are not many corrupt and vicious, cruel and hard-hearted. I mean not to contend that there are any without faults, for every man has some, be rich or poor. But if the merits and demerits could be fairly weighed, I do believe that the errors of my own class would not be found greater than those of any other, only that our rank serves to raise us, as it were, on a pedestal, that malice may see all flaws, and that envy may shoot at them. Robin Hood paused, with his eyes bent down upon the ground, making no reply, and Hugh de Monthermer went on a moment after, saying, At least do us justice in one point. In this age and in others gone before, the nobles of England have stood forward against tyranny wherever they found it. Have they ever failed to shed their blood in defence of the rights of the people? Is it not their doing that such a thing as human bondage is disappearing from the island? We may have vassals, followers, retainers, men who are bound for the land they hold to do a service in time of need, but we have no serfs, no theos, as in the olden time, and even villain tenure is passing away. Again, who is it, even at the very present time, that is calling deputies from the ranks of the people to the high parliament of the nation, to represent the rights and interests of those classes which had heretofore no voice in making the laws of the land? I say, it is the nobles of England, and I am much mistaken if in all times to come, that body of men though there may be, and ever will be, evil-doers amongst them will not stand between the people and oppression and wrong, will not prove the great bulwark of our institutions, preserving them from all the tempests that may assail them, let the point of attack be where it will. Perhaps it may be so, said Robin Hood. But yet, my good lord, I could wish that persons in high station would remember that, with their advantages and privileges, with wealth, power and dignity, greater than their fellow men, they have greater duties and obligations likewise. And as envy places them where all their faults may be observed, it would be as well if, as a body, they were to remember that each man who disgraces himself disgraces his whole order, and were to punish him for that crime by withdrawing from him the countenance of those upon whom he has brought discredit. When the virtuous associate with the vicious, they make the fault their own, and no wonder that men of high birth, though good men in themselves, are classed together with the wicked of their own order when they tolerate the evil-doer, and leave him unpunished even by a frown. I cannot but agree with you, said Hugh de Monthermer. But, ay, my lord, there is many a but, replied the bold outlaw after having waited for a moment to hear the conclusion of the young lord's sentence, and there ever will be a but, so long as men are men and have human passions and human follies. There was but one in whose life there was no but, and him they nailed upon a tree. And the outlaw raised his hand and touched his bonnet reverently, for he felt deep reverence however much his words might seem to want it. Hugh de Monthermer was not inclined to pursue the conversation any farther, and turning to the young franklin, he said, I fear, Ralph, that after all the wrong you have suffered from one of my class, you will not be inclined to allow us much merit in any respect. But believe me, we are not all like him. I know it, my lord, I know it, replied Ralph, if I were ignorant that, as well as the blackest vices which can degrade man, there are to be found in your order the brightest virtues, I should not merit to have known you. But in good sooth, my lord, my thoughts are not of general subjects just now. One private grief presses on me so hard that I can think of nothing else. I would fain have you wean yourself from those remembrances, said his friend. Nay, shake not your head, I know that it can only be done by banishing all those sights and sounds that are the watchwords of memory, and by seeking other matter for thought. Ay, even matter that will force your mind away from the subject that it clings to, and occupy you whether you will or not. There are stirring times before us, Ralph, times when the great interests of the state, when dangers to our liberties and rights may well divide men's attention with private griefs. What say you? Will you come with me to the West and take a part in the struggle that I see approaching? I will follow you right willingly, my lord, replied Ralph Harland, though I cannot well go with you. I must not forget in my selfish sorrow that I have a father who loves me, and whose life and happiness rests upon mine, as I have seen an old wall held up by the ivy, which it first raised from the ground. I must speak with him before I go, must bid him adieu, and do what I can to comfort and console him. He will not seek to make me stay, and I will soon follow you, but it shall not be alone, for I can bring you many a heart right willing to fight under the same banner with yourself. Where shall I find you, my good lord? As soon as I have taken this fair lady's orders, said Hugh de Monthermer, and conducted her whither she is pleased to go, I shall turn my steps direct to Hereford by the way of Gloucester, hoping to overtake my uncle and the good Earl of Ashby, and should I find with him his cousin Richard, he shall render to me no light account of more than one base act. Nay, my lord, nay, replied the young franklin, I do beseech you, quarrel not for me. I know, or at least guess, what dear interests you may peril, but moreover, though I be neither knight nor noble, there are some wrongs that set aside all vain distinctions, and I do not despair of the time coming when I shall find that base traitor alone to give me an answer. When that moment arrives, it will be a solemn one, but I would not part with the hope thereof for a king's crown. But now, my lord, let me not keep you from the lady of your love. Go to her, let her know she is free to come and go, as far as I at least am concerned. But tell her, my lord, I charge you, why she was brought here, that she may be aware of what a serpent her father and her brother cherish. Ay, tell her, said Robin Hood, tell her, for her own sake. For there is something that makes me fear I know not why that the day will come when that knowledge may be to her a safeguard, and a shield against one who now seems powerless. Scoff not at it, my lord, as if he were too pitiful to give cause for alarm. The scorpion is a small, petty-looking insect, but yet there is death in his sting. And now, good night. When you have spent another hour in the sweet dreams that lovers like, betake you to repose, and early tomorrow you shall have someone to guide you on your way. Chapter 14. There are some days of life when everything appears to combine to heighten the hues of happiness, when not only the sensations in our own bosoms and the circumstances of our fate are all bright and cheerful, but when every external object, every feature in nature's face seems to smile, and every sound to be in harmony with our feelings, but such hours are too precious to be many. Blessed is that life which can count 2 or 3 of them, and it has been often remarked that as at some seasons of the year a peculiarly fine day generally announces the approach of storm and tempest, so do one of these bright intervals in our cloudy existence precede a period of sorrow, trouble, and disaster. An hour after daybreak, on as sweet a morning as ever dawned, in the midst of the magnificent scenery of the forest, Hugh de Monthermer and Lucy de Ashby stood by the side of their horses, ready to mount and depart. Love gave its sunshine to each heart. Lucy's bosom beat high at her deliverance by her lover. The assurance of her affection, the delight of her presence, the increased hope of obtaining her, rendered his sensations not less joyful. The yellow morning light spread sweetly overhead. The old grey Saxon building rested calm in its ivy robe behind them. Every blade of grass was sparkling with 1,000 diamonds. Every air wafted the breath of the sweet forest flowers. Every tree was tuneful with the song of the birds. It was like some happy dream, when imagination, stripping life of its stern realities, revels supreme, and decks the brief moments of sleep with all the boundless treasures of her airy kingdom. A step nearer to the lodge stood the bold forester, his fine, muscular limbs clear and defined in his tight-fitting garb, and his nut-brown hair curling round his thoughtful forehead. A faint smile hung upon his lip as he watched the two lovers, leaving them to proceed as they would, without interrupting them with courtesies. It seemed as if he was reading a pleasant book, of the truth of which he might have some doubt, but which yet interested and amused him. For Robin knew the world too well to suppose that such happiness could last long, but yet his mind was of that firm and hardy nature which clouds not the present with cares and fears of the future, but extracts from every hour its honey, and leaves the rest to fate. When Hugh de Monthermer had placed Lucy on her horse, he turned to bid their host good-bye, frankly holding out his hand. "Farewell, my lord," said Robin, taking it. "We shall soon meet again in busier scenes if I judge right, but where is the guide I promised you? Why, Tangel, Tangel, where are you?" And he raised his voice loud and somewhat sternly. At his last call the dwarf crept forth from behind the house with a bent head and crouching posture, like an unwilling dog, approaching his master slowly and eyeing him askance. What now?" said Robin Hood. "Did I not give you orders? Where is the horse?" "I would fain not go," cried the dwarf. "Let me stay with thee, Robin, let me stay with thee. Send Smooth Face, send White Skin, send Harry the page. If the fool can't take care of himself and must have a boy to lead him about the world like a blind beggar, send young Porkflesh with him. Why should he take me? Nay, my good friend," said Hugh de Monthermer, seeing the bold forester about to speak somewhat angrily, "let the lad stay with thee. I shall find my way well enough. His only fault is loving thee well." "Those that love me obey me," replied Robin Hood, "and my good lord, he must do so or never see me more. It is not alone to guide you through the forest I send him with you. You must take him to Hereford and keep him till we meet again. You will find him faithful and true, crafty and active, though he shows himself so unruly at present. And in these dangerous times it may be of great service both to you and me that you should have someone with you who knows every man in my band. I may have to convey intelligence to you and to the good lord your uncle, for I gain a knowledge of all that takes place throughout the land, which my Lord of Leicester, with all his power, cannot attain. It is needful that you should have some means of knowing which messengers are really mine, and which are not, for these are times full of deceit, and human cunning is more busily at work than the world ever saw, I believe. If anybody comes to you in my name, call for this boy and make him tell you whether he be one of my people or not. Go, Tangel, and let me hear that you have done your duty." "Come, my boy, come," said Hugh de Monthermer, speaking to him kindly. "I will try to make thee as happy as may be, and thou shalt love me whether thou wilt or not." "Good sooth, I love thee well enough," replied the dwarf, "though I have no weakness for men in purfled jerkins. I love thee well enough, though not so well as him, but what must be, must be. Poor Tangel has always been fate's football. Well, I will get the horse." So saying, he stretched out his long arms, put his hands suddenly upon the shoulders of Lucy's two maids, who were standing close together, and vaulting over them with a leap that made them both scream, he bounded round the angle of the building, and soon reappeared leading a small brown forest horse, furnished with saddle-bags for his journey. As soon as the whole party were mounted, the outlaw approached the side of Hugh de Monthermer's horse, and looking up in his face, said a few words to him in a low tone which seemed to excite some surprise. "Indeed," exclaimed the young knight, "but are you certain?" "As certain," replied Robin Hood, "as of that being a magpie in the tree." "Then you must have taken some means to delude them," said Hugh de Monthermer. "Not I," answered Robin Hood. "I always leave fools to delude themselves. They are sure to do it more cleverly than I could. However, it was necessary that you should know the fact, so I tell you. Now God speed you, so we shall meet again soon." In a moment or two after, the little cavalcade was moving along through the glades of the forest, Tangel riding on before, in somewhat sullen mood, followed at the distance of about 20 yards by Lucy and her lover, with a discreet space between them and the maids, who followed. The pace at which they proceeded was not quick, for those were hours which two at least of the party would willingly have spun out slowly a fine golden thread, which they feared would end only too soon. But why should I pause upon their happiness? Why should I relate what each said to the other? The stream of human pleasure, except when it falls in the fierce cataract of passion, is so calm and smooth that there is little to describe. Let each one bring such a moment home to his own breast. Let him fancy himself riding by the side of her whom he loves best through scenes as fair, with hopes as bright, and his own heart will present him a better picture than any which my hand could draw. They soon emerged from the deeper part of the wood, and wound slowly on through the mingled savannas and copses which occupied a considerable part of the forest ground, till they came upon a high road running from Nottingham to some of the Yorkshire towns, with a finger post which is a much older invention than is generally supposed, marking the various paths towards Mansfield, Southwell, and other small places within the meres of the forest. To say the truth, Hugh de Monthermer, with a true lover's forgetfulness, had never remembered to give their dwarfish guide any orders as to the direction he should take, and the first thing that called the necessity to his mind was the question which that finger post mutely put to the traveller. "I fear, dear Lucy," he said, "that Lindwell is not far off, and thither I suppose I must conduct you direct, although it is sad to bring such happy moments as these to an end." "I fear it must be so," answered Lucy with a sigh. "My father will be anxious, you know, till he sees me again, and I must think of him before myself, Hugh." "But if it be on his account you would go to Lindwell," replied her lover, "you will be disappointed, dear Lucy, for he is not there. Judging hastily that you must have been carried off by some emissary of the king's party, in order to detach him from the English cause, he and your brother have, I find, gone on in the direction of Gloucester likewise." "Oh, then I will not stay at Lindwell all alone," cried Lucy gaily. "I should be as melancholy as one of the rooks that haunt the old trees round it. And besides," she added, perhaps not ill-pleased at having a good excuse to go on under her lover's protection, "and besides, who can tell what might happen? The foreign party are strong in Nottingham and all the neighbouring places, and I might have to put on armour and defend Lindwell against an army. No, no, Hugh, if you are a good knight and true, you will guide me on to seek my father till we have found him. By my sooth, I would rather have remained with the blithe foresters than be confined to Lindwell, with all the chances of these evil times." The reader may easily suppose that Hugh de Monthermer was not at all dissatisfied with Lucy's decision, and as he was one whose heart was no way faint, he doubted not that he should be able to guide her safely and well to her father's side, although he could not conceal from himself, and would not conceal from her, that there were difficulties and dangers in the way. "You put a hard task upon me, Lucy," he said, laughing. "What mean you, uncourteous knight?" she asked, in the same tone. This is the first time that I ever met a gentleman unwilling to guide and protect me whithersoever I went. A mighty hard task, truly. No, by those bright eyes, replied Hugh, that is not the task I speak of, but it is to persuade you not to do that which I most wish you would. I mean, dear Lucy, that I must dissuade you from going on, though to ride beside you thus for 2 or 3 days more were worth a whole year of any other part of life. But I cannot let you choose without telling you that there is many a peril to be encountered between this and Gloucester. Gilbert de Clare, whose faith has long been doubtful, it is now ascertained, is ready to take arms against de Montfort. Indeed, he may already have done so, and one thing is certain, that in the forest of Dean armed men are gathering thick, without any known object, so that the way is dangerous. I have no fear, Hugh, replied Lucy, so that you be beside me, and moreover we can get some men from Lindwell. I would not stay there alone to be Queen of Cyprus, so that my only choice is to go with you, or to put myself at the head of the best troop I can gather, and then like an errant lady seek my way without you. Nay then, if such be your will, answered her lover, there is no choice for either of us, though perhaps your brother may frown, and even your father look cold. There is still, however, a chance that we may overtake my uncle at Torwell, and if we do so, his grave company and stout men-at-arms will save us from all danger and all reproaches. At all events, he will leave some 4 or 5 archers behind him, trusty soldiers at one's need, and if we can get as many from Lindwell, I would undertake with care and forethought and good precautions to guard you uninjured hence to Palestine. Oh, how pleasant! Cried Lucy, let us go. Hugh, why should we not go? I think every woman should make a pilgrimage to Palestine before she marries. Hugh de Monthermer, however, thought it would be better to reverse the proceeding, and marrying first make the pilgrimage afterwards if they liked it. So he told Lucy, nor did she say no, and putting their horses into a quicker pace, he directed their dwarfish guide to lead on towards Torwell. Passing by Arnold and skirting the edges of Thorny Wood, they crossed the Lind not far from Basfort, at which little village they paused for a moment or two to water their horses, towards 9 in the morning. At Torwell, however, they found that the Earl had gone on, leaving 6 archers behind him to await his nephew's coming. Here a longer repose was necessary, for though Lucy, trained to hardier habits than ladies affect in the present day, was capable of enduring much more fatigue, she was still a woman, and might well feel somewhat weary with a 4 hours' ride. The time they passed at Torwell flew quick away, and they were speedily retreading, in some degree, their steps towards her father's castle. Great were the rejoicings at Lindwell to see her safe returned, and every man would have gladly accompanied her to guard her by the way. The defence of the place itself, however, was not to be neglected, and as Lucy was resolved to proceed that night, 6 stout men-at-arms were chosen from the rest, and being quickly mounted and accoutred, the party once more set out with 4 hours clear daylight before them, taking their way towards the frontiers of Derbyshire. Onward they rode with light, gay hearts, the spirit of adventure and enterprise itself adding something to all the manifold enjoyments which had crowded into that day. The boy Tangel had by this time dropped into the rear, being no longer necessary as a guide, and to say truth, although Hugh had spoken to him once or twice as they proceeded, absorbed in his own feelings towards Lucy, he had taken but little notice of his absence from the front. When they had left Lindwell, however, some 7 miles behind them, the boy urged his horse up at a quick pace, saying, "On your guard, on your guard. There are men coming up fast behind." And turning round, Hugh de Monthermer perceived some 6 or 7 persons galloping down from a hill at the distance of about half a mile. Lucy paused to gaze likewise, and as the pursuers came nearer she exclaimed with a look, it must be owned, of no great pleasure, "It is my brother Hugh. I am sure that is allured on the black horse." "I think so too," replied Hugh de Monthermer, drawing in his rein. "But even if it be not, we have nothing to fear." The little party of horsemen who were following came on at full speed, and certainly not with the most peaceful appearance. But every stretch of the horses showed more and more clearly the form of Alured de Ashby, and at length, after slackening his pace a good deal, as if to examine the group which was now waiting his approach, he rode up with a countenance expressive of less pleasure than might have been expected at seeing his sister in safety. "How now?" he exclaimed. "What is all this? Why have you turned your back upon Lindwell, my good lord? And whither are you having the great kindness to conduct my sister?" "To overtake Lord Ashby, my lord," replied Hugh, "who has gone on towards Gloucester, we find." "Methinks, sir," answered Alured de Ashby, "that Lindwell Castle were the properest place for you to conduct her to, after having so dexterously found her when no one else knew where she was." "But suppose, Alured," said Lucy, ere Hugh de Monthermer could utter the somewhat sharp rejoinder which was springing to his lips, "suppose, Alured, that your sister did not choose to be so conducted. Suppose, after visiting Lindwell, she thought fit to ask this noble gentleman to guard and protect her by the way till she overtook her father." "Doubtless he was very willing," answered Lord Alured with a sneer. "Beyond all question," replied Hugh de Monthermer, in as cool a tone as he could command, "and not more willing to do so than justified in doing it. But you were pleased just now to make use of a word which must be explained. You said, sir, that I had found your sister when no one else knew where she was. Do you mean to imply that I did know?" "Good faith," replied the hot young nobleman, "it is not for me to say whether you did or not. It is mighty strange, however, that you could discover her in the twinkling of an eye, as soon as her relations were gone." "Not half so strange," said Lucy, interposing once more in terror for the result, "as that you should show yourself so ungrateful, Alured, for his having found me. Instead of giving him deep thanks, which are his due both from you and me, you seem as angry as if you had wished me to remain and perish in the forest." "Well, well," said Alured de Ashby, a little ashamed perhaps of his irritable heat, "this is all waste of words. Where were you? What was the cause of your being taken away? What has happened to you?" "Three questions in a breath," exclaimed Lucy, "each of which would take an hour to answer fully, even if I could answer them all. As to the first, then, I have been in the forest. As to the last, I reply, a good deal has happened to me, of which I will tell you at leisure. As to the middle one, why they took me away, my answer must be very short, I do not know." "Perhaps you do, sir," said her brother, turning to Hugh. The young nobleman looked him straightforwardly and somewhat sternly in the face, answering, "I do." "Then pray explain," said Alured. "You will excuse me," replied Hugh. "I shall first explain the whole to your father, as he is the person who must act in the business, and as I bear a message to him of which he alone can judge." "Mighty mysterious, my good lord," cried Alured. "But as I am now present here, and am going with all speed to overtake the Earl of Ashby, my sister will no longer need your kind protection. But as we take the same road," said Hugh de Monthermer, "it will be safer for all if we travel it together." "Fie, Alured, in common courtesy," exclaimed Lucy. But her brother interrupted her petulantly, saying, "These are times that abridge courtesy, Lucy." "I differ, my good lord," he continued. "I judge that it will be safer for us to travel apart. With our two troops united, we form a body that cannot escape observation, and which is yet too small to make a good defence. I therefore think that it will be better for us to separate." thanking you much for the assistance and protection you have given to this lady, and waiting with devout patience for the explanations which you have not thought fit to afford, I will take one way if you will take another. Hugh de Monthermer bit his lip, but though quick and fiery in his own disposition, he was acting under a restraint which made him bear to the utmost, rather than quarrel with the brother of her whom he loved, resolved that it should be no act of his which placed a barrier between them. Without making any reply to Allure de Ashby then, he wheeled round his horse to Lucy's side, asking in a low voice, "Shall I go?" "You had better," said Lucy, with a sigh, "you had better." And then raising her voice, she added, "Farewell, Lord Hugh. I at least am grateful, and so you will find my father, I am sure. Farewell." Thus speaking, she held out her hand to him, and Hugh de Monthermer, pressing his lips upon it, turned his horse and bade his men follow him, without offering any salutation to the ungracious young nobleman who had brought so happy a day to so unpleasant a close. Taking a road which lay somewhat to the north of that which Lucy and her brother were pursuing, he advanced towards Gloucester, keeping nearly upon a line with the other party, and gaining from time to time some information of their movements. Towards the end of the 5th day's march, his little troop approached the city in which he expected to find his uncle, but at the small town of Charlton he received intimation from his host that if he were going to join the army of the great Earl of Leicester, it would be well for him to take a large circuit, the road between that place and Gloucester being somewhat dangerous. "Gilbert de Clare," he said, "our good Earl keeps the Forest of Dean with some 5,000 men, and we just this morning heard that the young Lord of Ashby who left last night has been taken with all his company. His sister was with him too, pretty lady, but some say the young lord was not unwilling to fall into the Earl's hands. At all events he was well forewarned, for we told him what would happen when he set out." Hugh bit his lip, mused for a moment or two, and then murmuring, "It is not impossible," mounted his horse and rode away, taking the road which the host had pointed out as the most secure. Chapter 15. The greatest men that ever lived, if we were to examine accurately all the actions that they have performed at different periods of their existence, and could try them with impartial and perfectly discriminating judgment, would be found to have committed more than one great mistake which in many instances did not lead to the evil consequences that might have been anticipated, and on the contrary, very often indeed, a trifling fault, a rash word, a thoughtless act, or even an angry look, has produced more important results than one of these capital errors. Sometimes it has been conduct which has retrieved the fault, but history shows us that the moment at which an act is committed more frequently decides whether the consequences shall be great or insignificant than the nature of the act itself. At the period of history of which we now speak, the famous Simon de Montfort, Earl of Leicester, justly celebrated both as a soldier and a politician, one of the few men with a prophetical spirit, to foresee the path in which society will march, and forestall their age in choosing it, had committed that grand mistake which led to his overthrow and death. Often, before this period, he had proceeded with inferior forces from one end of the land to the other, and, supported by the strong popular feeling in his favour, had overthrown all his enemies, holding his weak and tyrannical sovereign a mere prisoner in his hands, and keeping even Prince Edward himself, one of the wisest men and best soldiers of the age, in a state of honourable captivity. No evil results had ensued, no great danger even had been incurred. But the times had changed. Many of those who had attached themselves to de Montfort, upon the less virtuous and honourable motives which affect the course of human actions, had been treated by him with cold and most impolitic neglect. Others feared the consequences of his growing power, either for themselves or their country, not taking in the vast range to which his own political vision extended. And others were indignant at his treatment of their king, who, however weak, vicious, and tyrannical, they still looked upon with feudal respect. Many of the lords of the marches of Wales were actually in arms against his power, and the famous Earl of Gloucester, a factious kinsman of the throne, had been for some time assuming loyalty and displaying a thinly veiled enmity to the party of de Montfort. At this inauspicious moment, the Earl of Leicester had determined to march from the neighbourhood of London, by whose citizens he had always been vigorously supported, and where his chief strength lay, and to advance to the frontiers of Wales, with the purpose of punishing the malcontents who refused to submit to his authority. By thus removing from the proximity of his best resources, he rendered the power of his adversaries and his own so nearly equal that it wanted but one of those slight accidents which so frequently overthrow the best laid schemes to turn the balance against him, and that accident was soon destined to occur. With the exception of this great mistake, not the slightest error has been pointed out in his conduct, at least in a military point of view. His march was conducted with the circumspection, and with a force by no means large, keeping the king and the prince, eager for deliverance and assisted by many friends, at his side, while he advanced in the midst of enemies, equal, if not superior in numbers to himself. He proceeded with slow and careful steps to Gloucester, and there entered into negotiations with Gilbert de Clare, his most formidable opponent, in order to induce him once more to join the party which had so frequently asserted the rights of the people against the encroaching spirit of Henry Roman III. Deceived in some degree by pretended advances on the part of the Earl of Gloucester, he agreed to refer their differences to arbitration, and recommenced his march for Hereford, but still, with the most scrupulous precaution, guarded his royal companions, and frustrated every effort made by the Earl to take him at a disadvantage, and to set them free. At the same time, perceiving that in order to attain the great objects he had in view, he must strengthen himself to the utmost of his power, he notified to all his friends the absolute necessity of their combining to give him support and marching to his assistance with all the troops that they could levy. The effect of his messages and exhortations we have seen in the meetings held in Yorkshire, and gradually perceiving that there was no chance of recovering the friendship of Gloucester, he prepared to compel that submission which he could not obtain by gentler means. Men were gathering from all parts, arms were being manufactured in every town, the land was agitated from end to end, and everyone looked forward to a great and decisive struggle, though there were few, it must be confessed, who did not believe that de Montfort would triumph, for the prestige of victory hung around his banner, and the whole air and tone of the great leader were those of a man marked out by the hand of God for success. Such was the state of affairs when Hugh de Monthermer, with his small troop, after having visited the town of Gloucester, and learned that his uncle had proceeded at once to Hereford, arrived in that fair city. It was now filled with soldiers and with noblemen from different parts of the country, so that a lodging would have been difficult to obtain, had not the old Earl of Monthermer secured a portion of the inn called the May, which we have once led the reader for the dwelling of himself and his nephew. Hugh found but small space, however, allotted to him, and to those who accompanied him. A party of his own servants who had gone on with the Earl were already in possession, two having taken up their abode in the small ante-room leading to the chamber which had been assigned to himself, and an adjoining room, not very large, with one somewhat less at the side, was all that remained for the rest of his retinue, and the 5 archers who had been left behind by his uncle. The other parts of the inn were completely filled, and for the poor boy, Tangel, no place had, of course, been reserved, as everyone had been ignorant of his coming. The dwarf, who had seemed to grow more sad at each day's journey from Sherwood, stood in the doorway of the ante-room as the young lord entered, listening to the arrangements which had been made. "Where to put the maggot that you have brought, my lord?" said the old servant, who was explaining to Hugh the fullness of the rooms and the disposition they had been obliged to adopt, and who did not appear at all well pleased at poor Tangel's addition to the party. "Where to put the maggot you have brought, I cannot tell. The ante-room is scarce big enough for the 2 yeomen, and he shall sleep in my chamber," said Hugh, noting the poor dwarf's desolate look. "Come hither, Tangel, thou shalt sleep on a bed at my feet. Know him and take care of him, Walsh, for he is a good and faithful boy, true and affectionate to his master, and if anyone does him wrong, he shall answer to me for it." The boy darted forward and kissed his hand, and Hugh de Monthermer, after giving some farther directions, to ensure that he was protected against insult as well as injury, proceeded at once, followed by 2 servants, armed with sword and buckler, to the magnificent castle of Hereford, whither he found that his uncle had gone about an hour before. It was a gay and bustling scene that the courtyard presented, for as every detail of military life was then complicated in the extreme, and the taste for splendour and expense was at its height, the crowd of followers in gaudy dresses, who accompanied even the inferior officers of an army hither, caused the headquarters of the general to appear in a constant state of flutter and pageantry, forcing his way through the crowd, and from the scanty number of his attendants attracting but little attention. Hugh de Monthermer ascended the steps into the great hall of the keep, which he found nearly filled with people, pacing up and down, and as he was not acquainted with the building, he asked a gentleman who seemed at his ease in the place to tell him where he could find the Earl of Leicester. The personage to whom he addressed himself pointed to a flight of steps leading from the farther end of the hall, and replied, "At the top of the stairs you will meet with someone who will tell you where the Earl is, but you will not get speech of him, I think." "I think I shall," replied Hugh, "but at all events I thank you." And ascending the stairs, he was stopped by an officer with a partisan who asked him his business, and in the same breath told him he could not pass that way. Hugh gave his name and demanded to see the Earl, upon which a page was sent to knock at the council chamber and ask if the Earl would see the young Lord of Monthermer. In about 3 minutes the boy returned, bidding him follow, and Hugh was led along the dark and gloomy corridor until his guide paused and again tapped at a low narrow door on the left-hand side of the passage. After a moment's interval, a deep voice replied, "Come in," and the next instant Hugh entered the room and found himself standing within a step or 2 of the chair in which de Montfort was seated. He was a tall, powerful, square-browed man with a countenance full of thought, but likewise full of confidence. There was great calmness also in his aspect, and an eye not stern but grave, not so much shrewd as searching. There were but 2 other persons in the room, although he was said to be holding council. One of those was the old Earl of Monthermer, and the other a man considerably younger, but yet grey-headed, and well known in the history of the times as the Lord Ralph Basset. De Montfort looked up as Hugh de Monthermer entered with a bland and pleasant smile, holding out his hand at the same time, and saying, "How are you, Hugh? Right glad are we to see such friends as you arrive. Do you bring us any farther tidings from Nottingham?" "None, my lord," replied Hugh, "except that levies of the yeomen and foresters are going on rapidly." They had need be speedy, said de Montfort, or we shall strike some great blow before they come. Heard you aught else by the way? In truth, my lord, I did, and no good news either, replied Hugh. The Earl of Gloucester is daily gathering strength, and he renders the road round his fair city somewhat dangerous to travel. Indeed, the reason why I intruded on you now was but to tell you that Alured de Ashby, his sister, and some 12 or 14 archers had been captured by de Clare, between Gloucester and Charlton. I judge, my lord, that if you took speedy means to set him free, it might fix the house of Ashby somewhat more firmly in the good cause. Both de Montfort and the Earl of Monthermer heard him with a smile, and Ralph Basset muttered between his teeth, "Fix the sands of the sea." "You have been forestalled, my young friend," said de Montfort. "Someone else has already liberated Alured de Ashby, together with his sister and his archers." "Indeed!" exclaimed Hugh de Monthermer. "May I ask who?" "Gilbert de Clare, Earl of Gloucester," replied de Montfort. "Ay, and not without cause, be sure of that," said Ralph Basset. "He is coming hither now, will arrive tomorrow, with a smooth air and a high-carried head, and my Lord of Leicester here will receive him as kindly and frankly as the truest of his friends." "I want not to multiply my enemies, Ralph," replied de Montfort, "and perhaps we may find some better way of attaching him to what is right than by treating him as a foe before we are well sure that he has done aught to deserve the name. What say you, Hugh, will you be the link to bind him to our cause?" "Right willingly, my lord," answered Hugh de Monthermer, "but I rather fear that I am more likely to separate him from it. He loves me not, that is clear, and though the good Earl, his uncle, is not so hot and fiery in his nature, yet I have those things to say about their near relation, Richard, which may breed ill blood before I have done." De Montfort mused for a minute or two. "Why, Richard," he said at length, "is apparently the most zealous in our cause of all the race." "But did my uncle?" demanded Hugh. "Ay, he did," said de Montfort, interrupting him, "and I spoke with Richard about it, but he assures me that the thing was done in ignorance and that the man himself has since been discharged." "However, he is a foul knave," replied Hugh de Monthermer, "and at all events I have promised to demand at the hands of the Earl some reparation for a gross wrong which he has committed." "Well, well," said the Earl of Leicester, apparently desirous of changing the subject for the time, "if you must do so, Hugh, let it be done before some friends as witnesses before myself, perhaps, were better. And do whatever you do gently, for your uncle here has told me of hopes and wishes which you may go far to mar, if you act rashly in the business." "I will be as calm and gentle as the southwest wind," replied Hugh, "for I would fain give neither Alured nor his father any matter for offence, and if you will send and let me know when they are with you, I will come and speak to them in your presence. And now, my lord," he continued, "if such a thing be permitted, as I suppose it is, I would fain spend a short time with Prince Edward. You know we were sworn friends in youth." "I know you were," replied de Montfort, "but good sooth, Hugh, to have been his sworn friend is no good motive, in my eyes, for letting you confer with him." The brow of Hugh de Monthermer grew somewhat dark, but the Earl of Leicester added immediately, "I will tell you what is a motive, however, my young friend, your own honour and high name. We treat the prince with every courtesy and due respect. We do not look upon him as a prisoner, but it is highly needful for the safety of the state, aye, and for our own lives and fortunes, that he should remain in close attendance upon his father the king. Now, my good friend, there are men who would fain persuade him it were better for him to be away, consulting, doubtless, with this good Earl of Gloucester, and heading armies to tear the kingdom with fresh strife, while others again would willingly give him the means of carrying such designs into execution. None that we even suspect, therefore, do we permit to visit him. And this very Richard de Ashby, whom we spoke of but now, though he gave good reasons, as I have said, to make us believe him innocent, we have, on your uncle's information, forbidden to hold any farther communication with the prince, and moreover warned him to quit Hereford without delay. It is different, however, with a Monthermer, continued the Earl, with a gracious but stately inclination of the head. You can be trusted. Of this, at least, my lord, you may rest assured, replied Hugh, that, although I own I wish to see the prince at liberty, and only bound by solemn vows to take no part against the cause of freedom and right, no wise man trusts to fetters of wind, interrupted the Earl, who had taken up a pen and was writing at the table. At all events, continued Hugh de Monthermer, I would never basely use a permission you yourself had granted to thwart your dearest wishes. I know it, said the Earl. There is a pass. You will find the prince in the other court, but make what speed you may, for it is growing dusk, and the castle gates must soon be closed. Haste away, Hugh, said his uncle. In an hour I shall be at the inn. Chapter 16. In the old castle of Hereford, which, according to the account of Leland, was one of the largest and finest specimens of the military architecture of feudal times, were numerous courts and various detached buildings, so that the number of persons which it could contain was immense, and even when several hundred men were within the walls, many of the open spaces and passages would be found silent and solitary. Thus, on the evening of Hugh de Monthermer's visit, the chief court, the halls, and the corridors around it were crowded with not less than 700 or 800 persons. But as one turned one's steps to other parts of the building, the throng decreased, the passers to and fro became fewer and more few, and at length nothing presented itself but untenanted courts and empty arcades. In a dark corner of a long passage which, traversing one side of the keep under open cloisters, passed through a large mass of buildings, receiving no light but that which poured in at either end, and after being joined by 2 other arched corridors, led out into the court in which Prince Edward's lodging was situated. In a dark corner of this long passage stood 2 men engaged in earnest conversation, just about the time that Hugh de Monthermer quitted the Earl of Leicester. They were both covered with large cloaks, and both had their hoods drawn far over their heads, so that it would have been very difficult for anyone to recognize them, unless well acquainted with their air and figure. Nevertheless, they did not seem to feel themselves secure, for the instant that they heard a step coming from the direction of the principal court, they walked on a few paces, and then turned into one of the lateral passages, near the mouth of which they again paused, and resumed their conversation in a low tone. A moment after, the tall, graceful figure of Hugh de Monthermer passed across, without appearing to excite their attention, so earnest were they in the matter they were discussing. He, however, turned his head and looked at them steadily, but still walked on without slackening his pace. Some means must be found, said one, the shorter and the slighter of the 2, some means must be found, and that right speedily, or our last chance is lost. You must have been playing some of your accursed tricks, Richard, replied the other, or de Montfort never would have taken such a step. The house of Ashby is of too much importance to any cause that its members espouse, for even the lowest branch to be treated with indignity without some strong occasion. Nonsense, allured, I did nothing, replied the other. I tell you it was solely and simply upon this old Monthermer's charge against me. On your life and honour, demanded his companion. On my life, honour, soul, and salvation, replied the other. Well then, I am glad of it, said the taller speaker. I am glad that it has happened. For first I will take care it shall rouse my father's anger against de Montfort, and secondly it shall stir him up against these Monthermers, and I trust induce him to break with them both. At all events it will make him forgive my joining Gloucester. So I repeat, I am glad that it has happened. I cannot say as much, rejoined the first speaker. I never care for my part allured about an excuse for anything I am about to do. Oh, there is many a convenient point in having a bad reputation. Men do not expect too much of you may do what you please without anybody wondering. And then, when you are in the humour and perform 2 or 3 good actions, Lord, how you are praised! But to the point, what can be done now? How can we give him intimation of the scheme? On my life, I know not, said the other. Could you not bribe some woman? Demanded the taller and more powerful of the speakers. They would not stop a woman, I suppose. Right, right, cried his companion. You have put me on the track, and I will not miss my game. But can you engage any woman you can trust? Asked the other. It must not be some common hireling, some minstrel's wench, some follower of city fairs. Leave it to me, cried the shorter man. If I cannot engage, I can make her, and that ere another hour be over. There is no time to be lost. Farewell for the present, for I must away from Hereford tonight. And if you intend, good allured, to hatch a quarrel with my noble Lord Hugh, let it be speedy. For I do not think that 24 hours will be over ere I have repaid him some trifles that I owe him. I have some plans in my head as well as you, so fare you well once more. And thus they parted. In the meanwhile Hugh de Monthermer sped upon his way, traversed the other court, and approached a door at which stood 2 or 3 of de Montfort's officers, guarding closely, though with an appearance of profound respect, the only entrance to the apartments of Prince Edward. While he showed the pass which he had received, and mounted the long, narrow staircase, we shall take leave to precede him for a few minutes to the apartment of the prince. It consisted of a suite of several rooms, all reached by the same ascent, and was in itself as convenient and comfortable as any abode can be from which free egress is denied us. The principal chamber was a large and lofty one, with 2 wide windows, situated in deep bays, looking over the fair scene around. The casement was open, and seated in a large chair with his feet resting on a stool, sat the captive prince, gazing down upon a part of the town of Hereford and the meadows and orchards beyond. The apple trees were all in blossom, and every shrub in the manifold gardens had put on the blush of vegetable youth, promising rich fruit in the maturity of the year. Beyond the meadows and the orchards came slopes and rising ground, and lines of deep wood, sheltering the intervening space, and then high hills were seen, fading off into the sky. On the left hand the scene was all open, but on the right an angle of the cathedral as it then appeared bounded the view, while the tower of another church of inferior dimensions rose up under the eye and cut the long, straight lines of the houses and other buildings. Edward leaned his head upon his hand and gazed, while at a little distance from him sat a gentleman, somewhat younger than himself, looking upon him from time to time with a glance of deep interest, but keeping silence out of respect for the prince's musing mood. The soft air of summer wafted to the window the scent of the blossoms from the fields beyond, and Edward thought it spoke of liberty. Up rose from the streets and houses of Hereford the manifold sounds of busy life, the buzz of talking multitudes, the call, the shout, the merry laugh of idle boyhood, and still to the captive's ears they spoke of liberty. The bells from the cathedral joined in and rang complines, and turning his eyes thither, he thought how often he had heard those sweet tones, at even close in the happy days of early youth, returning from the chase or any other or the free sports of the time. His sight wandered on over tower and spire, round which the crows were winging their airy flight, to the deep woods and blue hills, flooded with glory from the declining sun. Still, it all spoke of liberty, and Edward's heart felt oppressed, his very breathing laboured, as he remembered the mighty blessing he had lost. It was like the sight of a river to a man dying with thirst in the sands of Africa without the strength to reach it. He gazed, and perhaps for a moment might forget himself and his hard fate in a dream of enjoyment. But if he did, it lasted not long. The dark reality soon came between him and the light of fancy, and letting his head droop, he turned away with a deep sigh and gave up a brief space to bitter meditation. Then rising from his seat, taller by many an inch than the ordinary race of men, he threw back his magnificent head and his wide shoulders with a sorrowful smile, saying, "I will walk up and down my chamber, declare and fancy I am free." "I hope you feel better, my lord, tonight," said young Thomas de Clare, the Earl of Gloucester's brother. "Yes, good faith," replied the prince, "I am better. The fever has left me, but nothing will make me truly well but open air and strong exercise. However, I am better, and I thank you much, for I believe you love me, de Clare, although you make yourself a sort of willing jailer to me." The young gentleman bent his head without reply, though there was a faint smile upon his lip, which might have puzzled Edward had he seen it, and after a moment or two de Clare said, somewhat abruptly, "Now I could wager your grace is strong enough to ride some 20 or 30 miles if you were at liberty to do so." 100, answered Edward quickly, and then added more slowly, "were I at liberty." At that moment someone knocked at the door, and on being told to come in, Hugh de Monthermer entered. The face of the prince instantly brightened. "Ah, Monthermer," he cried, "right glad am I to see you, my friend. Yes, my friend, for these factious times shall never make us enemies, though we draw our swords on different sides. This is my state apartment, Hugh, and that staircase by which you came hither, the extreme limit of my principality. I wonder that de Montfort suffered you to see me." "I almost wondered myself, my lord," said Hugh de Monthermer, "for my request was coupled with a remonstrance against your imprisonment. And yet," added the prince, "you will remonstrate but not aid to free me." "My lord, I cannot without treason," replied Hugh de Monthermer. "Treason to whom?" demanded Edward somewhat sharply. "Treason to the land, my lord," answered Hugh de Monthermer, "and to those rights which I know when you are king you will yourself willingly respect. I do beseech you, my dear lord, press me not harshly on a matter where I can make but one reply. You are here by the will of 24 noble gentlemen, appointed lawfully, and by the Messie of Lewes," added the prince bitterly. "But say no more, Monthermer. I do believe that if your voice might prevail I should soon be at liberty." "Upon my life you would," replied the young nobleman. "Indeed, you never should have been otherwise, for I would have taken your word, your plighted word, to maintain the rights of Englishmen, and to aid in no act against them, and would have set you free at once." "Well, it matters not," answered the prince. "Perhaps it is better as it is. I know not what I might have promised to buy my liberty if men had asked me, but now, though fettered in body, I am at large in mind, and events may yet come to open stronger doors than that. How fares it with your good uncle?" he continued. "He has been somewhat harsh and sudden with his king, but still he is a noble gentleman, and one of whom England may well be proud." Hugh de Monthermer answered in general terms, and the conversation, having then taken a turn away from painful subjects of discussion, reverted pleasantly to brighter themes. Their boyish hours rose up before their eyes, the sports, the pastimes, the gay thoughts and heedless jests of youth were recollected. Edward's countenance unbent, his eyes sparkled, his lips smiled, the prison and its cares were forgotten, and for the time he seemed to live once more in the sweet early days of which they spoke. The conversation proceeded almost entirely between the prince and Hugh de Monthermer, for though Thomas de Clare added a word or two now and then, they were but few, and only served to break through one of those momentary pauses which would have given thought time to return from the pleasant past to the sad present. The sun was, as I have said, going down when Hugh de Monthermer entered the prince's chamber, and ere he had been there half an hour, the bright orb had sunk beneath the horizon. But in these northern climes, heaven has vouchsafed to us a blessing which brighter lands do not possess. The long, soft twilight of the summer evening, and the sky was still full of light, so that one might have read with ease in the high chamber of the prince, nearly half an hour after the star of day had disappeared. It was just at that moment that Hugh, who was sitting with his face towards the door, saw it open slowly, and a beautiful girl, dressed in somewhat gay and sparkling attire, even for those gaudy times, entered with a noiseless step, bearing a small basket in her hands. An expression of some surprise on the young lord's countenance made Edward himself turn round, and the sight suddenly produced signs of greater amazement in his face than even in Hugh de Monthermer's. He rose instantly, however, saying, "What would you, my fair lady?" "Nothing royal, sir," replied the girl, "but to bring your grace this small basket of early strawberries. You will find the flavour good," she added, "especially at the bottom, where they have not been heated by the sun." As she spoke, she put down the basket on the table and was retreating quickly, but Edward exclaimed, "Stay, stay. Pretty one, tell me who you are, that I may remember in my prayers one who has thought upon her captive prince, and striven to solace him in his imprisonment." "It matters not," replied the girl, courtesying low and speaking evidently with a country accent. "It matters not. I promised not to stay a moment, but to give the strawberries and to come away. God send your grace a happy even and a happy morning to boot." And thus saying, she retired, closing the door carefully behind her. "This is strange," said the prince, taking up the basket and turning towards Hugh de Monthermer. But the young lord was buried in deep meditation. "You seem surprised, Monthermer," said the prince, "and faith, so am I too. I never saw the girl in all my days. Did you declare?" "Never," replied the young noble. "Methinks I have," observed Hugh de Monthermer gravely, "and that many a mile hence. But I will now leave you, my lord, the gates will soon be shut." "Nay, stay and take some of this sweet food," said Edward, "which has been brought me not by ravens but by doves." "Not so, sir," replied Hugh, staying the prince's hand as he was about to empty the basket on the table. "May the fruit prove propitious to your grace and to England. Adieu, my lord," and thus saying he quitted the room abruptly. "He is right, he is right," cried Thomas de Clare. "There is more than fruit in that basket, or I am much mistaken." Edward laid his hand upon it firmly, and fixed a keen and searching glance upon the young nobleman, saying, "Whatever there be in it is mine, and for my eye alone, Thomas de Clare." But his companion passed round the table, bent one knee before him, and kissing his hand respectfully, said, "My noble lord and future king, you have mistaken me. But it is now time to tell you that I am no jailer. If I be not very wrong, there are in that basket tidings which shall soon set you free as the wind. I have already gained from stern de Montfort permission for you to ride forth, accompanied by 6 gentlemen of his choosing, and followed by a train of spears. I said that it was the only means of restoring you to health. I might have added, had I pleased, and to liberty. Now, my lord, see what that basket does contain, and believe me, if it cost me my head to keep your secret, I would not reveal it." "Thanks, de Clare, thanks," replied Edward. "We often suspect the honest of being guilty, But this time suspicion has taken a different course, and I have long suspected thee of being honest. Now suppose all your hopes are false." And he overturned the basket on the table. Nothing fell from it except the fruit, but fastened to the bottom by a piece of wax appeared on closer inspection a small billet, folded so as to take the form of the basket. It was speedily drawn forth and opened, as the reader may suppose, but the first words which met the eye of the prince puzzled him not a little. The note was to the following effect: "My lord, one of your horses has been stolen from your stable, namely the bright bay Norman charger, but as some compensation in its place has been put a large-boned, long-legged grey. He is not beautiful to look upon, though a skilful eye will see fine points in him, but he is strong and enduring, and no horse in Europe can match him for speed. Your lordship may try him against what horse you will be sure to win the race. And should you be disposed to try tomorrow, you will find spectators in Monington Wood who will receive you at the winning post. Mark this, for it is from a friend." "Would that I knew his name," cried Edward as he concluded the letter. "I can tell you, my lord," replied Thomas de Clare. "It is Richard de Ashby." "Ha," said Edward, as if not well pleased, "ha, Richard de Ashby. He is a faithful subject of my father's, I believe, but that is all the good I know of him. However, I must not be ungrateful. Hark, there is a step upon the stairs. Get the fruit into the basket quick." And concealing the note, Edward cast himself into the chair which he had previously occupied. De Clare had scarcely replaced the strawberries and set down the basket, when a heavy, stern-looking man, one of the chief officers whom the Earl of Leicester had placed in attendance, as he called it, upon the prince, entered the room with a silver dish in his hand. "Seeing that a fair lady has carried you some strawberries, my lord," he said, "I have brought you a dish to put them in," and taking the basket, he emptied it slowly into the silver plate. "Thanks, in Gelby, thanks," replied the prince with a look of total indifference as to what he did with the fruit. "Methinks if you had brought me some cream also it would have been as well." "Your lordship shall have it immediately," answered the officer. "They are fine berries so early in the season." "They will refresh me after the fever," said Edward, "for still my mouth feels dry." "You shall have the cream directly, my good lord," rejoined the officer, and left the room. Edward and de Clare looked at each other with a smile, and the note was soon reread and totally destroyed. Chapter 17. About the hour of 10, on the morning following the day of which we have just been speaking, Simon de Montfort sat alone at a small table in a room adjoining that which he used as a council chamber. Manifold papers and parchments were before him, and a rude map of England, such as the geographical skill of that day enabled men to produce, lay underneath his large, powerful hand, with the forefinger resting upon the word Gloucester. His brow was heavy and his teeth were set, and he fixed his eyes, we cannot call it vacantly, for they were full of expression, though without sight, upon the opposite wall of the room, while his right hand ran slowly up and down the hilt of his heavy sword. "Care," he said, "continual care, thought and anxiety and strife. O life, life, the gilded bubble, how is it that man clings to thee so fondly? Who would not gladly be waked from an unpleasant dream? And yet how troublous is this sad dream of human existence which we are so loath to lose. Some 5 or 6 years in early youth, when fancy, passion, and inexperience forbid us to think and teach us only to enjoy, may have a portion of checkered brightness. But the rest, alas, has its care for every day and its anxiety for every hour. It is a weary place, this world to dwell in, and life but a grim and discontented tenant of the house. He paused and looked at the papers again, but it seemed difficult for him to fix his mind upon them. "It is strange," He continued, I am not often thus, but I feel as if all things were passing away from me. Can it be that sometimes the spirit has an indication of coming fate from beings that we see not? It may be so, but it is weak to give way to such thoughts. It is with human actions and endeavours that we have now to do. Ho, without there does any one wait? He continued, addressing a servant who appeared at his call. The constable of the guard of the West Court, my lord, replied the attendant. He has something to report. Send him in, said the Earl of Leicester, and dispatch a messenger to the Earl of Ashby, with many courteous greetings, to say that I am ready to receive him when it suits his pleasure. The same to the Earl of Monthermer and the Lord Hugh. Now, constable, what have you to tell me? The servant had beckoned in from the door where he stood, a sturdy soldier, clad in full armour except the casque, and the latter now replied to Leicester's question. You told me, my lord, that the pass was withdrawn from Sir Richard de Ashby, and that he was no more to have access either to the king or the prince. I said, moreover, answered Leicester, that he was to quit Hereford. Is he not gone? He may be now, my lord, replied the soldier, but last night I found him several times lingering about the castle. If you find him any more, arrest him on the spot, cried de Montfort hastily. Methinks the man is a traitor. I sent him hence for his good. If he come back, evil shall overtake him. He spoke evidently with considerable irritation, which the great Earl of Leicester, as he was generally called, was seldom, if ever, known to display. Impetuous he certainly had been in his early youth, and pride and sternness had been faults of his years, but excitement upon trifling occasions was so foreign to his character that the constable of the guard, as he retired from his presence, muttered, Something must have gone very wrong with the great Earl. I never saw him so before. When the officer had departed, Simon de Montfort rose and took 2 or 3 turns up and down the room, murmuring to himself, Each petty knave dares to disobey me. But I doubt these Ashbys. They are none of them stern and steadfast in the cause of right. This conference with Gloucester, on pretence of being stopped by his troops, 'tis rank, 'tis evident, but we shall soon hear more. Here they come, I suppose. And opening the door into the council room, he walked slowly to the head of the table, while the old Earl of Monthermer advanced to meet him, and Hugh lingered for a moment at the opposite side, reading a note which seemed to have been just put into his hands. Public or private? Asked de Montfort, looking upon his young friend with a smile. Private, my lord, answered Hugh. At least it is marked so, and though I have some doubt of the honesty of the writer, I will keep it private at least for the present. The Earl was about to reply, but at that moment the jingling step of Alured de Ashby was heard in the stone corridor at the top of the stairs, and after a brief pause he followed his father into the council chamber. Welcome, my Lord of Ashby, said de Montfort, advancing and taking the Earl's hand. I am right glad to see you here, and welcome too, Lord Alured. I fear that you have passed through some perils and met with somewhat rough treatment on your road hither. Perils, my lord, I may have passed through, answered Alured, but rough treatment I have none to complain of. The noble Earl of Gloucester treated me with more courtesy than I had a right to expect, and as you see, suffered me to proceed to join your lordship. De Montfort strove in vain to prevent his brow from gathering into a heavy frown, and he replied, with a bitter smile, doubtless the Earl is wise. In the meanwhile the Earl of Ashby had been greeting cordially the Monthermer and his nephew, and the sight of their mutual courtesies, which was in no way pleasant to Alured de Ashby, prevented him, in all probability, from making a rash reply to the Earl of Leicester. Well, sir, he said, not noticing the words of de Montfort, but turning sharply to Hugh, You informed me some time ago that the cause of my sister's being carried off and detained by some rude country people or forest outlaws would be explained to my good father here. Pray let us hear it in this noble presence. I am as curious as a woman." "Tush, Alured," cried his father, "you are an impatient, irritable boy. First let me render thanks to our young friend for his gallant, well-conducted search after our dear Lucy, and for restoring her to us so soon." "Whatever thanks he has merited, my lord," replied Alured, "I am right willing to pay. But first I wish to hear the full extent of his great deservings, lest my gratitude should overwhelm me. Luckily, however, there is a small deduction to be made, for having even at this early hour brought an unjust charge against our kinsman Richard, and roused dark suspicions of him in the breast of this noble earl." "I fear, my young friend," said the old Lord of Monthermer in a calm and kindly tone, "that the gratitude which seems to sit so heavy upon you, if there prove any cause for gratitude at all, which I doubt can suffer no diminution on the account you would place against it. The charge against your kinsman was made by me, not you. I neither concealed any part of the suspicion, nor aggravated it in the least, but merely told noble de Montfort that which we all know, and which behoved him to be acquainted with, when he was trusting daily near Prince Edward a person of whom even your father must entertain grave doubts." "No, no, not so, my lord," cried the Earl of Ashby, "my doubts have been dispelled. Some farther conversation of a menacing character took place, the old Lord of Monthermer showing himself desirous of soothing the two lords of Ashby, but Alured evidently striving to drive the matter to a personal quarrel. It is no easy task, with a companion so disposed, to avoid administering some occasion of offence, and although Hugh de Monthermer, in his love for Lucy, found every motive for avoiding a breach with her brother, yet there was a point of endurance beyond which even that inducement could not carry him. "Well, well, Lord Alured," he said at length, "it is clear to me and must be clear to all what is your object now. You have never forgotten ancient feuds, though we all agreed to cast them aside for ever. I would do all that is honourable and just to maintain and strengthen every kindly feeling between our two houses, but even the desire of so doing shall not induce me to swerve from what I consider right. I believe Richard de Ashby to be a false traitor, unworthy of the name he bears, for your noble race, whatever side it has taken, has never produced such a one before. And I maintain him honest and true," replied Alured, "and will uphold it at," he was going to add, "the spear's point, but his father stopped him, exclaiming, 'Hush, hush, no violence, hear what Lord Hugh would say.'" "At all events," said de Montfort, "have some respect, sir, for those in whose presence you speak." Alured de Ashby bit his lip but made no reply, and Hugh de Monthermer turned with a glowing cheek to the Earl of Ashby, inquiring, "My lord, have you heard from your daughter in whose hands I found her?" "I have not seen her," replied the Earl, "I have not yet seen her. This city is so full of troops and armed men that Alured judged it better to leave her at a place a short distance hence between this and Gloucester. But Alured has told me what she told him." "Well then, my lord," continued Hugh, "I have but to add that the men in whose hands she was, and against whom I could bring no force sufficient to set her free, agreed to liberate her on condition that I requested you, by your honour and high name, to compel your kinsman, Richard de Ashby, to restore the unhappy girl he carried off, when we all met in Barnesdale, to the house of her father, John Greenley, and to make him pay such dowry on her entering a convent as may punish him and ensure her reception. It was as a hostage for her return that they seized your daughter, and it was only upon this condition that they set her free." "May I know," demanded Alured de Ashby, assuming a sweet and ceremonious tone, which contrasted strangely with the workings of anger and pride in his face. May I know, fair sir, whether this demand is made of my father by these courteous outlaws of Sherwood, or by the noble Lord Hugh de Monthermer? Hush, a lord, I will have none of this, exclaimed his father again. You are too violent. Surely I have maintained the dignity of my house all my days, and can do it without your help. Now, my lord Hugh, from whom comes this demand? It comes, my lord, replied Hugh, from all those persons who held your daughter in their power. To you, my lord, for whom I entertain so much respect, I bear it unwillingly, and bear it only in the name of others. But it is my purpose, I acknowledge, whenever and wheresoever I meet Richard de Ashby, to demand that and more at his hands. Sir, cried a lord, there is one here present right willing and ready to put himself in the place of his cousin, and render you every account of his conduct you can desire. Hugh turned from him with a look from which he could not altogether banish some contempt. When I find, my lord, he replied, that Richard de Ashby is lame or impotent, a woman or a monk, I will consent to his appointing a champion, but not till then. I have no quarrel with you, my lord, and do not intend to have one. Methinks, my lord of Ashby, said de Montfort, who had been speaking for a moment apart with the old Earl of Monthermer, methinks the demand made upon you is but just, let it come from whom it may. These men held your daughter in their power, and they fixed certain conditions, taking it for granted you would execute which they set the lady free. Those conditions in themselves are fair if I understand the matter rightly, and it were better far to yield to them than now to dispute the matter when your daughter has thus attained her liberty. It would be more honourable, I say. The colour came up in the old Earl de Ashby's cheek. The house of Ashby, my lord, he replied, permits no one to dictate to it what is for its honour to do. Far less, cried a lord, will it allow an ancient enemy, presuming on the forbearance which has already given pardon and forgiveness for many offences, to bring false charges against one of its members, and then dictate how its chief is to act. Pardon and forgiveness, exclaimed Hugh de Monthermer, false charges. These are strange terms. As to the truth of the accusation, if your base kinsman, sir, dares to put forth still the lying pretext that he made use of when last I saw him, and to lay upon the same scapegoat the blame of corresponding with the enemies of the state and of carrying off this poor girl, his falsehood now can soon be proved, for she has been seen with him in this very city. Alleward looked down and bit his lip, and the old Lord of Monthermer, anxious to prevent the house of Ashby from abandoning that cause which he conceived to be just and right, interposed in the calm, grave manner which was usual with him, saying, Do not suppose, my noble friend, that my Lord of Leicester wishes to dictate to you in any degree. It is fair that he should submit for your consideration whether it will not be more honourable to your family to clear it of the stain which this man's conduct leaves upon it. I can meddle, my lord, with no man's pastimes, said the Earl de Ashby, carried away by the example of his son. Richard de Ashby is not my page for me to chastise him if he plays the fool with a peasant's daughter. I cannot meddle in the matter. Would your lordship not have meddled, asked de Montfort sternly, if your daughter's freedom had still depended on it? Methinks you would then have found right soon motives sufficient to interfere, and that somewhat vigorously. Well, my lord, cried the Earl in an angry tone, for where weakness goes hand in hand with wrong, wrath is never far behind. At all events it is no affair of yours. This is no public matter, but a private business put upon me by Lord Hugh of Monthermer. Nay, my good lord, nay, exclaimed Hugh, most unwillingly did I undertake it, but surely you would not have had me risk your daughter's liberation. by hesitating to convey to you a mere demand, which, without obtaining her deliverance at all, might have been sent by any other person, and carried by any other with much more grace than by a pretended friend, rejoined Alured de Ashby. Young gentleman, said the old Earl of Monthermer, you have done mischief enough this morning whether you intended it or not. Do no more mischief, I beseech you, nor make those part enemies who would fain be friends. Your father's answer is given, he will not meddle in the affair, so let it rest. Hugh has done his duty, and he has had, moreover, the pleasure and the honour of serving and protecting a lady. Whatever more is to be done rests with yourselves. Not entirely, replied de Montfort with a frown. I have some say in this business. How so, my lord? Demanded the Earl of Ashby sharply. I will allow no one, not the highest in all the Lord, to judge for me as to my private conduct. You are somewhat hasty, my good lord, said de Montfort coldly. Hasty or not, interrupted Alured de Ashby, eager to widen the breach as far as possible. My father is right in what he says, and I say yea to him. So bold, said de Montfort contemptuously, so very bold for so young a bird. Methinks its wings want clipping lest it should flee away. Alured de Ashby saw that he had gone somewhat too far, and might, perhaps, if he said more, endanger his own liberty. At least, conscious of his own purposes, he so construed the words of the Earl of Leicester. His haughty spirit, however, would not bow to qualify even in a degree the rash language he had used, and he remained sullenly silent, looking down upon the ground, while the great Earl continued with his keen grey eyes fixed sternly upon him. To end all this, de Montfort went on, and to conclude a conversation which has continued too long, there are other charges against your kinsman, Earl of Ashby, which cannot exactly be trusted to your lordship's lenity. They are somewhat more serious than debauching a country girl, and as it has been proved that he has been seen with this light-o-love damsel, who, by his own confession, went off with one undoubtedly a traitor to these realms, it is strong presumptive proof that he still has that traitor in his service, or knows more of him than is befitting. Under these circumstances I have already ordered his arrest should he enter Hereford, and now, moreover, I will have him sought for, and if he be a traitor, deal with him as such, which I will likewise do with all who prove so. He added, in a marked tone, Your lordship is right, said Alured de Ashby, and he muttered between his teeth so low that it could not be heard if you can catch them. Now good morning to you, my lords, continued de Montfort. At 3 this evening we will hold a council to consider of proclaiming Mortimer and others traitors. We shall expect you all to be present. Come with me, Monthermer, come with me, Lord Hugh. We will have no high words upon the stairs. Lord Ashby and his son turned away, with frowning brows, and as they descended to the courtyard, 2 short sentences were spoken which decided the fate of both. I know not what may be your purpose, my father, said Alured, but my course is determined. I will neither be the jest of the Monthermers nor the slave of Simon de Montfort. Nor I either, Alured, answered the Earl in a low tone, and without more comment they mounted their horses and rode back to the inn. They had scarcely quitted the court when Hugh de Monthermer appeared in it with a hasty step. One of the small party of armed retainers who had accompanied him instantly led forwards his horse, and he sprang into the saddle. Which way did the Earl of Ashby take? He demanded. Through that gate, my lord, replied the man, and bidding the servants follow him, the young knight was turning towards the other archway, when he felt something pull his stirrup, and looking down, beheld the boy Tangel holding up his long bony hand with many a curious grimace. I will speak with thee by and by, Tangel, said Hugh. I will be back in an hour. Ay, by and by is the cat that lapped up all the cream. cried the dwarf. By and by won't do, I must speak with you now, I have much to say. Then you must get a horse and follow me, Tangel, replied the young lord. It is already near the hour named. I go up the hill, be quick. And he put spurs to his horse. The dwarf gazed after him for a minute, murmuring, he'll be an hour too soon if he do not mind, and turned away. Chapter 18. About half an hour after the events had taken place of which we have spoken in the last chapter, Prince Edward stood in the midst of the chamber already described, habited in a light riding suit but armed only with his sword. He was gazing with a look of expectation at the door when it opened, and his young companion Thomas de Clare entered in haste. "Oh yes, my lord," he said with a well-pleased smile. "He fully confirms the permission, and indeed William of Cantilupe in Gelby and Thomas de Blundell with 3 or 4 are already waiting in the courtyard for your coming." "Is my horse prepared then?" demanded the prince. "Why, the foolish grooms, my lord," replied the young nobleman, "had brought out the roan, alleging that Grey was lean and not like a prince's horse, but I bade them saddle him, notwithstanding, saying that I had given him to your grace, and checking them for not obeying the order they had received. He is doubtless caparisoned by this time, but you are pale, my lord, the fever has weakened you. Were it not as well to take a cup of wine before you ride forth?" Edward shook his head. "Not so," he said. "When I strike my spur into that horse's side, the very thought of freedom shall give me better strength and courage than the best wine that ever France produced. However, let me have your arm. It may be well to seem a little weaker than I am. Do you go with me, de Clare?" "No, my lord," answered his companion. "I am not one of those named, and to say the truth I did not seek the honour, for I might but embarrass you, and I must provide for my own safety here." "Are you sure you can?" demanded the prince. "You must not risk your life for me, de Clare." "Oh, fear not," replied the young nobleman. "Give me but 1 hour, and I will be beyond the reach of harm." After a few more words, Prince Edward took his arm, and slowly descended the stairs, at the foot of which they found a number of gentlemen assembled, with several servants holding the horses which had been prepared for their excursion. The spearmen whom de Clare had talked of the preceding night did not make their appearance, de Montfort judging that 7 or 8 of his stanchest followers would be quite sufficient to secure him against the escape of the captive prince. Edward bowed familiarly to the various gentlemen present, and was received with every appearance of deference and respect. "Good morning in Gelby," he said. "Good morning, Sir William de Cantilupe. Blundell, I am glad you are here. You are a judge of horses, and de Clare has given me one which he declares will make an excellent charger. God speed the mark. When shall I need a charger again? But there he comes. At least, I suppose so. What think you of him?" "Nay, no jesting, gentlemen," cried de Clare, remarking a smile upon the lips of the rest. "That is a horse which, when well fed and pampered highly, will do more service than 1,000 sleek-coated beauties." "To the latter appellation, at least, he has no title," replied Blundell, looking at the horse as it was led forward, "but he has good points about him nevertheless." "He seems quiet enough," observed the prince, "and to say sooth, that is no slight matter with me today. I am not strong enough to ride a rough-paced fiery charger, but let us mount, gentlemen, and go. Farewell, de Clare, I will not break your horse's wind." "I defy your grace," answered Thomas de Clare, holding Edward's stirrup as he mounted slowly. "I wish you a pleasant ride." At the gate of the castle stood the Earl of Leicester himself, ready to do honour to Prince Edward as he passed, and after a few words of cold courtesy, the train proceeded on its way and wound out of the town of Hereford. "This free air cheers me," said Edward, turning to one of his companions after they had passed the gates about 1/2 mile. How true it is that blessings, manifold blessings, are only known to be such when we have lost them. To me this free summer wind is in itself the richest of enjoyments. I am glad to hear it, my lord, replied the gentleman he addressed. I hope it may do you much good. If I can obtain many such rides, continued Edward, I shall soon be quite well. See how proud Blundell is of his horse, and yet I would bet a silver tankard against a pewter can that Cantilupes would beat it for the distance of 1/2 mile, or Ingelby's either. Ingelby, who was near, smiled well pleased, and the other to whom Edward had spoken exclaimed, Do you hear what the prince says, Blundell? That Cantilupe's horse would beat yours for 1/2 mile. Cantilupe would not try, answered Blundell, I should think. Oh, I will try, cried Cantilupe. To please the prince I will try with all my heart. Let us set off. Nay, nay, rejoined Edward, let us wait till we get upon the turf on the higher ground. If I remember right, there is as fair a course there as any in England. We will make matches there for you, and I will give a golden drinking cup as a prize for the horse that beats all the rest. You shall run 2 at a time, and the gentlemen who remain with me will be the judges of each course. Agreed, agreed, cried the whole party. I shall win the cup, said Blundell. Not you, shouted Ingelby in his loud, hoarse voice. It is scarcely fair for me, however, for I am so much heavier. But you have a stronger horse, replied Edward, and thus passing the time in light conversation, they mounted slowly the first gentle slopes in the neighbourhood of Hereford, and came upon some fine dry turf at the top. As soon as they found an open space where there was grass enough, Blundell and Cantilupe put their horses into a quick pace and galloped on, taking for the winning post a tree that stood detached at the distance of about 1/2 mile. Cantilupe was the lighter man of the two, and he rode well, but Blundell's horse was decidedly superior, and he had already passed the tree when his competitor was 2 or 3 lengths behind. The prince seemed greatly to enjoy the sport, and cheered on the men and horses with his voice and hand. 2 more competitors speedily succeeded the first, and still the whole party kept, advancing over the wild, turfy sort of down, ever and anon choosing an open spot for their gay pastime. Now, Ingelby, said the prince at length, you must try with Blundell. As you are the heavier man, you have some advantage in his horse being rather tired. We will give you a mile's course too, so that your beast's strength will tell. There up to that gate with the little village church beyond, and if you beat him, I will fill the cup with silver pieces. He is so proud of his beast, it makes me mad to see him. Blundell patted the arching neck of his proud charger with a self-satisfied smile, and at the given sign gave him his head. Away the 2 best horses in the party went, and ran the longer course before them with very equal speed, Blundell taking the lead at first, but Ingelby's stronger beast gaining upon him afterwards. Blundell, however, was the first to reach the gate, but Ingelby dared him to try his chance back again, and away they came once more at headlong speed. This time Ingelby was first, till at the distance of about 300 yards from the prince his horse stumbled and came down with a heavy fall. The rider and the charger were both upon their feet again in a moment, but the beast had struck his knee, although not severely, and went lame as he finished the rest of his course. I know not how we must award the prize here, said the prince, for had it not been for that accident, oh, it is mine, fairly, cried Blundell. Oh, yes, my lord, I think he has won it, said several voices round. Oh, I have won it, reiterated Blundell, but added, laughing, unless his grace himself will ride a course with me upon his grey charger. It must be but a short one, Blundell, answered Edward, but I do not mind if I try for some 100 yards or two the mettle of the beast. What say you to that little tree?" "With all my heart," replied Blundell. "On then," cried the prince, and at the same moment he loosed the rein at which his horse had been tugging for the last half-hour and struck his spurs into the animal's sides. Like an arrow shot from a bow, the lean and bony charger darted forth, covering an immense space of ground at every stretch, and speedily leaving Blundell and his vaunted steed behind. Spurring with all his might, the disappointed cavalier followed on Edward's track. But though the distance to the tree was certainly not more than 500 yards, the prince was full 50 in front when he passed it. Seeing that it was vain to make any further effort, Blundell slackened his speed, but to his astonishment the prince spurred on, gaining upon him every minute. And at the distance of about 70 or 80 yards, feeling the immense speed and power of the horse that he bestrode, Edward turned gaily round in the saddle and, waving his hand, exclaimed in a loud voice, "All courteous things to my cousin de Montfort. Tell him he shall hear from me soon." By this time the party who had been slowly following had caught sight of what was passing, and putting their chargers into a gallop, were soon up to the spot where Blundell had halted in bewilderment and wonder. "He is gone," cried Blundell. "By St. John the Evangelist, he is gone. What shall we do?" exclaimed another. Follow him, at all events," said Ingelby. It must not be said that we did not follow him, and accordingly they spurred on at their best speed, but it was all in vain. The poor-looking grey that every one had contemned now showed his real powers. Each moment seemed to increase his speed, each stride seemed wider than the last, and every instant Edward gained upon his pursuers. For some way he never turned his head to look, feeling sure that they were left far behind. But at length, after rising another gentle slope, he paused for an instant to let his horse breathe, and gazed back over the grassy land, which he could now see extending all the way down to the river. At the distance of about a mile, he beheld a knot of 8 horsemen, in whom he instantly recognized the persons who had been sent to guard him. But they were no longer following upon his track. Their horses' heads were turned towards Hereford, and thither they now pursued their way, having soon given up all hope of overtaking the fugitive. "Where is my Lord of Leicester?" demanded Ingelby the moment they arrived in the court of the castle. "He is holding private council and cannot be spoken with," replied the officer to whom he addressed himself. "I must speak with him, however," rejoined Ingelby. "You cannot," said the officer sternly. "He is in close conference with the Earl of Oxford and Lord Ralph." "If the devil were with him, I must see him," exclaimed Ingelby. "Out of my way, man, I will bear the blame." And pushing past him, he approached the door of the council chamber and knocked hard with his hand. A page who was within opened the door, and walking straight up to de Montfort, who sat at the head of the table, Ingelby whispered, "The prince is gone, my lord." De Montfort turned fiercely round upon him and struck the table with his clenched hand, exclaiming, "Gone!" "Ay, my lord, gone," replied the officer, "and yet none of us could help it," and he proceeded to explain how Edward had effected his escape. De Montfort showed no further agitation or surprise than that which the sudden communication of such intelligence elicited at first. It overpowered his usual calmness for a moment, but then it was past. After hearing Ingelby's account, he muttered to himself, "The shadow that fell upon me this morning was from this cloud. Go, boy," he continued, addressing the page who stood at the door, "bid the constable of the guard seek for Thomas de Clare, and if he find him, attach him for high treason. Let someone, too, summon the lords of Ashby hither instantly on business of much importance. Quick, boy, away. my Lord of Oxford, I will beseech you to speed across the country to Pevensey at once, and instead of aiding my son to take it, as we proposed just now, bid him raise the siege, and march to join me with all the men whom he can raise, coming by Winchester and Oxford. We shall soon have business on our hands, and must be up and stirring. What were we saying, Sir Adam de Newfort? Oh, about bringing the troops from Chester. And he entered again upon the subject which they had before been discussing, seeming to dismiss from his mind the escape of the prince, as if it had been a matter of no moment. In about half an hour the messenger returned, whom he had sent to order the arrest of Thomas de Clare. My lord, said the page, they are not to be found. They, exclaimed the earl. Lord Thomas left the castle an hour ago, replied the page, and his servants are all gone likewise. So I thought, said de Montfort. Trust not soft seeming is a good old saw. I might have been wiser than to put faith in one of the brood of Gloucester. But of the Ashbys, boy, speak of the Ashbys, cried Lord Ralph Basset. My heart is no true prophet if they play us not false likewise. They went out upon the Worcester road, the people of their inn declare, rejoined the boy, within half an hour after they left the castle, and ere an hour was over all their people followed them, their steward paying the score. Let them go, cried de Montfort, we can afford to lose them. An unwilling hand is always well spared from a good cause. Besides, the greater loss puts out the less. One Edward is worth a whole shop full of Ashbys, and with this contemptuous observation he turned to other matters again. Chapter 19. The impediments of life, at which we fret and chafe in early years, and which we view with stern doubt and disappointment in that after period when the shortness of the space left to us renders each moment really as valuable, as it only seems to be in the eagerness of youthful impatience the impediments of life. I say the things that check us in our impetuous course, and force us to pause and to delay. How often are they blessings instead of curses? How often is the object which they dash from our outstretched hands an evil rather than the good that we esteemed it? Hugh de Monthermer, as we have shewn, rode away from the castle of Hereford about half an hour before Prince Edward. He chose the very road, and went on at great speed for about 3 miles. He then turned his horse into a path somewhat different from that which the prince had chosen, but leading nearly in the same direction, and in that he proceeded at a rate which gave his 5 servants some trouble in keeping up with him. At length, however, his horse suddenly went lame, and on dismounting to see what was the matter, he found that a nail had run into the frog of the animal's foot, and although it was easily extracted, yet it was impossible to proceed at the same pace as before. Give me your horse, Peterkin, he said, halting, and take mine slowly back to Hereford. While the servant was changing the saddle, however, a countryman appeared on the road, driving some swine before him, and Hugh immediately walked up to him, asking, Is this the way, my friend, to Monington Chapel? No, no, replied the man. You must go back. You should have taken the first turning on your left. Lord, now, only to think of your not knowing your way to Monington Chapel. What's the hour? Asked Hugh. Just midday, answered the man. Don't you see the sun? Then there is time, said Hugh de Monthermer, and mounting the servant's horse he retrode his steps for some distance. Just as he was approaching the turning, however, which the man had directed him to take, he heard a loud whistling scream which made him look up to the sky, thinking that some eagle, a bird then very common in the marches of Wales, had come close above his head. But nothing of the kind was to be seen, and a moment after the same cry was repeated, while one of the servants who were riding a little way behind exclaimed, It is the dwarf, my lord, it is Tangel. See where he comes at full speed, like a monkey on a race horse. Hugh de Monthermer paused for a moment and turned his eyes down the road from Hereford, up which the dwarf was coming, not mounted on his forest pony, but perched upon the back of a tall charger with his head just seen between the ears of the animal, his long arms stretched out holding the bridle somewhat short, and his equally lengthy legs hanging down, affording no bad type for the old figure of nobody. The boy was speedily by Hugh de Monthermer's side, shaking his head reproachfully as he came, and saying, "Ay, you would not listen to Tangel, man-at-arms. Nobody listens to Tangel, and why? Because he has not got a skin like a sucking pig and a face such as boys cut out of a turnip. Now, if any of these bottle-nosed beer drinkers had told you to stay and listen, you would have waited by the hour." "Not I," replied Hugh de Monthermer, "nor can I wait now, good Tangel, so come on and make haste with your story by the way. What is it you want to tell me?" "Ay, haste, haste," cried Tangel, turning his horse and keeping by the side of the young lord, always hasting to destruction and slow to anything good. "Now are you riding out here without knowing where you are going or who it is that has sent for you?" "And pray, if you are wiser, Tangel," said Hugh with a smile, "let me know where it is I am going to and who it is that has sent for me." "Going to a prison," cried Tangel, "and he who sent for you is a traitor." "Are you serious?" demanded Hugh, turning gravely towards him. "No, never was merrier in my life," answered Tangel, grinning till he showed his fine white teeth running back almost to his ears. "Is it not enough to make me merry, to see a man who calls himself wise put his head into a noose like a woodcock? Now I will catechise you as the priest of the chapel did me one day when he was drunk. Did you not receive a letter today?" "Yes, I did," replied Hugh. "Who gave you that letter?" demanded Tangel. "One of the servants of the noble Earl of Leicester," answered Hugh. "Ha," said the boy, "they are cunninger than I thought. And moreover," added the young nobleman, "I asked the servant from whom he had received it, and he told me from one of the attendants of the Earl of Ashby." "And who did the Earl Ashby's ton of flesh get it from?" demanded the dwarf. "I will tell you, for you know nothing about it yourself. He got it from gallant, sweet, honest, pretty Richard de Ashby, before he ran away from Hereford last night. I heard him when he thought there were no ears, listening, for I watched him all over the place as soon as I found he was in Hereford, creeping after him like a shadow. He gave me a blow once in Nottingham, and called me ape and devil. But the ape was at his heels last night when he and his fair cousin Allurd were plotting to go over to Gloucester, and I heard him say that he would have you in a net before 24 hours were over. He might have found himself mistaken, Tangel, replied Hugh, for I had my misgivings. Although I have not often seen the Lady Lucy's handwriting, I suspected that the note was not hers, and though he told me to come alone, I brought 5 stout fellows with me, as you see, intending to leave them within call. I think we 6 might be quite enough to deal with any force they would dare to bring within 7 miles of Hereford. The dwarf laughed aloud, paused, and then laughed again, but in his wayward fashion he would not explain the cause of his merriment, let Hugh say what he would. Mighty cunning, he cried. Now if you have luck you may catch the fowler in his trap, but yet if you be wise you will ride back to Hereford and take a nuncheon at the Maypole. No, replied Hugh, pausing for an instant and beckoning to his followers to come up. No, I will not. I know Richard de Ashby's force right well, and we 5 are worth any 10 he can bring against us. I would give a capful of gold pieces to take that traitor back with me and nail his ears to the castle gates, but we must lay our plans securely. The place appointed is Monington Chapel, and there surely must be some place near it where I can conceal the men. "Why, my lord," said one of his followers, "just on this side of it is little Bilberry Wood. I know it well, and then beyond is the great wood of Monington. We can find cover in either, for 1,000 spears if it were necessary. I forget the place, though I have seen it often," replied Hugh. And musing over what the dwarf had told him, he rode on till the highway entered a little copse intersected by numerous paths. The width of the whole wood might be about 150 yards, though the length, to the right and left of the road which they followed, was not less than a couple of miles. And as the young nobleman and his train issued forth again on the other side, they perceived at a short distance before them a small chapel, to which the name of a shrine would have been more appropriate, for the largest congregation that it could contain was certainly 30 persons at the utmost. Hugh de Monthermer's arrangements were soon made. Drawing back as soon as possible, lest anyone should observe his movements, he stationed his men under cover of the wood, and then advanced alone to the chapel, the door of which was open, as usual with all places of worship at that time. Before he entered, however, he paused to gaze over the scene on the other side of the little building, which presented first an open green expanse covered with short grass dotted with tufts of fern, and then, with the interval of about 1/3 of a mile, a deep, sombre wood, extending to a considerable distance on both sides. The ground all round was perfectly clear, and the copse where he had left his men so near at hand that it was impossible for him to be taken at a disadvantage by a larger force than his own, without having due warning of its approach. Hugh looked up towards the sun, saying to himself, "I am half an hour before the time. I should imagine we shall have a storm ere long." And fastening his horse to a hook fixed in the stone work, apparently for that purpose, he entered the chapel, which was quite vacant. Above the altar appeared the figure of the Virgin, and kneeling for a moment, as usual with all persons of his faith, Hugh repeated a short prayer, and then rising, gazed out of a window which turned towards the larger wood at the back. The sky was becoming rapidly clouded, and though the sun shone high in heaven, it only served to render the thick, thronged mass of vapours that were rolling up from the southwest more dark and lowering in appearance than would have been the case had they not been contrasted with the warm glow of the zenith. Soon, however, swelling up like the waves of an ocean of molten lead, the white edges of the thunder cloud covered the disk of the sun, bringing with them an oppressive heat very different from the mild but fresh air which had prevailed during the morning. Still Hugh de Monthermer kept his eye fixed upon the wood, and after watching for several minutes he thought he could distinguish, through the boles of the trees, a human form moving slowly along at the very verge. It disappeared again, and for a few moments nothing more was perceived, so that Hugh at length begun to think he had been in error. He soon found that such was not the case, for after a short pause, a man on foot issued forth a step or two, and was seen to look carefully round him. He then gazed down the road towards Hereford, and put his hand over his eyes, as if to shade them from the light. Apparently satisfied, he retired into the wood again, after having continued his investigations for about 3 or 4 minutes. It was evident he was watching for someone, and Hugh naturally concluded it was himself. The young nobleman paused, meditating how he should act at one moment, thinking of showing himself in order to bring the affair to a speedy issue, but the next, judging it would be better to remain in the chapel till the hour appointed had arrived. While he was still hesitating, a vivid flash of lightning that almost blinded him burst forth from the cloud and appeared to sweep close past the chapel. Some large drops of rain fell at the same time, and after another and another flash succeeding each other with extraordinary rapidity, the floodgates of the heavens seemed to open, and the torrent poured down, mingling hail with the rain, and forming foaming yellow pools at every indentation of the road. Incessantly through the twilight of the storm the broad blue glare of the lightning was seen, with a thin, bright, fiery line crossing the tissue of the flame and marking its fierce and destructive character, while the rolling peal of the thunder seemed to shake the very earth, echoing and re-echoing from the woods around. "Those poor fellows will be half drowned," thought Hugh de Monthermer. "I have a great mind to call them into the chapel, though it might lose me my opportunity. Yet, if I were sure of catching that villain, and carrying him into Hereford, or of meeting him with double my numbers, I would myself swim the Wye 12 times. Hark, surely that was the tramp of a horse's feet." Another clap of thunder, however, drowned all other sounds, but when it had passed away, the noise of a horse's hoofs beating the ground at a quick pace distinctly reached the young nobleman's ear. Hugh de Monthermer listened. "There is but one," he said. "I will take no odds against him," and he loosened his sword in the scabbard, keeping behind the angle of the building so as not to show himself too soon at the half-opened door. The next instant the horse stopped opposite the chapel, the rider was heard to spring to the ground, and after a moment's delay in order, it seemed, to secure the beast from straying, the stranger's foot was heard ascending the steps. Hugh de Monthermer advanced to confront him, but instantly drew back again, exclaiming in a tone of strong astonishment, "Prince Edward!" "Hugh de Monthermer," cried Edward, "this is strange meeting, old companion." "It is indeed, my dear lord," replied Hugh. "It becomes me not to ask how or why you are here, but I will confess that it rejoices my very heart to see you at liberty, though I doubt not many men would say, if they knew of our meeting, that I ought to arrest and bring you back to Hereford." "He would be a bold man," answered the prince, raising his towering form to its full height. "He would be a bold man who would attempt, single-handed, to stop Edward of England on his way." "Alas, my lord," replied Hugh de Monthermer, "I have not even that excuse to give to those who may blame me. One shout from that door would bring fearful odds against you, for, to tell the truth, I am waiting here to catch that arch-traitor, Richard de Ashby, in his own net, and have left men in the little wood you have just passed. But once more I say I rejoice to see you free." "Then indeed I thank you, Hugh," replied the prince. "I thank you from my heart for your sincere love, though, if I judge rightly, I am not so unprotected as I seem." The young nobleman took the hand that Edward held out to him, and kissed it respectfully, saying, "I would not betray you, my lord, for the world, were you here alone and I at the head of hundreds. But ere we part I must ask you one boon." "Nay, let us not part yet," rejoined Edward. "There is much to be said between us, Hugh. I have taken shelter here from the storm, you are here also, and while the elements rage without, let us talk of giving peace to the land." "That is the object of the boon I crave, my lord," answered Hugh, "but I can stay no longer with you than to name that boon. No, not even to hear you concede or refuse it, else I shall be held a traitor to that cause which I believed to be sacred. The boon is this: when you have joined the Earl of Gloucester, when you see yourself at the head of armies, and when you feel your royal mind at liberty to act with power and success, publish a proclamation pledging yourself to uphold all those laws and ordinances which have been enacted for the safety of the land, for the rights and liberties of the people, and for our protection from foreign minions and base, favourites, laws and ordinances to which you have once already given your consent. If you do this, I myself will never draw the sword against you, nor do I believe will Simon de Montfort." Edward shook his head with a look of doubt. "De Montfort is ambitious, Hugh," he said. "Perhaps he was not always so, for many a man begins a patriot and ends a tyrant. At that moment the sound of a horn was heard from the little neighbouring copse, and Hugh de Monthermer advanced to the door of the chapel, knowing that it was a signal of danger. The scene that presented itself was curious. The rain was still pouring down heavy and grey. The air was dim and loaded. The flashes of the lightning were blazing through the sky, and seemed to the eyes of the young nobleman to be actually running along the ground. At the same time, rushing towards him with rapidity almost superhuman, was the poor dwarf, Tangel, throwing about his long, lean arms in the most grotesque manner, and pointing ever and anon to the opposite wood, issuing forth from which appeared a body of at least 300 horse, well armed and mounted, and coming down at full speed towards the chapel. Hugh turned one look more into the building and waved his hand, exclaiming, "Adieu, my lord, adieu. Here is danger near." And gaining his horse's side, he unhooked the bridle and leapt into the saddle. "Up, Tangel, up behind me," he cried as the dwarf came nigh. "Up, quick, or they will be upon us." The dwarf sprang up behind him in a moment with one single bound from the ground, and Hugh, turning the bridle towards the little copse, dashed on at full speed. The servant's horse, however, which he was riding, was not a very fast one. The troop from the wood was coming forward with great rapidity, and seemed determined to chase him. His own force was too small to offer any resistance, and Hugh de Monthermer saw with bitterness of spirit that if the adversaries still pursued, he must soon be a prisoner. To be so deceived and foiled added anger to the grief he felt at the prospect of captivity, and he muttered to himself, "They shall pay dearly for it at all events," while he still spurred on towards the copse from which his own men were now approaching, leading the horse on which the dwarf had joined them. "Mount your beast quickly," cried Hugh, turning his head to Tangel. Go on, fast, good master," cried the boy. "Do not halt for me. I will mount without your stopping, only carry me close enough to the beast." And in a moment after, as Hugh rode swiftly up towards his followers, the boy put his hands upon the young nobleman's shoulders, sprang up with his feet on the charger's haunches, and then with a leap and a shrill cry, he lighted on his own horse, whirled himself round and dropped into the saddle. No time indeed was to be lost, for Hugh and his attendants met midway between the building and the wood when one end of the enemy's line already reached the chapel, and at that moment Edward himself darted out upon the steps and shouted aloud, "Halt! I command you, halt! Lord Lovell, Sir Thomas Grey, I charge you, halt, chase him not. I say, Sir Richard de Ashby," he continued, raising his voice till it seemed to vie with the thunder as he saw that his orders were unheeded. "Halt, on your life, will you disobey my first command?" But Richard de Ashby was deaf and dashed on with 5 or 6 others, while the rest of their party drew the rein, some sooner, some later, pausing in a broken line. Hugh de Monthermer and his men spurred forward at the full gallop, but the slippery ground, now thoroughly soaked by the pelting rain, defeated his effort to escape an attack. The horse of one of his followers floundered, and fell some 40 yards before they reached the copse, and though both man and beast staggered up again, the pursuers were too near to be evaded. Some 10 yards in advance of the rest, mounted upon a fleet black horse, was Richard de Ashby himself. He was fully armed with hauberk and shield and spear, but his aventail was open, and a glow of savage satisfaction might be seen upon his countenance. Hugh de Monthermer turned in the saddle, to measure the distance between them with his eye, saw in a moment that escape was not possible, but that vengeance was, and snatching from the man next to him a spear and small round buckler, he wheeled his horse, struck the sharp spur furiously into its flanks, and met his pursuer in full career. The young knight himself was clothed in nothing but a hawkweton of purple sendal, which, though stiffly stuffed with cotton, as was then customary, afforded poor protection against the point of a lance. But the tournament and the battlefield had been the young nobleman's ballroom and his school, his place of amusement and his place of practice, and his eye was always ready to discover, his hand prepared to take advantage of the slightest movement of an enemy. He perceived in an instant that Richard de Ashby's lance was aimed at his throat, but he showed by no sign that he knew that such was the case, till he was within a yard of his enemy. Then suddenly raising his buckler, he turned the point aside, and at the same instant he somewhat lifted his own spear, which, as he had no rest, was charged upon his thigh, intending to strike his adversary full in the face. But Richard de Ashby bent his head, and the lance touching him high upon the forehead, glanced off from the skull, and catching in the hood of mail, hurled him headlong from his charger to the ground. Hugh drew up his horse suddenly by the side of the fallen man, and shortening the spear, held it to his throat, shouting aloud to those who followed, "If anyone comes near, he dies." By this time his own attendants had rejoined him, and 2 or 3 gentlemen came riding down at a quick pace from the chapel, calling upon their companions who had gone before to halt and come back. "Did you not hear the prince's voice?" exclaimed an elderly knight angrily as he approached. "It is his express commands that you come back. Depart, Lord Hugh, depart in peace. It is the prince's will, and we obey." "Had I but 1/2 your numbers, Lord Lovell," answered Hugh, "I would not go without taking this traitor with me." "Or being taken yourself," replied Lord Lovell with a laugh. "I can assure you, my good lord, we had every intention of carrying you with us into Worcestershire. But as the prince will let the bird out of the trap which poor Richard baited so nicely for him, he must e'en use his wings, there is no help for it. You seem to have pecked the fowler pretty handsomely, however. I believe you have cleft his skull. There, let his people come up and help him. You have my word against treachery." "I fear he is not punished as much as he deserves," replied Hugh de Monthermer. "Bear my dutiful thanks to the prince for his courtesy, and now fare you well, my Lord Lovell. I trust we shall soon meet again." Thus saying, he turned his horse and rode quickly but thoughtfully back to Hereford. Forest Days, a romance of old times. Chapter 20. A few pages more of dry details, dear reader, and then for nothing but brief scenes and rapid action. This, if you please, is a chapter of pure history, and therefore those who are well read in the annals of the times may pass it over without any particular attention. To all who are not, however, it will be found absolutely necessary to the right understanding of that which is to follow. On Hugh de Monthermer's arrival at Hereford, he found the news of Edward's escape common to all the town, but nevertheless he thought it necessary to communicate first to his uncle, and then to the Earl of Leicester, all that had taken place after he had left them in the morning. "Some 300 horses," said de Montfort, as he listened to the young nobleman's account of his meeting with Richard de Ashby. "They are bold, upon my life, but they teach us that we have been somewhat negligent, and so you unhorsed the traitor, but could neither kill nor take him. It is a pity you are sure that he is not dead." "Not sure, my lord," replied Hugh, "but I rather think not, for I felt the spear strike and then glance off. I would fain have brought him into Hereford." "Have you heard," continued de Montfort, "that our good friends the Earl of Ashby and his son have left us, so that I fear some hopes and expectations which your uncle mentioned regarding a fair lady's hand may suffer disappointment." "I have heard it, my lord," answered Hugh, "and am, I confess, not a little grieved. Nevertheless—" "Well, what of nevertheless?" asked de Montfort, seeing that B. paused. "Why, nevertheless, my lord," replied Hugh, "I cannot but hope that I shall succeed at last. I have never yet seen a matter of love which was destined to end happily begin smoothly at the first. I hope, said de Montfort, hope is like a hungry boy who I once saw burn his mouth with his porridge, for he still consoled himself, poor urchin, by saying that it would be cool enough by and by. May it be as you wish, my young friend, and so good night, for neither you nor I can mend what is gone amiss this day. As Hugh was leaving the room, de Montfort called to him again, saying, Pray ask your uncle to spend an hour with me tonight. I want his warlike counsels in our present strait. I know no one more fitted to advise me. And none more willing, my lord, replied Hugh, quitting the room. Bustle, activity, preparation, the movement of troops, rumours of strange events, some false, some true portents, even miracles, for those were times in which every man with the magnifying glasses of superstition doubts, expectations, suppositions in regard to the motions of every following day, filled up the next fortnight busily. Every part of the country, from one end to the other, was stirred up to fight for one party or the other, and bands of soldiers moving across to join their several banners often encountered in the same village, and by their contests frighted the isle from its propriety. According to the best accounts that could be obtained, the number of troops which gathered round Prince Edward and the Earl of Gloucester was considerably larger than that which joined de Montfort in Hereford, and being principally composed of cavalry, these levies dropped much more rapidly in. The foot soldiers, who were enrolling themselves for the party of the Lords Commissioners, as de Montfort's faction was called, though infinitely more numerous, being very much longer in their march, and more easily intercepted, and driven back by the enemy. To counterbalance the depression, however, which the increasing strength of Edward and Gloucester might have spread through Hereford, rumours came daily of a great rising of the citizens of the capital in favour of de Montfort, and there was also on his side that great moral support which is given by the assurance of being at the head of a great popular movement, for, that the cause of de Montfort was the popular one, no one can doubt who reads the ballads, the legends, or the histories of the day. The people, beyond all question, looked upon that renowned leader, not only as the champion of their rights and liberties, but as a hero which he really was, and as a saint which he probably was not. Still the camp of de Montfort suffered many severe defections. In political contests, the love of novelty and of change affects many more men than one would at first sight suppose, causing them to seize any pretext for abandoning a party to which they have been for some time attached, and for going over to the other, which they have constantly opposed. Dissensions with their leaders or their fellow partisans, disgusts at trifling acts of neglect, even weariness of habitual associations, will produce in others the same effect, and thus a great number of the nobles, who before the famous Battle of Lewes supported the Earl of Leicester, now framed or discovered an excuse for following the example of the Earl of Ashby and his son, and joining the forces of Gloucester and Prince Edward. A few, too, really doubtful of de Montfort's real intentions, and fearful of his growing power, either retired from his party without espousing that of the prince, or abandoned him entirely, and prepared to oppose him in arms. Many of his weaker partisans, though adhering still to his cause, were alarmed at this defection, and looked grave and sorrowful at the intelligence received of the enemy's movements. But the Earl, though as serious in his demeanour as his age and character might require, was still firm and cheerful, as were all his principal counsellors and companions. None seemed less depressed than the old Earl of Monthermer, who had always a hopeful and courteous answer to give to everyone. "We shall beat them yet, my good friend," he said, in answer to a somewhat timid and news-seeking gentleman who stopped him while riding down from the castle to his inn. "We shall beat them yet, do not fear, unless some great and extraordinary error is committed on our side, or some inconceivable piece of good fortune occurs upon theirs. They must be defeated as they were at Lewes." "But I see," said his companion, "that the Earl has proclaimed—" "Not the Earl, but the King," interrupted the old lord. "It is the King who has proclaimed Gloucester and all his adherents traitors. But that makes very little difference. In contentions like these, every man is called a traitor in his turn, whatever side he takes. And as for those who have gone over to the enemy, do not let their defection alarm you. It is better always to have an open enemy than a false friend, and a wise general gives all cowards and waverers a prompt order to quit the ranks of his army, not only as a useless, but an injurious encumbrance." Such cheerful words, and a few gallant acts performed in a casual skirmish here and there, kept up the spirits of the soldiery in Hereford and the neighbouring towns, till at length such a number of men were collected as seemed to justify de Montfort in taking the field, although the army of the prince might be, perhaps, by 1/2 more numerous than his own. The movements of the great Earl after marching out of Hereford became of a strange and incongruous character, which greatly puzzled and embarrassed many of his best supporters, and which have not been clearly understood even in our own time. But de Montfort's countenance remained calm and tranquil, even in the midst of what seemed, to ordinary observers, checks and reverses, and it was remarked that the 2 or 3 noblemen who were in his most intimate councils maintained the same serene aspect, whatever circumstances occurred. At the head of a large force, Edward interposed between the army of the Lords Commissioners and London, moving as it moved, and practising with consummate art the science of strategy as it was known in those days, with the evident purpose of keeping his adversary at a distance from his resources, without giving him battle, exactly at his own time and place. De Montfort in the meantime affected to manoeuvre skilfully for the purpose of passing Edward's superior force without fighting, and making his way direct to London. But in all these operations, the prince seemed to have the advantage, turning his opponent at every passage, as the greyhound does the hare. Many facts have since been discovered, which have induced modern historians to suppose that de Montfort sought merely to amuse his adversary. But at the time, 2 circumstances only led the closer observers in the Earl of Leicester's camp to believe that that great man had a covert object in view, and that he was not actually so completely frustrated by his opponent as appeared upon the surface. The first was that perfect equanimity to which we have alluded, and which he maintained under every apparent reverse. The second was a degree of anxious impatience, which manifested itself upon the arrival of many of the messengers who were constantly coming and going between his camp and the southeastern parts of the country. These facts, in those who remarked them, created a suspicion that the Earl was waiting for reinforcements, not choosing to risk a battle till they had joined him, and at length a circumstance occurred which confirmed this opinion and quieted the anxiety of many who had begun to fear that ill success was hanging over the very commencement of their career. Towards the middle of July, the army approached the small town of Newport, after having attacked and taken Usk, which was feebly defended by some of the Earl of Gloucester's adherents. It seemed evidently the intention of de Montfort and his counsellors to cross the Severn, a few miles above Newport, and take possession of Bristol, and orders to that effect had been actually given. Few vessels, however, capable of transporting the forces of the Earl, were found at the spot where de Montfort had ordered them to be collected, and Edward himself was known to be in the neighbourhood. But several ships and galleys of a considerable size were to be seen moored at the opposite side, and Hugh de Monthermer, who commanded an advance party, threw himself into a passage boat with a small force, and crossed the estuary towards a point where he believed he could make good his defence, while he dispatched the vessels to the opposite shore to bring over the main army of the Earl. His proceedings, as far as they were suffered to go, proved entirely successful. He effected his landing, repulsed a body of the enemy who attempted to dislodge him, and secured a place of disembarkation for the rest of the forces, when, to his surprise, while he was endeavouring to induce the seamen in the other vessels to cross to the Welsh shore, a messenger reached him in a small rowboat, commanding his immediate return. Hugh obeyed at once, and proceeding to the headquarters of de Montfort, he found his uncle and Lord Ralph Basset in conference with the Earl of Leicester. The young nobleman was about to explain the motives of his conduct, but de Montfort stopped him, saying, "You did quite right, my young friend, but Prince Edward and I, you must know, are as two chess players, where the game is life and power, and neither he nor I must hazard one rash move if we would avoid destruction. I know my own game he is not aware of it, and it is necessary that he should not be so till the last moment." These words were heard by many of the gentlemen round, and rumour soon carried them through the whole host, one person repeating them in one manner, and another in another, but all implying the same thing, that de Montfort had some dark secret purpose in view, and such was the confidence of the soldiery in their leader that they never doubted success would attend him, whatever that purpose was. An immediate change of movements then took place. Suddenly turning into South Wales, the army ravaged a district belonging to some of the adherents of Gloucester, and in his progress de Montfort entered into a treaty with several of the native Welsh princes, by which he obtained the assistance of a considerable body of their light armed troops. A short pause of total inactivity next succeeded, and the Earl remained encamped for 2 or 3 days on the banks of the River Lugg, apparently with the purpose of giving some repose to his forces in the midst of the heats of July. Messengers, however, were continually coming and going. The Earl was constantly employed, either in writing or in training the troops to various military evolutions, and after all the camp except the sentinels were sound asleep, a light was seen burning in his tent till 2 or 3 in the morning. He used his nights, says a historian of those times, more for thought and labour than for sleep, during the greater part of each day, and often during these nocturnal vigils, the old Earl of Monthermer and the Lord Le Despencer remained with de Montfort, sometimes consulting with him, sometimes writing in the same tent, sometimes examining the rude maps of that period, measuring distances and tracing out lines, but not one word did either of them utter, even to their nearest and dearest relations, in regard to the plans and purposes of the general. At length, one night towards 11 o'clock, while the army was what was both technically and literally in the field, Hugh de Monthermer received a summons, written in the hand of de Montfort himself, desiring his immediate presence. The last words were, "Bring your dwarf page with you." Tangel was accordingly roused from the corner in which he slept, and followed Hugh to the quarters of the Earl, whom they found sitting in the outer tent in company with 2 or 3 noblemen. The flap of the canvas was drawn back on either side, in order to admit what fresh air could be found in a sultry night of summer, and at one end of a table round which the assembled nobles were seated, appeared a man dusty with travelling and dressed in the garb of a Yorkshire forester. "Here is a letter for you, my Lord Hugh," said de Montfort, "enclosed in one to myself." And he handed a small packet to Hugh de Monthermer, tied, as was then customary, and fastened with yellow wax. Hugh took it, but before he broke the seal or cut the silk, he advanced to the table and examined the outside of the letter carefully by the light of one of the lamps. "Something seems to strike you as extraordinary," said de Montfort. "What is the matter?" "I will tell your lordship presently," replied Hugh, and severing the silk with his dagger, he read the contents. "This is good news as far as it goes," he said at length in a low tone. "I find that my good friend Ralph Harland is on his road to join us together with a certain forest friend of ours," he added, turning towards his uncle, "with some 700 bold yeomen and foresters of York and Nottingham, and more will follow. They are already far advanced on their way in Staffordshire. But I cannot help thinking, my good lord," he added, raising his voice, "that this letter has been opened and read before it reached my hands." As the young nobleman spoke, he fixed his eyes on the messenger, who was somewhat pale before, but became paler still when he heard the last words. "I will swear upon the blessed rood," he cried, "that I have never opened the packet, but brought it safely hither as I was told." "Who told you to bring it?" asked de Montfort, fixing his stern eyes upon him. The man hesitated a moment and then replied, "Robin of Barnesdale." "What makes you think it has been opened, Hugh?" demanded the Earl of Monthermer. "Why, my dear uncle," answered the young nobleman, "this wax is yellow, but at the side of it is a stain of green, as if at first it had been sealed with another colour." "Can our friend Robin write?" inquired de Montfort. "Yea," cried a shrill voice from behind Hugh de Monthermer, as well as a Florentine reed or a turkey's quill in the hand of an Oxford clerk. "We shall soon know more, my lord," said Hugh de Monthermer. "But this letter is not Robin's writing, this is from Ralph Harland the franklin." "But this," replied the Earl, laying his hand upon another letter, "this purports to be from the bold forester, praying me to send you with some men-at-arms to reinforce them as they come, seeing that Gloucester threatens them, and they are afraid to proceed." "That shows it to be a forgery at once," said Hugh in a low voice to Leicester. "Robin never seeks aid of any man. There is treachery somewhere, my lord, but we have means at hand of convicting this fellow. Now, sir," he continued, tell me and tell me true who sent you hither, and beware, for if you deceive me it may cost your life." "I have told you already," answered the man doggedly. "Well then, stand forward, my little magician," cried Hugh, laying his hand upon Tangel's head. "We hear of Eastern talismans, my lord, whereby truth and falsehood are discovered, as gold and alloy by the touchstone. And in this boy I have such a human talisman, who will soon tell us how much verity there is in the fellow's tale. Now, Tangel, look at him well, and say if he came from Robin Hood." "No," answered the dwarf, well pleased with the importance of his functions, and entering fully into the spirit of his master's figure of speech. "Hark, I hear Robin deny him and say he never yet set eyes upon him." Then tugging the young nobleman's sleeve, he whispered the words, "Go on, ask me more." "And now, Tangel," continued Hugh, "can you tell me whose man he is?" "Right well," replied the dwarf, fixing his keen gaze upon the pale face of the messenger, and then speaking slowly, he added, "He is Prince Edward's." A slight smile came upon the man's countenance for a moment, but Tangel went on almost without a pause, watching him keenly as he spoke. "He is Prince Edward's by the Earl of Gloucester, and the Earl of Gloucester's by Richard de Ashby. Ha, 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 I hear them laughing when they think how they will take in de Montfort and lead the Lord Hugh into a trap, and he hears them, too. Look at his face, look at his face." Certainly that face was now as bloodless as the visage of the dead. Take him away, said de Montfort in a stern tone. Take him away, and hang him on the first tree. I will confess, cried the man, falling upon his knees. Spare my life, and I will confess. It is your only hope of safety, replied the Earl. Tell the whole truth, and you shall be spared out with it at once and without hesitation. Well then, said the detected impostor in a whining tone, I confess I am Sir Richard de Ashby's man. And he went on to tell how a jolly monk, passing through a village in the neighbourhood of Worcester, and making merry with some soldiers, had been recognised by one of the servants of Richard de Ashby, and instantly arrested. On searching him strictly, the letter from Ralph Harland to Hugh de Monthermer had been found, wrapped in leather between his sandal and the sole of his foot, and a plan was instantly formed, both for cutting off the party of the young Franklin and Robin Hood, and also for leading Hugh de Monthermer into an ambuscade. The Earl of Gloucester and Roger Mortimer, he said, had been made acquainted with the plot, but not the prince. Take him away, said de Montfort after the story was told. Take him away and guard him strictly. We may have occasion to account with these gentlemen at some future time. Now here is an opportunity, he continued as soon as the pretended yeoman was removed, which some men would seize, for cutting off whatever troops the rebels may detach in execution of their pitiful schemes. But I think, my good lords, we must not waste our strength upon skirmishes. At any moment we may have to act suddenly with our whole force, and therefore we must cast away the occasion that now presents itself of lopping off a limb from our enemy. Nevertheless, we must not forget the safety of our friends. Some faithful messenger must be sent at once to meet the reinforcement from Nottingham and Yorkshire, and give them notice to take a circuit through Shropshire. Shrewsbury is ours, and all the country round, so on that road they will be safe. Have you anyone you can send? Hugh looked at the dwarf, and the boy clapped his hands gladly, exclaiming, Let me go, let me go. So be it then, said Hugh. I will provide him with the means at once, my lord. He had better have no letter but a purse well filled and a swift horse. He will not fail a word of the message. Hark! Cried de Montfort, there is a sound of galloping from the other side of the river. The messengers at length, I trust. Do you know your errand, boy? Right well, great man, answered the dwarf, and I will not fail either in speed or truth. What ho, stand, who goes there? Demanded the sentinels who were placed about 50 yards from de Montfort's tent. A friend, was the reply. Stand, friend, and dismount, cried the sentinel. Letters, answered the other voice, letters from the Lord Simon de Montfort to his father, the most noble Earl of Leicester. Ah, exclaimed Leicester, starting up with his whole face beaming with satisfaction. At length, let him advance. He shouted, let him advance. And a moment after, coming forward to the opening of the tent, a man, pale, haggard, and worn, presented himself, bearing a small packet in his hand. This is to your lordship from your son, he said. I left him well at Oxford not many hours ago with 30,000 men in arms, all ready to defy the world. On behalf of de Montfort. Too eager to make any reply, the Earl of Leicester took the packet, tore it open, and read all is right. He cried at length, rising with a well-pleased smile, and turning to the gentleman on his right. Now, my good lords, now, the moment for action has come. To you, Monthermer, to you, Le Dispenser, thanks, many thanks, for those wise and prudent counsels which have cast cool patience upon my own somewhat too impetuous nature, and enabled me to resist my own inclination to advance. Here have we amused these rebel lords and the infatuated prince in needless marches and counter-marches, while my son has raised the country behind them, and is already at Oxford with an overwhelming force. He on the one side and I on the other, we have them in a net. or even if they escape from the toils that are around them, our forces united will be irresistible, and we will drive them to fight, to surrender, or to flee the land. Let every noble lord give instant orders in his own quarter of the camp, to make ready for our advance an hour before daylight. And you, my Lord Hugh, must now direct your messenger to lead our friends from Nottingham by Clebury and Wyre Forest on towards Worcester, keeping a keen look-out for the enemy. But doubtless ere they arrive we shall have cleared the country. You have brought me good tidings. He continued, addressing the messenger, Go to my steward, let him provide for you, and tomorrow 100 marks shall be your reward. Now for a few hours, my lords, good night, good night. By daybreak the next morning, every tent was struck, and the main body of the army had passed the Lug. De Montfort still advanced with great care and caution, throwing out scouts in all directions, and never making a movement which exposed any part of his force to sudden attack. But not an enemy was now to be met with. The whole country, as he advanced towards Worcester, was clear, and it seemed evident to all that Edward had become aware of his danger, and was endeavouring to escape from it. On the evening of St. Peter's Day in the year 1265, de Montfort reached a magnificent country palace of the Bishop of Worcester, called in the language of the time Chemistoia or Chemato, from which in all probability the name Kempsey is derived. It was surrounded by an extensive park, reserved for the chase, and therein or in a small neighbouring village the army lodged during the night, while the headquarters of the general and his royal prisoner were in the manor or palace of the bishop. The distance from Worcester was only 3 miles, but still no tidings reached the army of Prince Edward's movements. About 7 o'clock, however, a letter was received by de Montfort from his eldest son, who was at the head of the large body of men marching from Oxford to reinforce him. But when he opened it and read the date, his brow became clouded, and he muttered to himself, Kenilworth, Kenilworth, that is a great mistake. What does he in Kenilworth? On reading on, he found that the letter had been written just after a long night's watching in the fields to intercept the army of Prince Edward, which was said to be flying from Worcester, and that the young nobleman proposed to march on to join him on the Friday following, concluding that the prince had made his escape. De Montfort mused after he had perused the letter twice, and then murmured, There is no help for it, there is no help for it. We must onward to Evesham, with all speed, Edward flying, with a large force at his command, Worcester in his power, Gloucester garrisoned by his troops, Dean Forest near. No, 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 that is not likely. Edward was not made to fly. We must guard against surprise, there is something under this. And ringing a small handbell which stood upon his table, he continued aloud. As soon as one of his officers appeared, double the guards at every avenue of the park, throw out some 50 horse archers on the road to Worcester, and barricade the farther end of the village, give those orders quickly, and then come back for a letter, after directing a horse and mail to make ready for Kenilworth. Kenilworth, he added, musing, what had he to do at Kenilworth? Hark ye, he proceeded, once more addressing the man, get some diligent fellows who do not fear for their necks, to make their way into Worcester as soon as the gates are open, and bring me tidings of what is going on. Promise them high wages, we must have news. The officer departed, and de Montfort put his hand upon his brow, repeating to himself, What had he to do at Kenilworth? My head aches, he continued. Ere long, perchance, it may cease to ache for ever. Day had dawned about an hour when, by his permission, and of the spies who, as we have seen, had been sent into Worcester, was admitted to the chamber of the Earl of Leicester, whom he found just putting on his steel hauberk, proposing soon to set forth upon his march. I have had a narrow escape, my lord, cried the scout. All the rest are taken. But the news, exclaimed de Montfort with a degree of heedlessness for human life which most veteran warriors acquire. The news, what did you learn? Little or nothing, my lord, answered the man somewhat sullenly. I heard my companions ordered to be hanged, and saw Prince Edward's troops arriving in haste and disarray after a long night march. But I could only save myself by speed, and therefore could learn nothing more. It is enough, cried de Montfort. There, fellow, is your reward. Edward arriving in disarray at Worcester. That is enough. Now on to Evesham with all speed join my boys' forces, and then return to crush this nest of hornets with my foot. He spoke proud and exultingly. Ah, little did he know that at that moment his son's forces were defeated and dispersed, 13 of his gallant barons killed, and a whole host of noble prisoners following the army of Edward into Worcester. Chapter 21. The march of a feudal army of that day was a beautiful thing to see. Although a part of the splendour which it afterwards assumed, when the surcoats of the knights were embroidered with their arms, was not yet displayed, still those arms were emblazoned upon the banners and on the shields, still the richest colours that the looms of France, Italy, and England could supply, were to be found in the housings of the horses, and in the pourpoints and coats of the knights, and in the beautiful scarfs, called cointises, then lately introduced, which, passing over the right shoulder and under the left arm, fluttered like many tinted streamers in the air, with every breath of wind. Yes, it was a beautiful sight to see, and wisely does the rugged front of war deck itself with every brilliant accessory, to hide the dark and murderous look which would otherwise scare the hearts of men. It was a beautiful sight, and as Hugh de Monthermer detached with a body of horse archers and men-at-arms from the main army to reconnoitre, the neighbouring country stood for a moment on a little hill, looking down the lovely vale of Evesham, and watched the host of de Montfort winding on its way from Chemistow. Probably a more magnificent scene never met the eyes of man. Sunshine, the bright sunshine of a summer's day, was over the whole, mingling the ingredient of its own loveliness with every fair thing in the landscape. Still, now and then, over the brilliant blue sky floated a light cloud, like a flying island, casting here and there a deep shadow, which hurried speedily onward, leaving all shining behind it like those fits of gentle pensiveness which come at times even upon the happiest spirit, scarcely to be called melancholy, but seeming as if a shade from something above us flitted over our minds for a moment, and then left them to the sunshine and the light. On one hand, rising tall and blue, was the beautiful range of Malvern, with many a lesser hill springing out from the base wooded to the top, and often crowned with an embattled tower. On the other side were the high grounds running down in the direction of Sudley, covered with magnificent trees, and bearing up innumerable castles, while here and there the spire of a church peeped out, or the pinnacles of an abbey. In the wide expanse between the two were seen the rich slopes, the green meadows, the corn-bearing fields, the long lines of forest that still distinguish the lovely vale of Evesham, with tower, town and hamlet, brook and river, offering a confusion of beautiful forms and splendid colouring. And in the midst of this marched on the army of de Montfort, with banners displayed and pennons fluttering in the wind. First came the slingers with their staves and leathern bands, and then the light-foot pikemen, armed with the shorter spears and ausins. The former were totally without defensive armour, and the latter were only protected by a pectoral or breastplate of steel scales hanging from the neck, and a round steel buckler on the arm. All was confusion amongst them as they ran on, preceding the rest of the army, somewhat in the manner of modern skirmishers, only with less discipline and skill, but immediately following these appeared the first regular troops, consisting of various bands of heavy armed spearmen, with much longer lances than the former, and defended by the steel cap or chapel de fer, the long oval shields and thickly stuffed hawk-weapon, so stiff and hard as to resist the blow of sword or dagger. Some of these bands, according to the taste or the means of their leader, were furnished with the same pectorals of scales that were borne by the lighter spearmen, while some had short hauberks of steel rings, set edgewise, and some were unprovided with any other armour for the body than the hawk-weapon of which we have already spoken. Marching, however, in regular order, with their spears leaning on their shoulders, and their steel caps glistening in the sun, they presented a fine martial appearance, and were, in fact, a very formidable body to attack. After the pikemen came the bands of archers, the pride of the English army. In general they were covered with the hauberk and the steel cap of the times, but upon what account it is difficult to be discovered. Each wore above his armour a sort of leathern cuirass, ornamented with 4 round plates of iron. Their arrows were in a belt at their waist, their bows unbent in their hands, while each man had his ainlace or short dagger hanging from his neck by a cord, and many of the bands were also furnished with a strong broad sword of about 2 feet in length. Little difference existed in the equipment of the crossbowmen, who in the army of de Montfort were not very numerous, as the arbalist was a foreign arm. For his being more especially the English party, care was taken to avoid everything that had not some touch of the national character about it. Bodies of horse archers followed, and then came the long line of men-at-arms, marching 4 abreast, with their polished harness reflecting every ray, but presenting a very different appearance from that of the cavalry at an after period, when plate armour had been introduced. At this time each ring of their mail caught the light, and sent the rays glancing to the eyes of the beholder, at a different angle from the one next to it, so that a more sparkling object could scarcely be seen than the new hauberk of a knight in the middle of the 13th century. Great pride, too, was taken by each soldier in keeping his arms bright and highly polished, and though many of the leaders wore a rich surcoat without sleeves, yet others took a pride in displaying their full panoply. Certainly a more splendid sight has rarely been witnessed than the long line of de Montfort's cavalry winding onward through the beautiful vale of Evesham. Ever and anon, too, the light summer wind brought to the ears of Hugh de Monthermer the stirring blast of the trumpet, and the loud shouted word of command. And as he gauged and listened, his high chivalrous soul seemed to swell within him, and he longed to break a lance or wield a sword against the most renowned champion that Europe could produce. Riding onward at the head of his men, through the byways by which he had been directed to advance upon Evesham, visions of glory and of honour and of knightly fame swam before his eyes, chasing away for the first time a dark train of melancholy images which had possessed him ever since the father of her he loved had gone over to the enemy. It was not, indeed, that the hope of winning renown could banish the memory of Lucy de Ashby, but in those days the passion for glory was so intimately mingled with the thoughts of love that they never could be separated from each other. To know that she would hear of his deeds of arms, to know that her bosom would thrill at the tidings, to know that her heart would go with him to the battlefield, and that she would watch and listen for every tale and every history concerning the scenes in which he was now mingling, was a solace and a comfort to him. Glorious actions were one of the ways of wooing in chivalrous times, and but too often the only way to which the true-hearted lover could have recourse. Such indeed was now the situation of Hugh de Monthermer himself, and such, he knew, would, in all probability, be his state for many years, unless some of the great accidents of war brought to a speedy extinction the flame which was just kindled in the country. Thus the desire of military glory was the twin sister of his love for Lucy de Ashby, and at that moment, when the splendid pageantry of the marching army passed before his eyes, and the inspiring blast of the trumpet reached his ear, he would gladly have defied the most renowned champion in all Europe for honour and the lady that he loved. The host moved on, however, and after gazing for a minute or two, Hugh once more pursued his course, eagerly examining from every little eminence in the plain the whole country around him, to see if friend or foe was near, in arms, to the forces of de Montfort. But nothing appeared, all was calm and tranquil. There was the village girl tripping away through the fields, the long ears of corn almost reaching to her head. There was the labourer reaping the barley of a rich and early season. There was the waggoner guiding his team along the road. There was the herd driving his cattle into the shade. But the only martial thing that struck the eye was the glancing of de Montfort's spears, as they wound onward at the distance of about a mile. It was towards evening, and the host of the Earl was entering the little town of Evesham, about 2 miles from the spot at which Hugh de Monthermer had by this time arrived, when an object attracted his attention in a small wood at some short distance. The declining sun shone upon something glistening under the trees. It might be a ploughshare, the young knight thought, but a moment after another gleam came from a different part of the copse, and he instantly turned his horse's head thither, advancing cautiously along a narrow lane, with some archers thrown out in the fields on either side. After having gone on for about 10 minutes, a living creature creeping along under the hedge was observed both by the young lord and the persons immediately behind him, but in the dimness of the shade they could not discover what it was. "'Tis a dog," said Tom Blorkett, who was in the first rank behind his leader. "Or a wolf," remarked another man near. "'Tis more like a bear," observed a third, "and it goes like a bear." "Pooh, you are always thinking of the Holy Land," rejoined Blorkett. "We have no bears here but bears upon 2 legs." At that moment Hugh spurred on his horse, and raising his voice shouted aloud, "Tangel, Tangel, is that you?" The dwarf started upon his feet, for he was creeping along with wonderful swiftness upon his hands and knees, and turning round at the well-known sound of the young lord's call, he darted towards him with various wild and extravagant gestures. "They are here," he cried, "they are here, Robin and Ralph and all, and right glad will they be to see you, for we have had a sore time of it these last 4 days. They thought it was the prince's army again, and sent me out of the wood to discover." "Right glad shall we be to meet them too," replied Hugh, "for though we are strong enough, I trust, and shall soon be stronger, yet a reinforcement of 700 or 800 gallant men can never come amiss." "Not so many as that, good knight, not so many as that," cried the dwarf. "Some of the Yorkshire churls were afraid to come by the road we took, and went round by Stafford the rascals that Leeton raised, and Shergold of the Bower. Thus there are but Robin and Ralph Harland, and 250 barely counted. But they are good men and true, who will send you an arrow through the keyhole of Mumbury church door, or beat the sheriff's constable into the shape of a horseshoe. "They shall be welcome, they shall be welcome," said Hugh. "And as for the others, the man who has ever felt a doubt or fear in a good cause had better not bring his faint heart to spread the mildew through a gallant army." When the young knight, however, met his yeoman friends under the first trees of the little wood, he found the bearing of bold Robin Hood somewhat more serious than it was wont to be. "What is the matter, Robin?" he asked, after they had greeted each other kindly. "I know not, my lord," replied the forester, "but wild rumours have reached us in the course of the day, of a battle fought and de Montfort routed." Hugh de Monthermer laughed. "Nay, Robin," he said, "from that little hill you may see even now the last troops of the great Earl's gallant force marching into Evesham without a plume shorn from a crest, without banner torn, or a surcoat rent." "That is good news, my lord," answered Robin Hood, "that is good news." But still he looked grave and added, "The tidings came from the Warwick side, and I love not such rumours whether they show what men fear or what men hope." "From the Warwick side," said Hugh, musing in turn, "my lord of Leicester must hear this. Come, Robin, come, Ralph, let us quickly on to Evesham. My uncle's men keep good quarters for me and mine, and I will share them with you for tonight. Have you no horses?" "No, my lord," replied Ralph. "We have marched with our people afoot. I have here 100 good spears, and Robin some 70 archers. If you go on with your mounted men, we will soon follow, now that we know there are friends before us. For the last 4 days we have slept in the fields and woods, for the marchings and counter-marchings of Prince Edward have more than once brought us nearly into a net. Go on, my lord, and we will follow you." Hugh de Monthermer did not hesitate to do so, for he was well aware that at such a critical moment the least intelligence might be of importance to de Montfort. The moment he reached Evesham, he left his men under the command of one of the principal followers of his house, and proceeded through the thronged confusion of the streets to seek the headquarters of the Earl of Leicester. He found him at the Abbey, surrounded by a number of officers, and leading the king, with every appearance of deference and profound respect, to the apartment which had been prepared for him. This being done, and the usual measures having been taken to guard against the monarch's escape, the Earl turned to go back to the refectory. The moment his eye fell upon Hugh, de Montfort beckoned him to follow, and in the large dining hall of the monks called him into one of the deep windows, saying, "You have some news for me, I see. What is it?" Hugh related to him his meeting with their friends, and mentioned the rumours they had heard, which brought a sudden gloom on de Montfort's brow. "Ah," he exclaimed, "from Warwick did he say the news had come?" "From the side of Warwick, my lord," replied Hugh. "By St. James, that were bad tidings, if true," continued the Earl, "but it cannot be. I had letters from my son last night. No, all is well. He had watched for Edward," he said, "but the prince had not come. Thanks, my young friend. These good yeomen arrive most seasonably. See that they be well lodged and fed. Take care of your own people too, for although the king told your uncle just now that he looked upon him as the worst enemy he had, I regard him as one of the best subjects in the land. So good night for the present, we must be early in the saddle tomorrow." Chapter 22. It was about 1 o'clock on the 4th of August, 1265, when Simon de Montfort, having the king upon his right hand, with Lord le Despencer, the High Justiciary, on the monarch's right, the Earl of Monthermer and Lord Ralph Basset on his own left, and some 4 or 25 knights and gentlemen following close upon his steps, rode out from the highway leading from Evesham to Alcester, upon that ever-renowned plain, where the truncheon of power was to be wrested from his grasp for ever. The country was for the most part open, but there was a little wood and some rising ground to the right, a rivulet running along across the patch of common land which the road now traversed, and a cultivated field with its hedgerow on the left. About 1/4 of a mile from the point at which the highway issued from between the banks was a stone post, marking the spot where 3 roads, coming down from some slight hills in front, met and united in the one along which de Montfort had marched from Evesham. For nearly the same distance beyond, these roads might be seen crossing the common, and then, Plunging amongst woods and hedges, they ascended the gentle slope opposite. The day was not so fine as the preceding one. Clouds were gathering in the sky. The air was heavy and oppressive, the horses either languid or impatient, and everything announced that the sun would go down in storms. A small advanced guard had been sent forward to reconnoitre the country in front, and the head of the column of the army was about 100 yards behind the general and his companions. But no detachment had been on this, as on the preceding day, thrown out to examine the fields to the left of the line of march. De Montfort's brow was calm and serene. He hoped ere many hours were over to unite his forces to those of his eldest son, and then, turning upon his enemy, to terminate the contest at a blow. Ere he had reached the stone at the crossing of the roads, however, 3 or 4 horsemen at headlong speed came down from the rising ground in front, and in a moment after the whole advance guard were seen in full retreat. "What is this?" asked de Montfort, spurring on his horse to meet the first of the men-at-arms who was approaching. "What news bring you in such haste? My lord, there is a mighty power coming down upon you," cried the man. "We saw them from the edge of the slope beyond full 20,000 men." "Did you see their banners?" demanded de Montfort. "No," answered the messenger. "There were banners in plenty, but I marked not what they were." "You are speedily alarmed," said the Earl in a cold tone. "Hugh de Monthermer," he proceeded, speaking to the young lord who was close behind, "gallop up that hill there to the right, and bring us word what your keen eyes can see. I will ride on to the other slope and judge for myself." Hugh was away in a moment, and de Montfort continued, turning in the saddle. "My kind friend, Monthermer, my good Lord Ralph, I beseech you, array the men as they issue forth from between the banks. These that are coming must be the forces of my son from Kenilworth, but it is as well to be prepared. My Lord le Dispenser, I leave you to entertain his Majesty. I will be back directly. Some of you gentlemen follow me." And spurring on at full speed, he crossed the little rivulet and ascended the first slope of the ground beyond. He there paused for some minutes, watching attentively the country before him, through which upon the left-hand road was advancing a large body of men under numerous banners. At length he seemed satisfied, turned his horse and rode back at an easy canter to the spot where the old Earl of Monthermer and Lord Ralph Basset were arraying the spearmen, archers, and crossbow-men, who had by this time come forth upon the common, while the men-at-arms were only beginning to appear, taking up a position behind the infantry. "It is as well," said de Montfort, speaking as they returned to one of the gentlemen who had followed him, "it is as well to put them in array, for we shall halt here for an hour while the men refresh themselves. You saw those banners?" "Yes, my lord," replied the knight. "I marked that of your son and that of the Earl of Oxford. We will give them a cheer when they come up," continued de Montfort, and he rode on to the Earl of Monthermer, saying, "It is my son Monthermer. I see his banner and Oxford's likewise. But here comes your nephew. Who is this he is driving down before him at the point of the lance? A crossbowman, it seems." My lord," cried Hugh de Monthermer as he came up prepare for instant battle. "Prince Edward's army is within a mile, and Mortimer is coming up on the right-hand road." "What, to the right?" exclaimed de Montfort. "How came he there? Well, let them come, they will meet more than they expected. My son is on the left. Advance our wing, my good Lord of Monthermer, that we may join with him more easily." "My lord, you are deceived," said Hugh eagerly. "The banners you have seen are not your son's." "But," cried de Montfort. "Speak, sirrah," exclaimed Hugh, turning sternly to the crossbowman, whom he had driven down before him. "Speak, and let the Earl hear the truth. Such bitter tidings should only come from the lips of an enemy. Speak, I say, My lord, this is one of Gloucester's archers, he will tell you more. Let him then, said the Earl. Who are these marching against me, sirrah? Prince Edward, Roger Mortimer, and Gilbert de Clare, replied the man. Your son, my lord, kill me if you will, but it is the truth your son was surprised in his bed at Kenilworth, his army routed and dispersed. 13 barons displaying their own banners were taken, and as many more were slain. The banners you have seen were captured by the prince and are hung out but to deceive you. And my son? Asked de Montfort, gazing earnestly in the man's face. What of my son? He escaped, my lord, replied the archer. He escaped and threw himself into the castle. Take him to the rear, said de Montfort. Lo, where they come, a mighty power indeed. How orderly, how firm. The boy learnt that from me. Now, God have mercy on our souls, for our bodies are Prince Edward's. He added the latter words in a lower voice, but so as to be distinctly heard by the gentlemen around him. A moment after, he raised his head proudly, saying, However, he must be met boldly, and we must do our duty as knights and gentlemen. Every one who is willing to do so may this day conquer high renown if he wins no other prize. But should there be any one who fears to fight and fall with de Montfort, he has full leave to go, for I would not have it said, when men shall talk of this glorious, though perhaps disastrous day, that there was one coward amongst all those who did battle at Evesham. Let us make the best of our array, my lord of Monthermer. Yonder wood is a point that must be maintained. Hugh, line the hedges of that little field with archers, place me there our stout foresters from Sherwood. It is a point of much importance. Take up your post beyond them there with your men-at-arms, have some archers and slingers in your front, and keep the ground between the further hedge and those scrubby bushes and hawthorn trees, amongst which their horsemen cannot act. I put you in a post of difficulty and danger, young gentlemen, but I know that you will acquit you well. And now for the rest of our array. The enemy are halting for their own arrangements, but still we must lose no time. Thus saving, he rode slowly along towards the wood, giving his orders as he went, and ranging his men for battle, while Hugh de Monthermer proceeded to execute the commands he had received. Every post was soon filled up, and before 2 o'clock the adverse armies were completely arrayed facing each other. But alas, that of Prince Edward outnumbering the force opposed to him in the proportion of 2 to 1. Nearly in the centre of de Montfort's line was the Earl of Leicester, and at a little distance the weak and false King Henry, cased in complete armour and riding a strong black charger. For on both sides the royal standard was displayed, and in a brief consultation amongst the principal nobles, it had been judged necessary, as the king's name was used in all public acts by the Lords Commissioners, to let the soldiers see him actually in arms on their behalf. Neither had Henry himself appeared in the least unwilling to play this part, for although surrounded by a number of guards, he still entertained the hope of escaping in the hurry and confusion of battle. In the right of the same army was placed the gallant young Henry de Montfort, a godson of the king, and like Hugh de Monthermer, a playfellow of Prince Edward. For in those dire civil wars, as is ever the case, all the sweet relationships of life were torn asunder, and the hearts that loved each other the best were frequently armed for each other's destruction. In the left wing was the banner of Monthermer, and under it fought not only the regular retainers of the house, but the yeomen and foresters of Yorkshire and Nottingham. The slingers, as usual, were thrown forward about 150 yards before the rest of the army, closely supported by the lighter pikemen, and taking advantage of every bush and brake which might give them shelter, while they discharged their missiles at the enemy. Behind them were some thousands of Welsh foot, who had been engaged as auxiliaries by de Montfort, And then came the lines of sturdy English archers and regular spearmen, supported by the men-at-arms. It was a fine array to look upon, and stern and firm seemed the front of de Montfort's battle. But the vast superiority of the enemy's numbers cast a shadow, as it were, upon the spirits of the soldiery, while in the hearts of the leaders was nothing but the certainty of defeat and death. Had it been any other body, perhaps, that opposed them but an English force, had any other generals commanded the adverse party but Edward and Gloucester, their confidence in their own courage and in their great leader might have taught them to look with hope even to the unequal struggle before them. The troops, however, by whom they were outnumbered were English soldiers. The chiefs who led the enemy were famous for their warlike skill and courage, and all were fresh from victory, and elated with recent success. Upon the field of battle, the banners which had been assumed to mislead de Montfort were cast by, and those of the different leaders themselves displayed. The troops of Mortimer and the Lord's Marchers were on the right, the division of Gloucester on the left, and the command of Edward himself in the centre. In the army of the Prince hope and exultation were in every bosom, confidence was strong, and amongst the foreign favourites of Henry Roman III, who were ranged in that force, the burning thirst for revenge upon him who had overthrown their fortunes, and well-nigh driven them from the land, added fierceness to their courage, and a savage joy at the thought of the coming vengeance. After the array was complete, a stern and gloomy silence pervaded the whole line of de Montfort. Each man thought of tomorrow, of the home that he might never see again, the children left fatherless, the widowed wife, the promised bride, the sweet, warm relations of domestic life, soon to be torn by the bloody hand of war. Yet none but the auxiliaries thought of flying. Not one dreamt of avoiding the fate before him, for each man there arrayed came with a firm conviction of right and justice on his side. Each believed that he was fighting for the deliverance of his country from foreign domination. Each came ready to die for the liberty and the freedom of the people of England. They were determined, resolute, unshaken, but they were without hope, and therefore in stern silence they awaited the onset of the foe. On the other side, for some time nothing was heard but cheerful sounds, the leaders' shouts, the repeated blasts of the clarion and the trumpet, till at length amongst them also a momentary solemn pause succeeded, giving notice that the battle was about to begin. They hung like a thunder cloud upon the edge of the slope, and that temporary calm but preceded the breaking forth of the tempest. The heavy masses then for a moment seemed to tremble, and then a few men ran forward from the ranks, slinging, even from a distance at which no effect could be produced, large balls of stone or lead at the front of de Montfort's line. Others followed quick in irregular masses, and then moved on somewhat more slowly but in fine and soldierly order, the whole of Edward's overpowering force. A pin might have been heard to drop in the host of de Montfort, so still was the expectant silence with which they awaited the attack of the immense army, which seemed not only about to assail them at once in front, but lapping over at both extremities, to crush either flank under the charge of its numerous cavalry. The skilful dispositions of the great Earl, however, had secured them against that danger, and the wood on the right hand, which he had filled with archers and foot spearmen, defended one wing, while the hedges and low hawthorn trees, near which he had planted Hugh de Monthermer and the bowmen of Sherwood, were a protection to the left. Nevertheless, the latter point was one of considerable danger, and Edward marked it as the weakest part of de Montfort's line. Scarcely had the first movement in the prince's army taken place, when a strong body of horse following close upon a band of crossbow-men was observed by Hugh de Monthermer marching straight against his post, headed by the banner of Bigod Earl of Norfolk, and leaving his men-at-arms for a moment, he galloped to the spot where his friend Robin stood, saying in a low voice, "Here will they make their first attack, Robin, in order to turn our flank." "Let them come," replied Robin Hood. "We will give a good account of them. We have planted stakes for their horses, my lord, so if you have to charge, mark well the gaps." I see," cried Hugh de Monthermer, "but as it is a great object to put them in disarray, send them a flight from your bowstrings as soon as the arrows will tell." "Ours will tell now," said Robin, and at the same time he raised his bow above his head as a signal to his men. At that instant a few balls dropping from the enemy's stingers fell impotent along de Montfort's line, but the next moment 150 arrows shot into the air, scattered the crossbowmen in face of Hugh de Monthermer's band, and even caused considerable disarray amongst the men-at-arms from Norfolk. A whole flight from Edward's army then darkened the air, but reached not the opposite host, and the Earl of Monthermer, distrusting his nephew's impetuosity, rode down to beg him on no account to charge till the battle had really begun. It was not long ere such was the case. However, onward with increasing rapidity came the force of the prince. The arrows and the quarrels on both sides began to work fearful havoc in the ranks, and the men-at-arms might be seen closing the barred aventail, preparing to enter with each other into deadly strife. The arrows from the Nottingham bows, unmatched throughout all England, did execution of a fearful kind amongst the crossbowmen opposed to them. One went down after another as they hurried forward. Their ranks became thinner and more thin, and at length the men-at-arms behind them, finding that the living as well as the dead and wounded encumbered without serving, called to them loudly to retire, that they themselves might advance to charge. Before the retreat of the infantry could well be accomplished, the Earl of Norfolk gave the word, and with levelled lances the horsemen sushed on, though repeated arrows from an unerring hand struck every part of the Earl's own armour as he approached. "At the horses!" cried the voice of Robin Hood as the men-at-arms drew near, and in an instant another flight, point blank, rattled like hail amongst the advancing cavalry. 5 or 6 chargers instantly went down, and others, furious with pain, reeled and plunged, spreading disarray around. Hugh de Monthermer was now about to give the order to advance in order to support the archers and complete what they had done, but at that instant a cry of "They fly, they fly!" came from their right, and looking up the line he perceived the whole body of Welsh auxiliaries running from the field in rout and disarray. The panic of any large body of an army, we are told, generally communicates itself more or less to the whole, but such was not the case upon the present occasion. A shout of indignant anger burst from the other troops as the Welsh went by, for it was forgotten that they were not fighting for their country's safety or deliverance like the rest of that host, but every one made way for them to pass, and, filling up the open space as fast as possible, presented a still sterner face than before to the advancing enemy. One of the chief defences of the centre, however, was now gone. It was like an outwork forced, and a charge of men-at-arms taking place on both sides, the whole line was speedily engaged. From the firm front of the Nottingham archers and the terrible, unceasing shower of arrows they kept up, the bands of the Earl of Norfolk turned off in disorder, at the very moment he had led them up almost to the stakes. Hugh de Monthermer, charging while they were still in confusion, drove them back in complete rout, but the troops of Mortimer sweeping up, changed the fortune of the parties, and Hugh, knowing the absolute necessity of keeping firm the post he occupied, retreated unwillingly to his first position. It was now that the Yorkshire spearmen, with the young Franklin at their head, did gallant service to the cause which they espoused. Advancing with their long lances, they kept the enemy at bay, and in spite of charge after charge made by Mortimer and others, maintained their ground against the whole force of the Prince's right wing. In other parts of the field, however, numbers were gradually prevailing against all that courage and resolution could do. The mêlée had begun in all its fierceness, knight fought with knight, man opposed man, hurry and confusion were seen in all parts of the field, while the clang of arms, the blasts of the trumpet, the shouts of the combatants, the loud voice of the commanders, the galloping of horse, the groans of the dying, and the screams of men receiving agonizing wounds, offered to the ear of heaven a sound only fit for the darkest depth of hell. Charge after charge was poured upon the left wing of de Montfort's army, but Mortimer, Bigod, and the Earl of Pembroke in vain led down their horse against the gallant band of spearmen and archers. Each time they approached, they were driven back, either by the fierce flights of arrows, the long spears of Pontefract, or the encounter of the men-at-arms. Once only was the line, between the hedged field we have mentioned and the hawthorn trees, shaken for an instant by overpowering numbers, and then the old Earl of Monthermer, seeing his nephew's peril, galloped down at the head of a strong band of men-at-arms, and aided to repel the enemy. He paused one moment by his nephew's side ere he left him, saying, "It will be very glorious, Hugh, if we can maintain our ground till night. Farewell, my dear boy, do your devoir, and if we never meet again on earth, God bless you." "I beseech you, sir," replied Hugh, "take care of your own invaluable life. Remember you are as much aimed at by the enmity of the foreigners as even de Montfort." "I will never fall alive into their hands," replied the old Earl, "but I quit not this field so long as there is light to wield the sword." Thus saying, he rode away to a spot where the battle was thickening, round the banner of de Montfort itself, and his presence there apparently aided to restore the field, for, shortly after, the whole force of Prince Edward withdrew for a short space, like a tiger that has been disappointed of its spring, and hung wavering upon the edge of the slope, as if collecting vigour for a new charge. At the same time, the sky overhead, which, as I have before said, had been threatening during the whole morning, grew darker and darker, so as to be more like that of a gloomy November evening than the decline of a summer's day. The pause which had taken place seemed a part of Edward's plan for breaking the firm line of his adversary, as it was more than once repeated during the battle, but it was never of long duration. The next instant his trumpets blew the charge, and down came the thundering cavalry, pouring at once upon every part of de Montfort's army. On the Earl's side, too, after a rapid flight of arrows from the archers, the men-at-arms advanced to meet the coming foe, and again the battle was urged hand to hand. It were vain to attempt a picture of the various deeds that were done that day in different parts of the field, for seldom in the annals of warfare has a combat taken place in which such acts of prowess and stern determination were displayed on either part. Edward himself, Mortimer, Gloucester, the Earl of Ashby and his son, Bigod and Valence, and 1,000 others of noble birth and high renown fought, both as generals and soldiers, with personal exertions and valour, which could only be displayed in a chivalrous system of warfare, while on the other de Montfort, Monthermer, Le Despencer, Basset, St. John, Beauchamp, de Rose, put forth energies almost superhuman to counterbalance the disadvantage of numbers and to wrest a victory from the hand of fate. In one place Humphrey de Bohun was struck down by one of Edward's men-at-arms, and a peasant with an ousin was preparing to dispatch him, ere he could rise, when William de York came to his rescue, and slew the foot soldier. But even as de Bohun rose and regained his horse, his deliverer was killed by a quarrel from a crossbow. In another part the king himself was assailed, and wounded by one of his own son's followers, who had even shortened his lance to pin him to the earth, as he lay prostrate before him, when throwing back his aventail, the monarch exclaimed, "Out upon thee, traitor! I am Henry of Winchester, thy king. Where is my son?" As he spoke, a knight taller by a head than any man around, and clothed from the crown to the heel in linked mail, sprang to the ground beside him, and thrusting the soldier fiercely back, raised the monarch from the ground, exclaiming, "Mount, mount, my father, and away. Come to the rear and let your wound be searched. Give me your horse's rein. You at least are free, and that is worth a victory." The king sprang on his horse, and Edward led him by the bridle to the rear of his own army. Almost at the same moment, on the left of de Montfort's line, Alured de Ashby and Hugh de Monthermer met in full career, the former charging the well-known shield of Monthermer with animosity, only the more fierce, perhaps, because he knew that it was unjust, the latter meeting him unwillingly, though compelled by circumstances to do his knightly devoir. His very reluctance, however, made him more calm and thoughtful than his fiery assailant, and, aiming his lance right at the crest of his adversary, in order to cast him from his horse and make him prisoner rather than kill him, he galloped on with a wary eye. The young Lord of Ashby's spear charged well and steadily, struck full upon the shield of his opponent, pierced through the plate of steel and touched the hauberk, but stopped there without even shaking him in the saddle, and broke off in splinters, while Monthermer's lance, catching the steel casque just above the aventail, hurled his adversary to the ground, bruised but unwounded. Several of Monthermer's followers instantly ran up on foot to seize the discomfited knight and make him prisoner, but a charge of fresh troops drove them back, and Alured de Ashby, remounting his horse, rode away with no light addition to his former hatred for Hugh de Monthermer. The momentary retirement of Edward from the field now caused another of those pauses in the battle which have been already mentioned. His forces once more withdrew for a short space, slowly and sullenly, the archers on either side continuing to discharge their arrows, though with but little effect. About the same time a flash somewhat faint but blue and ghastly came across the sky, and then the low muttering of distant thunder. "Ha!" said Robin Hood, who was standing by the side of Hugh de Monthermer at the moment, "that trumpet will be but little attended to today. Heaven's voice too rarely is." "Too rarely indeed," replied Hugh. "Have you lost many men, Robin?" "Well nigh 20, I fear," answered Robin Hood. "Poor Brown was rash, and ventured beyond the stakes with his little band of Mansfield men. They are all gone, but we have filled up the gap." "Can you still maintain your post?" demanded Hugh. "With God's will and the help of the blessed Virgin we shall do very well here," said Robin. "But I fear, my lord, for the centre and the right. Look up there just in the second line, where there are so many gathering to one spot. Some great man is hurt there." "My uncle was there a moment ago," exclaimed Hugh. "I fear it is he." "No, no, my lord," replied an old knight of the house of Monthermer, who was on his horse close by. "My lord, your uncle is safe. I have seen him since the last charge, though he seems resolved to lose his life." "I do beseech you, Sir John Hardy," said Hugh, "if we lose the day, look to my uncle and force him from the battle, should it be needful." "You stay on the field then, my lord, I suppose?" asked the old knight. "I do," answered Hugh. "Then I stay too," replied Sir John Hardy. "Nay, that is folly," cried Robin Hood. "Let each man fight so long as fighting may avail, But when the day is clearly lost, the brave man who would spill his best blood to win it then saves the life that God gave him to do God's service at another time. But see, all the leaders are gathering to that point. You had better go, my lord, and bring us tidings. We will ensure the ground till your return. Command the troop then till I come back, Sir John, said Hugh, and riding along the front of the line under a shower of arrows from the enemy, he approached the spot where, sheltered from the sight of the adversary's lines by a thick phalanx of foot spearsmen and men-at-arms, was collected a group of noblemen of the first rank, seeming to hold a council round the royal standard, which was there erected. When Hugh came near, however, he saw that the occasion was a sadder one. His uncle, the lords of Mandeville, Basset, Crespigny, Beauchamp, and Le Despencer, were standing dismounted round the famous Earl of Leicester, who was stretched upon the ground, with his head and shoulders supported by the knee and arm of a monk. Deep in his breast, piercing through and through the steel hauberk, was buried the head of a broken lance, and in his right was a cloth-yard arrow. He had just concluded what seemed his confession in extremis, and the good man was murmuring over him in haste the hurried absolution of the field of battle. His countenance was pale, the dull shadow of death was upon it, the lips were colourless and the nostrils widely expanded, as if it caused an agonizing effort to draw his breath, but the eye was still bright and clear, and while the man of God repeated the last words, it rolled thoughtfully over the faces of all around, resting with an anxious gaze upon those with whom he was most familiar. "Draw out the lance," he said, speaking to the surgeon of his household who stood near. "If I do, my lord," replied the leech, "you cannot survive 10 minutes. "That is long enough," said de Montfort. "My boy Henry is gone. I saw him fall, and I would not be much behind him. Draw it out, I say. I cannot breathe, and I must needs speak to my friends. Le Despencer, make him draw it out, as I shall have time enough for all I have to do." Unwillingly, and not without a considerable effort, the surgeon tore the head of the lance out of the wound, but contrary to his expectation, very little blood followed. The Earl bled inwardly. He seemed to feel instant relief, however, saying, "Ah, that is comfort. Keep that steel, my friend, as the instrument that sent de Montfort to heaven. Now mark me, lords and nobles," he continued in a firm voice, "mark me and never forget that at his last hour, going to meet his Saviour in judgment, de Montfort declares that those who accuse him of ambition do belie him. I say now, as I have said ever, that my every act and every thought have been for my country's good. I may have been mistaken, doubtless, have been so often, but that my intentions have been pure, I do most fervently call heaven to witness. So much for that, and now, my friends, I am fast leaving you. My sun, like yonder orb, is setting rapidly. I for ever he to rise again. He may yet shine brightly on the cause I can no longer support, but it must be upon another field and upon another day. Preserve yourselves for that time, my friends, I exhort, I beseech you. Basset, Monthermer, Le Despencer, this battle is lost, but you may yet, as night is coming, effect your retreat in safety. It is no dishonour to quit a well-fought but unequal field. Show a firm face to the enemy, gather all our poor soldiers together, retire as orderly as may be till night covers you, then disperse, and each man make the best of his way to his own stronghold. Monthermer, you shake your head. I have sworn, de Montfort, said his old friend, kneeling down and grasping his hand, not to quit this field so long as there is light in yonder sky to strike a stroke, and I must keep my vow. You are going, my noble friend, said Lord Ralph Basset, you are going on a journey where you must have companions. I am with you, Leicester, and that right soon. Good-bye, de Montfort, said Lord Le Despencer. Go on, I will not make you wait. We shall meet again in half an hour. A faint smile came upon the lip of the dying man. Must it be so? He asked. Well then, range your men, upon them all together, and let the traitors who have betrayed their country make such a field that Evesham plain shall be sung and talked of so long as liberty is dear to the hearts of Englishmen. Hark, they are coming. He continued in a faint voice with his eye rolling languidly from side to side. No, my lord, that is thunder, said the surgeon. Ha, replied de Montfort vacantly, thunder, I am very thirsty. Someone ran and brought him a little water from the stream. It seemed to refresh him, and raising himself for an instant upon his arm, he gazed around with a countenance full of stern enthusiasm, exclaiming aloud, Do your devoir. And with those words he fell back into the arms of the priest, a corpse. A dozen voices replied, We will, and each man springing on his horse regained the head of his band. Just as Edward's troops were once more in movement to advance, the word was given along the whole of the Confederate line. The trumpets blew to the charge, and the army, which had held its firm position up to that hour, rushed forward to meet the adversary like a thunder cloud rolling down a hill. The sun at the same moment touched the edge of the horizon, shining out beneath the edge of the stormy canopy that covered the greater part of the sky, and blending its red descending light with the thunder drops which were now pattering large and thick upon the plain of Evesham. The whole air seemed flooded with gore, and the clouds on the eastern side of the heavens, black and heavy as they were, assumed a lurid glare, harmonizing with the whole scene, except where part of a rainbow crossed the expanse, hanging the banner of hope, light and peace, in the midst of strife, destruction and despair. Such was the scene at the moment when the two armies met in the dire shock of battle, and fierce and terrible was the encounter, as, soon broken into separate parties, they fought hand to hand, dispersed over the plain. In one of these confused groups, leading on a small body of archers with Robin Hood by his side, was the young Lord of Monthermer. My lord, said Sir John Hardy, riding up, your uncle is down wounded but not dead. Bear him from the field, Sir John, replied Hugh. Robin, I beseech you, look to him. Bear him from the field, bear him from the field. What ho, Monthermer, cried a loud voice from a party of spearmen coining at full speed. Down with your lance, surrender to the prince. If the prince can take me, replied Hugh, charging his lance at Edward's shield, and driving his spurs deep into his horse's sides. Hold back, shouted Edward to his own men. Hold back, everyone, upon your lives. And meeting the young lord in full career, both their lances were shivered in a moment, as if in some mock combat of the tilt-yard. Hugh de Monthermer's sword sprang from the sheath in a moment, while Edward cried, Yield thee, Hugh, yield thee. But a number of men on foot had ran up, and suddenly the young knight received a violent blow from a mallet on the side of his head, while at the same instant his horse, gashed deep in the belly by the broad sword of a crossbowman, staggered and fell prone upon the plain. A dozen spears were at his throat in a moment, but Edward shouted once more to stand back, and springing to the ground he bent over the young knight, exclaiming, Now, Hugh, rescue or no rescue do you surrender? I have no choice, my lord, replied the other. I am in your hand. Take him to the rear, said Edward, but use him with all kindness as your prince's friend. Now, my lords, he continued, remounting his horse, methinks the field is ours, and there is scarcely light to strike another blow. Well has the fight been fought, and it is but justice to our enemies to say that never was greater valour, conduct, and chivalry displayed in any land than by them this day. Someone said de Montfort is dead. Have the tidings been confirmed? They are certain, my lord, replied one of his attendants. The Lord de Vescay, who is taken sorely wounded, saw him die. He was a great man, said Edward. Now spur on and clear the plain, but be merciful, my friends. Remember, they are brave men and fellow countrymen." Thus speaking, the prince advanced again, and having seen that no party remained in active contention with his forces, but that all were either dead, taken, or dispersed, he caused his standard to be pitched upon the banks of the little rivulet we mentioned, his trumpets to blow the recall, and thus ended the famous Battle of Evesham. Chapter 23. How frequently in real life, as upon the mimic stage, the most opposite scenes that it is possible to conceive follow each other in quick succession. Often, indeed, are they placed side by side, or only veiled from the eye of the spectator by a thin partition, which falls with a touch and all is changed. While revelry haunts the saloons of life, anguish writhes in the garret, and misery tenants the cellar. Pomp and pageantry and splendour occupy the one day, sorrow, destitution, and despair the next, and as in some of our old tragedies, the laughter and merriment of the buffoon appear alternately with tears and agony. If it be so with human life, if, in this fitful spring day of our being, the storms and the sunshine tread upon the heels of each other, so must it be with everything that would truly represent existence, even with a tale like this. We must change the scene, then, and convey the reader far away from the sad field of Evesham, without pausing to detail some of the barbarous horrors there committed on the bodies of the dead, at once to the splendid court of England, now triumphant over its enemies, and revelling in uncontrolled power. We may, indeed, stay for an instant to remark that while joy and satisfaction spread through the various partisans of the court, while the foreign favourites of Henry Roman III displayed their rejoicing with indecent ostentation, and even the calmer and wiser adherents of his high-minded son could not refrain from triumphant exultation, consternation, dismay, and mourning spread throughout the middle and lower classes of the people, through the clergy of the real Anglican Church, and through the greater part of the barons who claimed a genuine English descent. The barrier was thrown down which had protected their rights and liberties, and most of those whose swords had been so long unsheathed in the popular cause now lay weltering in their gore upon the field of Evesham, leaving none but outlaws and fugitives to mourn for them in secrecy and concealment, and poets and minstrels to sing the deeds of the gone. It was at the court of England, not in the capital of the kingdom, but in the palace of Eltham, then one of the most beautiful, if not most splendid, of the residences of our kings, in a small chamber in the left wing of the building, rather more than a month after the scenes which we have lately commemorated, that there lay upon a couch, covered with a leopard's skin, a young knight, busily engaged in reading a manuscript written in a somewhat cramped and difficult hand. He was clad altogether in the garments of peace, but a deep gash upon his brow, a scarf bound tight round his arm, and a certain uneasy expression of countenance when he turned from side to side, showed that it was not long since he had been engaged in the fierce and bloody pursuits of war. Hugh de Monthermer had not passed through the battle of Evesham unwounded, and though, as a point of chivalrous courage, he had scorned to suffer the slightest sign of anguish to appear, yet the injuries he had received were long in being healed, and even for some days his life had been held in danger. A prisoner taken by the prince's own hand, he had been brought in the train of the court to London, and then to Eltham, and although no one word had been spoken of his future fate, no proposal made in regard to terms of liberation at the period when many other nobles were allowed to submit and receive letters of remission, yet he had been treated with constant care and kindness. Scarcely a day had passed without his being visited by Edward himself, but the subject of his actual situation had been studiously avoided by the prince, and Hugh, impatient of farther restraint, now lay in his chamber waiting his coming, and resolved to make such inquiries as must lead to some definite reply. About half an hour later than his usual time, the firm step of Edward was heard in the ante-room, and his voice bidding the page who followed stop at the door. The next instant the prince entered, bowing his lofty head. As he passed through the low-arched doorway, his countenance was somewhat grave, but his tone was full of kindness towards Hugh de Monthermer, and he took him by the hand inquiring after his health. "I am nearly well, my dear lord," replied Hugh, "and like your grace when I found you in the castle of Hereford, I only sigh for fresh air and liberty to use my cramped limbs. But why do you not take exercise?" demanded the prince. "You should ride forth every day." "I did not know I had permission," answered Hugh. "I fancied your grace might think that the lesson you gave upon the banks of the Wye might not be lost upon your humble prisoner." "Not after you had surrendered, rescue or no rescue, Monthermer," said the prince. "I put no fetters upon you, my friend, but the fetters of your word. The great gates are as free to you as to myself, and though I give you not your liberty, it is for your sake, not my own. My father's anger burns fierce against your house, Monthermer. It is the only spark which I have not been able to quench. You he will pardon after a time, but I fear towards your uncle we shall never soften him. He says that it was by his advice de Montfort acted." Edward put the last words in the tone of a question, or perhaps as an assertion which he wished to hear refuted, but Hugh replied gravely, "His Majesty says true, my lord, it was by my uncle's advice. But your Grace's words give relief to my mind. I have had no tidings of my uncle since that fatal field, and though I had hopes that he had escaped, yet those hopes were faint. I do beseech you, my good lord, tell me what you know, for never son loved father more than I love him, under whose sword I have been brought up from youth." "I know little more than yourself," answered the prince. "All I can say is neither his body nor his arms were found amongst the dead, and so far is my father convinced of his having escaped, that he with 7 others who have not yet made submission have had sentence of outlawry proclaimed against them." Hugh de Monthermer mused with feelings very much divided between pleasure and pain, but the prince laid his hand kindly on his shoulder, saying, "Come, old playfellow, prepare yourself for a ride, and join me in a minute in the court below. There are guests coming to the palace today, and perchance we may meet them." There was no slight delight to Hugh de Monthermer, as the reader may very well imagine, in the thought of using his limbs in wholesome exercise, and tasting again the free outward air, and dressing himself hastily for the expedition, he was soon by the prince's side. It often happens, however, that when we have looked forward with bright anticipations towards enjoyments from which we have been long debarred, and have thought that nothing but pleasure and refreshment can await us therein, a degree of melancholy falls upon us even in the very fruition of our wishes and memory. A regret is poured out from the heart to dilute the inebriating cup of joy. It was so with Hugh de Monthermer. The first breath of the free air felt to him like new life and the promises of hope. But almost instantly, the thought of the many high and noble, good and wise companions, with whom not long before he had enjoyed the same gentle breeze, the same warm sunshine, and who could now taste them no more, the thought of his just and chivalrous uncle, wandering wounded and alone, an exile or an outlaw, the thought of the gallant and the brave who strewed the field of Evesham came across his mind and dimmed all the happiness of the hour. He was gloomy then as he rode forth from the palace gates, and the merriment of many a young knight and gay esquire who followed in Edward's train sounded harsh and unpleasant to his ear. They were absent for some 2 hours, but as they returned the look of Hugh de Monthermer was brightened, and his smile as cheerful as the rest. If the reader would know why, it is easy to tell. Riding beside Prince Edward were the Earls of Gloucester and Ashby, and not far distant, a train of fair ladies and attendants, amongst whom was one whose soft dark eyes seemed ready to run over with bright drops whenever they turned towards the young knight, who, for his part, was by her side as often as the movements of the cavalcade would permit. It is true that more than one of the gentlemen around, proud of being of the court party, and vain of any share they had taken in the late struggle, deemed it almost an act of insolence on the part of a captive and a rebel, as they chose to term him, to claim the attention of one of the fair guests of their sovereign. Hugh de Monthermer's renown as a knight, however, kept their saucy anger within due bounds, and though they so contrived that no private word could pass between Lucy de Ashby and her lover, they could not cut him off from the enjoyment of her society. On arriving at the palace, more than one prepared himself to aid the lady in dismounting from her horse, but Hugh de Monthermer, feeling a title in her regard, advanced as of right, and lifted the fair form of Lucy from the saddle. In so doing, the only opportunity occurred of uttering a word to each other, unheard by those around, but it was Lucy herself who took advantage of it. "I have something to say to you, Hugh," she whispered, "something that must be said." Ere he could answer, however, the Earl of Ashby was by their side. He had hitherto taken no notice of his former friend and confederate, and perhaps might not have done so even now, had not his conversation with the prince been of a kind to show him that in Edward's eyes Hugh de Monthermer was anything but a captive enemy. He held out his hand to him then with kindly greeting, and asked him after his health, adding, "Now that these contentions are happily at an end, my young friend, let us forget any disputes in the past." Hugh, as may be supposed, was not backward to accept his proffered hand, and good care did he take, not even by a look, to show that he knew himself to be rather the injured than the injurer in the dissensions which had taken place. A few brief questions and replies followed, while Edward spoke in a low tone with the Earl of Gloucester, whose eyes, Hugh de Monthermer remarked, were fixed earnestly and somewhat sternly upon himself. At length the prince turned, and bending gracefully to Lucy de Ashby and another lady who was with the party, told them that though the Queen was still absent in France, the Princess Elena waited for them in the hall. "She is a cousin of yours, you know, fair lady," he added, addressing Lucy, and then turning to his prisoner, he said, "We have a grand banquet tonight, Monthermer, at which you must find strength to be present. I have my father's commands to invite you." Hugh bowed low, and as the guests passed on, he retired thoughtfully to his own chamber. It was still early in the day. The hour appointed for the banquet was late, and his first reveries were full of joy and love, but a discomfort of a trifling yet annoying kind crossed the young knight's thoughts from time to time. Some other necessaries had been supplied to him as a kindness by one of Edward's attendants, but still, though resolved, at all events, not to be absent from the banquet, how could he appear in garments soiled and rent, where all the pomp and pageantry of England were sure to be displayed? "I will send to the prince," he thought, "and let him know the situation in which I am placed. But still, though doubtless he will now give me means of sending to my own friends, both for money and apparel, the supply will come too late for this day's necessities at least, and even if he himself furnishes me with gold for present need, where can I buy in this lonely situation anything that I want? While he was thus thinking, the sound of steps in his ante-room showed him that someone was approaching, and in a moment after, 2 of the inferior attendants of the court entered, bringing in between them one of the long heavy cases of leather stretched upon a frame of wood, which were then used for carrying arms and clothing in the train of an army, separated from all his attendants, kept a close prisoner up to that period, both by his wounds and by his situation. He was totally without the means of appearing at the table of the king with that splendour which the customs of the day required. The only suit he had was that which he then wore, the pourpoint, namely, over which at Evesham he had borne his armour. "This was brought here last night, my lord, and left for you," said one of the servants. The chief sewer opened it by mistake, and finding that it contained apparel, sent us with it. Hugh smiled, thinking that it was a kindly stratagem of the prince to furnish him with what he needed. But ere the 2 men had quitted the ante-room, Edward himself re-entered it, coming to offer the assistance of his purse or wardrobe, and taking blame to himself for not having thought before of his friend's need. Hugh laughed, and pointing to the coffer, thanked him for what he had already sent, but the prince denied all knowledge of it, and on opening the case, which Edward insisted on his doing before his eyes, he found that it was filled with apparel of his own, nearly new, which had been left behind him in Yorkshire in the early part of the year. "This must be the doings of the fairies, my lord," he said, "but as I cannot always count upon these nimble gentry thus attending to my wants, I will beseech your grace to let me send a messenger to enquire after my own poor friends and attendants who were scattered at Evesham, and to bring me such a number of men and horses as I may be permitted to maintain while a prisoner, as well as some small supply of money." "If you will write," said Edward in reply, "I will send immediately. But let us understand each other completely, Monthermer. I think on many accounts that it may be better for you to reside some few months at the court of England, and I believe at all events that you yourself will not be eager to quit it, while a certain bright lady remains with the princess. Your being my captive is the only excuse that can be given for your prolonging your stay, where it is very needful you should remain, and this is the reason why I do not publicly set you free, but as in this changeful world," he continued in a marked and significant manner, "one never can tell what the next day may bring forth, and as it may be necessary, either for your happiness or your safety under some circumstances, to fly at a moment's notice, for I can neither trust the fierce Mortimer, nor the cruel Pembroke, I promise to fix your ransom whenever you require it, and should need be, you may act upon this promise as if I had already given you liberty. I will justify you whenever it takes place. In the meantime, however, you must play the part of captive demurely, and make the best of your opportunities, my young friend, for I have learned from one of your enemies the state of your affections, and I doubt not that your lady love will willingly listen to your tale if you choose a fair hour for telling it. Nay, no thanks, Monthermer. Take what money you want from my purse till your own arrives. And now adieu." Hugh conducted the prince to the door of his ante-room, and then returned, proposing to examine more fully the wardrobe which had been so unexpectedly sent to him, thinking that perhaps he might find something to indicate from what hand it came. But before he did so, he sat down thoughtfully, and gazed out of the small casement of his chamber, while, strange to say, his spirit seemed oppressed. In every point his situation was happier and better than it had been a few hours previous. The storm cloud which had obscured his hopes was clearing away. His mind had been made more easy in regard to his uncle's safety. Liberty appeared before him, and he was near to her he loved. But nevertheless he felt a sadness that he could not account for, as the first impression of the fresh air upon a person going out after a long sickness will give them a sensation of faintness, even while it revives them. So will the return to hope and happiness, after a long period of despair and sorrow, bring with it a touch of melancholy even on the wings of joy. Chapter 24. It was in the great hall at Eltham, that splendid hall which still remains, attesting, like many other monuments, the magnificent ideas of an age which we, perhaps justly, term barbarous, but which displayed, amongst many rude and uncivilized things, a grasp of conception and a power of execution in some of the arts, that we seldom, if ever, can attain even in these more generally cultivated times. In the great hall at Eltham, about an hour after sunset, was laid out a banquet, which in profuse luxury and splendour as far exceeded any, even of our state repasts, in the present day, as the hall that overhung it excelled the lumbering architecture of the 18th century. The table actually groaned under masses of quaint and curious plate, many of the cups and dishes blazing with jewels, and an immense emerald, in the shape of a cross surrounded by wax tapers, surmounting and ornamenting the centre of the board. The dresses of the guests were of all those bright and glittering colours so universally affected by rich and poor in those days, and gold and precious stones were seen sparkling all around, not alone ornamenting the persons of the fairer sex, but decorating also the garments of the men. Though the guests themselves only amounted to 70, and the broad table at which they sat looked small in the centre of the hall, yet the number of attendants, carvers, cupbearers, butlers, and sewers was not less than 200, without including the harps, the trumpets, the minstrels, and the spectators, who were admitted within certain limits. Various and curious were the dishes set upon the table. The wine was of the choicest vintages of France and Spain, and one may conceive how recklessly it was suffered to flow in those times, when we know that the consumption of a private nobleman's house was upon one occasion 370 pipes in the year, besides ale, metheglin, and hippocras. The banquet was somewhat strangely ordered, according to our present notions, for there was but one large silver plate assigned to each 2 persons, but as, with scrupulous exactness, the male and female guests had been restricted to an equal number, this arrangement permitted a display of the courteous gallantry of the times, each gentleman carving for his fair companion, and taking care that she was supplied with all she wished for before himself. Opportunity was also thus offered for all those little signs and tokens of chivalrous love, which but too often, it must be confessed, deviated into vice and folly. But of all the hearts at that table, and there were some which fluttered with gaiety and excitement, some that beat with calm satisfaction, some that palpitated with eager and not over-holy joy, none throbbed with higher and purer delight than those of Hugh de Monthermer and Lucy de Ashby, as, sitting by side, they bent together over the same board and drank from the same cup. Many a sweet-whispered word was there, while all was laughter and merriment around, and many an avowal of unchanged attachment, many a promise of future affection was spoken by the eyes, when any pause in the general conversation might have betrayed the secret had it been entrusted to the lips. Happy indeed was the young lover, happy indeed was she whom he loved, thus to commune with each other after so long a separation. But if anything could have added to Lucy's joy in thus meeting Hugh again, and sitting by his side, it would have been the terms with which Edward had that night brought him forward to the king. "Let me beseech you, sire," he had said, "for your favour towards the friend of my youth, who, though for some time separated from me by unhappy feuds, now at an end for ever forgot not in a time of need our early regard. His house have shown no great love for our throne, replied the king, looking coldly upon him, but we welcome him for your sake, Edward. Do so, my lord, answered the prince, for while I was in prison he ever advocated my release, and when I was escaping and he might have stayed me, he bade God speed me on my way. Then we welcome him for his own, replied the king, more warmly, and holding out his hand, Hugh bent his head over it in silence and retired. The merriment had somewhat waned, the lights had grown rather dim, the tapers were burning low when, taking advantage of a momentary rise in the sounds around, Lucy said in a low voice, I have still much to tell, Hugh, of great importance. Can you not do so now? Demanded her lover in the same tone. I dare not, whispered Lucy, and yet I would fain that it were soon. Hugh looked around. This revel cannot last long, he said. At least you fair ladies will not stay much longer, Lucy. I can find an excuse too in my late wounds to quit the board earlier than the rest, if we could but meet. Lucy looked down and blushed, for though those were days of liberty, nay, of licence, when every lady held it little less than a duty to hear each tale of passion that was addressed to her, ay, and to afford full opportunity for its being told, yet still there was an inherent modesty in her nature, which made the warm blood rise into her cheek at the thought of meeting in secret the man which she loved best. I would tell the princess, she replied, and ask her advice and assistance, for she is as kind and as wise as ever woman was. But what I have to say no one must hear but you. There is a row of cloisters, answered Hugh, just under the princess's apartments. I will go thither, Lucy, as soon as I can steal away, and wait till all hope of seeing you be gone. Come if you can, my beloved, come if you can. You know you can trust to me. Oh, yes, replied Lucy in the same low voice. I will come, Hugh, I will, for it is better, the evil custom of men prolonging the song, the wine cup, and the revel, after the table has been quitted by those whose presence softens and refines our coarser nature, is of a very old date in this our land of England, and though certainly more honoured in the breach than the observance, has only been abandoned by fits and starts from the period of the Saxons till the present day. At the early meal, which was called dinner in those times, such was not often the case, for every one started up quickly to pursue his business or his rude sports in the light. But after supper, when no occupation called them from the table, the baronage of England would frequently indulge in long revels, ending usually, especially under the monarchs of the pure Norman line, in scenes of the most frightful excess and disgusting licentiousness. Henry I, though he did something to refine the people, and to soften the manners of his nobles, still tolerated every sort of vice in his court, and it was only with the sovereigns of the house of Plantagenet, though they themselves were often corrupt enough, that a certain degree of decency and courteous refinement was introduced which put a stop to the coarse debaucheries of the Norman race. Under Henry Roman II, Richard and John, amidst civil and foreign wars, a gradual improvement might be perceived, and even during the reign of the weak Henry Roman III. At least, by the time of which we speak, the high, pure character of his chivalrous son worked a vast change in the general tone of society. Thus, though drinking and song, after the ladies of the court had withdrawn, generally succeeded to the evening banquet, yet the night never now terminated in those fearful orgies, to hide which altogether from the eyes of men. The second William had commanded that all lights should be suddenly extinguished in his palace at a certain hour. On the evening in question, not long after the few words which we have mentioned had passed between Hugh and Lucy, the Princess Elena, with the rest of the ladies present, rose and left the hall, taking their way under the high gallery and through the small door which communicated with the royal apartments. As the princess passed out, she placed her hand gently upon Lucy's arm, saying, "Come with me, sweet cousin, I would fain speak with you," and led the way towards her own chamber. All her own attendants were dismissed one by one, and then, seating herself in a large chair, Elena beckoned her fair companion to take a place beside her, but Lucy quietly, and with that exquisite grace which is beauty's crowning charm, and she preeminently possessed, sunk slowly down upon the stool at the princess's feet, and looked up in her face with a glance from which she strove hard to banish every trace of that impatience which was strong in her heart. Elena gazed down upon her in return with a kindly and yet a thoughtful smile, keeping silence for nearly a minute, and then saying, "So you are very much in love, dear Lucy de Ashby? Nay, do not blush and cast down your eyes as if you thought I could doubt it, after your telling me and everybody else that it is so, some 5 times during supper." "Nay, nay," cried Lucy, turning round quickly with a look of alarm, "not so plainly as that." "Plainly enough for me to understand," replied the princess, "and that is all that is necessary to talk of now. Edward told me something of this before, and I promised to ask if you knew what you were doing." Lucy looked up again, but it was now with an arch smile, and she answered, "Right well, dear lady, I hope it is so," rejoined Elena. "For methinks I see difficulties before you, thorns in your path, which I fear may wound those tender feet more than you dream of. You love and are beloved, that is clear, and that were simple enough to deal with, as most loves in this world go, for very often the wild god's dart gives but a scratch as it passes, and wounds not one heart deeply in 1,000. But for those who love as you two seem to do, there is a world of anxieties and cares upon the way. In our state of life, Lucy, we cannot, like the happy country maid, give our hand at once where our heart is given, and seldom through ages is it the lot of woman to find so happy a fate as mine, where the first lot I drew was the chief prize of the whole world, he whom alone my heart could ever love, and he who was destined to return it well. He loves you, Lucy, I think, this young captive lord." "I am sure of it, lady," replied Lucy earnestly. "Indeed," said the princess, "then doubtless you have spoken on this theme, are plighted and promised to each other." Lucy turned somewhat pale, but it was with indecision and doubt, and the princess, marking her changing colour, added, "Nay, let me not force your confidence from you. I would fain help you if I could, but trust, like bounty, must be free, Lucy, not extorted, and though your secret were as safe with me as in your own breast, yet let not the bird take wing if you fear its flight." Her fair companion, turning round, sunk somewhat farther at the princess's feet, and hid her eyes upon her knee, saying, "My confidence shall be free. We are plighted by every promise that can bind heart to heart but the last one at the altar, and now that I have told you so much, I will tell you all," she continued. "Even now I fear he is waiting for my coming in the cloisters down below." "Nay," exclaimed Elena with a look of some surprise and disapprobation. Lucy read her thoughts by the tone in which she spoke, and raising her head somewhat proudly, she replied, "You mistake me, I fear, dear lady, and do not know the purpose for which I go." "To fly with him, perhaps," said Elena. "Oh no," answered Lucy. "While my father lives I will never wed man without his blessing. No, lady, no, neither must you think, although I hold there might be circumstances in which, but for the sake of cheering and soothing him I love in captivity and sorrow, I might well grant him a poor hour of my company alone, neither must you think, I say, that I go to him now either to please my ear with hearing his dear voice, or to comfort him with aught I can say in return. I know I may trust you, lady, I know I may tell you why I go, and that you will neither repeat it, nor ask me any farther question. I have a message to him from one he loves and sorrows for. I have news from those he has wept as dead. And though there be no treason in it, lady, she added with a smile, I dare not give it to any other lips to deliver than my own. Elena bent down her head and kissed her brow. Go, sweet Lucy, she said. I give you leave. Ay, and even when your message is given, if you do linger out the hour, or perhaps even see him again by another clear moon like that, I will forgive and trust you both. The man that could sully such a thing as thou art, by prompting one wish, one act, one thought for which the pure heart would burn with grief hereafter, were somewhat worse than a fiend. And methinks, she added laughing, your lover does not look like one. Oh, no, cried Lucy, like anything but that, but I fear he may be waiting for me. Some women would tell you to make him wait, replied the princess, but I will not say so. I have heard my husband quote some Latin words which mean that he gives twice who quickly gives, and a frank favour to a kind heart must surely make more impression than a greater boon wrung from us by long soliciting. Go then, Lucy, go, see if he be there, if not, come back to me and go again. I would not let him know I waited for him were I you, for the best child may be spoiled, Lucy. But neither would I make him wait for me, lest ever the time should come when he might think he had waited long enough. Lucy kissed the princess's hand, and after enquiring somewhat timidly her way, quitted the room and descended the narrow staircase which Elena directed her to take, winding round and round till her head was almost giddy, and holding fast by the column, about which the small steps turned, Lucy at length reached the little archway that led out into the cloister, and which, as usual, was wide open. The scene before her was the wide open park which surrounded the palace, and was then called Eltham Chase, and over it the moonlight was streaming peacefully, pouring in also under the cloister and paving it with silver, while across the glistening stones fell the dark shadows of the beautiful Norman arches. Lucy paused before she issued forth, seeing no one within the range of her eye at that moment. But there was the sound of a step, and the quick ear of love instantly recognized the well-known tread, which she had listened for many a day in Lindwell Castle, ere the lover knew that he was loved in return. She still kept back, however, under the shadow of the doorway, that she might be quite sure. But in a moment or two after, the step turned and came nearer and nearer, till at length the tall, graceful form of Hugh de Monthermer, with his arms folded on his chest, and his eyes bent upon the ground as if he expected to play the sentinel some time, appeared in the moonlight, and approached the place where she was standing. Lucy was soon by his side, and it was not easy for Hugh to find words to express his gratitude for her coming, and his joy at her presence, although she had resolved to stay with him but a short time, to give him the message that she had received at once, and then to return to the princess as speedily as possible. It must be owned that the thoughts of both herself and her lover dwelt upon those dear subjects, which naturally presented themselves on being thus alone with each other for the first time after a long separation, and that half an hour passed in the sweet dalliance of two young hearts, full of warm and tender affection. Lucy felt almost grateful to Hugh for having forced her to confess her love. It was so delightful, now that it was confessed, to dwell upon it, and to give it voice unrestrained. To Hugh it seemed almost a dream, to have her there beside him in the calm moonlight, to hold that fair soft hand in his, to see those dark eyes raise their fringed curtains and pour their living light upon his face. Who can wonder that they forgot the minutes in such joys as the human heart can know but once in life? At length, however, Some accidental circumstance woke them from their dream of love and happiness. I had forgot, Hugh, cried Lucy, disengaging her hand from his. The princess expects me back again soon, and I had to tell you much that I have not told. We have been at Nottingham since I saw you, for they sent me to Lindwell while the army lay at Worcester, after that fatal battle which I thought would have killed your poor Lucy, too, for with a brother and a father and a lover there ranked upon opposite sides, I had well nigh died with fear and anxiety after that battle of Evesham. I used to listen eagerly for tidings, converse with every countryman I met, and glean even the lightest rumours that might tell me of the fate of those I loved. I could hear nothing of you or your uncle, however, till one day as I was walking near the castle, and alone, I sat down beneath the shadow of an oak. You remember the old oak within sight of the hall window where first I fancied that Lucy might love me, answered Hugh. Lucy paused for a moment and then replied, You might have fancied it before, Hugh, if your eyes had but been bright. Well, I was sitting beneath the shadow of that oak, when suddenly I heard something rustle overhead, and in a moment, down from the branches like a falling acorn, dropped the strange boy that accompanied us from the forest on that sweet ride which I shall never forget. At first I was alarmed and was going to run to the castle, but when I saw who it was, I lost my fear and asked him what he wanted. He then told me more than I had ever heard before, that the battle had gone against the English party, that Hugh de Monthermer was wounded and prisoner, and also that I was ere long to be called upon to join my father at Derby and go with him to London. And now, said the dwarf, I am to charge you with a message. Sooner or later, he continued, you will meet the young lord in the capital. Tell him that his uncle lives, that he is nearly well of his wounds, but that, as he knows his life is forfeited, he dare not show himself. A report is rife that he has escaped to France. Such, however, is not the case. He is even now under the boughs of Mary Sherwood, and he would fain see his nephew there in secret. So tell him, lady, when you find him, but tell him when he is quite alone, when there is no ear but yours and his to hear, for the lives of more than one good man and true are trusted to your discretion. Such, dear Hugh, was the message he bade me give you, and I willingly undertook to do so, though I knew not when I might have the means. But I have a prayer to put. Hugh, I have a boon to ask, which you must not refuse to Lucy de Ashby, if you be a true knight and a true lover. Ask it, dear Lucy, he replied. Whatever it be, consistent with my honour, I will do it, were it to carry the cross from the top of the chapel into Palestine, and make the Sultan bow down and worship it. Nay, nay, cried Lucy with a smile, though such strange vows were not uncommon then. It is not so hard as that, Hugh, it is but that you promise me you will take no farther part in these secret conspiracies to levy war against the throne. The cause is lost, Hugh, whether it was a good or a bad one, and if Hugh de Monthermer mingles with it more, he will but bring destruction upon himself and misery upon Lucy de Ashby. See your noble uncle, dear Hugh, but try and lead him to make submission. At all events, for my sake, promise to abstain yourself from any further efforts in an enterprise which is hopeless and passed away. You must ask another boon, Lucy, said Hugh. What, will you not grant the first request I make? Cried Lucy quickly. Nay, not so, answered her lover. It is that this is no request at all, my Lucy, for I have made the same promise to myself beforehand. I can never bear arms more against Edward Plantagenet, let who will call me to the field, so wherever his banner floats, mine shall never be raised to oppose it. This makes me bid you ask another boon, dear Lucy. Well, I will, said Lucy, but ere she could explain what it was, she was interrupted. During their conversation they had wandered backwards and forwards under the cloister, and at this time were pausing at the end farthest from the door leading to the apartments of the princess. It unfortunately happens but too often that not only love, but a lover is blind to all external objects as well as to the faults of her he loves. And certainly such must have been the case with Hugh de Monthermer at that moment. Otherwise he would have seen before that while he turned hither and thither with Lucy de Ashby, the cloister did not remain untenanted, as he believed. More than once 2 or 3 figures had come round the farther angle of the palace the moment his back was turned, and entering the cloister, had watched him and Lucy with laughing, and yet malicious looks. At the very moment, however, that Hugh de Monthermer and the lady paused at the end of the southern front, a voice, coming from the dark arcade which ran along the western side of the building, and joined that where they now stood at a right angle, said in a low but distinct tone, as if the speaker were close to them, "You are watched, go back or you will be caught." Hugh's first impulse was to start forward to discover who it was that spoke, but Lucy, terrified at the bare idea of being found there by any of the licentious minions of Henry's court, sprang from him, crying, "Let me fly, Hugh, let me fly. Adieu, adieu." And darting along the cloister with the speed of a startled deer, she ran towards the doorway leading to the stairs. Hugh de Monthermer followed at a somewhat slower pace, thinking that on that side she was safe. But just when Lucy was within a few yards of the arch to which her steps were directed, some 3 or 4 men came out from under the pillars and advanced towards her with a shout of ribald laughter. With a bound like that of a sword-player, Hugh de Monthermer sprang forward and was by her side before they could reach her. "Halloo, halloo," cried one. "We have started the game. Run it down," exclaimed another, and a third, evidently bearing more wine than wit, added something still more offensive. Another step brought the lovers close to the doorway, but one of the revellers cast himself in the way as if to stop the passage. "Stand back, Sir Guy de Margan," cried the young knight sternly. "Stand back, I say." But finding that instead of doing as he was directed, the other spread wide his arms to catch Lucy as he passed, Hugh struck him one blow with his clenched hand which laid him prostrate on the pavement. Lucy sprang through the doorway and ran up the steps like lightning, and her lover, folding his arms upon his chest, walked slowly onward through the midst of those opposed to him. They regarded him with frowning brow and muttering voices, but suffered him to pass, and as he reached the gate which led towards his own chamber, he heard a sound of loud laughter, succeeding apparently to the anger which the blow he had struck had produced. Chapter 25. In one of the ante-rooms of the palace at Eltham on the morning following sat 5 gentlemen dressed with extravagant gaudiness, their hair curled and in some instances plaited like that of women, and their persons adorned with innumerable rings and trinkets. "Out upon it, bear a blow," cried one of them. "I will have revenge." "How will you seek it, de Margan?" asked another. "With a bodkin." "Nay, nay, let him alone," said the third. "He is a man of spirit, and will dare this proud knight to the field." "Who will crack him there?" rejoined the second speaker, "as the king cracks a crawfish." "How is that?" inquired the first. "Between his finger and thumb," replied the other. This is all nonsense, joined in one who had not yet spoken. "Monthermer is a prisoner and cannot underlie a defiance." "De Margan will do better than defy him," said the 5th personage. "He knows that there are shrewder means of revenge in his power than that." "Tell them, de Margan, tell them, and we will all go in with you and bear it out." "Aye," cried Sir Guy de Margan, "those 2 fair lovers would, I rather fancy, give each a finger of their right hand rather than have the Earl of Ashby know their secret moonlight meeting in the cloister." Neither would the good Earl much like to have the tale told of his fair daughter showering such favours on this good Lord Hugh. And Alured de Ashby, I have heard, hates these Monthermers worse than a cat hates oil, a goodly mess of venom if you stir it properly, observed one of his companions. That will I do most certainly, said the first. I wait but the opening of the king's doors to tell the noble earl before the whole court that his daughter was somewhat less niggardly of her presents last night to Hugh de Monthermer than he dreamt of. Then, you see, the old lord will chafe, the king will frown, and Alured de Ashby will be sent for, to do what Guy de Margan does not dare himself, said one of the gentlemen. What might have been the reply is difficult to say, for although the personage he spoke to had so much of the better part of valour as to refrain from measuring his strength against a man so much superior to himself as Hugh de Monthermer, yet he was by no means without courage where it was at all prudent to display it. But his answer, which seemed likely to be a fierce one, was stopped on his very lips, for the door of the king's chamber opened at that moment, and the well-known William de Valence, Earl of Pembroke, came forth, bearing 2 or 3 sealed letters in his hand. Sir Guy de Margan, he said, presenting him with a packet, I am directed by the king to command you immediately to set out for Monmouth, where you will open these orders, execute them, and rejoin the court at Nottingham. You, Sir Thomas Lestrange, will proceed on a similar mission to Chester, and you, Sir Roger de Leyburn, will go on before with these to Derby. Speed, gentlemen, speed, there is no time to be lost. We have tidings of a threatened rising in the north, and the whole court sets out within 2 hours. Cannot I have audience of the king, my lord, said Guy de Margan, if but for a moment, or with the Earl de Ashby? Impossible, replied William de Valence. The king, with the Earls of Ashby, Mortimer and Gloucester, and the noble Lord of Audley, is arranging with the prince the measures which are to be pursued. It is impossible, Sir Guy. So quick away with you, gentlemen, and see whose spur is sharpest. All was bustle, hurry, and confusion at the court of Eltham during the rest of the morning. The threatened rising in Northumberland was indeed not of a very serious nature, and Edward was of opinion that the few nobles who were about the court, with such troops as he could muster rapidly by the way, would be sufficient to overawe the malcontents and nip the revolt in the bud. Henry, however, ever fond of excitement and display, seized the pretext for making a royal progress into the north, knowing well that every great noble as he passed, especially at that particular period, would vie with his neighbour in entertaining his sovereign with luxury and splendour. Edward looked grave and evidently disapproved, but he did not venture to offer any opposition to his father's wishes, and towards 2 of the clock, in a fine day of the early autumn, preceded and followed by a strong band of soldiery, the whole court, comprising all who happened to be at Eltham at the time, set out on its way towards Nottingham. Although there was indeed more than one horse-litter in the train, yet all the principal personages proceeded on their journey, as usual, upon horseback, and even in their robes of travel they formed a bright and glittering train, as ever was seen, comprising nearly 200 persons. Laughing, talking, jesting, they rode along, keeping no very compact order, and each person choosing his companions as his inclination prompted or circumstances admitted. Hugh de Monthermer, as may well be supposed, sought the side of Lucy de Ashby, and it luckily so happened that an old knight of her father's household, so deaf that the blast of a trumpet was the only thing he could hear, took upon himself to act as esquire to the lady. In this capacity he occupied the post upon her left hand, talking all the while, and with the fruitful imagination which many deaf people have, fancying the replies that were never spoken. Immediately behind came the gay girls who waited upon their fair lady, with 2 or 3 pages and squires, all occupied with the usual subjects, which engrossed the attention of pages, squires, and handmaidens in those days. The Earl of Ashby himself kept near the presence of the king, but he seemed to entertain no objection to the attentions which Hugh was evidently showing to his daughter, and throughout the whole of the progress, the Princess Elena, with that sympathy which a kind-hearted woman always feels for woman's love, favoured the lovers with opportunity, not indeed with bustling eagerness, not indeed even apparently, but with the calm and quiet tact of a refined mind, as well as a gentle heart. Edward, too, though more occupied with other things than Elena, showed every kindness to Hugh de Monthermer, and once or twice, in passing him while he was conversing with Lucy de Ashby, marked with a smile the brightness of the lover's eye, and certainly gave no discouragement to his hopes. At Huntingdon, the young knight was joined by a number of his own servants, and 1 or 2 of those who had been attached to his uncle. Amongst the latter was the stout yeoman, Tom Blauket, and upon questioning him, Hugh discovered that all the tenants and retainers of the old earl were ignorant that their lord had survived the battle. The good fellow was evidently so deeply grieved at the supposed death of his noble master that Hugh felt a strong inclination to impart to him the fact of the earl being safe, and very reluctantly refrained, in the belief that it might be contrary to his uncle's wishes so to do. Money and horses reached him at the same time, and he was now enabled in all things to resume the appearance of his rank and station. Health, too, and strength were every day coming back more and more, and though the prince's surgeon at Eltham had shaken his head, and prognosticated that the wound on his breast would never heal completely till he could obtain perfect repose, a certain balm that Hugh carried with him, the balm of happiness, had closed it before he reached Huntingdon, and had left nothing to be desired but the recovery of his former vigour. Thus, as the reader may believe, the progress to Nottingham was a joyful one to Hugh de Monthermer. He bore his sunshine with him, and mingled willingly in all the sports and pleasures prepared for the royal entertainment. It would be tedious to tell all the little incidents of the journey, to describe the pageant at this castle, the banquet at the other, the tournament that was prepared in one town, the grand procession that met the monarch at the gates of another city. Suffice it that all was feasting and revelry, merry-making and rejoicing, and the populace, even in many of the places which had most strongly adhered to de Montfort during his days of prosperity, now met the monarch, whose oppression and exactions he had risen to curb, and the prince, before whose sword he had fallen with the loudest shouts and most cheerful acclamations. Such is popularity. He who counts upon it for an hour will find that he has trusted it too long, and he who relies upon it for support will learn that a bulrush is an oak to it. Long before the royal party reached the north, the news of the king's march, and of the gathering together of considerable forces, ran on before, and, as Edward had supposed, the very rumour crushed the insurrection in the egg. But Henry still resolved to advance as far as Nottingham, and promised the Earl of Ashby to spend some time with him at his castle of Lindwell. The Earl sent on messengers to prepare everything for the monarch's reception, and 2 days before the time named for entering Nottinghamshire, the party of the king halted in the fair little town of Mountsorrel. The castle was then in ruins, but in the priory below the king, the prince, and several of the chief nobles in attendance on them found lodging for the night, while the rest of the court were scattered in the houses round about. The good monks of Mountsorrel, who since the beginning of the century, when the castle was destroyed, had managed matters their own way, were celebrated for the excellence of their cheer, and their refectory certainly displayed, for the monarch's entertainment, a repast that night, which, in point of excellence of materials and skill in cookery, excelled all that he had met with on the road. The hour was late when the king arrived, and Henry, who loved the pleasures of the table, sat long, tasting all the exquisite meats partridges which had been kept in a mew, and crammed with a spoon to make them fat peacocks, the flesh of which had been rendered as white as driven snow, by the method of feeding them fish brought across the country from the sea, and others which had tenanted for years the tanks of the priory, nourished with especial care, and treated with a stream of running water conducted from the Soar River to the pond, to render them fresh and healthy, together with 1,000 other dainties under which the table groaned. Nor did the king merely continue at the table himself, but he contrived to keep all his guests there likewise, conversing between the dishes with the prior, who knew well how to season meat with merriment, and had many a light and jesting tale for the monarch's not very scrupulous ear. While such things were proceeding at the priory, however, the rest of the royal party, broken into bodies of 5 or 6, occupied, as we have said, 3 or 4 neighbouring houses besides the small hostelry, making themselves as merry and as much at ease as men can do who care nothing for the comfort of their host, or the report he will make of them when their backs are turned. It was about 10 o'clock at night when, in the best room of the inn, 3 gentlemen were sitting with the relics of their supper still before them, a fat capon and a venison pasty remaining almost uninjured, the one only having lost a leg in the conflict, and the other having a breach in its wall of not more than a couple of inches in diameter. This fact, however, did not by any means evince that the party had wanted appetite, but merely that various dishes had gone before, leaving no room for anything but wine in the stomachs of the well-fed guests. The red juice of the Bordeaux grape was flowing profusely amongst them, and great was the merriment and uproar going on, when the sound of several horses' feet, coming rapidly down the street, and then stopping at the door, called their attention. Whoever were the riders, nothing more was known of their proceedings for several minutes, at the end of which time a step was heard descending the little flight of stairs that led from the road into the parlour, which was somewhat sunk below the level of the ground. "We can have no more here," cried one of the gentlemen, starting up, resolved to defend the inviolability of their dining chamber. "Whoever it is must find a lodging elsewhere." But just as he spoke, the door, which was fastened with the happy old contrivance of a pulley and weight, was pushed sharply open, and a man, dressed in a riding costume and muffled in a large loose gabardine above his pourpoint, appeared before them. The one who had been speaking prepared in a somewhat sharp tone to enforce his objections to the admission of a new guest, but suddenly he seemed to recognize the newcomer, and holding out his hand to him, he exclaimed, "Richard de Ashby, as I live, why, who thought to see you here? We fancied that you were with your cousin, allured, keeping down the men of Westmoreland. At all events, you are welcome, though by my life you will find the supper we have left you but scanty, and the wine barrel not so full as when we began." Richard de Ashby declared that there would be quite enough of both for him, and summoning the host to provide him with fresh wine, he proceeded with his meal, from time to time asking such questions as might best lead his companions to tell him all they knew of what was taking place at the English court. "Gay doings I find," he said, "gay doings I find between Eltham and Leicester. Why, the whole country rings with it." "Well may it ring," replied the other gentleman, "well may it ring, and rejoice too to see such sights. I have never beheld the like since I followed the court of England. But during all that time, it is true, we have had nothing but civil wars or the rule of grim de Montfort, so it is no wonder things have gone sadly. They will be merrier now, I trust, said Richard de Ashby. It is high time, however, that my own affairs should go a little more merrily, and surely I have every right to expect it, for to me the prince owes his liberty. Ay, and to me they owe the first seeds of dissension sown amongst de Montfort's people. It is but fair that my claim should be heard. On my life, cried the gentleman to whom he spoke, while Richard de Ashby filled himself a cup of wine and drained it off, on my life, our good king and prince seem fonder of their enemies than their friends. Here is this young Monthermer, one of the chief favourites of the court. A malevolent scowl passed over the dark face of Richard de Ashby, but as the host was coming in at that moment with more wine, he remained silent, hewing the meat before him with his knife, but without tasting it. When the landlord was gone, however, he composed his countenance and exclaimed with an affected laugh, a pretty favourite indeed. But tell me what bright ladies follow the court. I hear there never was a fairer train. You have heard true, Sir Richard, said the same gentleman who had hitherto spoken to him, the others being busily engaged in a conversation of their own. You have heard true. A bevy of lovelier dames has seldom been seen. There is the Countess of Pembroke and Mortimer's wife, but she is ugly enough, heaven knows. Then there is the young Lady Derview and Lord Audley's daughter, and chief of all Hugh de Monthermer's lady love, your fair cousin Lucy de Ashby. There was a certain touch of malice in his tone as he spoke, for it is wonderful how soon men discover any weak point in their fellow-men, and still more extraordinary how much pleasure they derive from saying things that may give pain to others, without producing the slightest benefit whatever to themselves. Perhaps the courtier Sir Harry Grey, who now spoke with Richard de Ashby, had in view to provoke him to one of those outbursts of passion which to our corrupt hearts generally afford matter of merriment rather than commiseration. But if he did so, he was disappointed. A momentary expression of intense wrath convulsed the features of Richard de Ashby, but he uttered not a word in reply. He paused thoughtfully, filled another cup of wine, but did not drink it, gazed down upon the edge of his knife, and then turning round to his companion said, "How warm it is! How can you all sit here with the casement closed?" "The boys of the village were staring in," answered Sir Harry Grey, "looking at us like wild beasts in a cage, so we were forced to close the casement and draw the curtain. They are gone now, you can open it. But you do not tell me what you think of this coming alliance. He is very wealthy, handsome, renowned. We all think it will answer very well." "Do you?" said Richard de Ashby dryly. "Why, I rather think, Sir Harry, it is no business either of yours or mine, although, to speak the truth, I believe you are mistaken, and that there is no such alliance toward." "Oh, but it is the talk of the whole court," cried the other. "He is ever with her or with the Lord of Ashby, and besides, the Earl has been known to say," and he went on to repeat some 20 rumours of the day concerning the marriage of Hugh de Monthermer and Lucy de Ashby, not one of which contained a word of truth. Still, however, Richard de Ashby remained unmoved, at least to all appearance, and after merely asking who else was at the court and receiving a somewhat lengthened answer, giving him the names of 15 or 16 ladies in whom he had no interest whatsoever, he arose, saying, "I must to bed, for I depart at daybreak tomorrow." "What, do you not visit the king?" demanded one of the other gentlemen who had not yet spoken. "No, no," replied he, "I go on to Nottingham to meet him. I have business of importance. Good night, and he left the room. "You galled him, Grey," said Sir Andrew Geary, "you galled him hard about that marriage." I know I did, answered Sir Harry Grey. Once let me know a man's folly, and I will pink you him to the quick, if his skin be as thick and hard as a German gambassoon. Not that he thinks of marrying fair Lucy himself, but it is his hatred to the Monthermers touches him. Faith, you're mistaken, rejoined Sir Andrew Geary, who was one of those keen-sighted men who seem intuitively to see into men's motives, under whatsoever specious disguises they may endeavour to conceal them. Faith, you are mistaken. This Richard de Ashby is one of more ambition than you believe. He knows right well that in the many accidents of the day the good Lord Allured may find his way to the kingdom of heaven, and then though he be now but the poor kinsman, treated not so well as many a worthy retainer of the house, he becomes heir presumptive to the title, though to none of the lands, except the small estate of Ashby. It would suit him but little to see Hugh of Monthermer, as the husband of the heiress, sweep up the whole wealth of the house. What he will try, added Sir Andrew, musing, I do not know, but be sure he will do something to break the marriage if there be any truth in the story at all. Then Monthermer will cut his throat, replied Sir Harry Grey, and there will be an end of it. But now what say you to the dice, Geary? Let us try a cast or two. Not I, answered Sir Andrew Geary. I am not in the mood, I am not well tonight, and shall betake me to my rest. I will throw with you, Grey, cried a young man from the other side of the room. Geary's wings are drooping like a sick hen's, don't you see? So let him go and carry himself to the Isle of Pipkins, and seek some stewed prunes for his queasy stomach. I am with you till cock crow, if your purse be long enough and the wine good. Forest Days, a Romance of Old Times, Chapter 26. Richard de Ashby mounted the stairs with a slow step, paused at the first landing place and grasped his forehead with his extended hand, then turned upon his steps, and descending to the kitchen, in which were seated an immense number of various classes, he beckoned to one of his servants who was near the fireplace. The man started up and came to him at the door, when his master said in a low tone, You must take your horse as soon as he is fed, and speed across the country as if for life and death, to bear a letter from me to the Lord Allured in Cumberland. Have everything ready in an hour. What, tonight, sir? Demanded the servant. Aye, tonight, villain, replied his master. Tonight, I say, do you grumble? And without waiting for any further answer, he turned and once more ascended the stairs. The inn was a rude old building having a square court in the centre. It consisted of 2 stories above the ground floor, and 2 ranges of open galleries ran round the whole yard, the chambers having no screen between them and the free air of heaven, but the single door by which one entered or went out of each. It was to the highest of the galleries that Richard de Ashby now directed his steps, for arriving late, it had been with difficulty he had found lodging at all. He had no light with him, but finding his way by the dim glare of some lanterns in the court, he stopped at the last chamber on the right-hand side, and after another halt of more than a minute passed in stern meditation, he threw, opened the door and went in. The room was a large one, forming the corner of the building and having windows either way. There was a wide chimney in which was a blazing log of wood, lighted to dispel the damp which the chamber might have contracted by disuse, and gazing at the changing aspect of the flame sat fair but unhappy Kate Greenley, with her head resting on her hand and her eyes full of deep and sorrowful thought. Get thee to bed, cried Richard de Ashby in a rude and angry tone as soon as he saw her. Did I not bid thee get to bed before? I have had many things to think of, answered the girl. I wish thou hadst left me behind thee, Richard. I love not going so near what was once my home. It was my will, replied he. That must be enough for thee. Get thee to bed, I say, I have to write and think. Kate took a step away from him, but then looked round and said, "Tell me first, Richard, art thou taking me back, wearied of her you used to love, to the once happy dwelling from which you brought me not 6 months ago? If so, I will not go with you any farther. Thou wilt do what I order," he answered sternly. "I am in no mood either for squabbling or jesting tonight. Thou wilt go no farther, ha? By heaven, thou wouldst make me resolve to take thee back by force, or send thee with a billet like some packet of goods. But no, I will not send thee," he added. "I will not take thee, and knowest thou why? Not that I love thee, not that I care for thee more than for the flower that was yesterday in my breast, and is now cast away into the dust. But they have asked me to send thee back, they have ordered me, and therefore I will not. There is no power on earth shall tear thee from me, but I will take care to make thee serviceable too. Get thee to bed, I say, and importune me no more. What, send thee back to please Hugh de Monthermer? He is a noble gentleman," answered Kate, "and in good sooth wished me well, though I knew it not." "Thou art a fool," cried Richard violently, and at the same moment he took a step forward and struck her a blow on the cheek with his extended hand, adding, "Get thee to bed, minion, and let me hear thy tongue no more." Kate's flashing eyes glared at him as if she could have stabbed him where he stood, but the instant after she darted towards the bed, cast herself upon her knees beside it, and hiding her weeping face upon the coverings, she murmured forth some rapid and eager words, which her base seducer neither heard nor cared to hear. Seating himself by a table on which stood a lamp, he took forth the materials for writing from some large leathern bags which lay near. But ere he commenced the letter which he proposed to send, he passed a full half-hour in deep meditation. Once during the time he looked round, apparently to see if the poor girl he had treated so basely was still up, but she had retired to bed, and hearing her breathing deep and slow, he concluded that like a child she had wept herself to sleep. He then turned himself to meditate again, and we must look into his bosom and give the turbulent words which were uttered in his inmost heart as if they had been spoken aloud. "Ay," he thought, "if Alleward had been here this mischief would not have occurred. The old fool is in his dotage. I wonder how it happened, when many a brave, strong man fell at Evesham, ere the battle had raged half an hour, this feeble old Wysacker went through the whole day unwounded. Had he been killed it might have made a mighty difference to me, and no great harm to anyone." At that point his thoughts seemed to pause for several minutes, ruminating on the advantages which might have accrued to himself had the Earl fallen at Evesham, and yet, he continued, this bull-headed cousin of mine, Alleward, were nearly as great a stumbling block in my way, even if the old man were removed. He would not be long if left alone at the head of the house, ere he wedded some fair and fruitful lady, to exclude my claims for ever with a whole host of healthy white-headed children. I was in some hopes if he sought out Monthermer in the battle, as he said, our enemy's lance might have proved friendly to me, and sent my noble cousin to another world. But it was not to be, and I suppose I must go on the poor dependent all my life. No, he continued after another pause, no, it shall not be so. Why should I fear for drivelling tales of other worlds told by the monks and priests, and invented by them also? Were Alleward once dead, 'twere an easy matter to remove that weak old man, and yet perhaps it were better to send him first to his account. Ha, I see, if one could manage it so as to cast suspicion on Monthermer, Alleward would speedily accuse him of the deed. Wager of battle must follow, and I were a fool if I could not contrive it so that Alleward's vain strength should go down before Monthermer's skill and courage. In such fields as those, he added, speaking though in a low, thoughtful tone, such men separate not with life. Methinks the matter were easily managed. 'Tis no light prize one plays for. The earldom of Ashby, the broad lands, the parks, the woods, the fields, aye, and to crown the whole, the fair hand of Lucy herself. For her brother and her father dead, she must needs become my ward, and if my ward, my wife. It is worth striving for, and by heaven and hell it shall be so, aye. Let what will stand in the way, could I but breed a quarrel between this old dotard earl and the ancient enemy of our house, whom he is so ready to take to his bosom, I would soon accomplish the rest. But it shall be done, it shall be done. And leaning his dark brow upon his hands, he revolved the means for carrying his plan into execution. For several minutes he hesitated as to whether he should write to his cousin as he had proposed or not. But then again he thought, I will not do it. His presence would but embarrass me. In some chance encounter with this Monthermer, with arms and weapons unprepared by me, he might prove the conqueror, and once having vanquished him, he would take him to his heart and give him half his fortune, the hand of Lucy anything. I know my vainglorious cousin well. No, no, we will deal with the father first. But I must on to Nottingham and seek the tools to work with. I will write to Ellaby too. He is ready for any desperate work, and in his store of knowledge has always information where to find persons as fearless and as shrewd as himself. Having thus made up his mind, Richard de Ashby rose, and once more sought out the kitchen of the inn, taking the lamp with him. Revelry and merriment were still going on in all quarters of the house, and it was no unpalatable news to the groom, who was waiting below ready to depart, that his master had changed his purpose, and would not send him as he had proposed, though he had orders to be prepared to set out by cock-crow. After having given this intimation, the Earl's kinsman retired to his chamber again, and sitting down at the table, wrote a few lines to the man whose unscrupulous assistance he required. It was not without long pauses of thought, however, that he did so, and in the end he put his hand to his head, saying, I am tired. Well indeed he might be so, for though the body had been still, the mind had struggled and laboured during the last few hours, with that eager and painful energy which communicates afterwards to the corporeal frame itself no slight portion of the lassitude which follows great exertions. He next sought to seal the letter he had written, but he could find neither wax nor silk, and laying it down upon the table again, he said aloud, It must wait till tomorrow, but I must take care that no one comes in and sees it before I wake, for that were ruin indeed. Thus speaking, he turned to the door of the room and locked it, and then, after a few minutes more given to thought, he undressed himself, and without prayer lay down to rest. Without prayer, he never prayed. The blessed influence even of an imperfect communion with heaven never fell like the summer rain upon his heart, softening and refreshing. The idea of his dependence upon Providence or his responsibility to God would have been far too painful and cumbersome to be daily renewed and encouraged by prayer. He was one of the idolaters, and the God of his heart was himself. His cunning was the wisdom of his deity, his passions, his pleasures, his power, its other attributes. And to the Moloch of self, he was ready at any time to sacrifice all else that the world contained. He rose without asking a blessing on works that he knew were to be evil. He lay down supplicating no pardon for the offences of the day. Aye, reader, and he slept too with sound, unbroken, heavy sleep. What between passions and pleasures and schemes and exertions, his body and his mind were usually exhausted together. And throughout a long course of years he had slept each night, as he did now, with a slumber deep, dreamless, uninterrupted. The lamp remained unextinguished in the chamber, and for about an hour all was still, his heavy breathing being the only sound that made itself heard. except the occasional voices of revellers in other parts of the house, becoming more and more faint as the night advanced. At the end of that time, however, a female figure glided from between the curtains of the bed and approached the table. Richard de Ashby had left, lying across the letter which he had been writing, the dagger with the pommel of which he had prepared to seal it, and Kate Greenley, with her teeth tight shut and her brow knit, took up the weapon, drew it from the sheath, gazed upon the edge and felt the sharp point. She then turned her head towards the bed and strained her eyes upon it with a wild, fierce look. The moment after, she thrust the blade back into its covering and pressed her hand upon her brow, murmuring, "Not now. No, 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 not now. The time may come, however the time may come, Richard. But I will have thee in my power, at all events I will have thee in my power. The worm thou treadest on may sting thy heel, oppressor. Thanks to the good priest who taught me to read and write," she continued, taking up the letter and unfolding it. "Would I had attended to his other teaching as well." And bending over the lamp, she read, "Come to me post haste, Ellaby. So ran the letter. I have a stag of 10 for you to strike. My mind is made up, and I am resolved to throw down the screen that keeps me from the sun. If we succeed, and success is certain, your reward shall be in proportion to the deed. 10,000 sterlings to begin with, but you must not come alone, you must bring some 3 or 4 men with you, able and willing to perform a bold act. So make no delay, but quit all vain pastimes and idle pleasures, and hasten to certain fortune and success. Yours, as you shall use diligence, R.A." Kate Greenley read the lines again and again, as if she wished to fix them indelibly on her mind. Then folding up the letter again, she laid it down upon the table, placed the dagger across it, and remained musing for several minutes in deep thought. "No, no," she murmured at length, "I will not believe it. No, he may wrong a poor girl like me, he may break his vows, oppress and trample on the creature in his power, but murder the murder of a kinsman, no, no." And yet, she added, "What can the words mean? They are strange, they are very strange. I will think of it no more, and yet I must think of it. I wish I had not seen that paper. But having seen it, I must see more. I must watch, I must inquire. There shall be nothing kept from me now. Murder, it is very horrible, but I will go to sleep." Kate Greenley crept quietly back to bed again, but the reader need not be told that she found there no repose. Had her heart not been burdened even with her own sin, the dangerous knowledge she had acquired of the guilt of others would have been quite sufficient to banish sleep from her eyes. Hour after hour she lay and thought over the words which she had read. She strove to find some other meaning for them. But alas! She had more than once before heard muttered hints and dark longings for the possessions of others, which directed her mind ever to the same course, and ever to the same conclusion. The thought was agonizing to her, for notwithstanding all her wrongs, notwithstanding anger and indignation, notwithstanding her knowledge that he was a villain, notwithstanding her certainty that he would cast her off whensoever it pleased him, doom her to poverty, contempt and disgrace, love for Richard de Ashby yet lingered in the heart of poor Kate Greenley. At length, just as the morning was growing grey, her heavy eyelids fell for a moment, and she was still asleep when her seducer rose and began his preparations for departure. He discovered not that the letter had been examined, but making her get up in haste to find some wax and silk, he sealed the epistle, and after dispatching it by a messenger, set out himself for Nottingham, carrying the unhappy girl with him, followed by only 2 attendants. Chapter 27. "What seekest thou, fat friar?" said one of a party of 3 gentlemen who were standing under the arch which gave entrance into the great court of Nottingham Castle. He was speaking to a large, heavy-looking man, with round, rosy face and double chin, who had been wandering hither and thither in the court for some time, but apparently without any very definite object. What seekest thou, incarnation of the jolly god? I seek, my son, replied the friar, with a leer, what you perhaps can show me, but which nevertheless it would be well were you to seek it yourself. Nay, nay, no riddles, most jovial Sphinx, replied Sir William Geary. Speak in plain language and I may help thee, but I am not inclined to play Oedipus for thy convenience. What is it thou meanest? I mean that I seek the right way, replied the priest. But whither? Whither? Asked Sir William, who or what is it you want? I want to speak with the noble Lord Hugh de Monthermer, answered the friar, who, I hear, comes in the king's train. Is brought, you mean, said Sir Harry Grey, for he comes as a prisoner. But to tell the truth, his captivity seems to captivate the whole court, for there is none now who receives any notice but Hugh de Monthermer. The court must be getting wise in its old age, rejoined the friar. Methinks I shall follow it too, as merit meets advancement. But I beseech you, fair sir, tell me where the young lord makes abode. For though I find the doors of this castle as straight for my fat sides as those of heaven, they are as many as those of the other place. By my life, friar, replied Sir William Geary, you will find him, if I judge rightly, with a lady in the deep window of the great hall, taking thy trade over thy head, for as I passed them, she seemed very much as if she were making confession. Is she made the only one that was needful long ago? Exclaimed Sir Harry Grey. For as I rode near them on the way from Huntingdon, I heard her say, you know I do, Hugh, and he mimicked the tone of Lucy's voice, adding, what was wanting must have been love you, of course. Nay, then, heaven forfend that I should interrupt confession, said the friar with a laugh. 'Tis contrary to the ordinance of Holy Church. But if you will show me, my son, which is his chamber, I will go thither and wait. For a small boy whom I met but now at the outer gate made a mock of me, and told me that if I took the third door on the right hand in the left-hand corner, just beyond the fourth tower, after passing through the second gate, I should find a staircase which would lead me to the top of the castle. And when I had gone up, I might come down again. By my faith, if I could have reached him with my staff, I would have given him some wholesome correction, but he was too nimble for me, and my infirmities would not let me follow him. You're fat, you mean, friar, replied Sir Harry Grey. But tell me, how many casks of beer and butts of wine has it cost to complete that carcase of thine and paint that face? Neither are finished yet, my son, answered the friar, but when they are I will sum up the items, and send thee in the bill. It will profit thee nothing, however, for thou wilt never grow fat. Why not? Demanded the other, somewhat piqued. Show me the way, and I will tell thee, replied the friar. Well then, go through that door under the arch, said Sir Harry, and up the stairs, and the second door you come to leads to the Lord Hugh's chamber. Now then, why shall I never get fat? By my faith, I am glad to hear such news. Didst never hear the old rhyme? Ask the friar a pleasant heart, a happy mind, that joy in all God's works can find, a conscience pure without a stain, a mind not envious nor vain, shall on man's head bring down God's benison, and fatten more than ale or venison. Heaven speed ye, gentlemen, thanks for your civil entertainment. Thus saying, he rolled off with a low chuckle, and took his way through the door to which the courtier had directed him. One of the three gentlemen, as the reader may have observed, had taken no part in the conversation with the friar. He now, however, turned at once to Sir William Geary, asking, do you know the scurvy knave? Not I, answered Sir William Geary. This is the first time I ever set eyes upon him, but he is evidently a shrewd and caustic villain, ready to make himself serviceable in many ways. Do you know him, de Margan, for you look mysterious? I have seen him within the last 10 days, replied de Margan, but in a different part of England, and with companions from whom doubtless he brings messages to this noble Lord Hugh. This matter must be watched, Geary. I have some old scores of friendship to clear with Hugh de Monthermer, so let us mark well what follows this good priest's interview with him. Yes, I have heard of your adventure, said Sir William Geary, and of your resolution to tell the old Earl of certain moonlight meetings, but you may tell what you will de Margan now, it will have no effect. Why, the father seems as much in love with him as the daughter, and though the noble and right valiant old lord is now over at Lindwell, preparing to eclipse all that has gone before in his reception of the king, Hugh de Monthermer, each day since we have been here, has ridden over and spent the whole morning there alone, I verily believe, with his lady love. I heard as much, answered Guy de Margan, impatiently. I heard as much last night after my arrival, but I will find means, one way or another, to make this Hugh de Monthermer rue his braggart insolence. Sir William Geary paused for a moment with a thoughtful and somewhat bitter smile. Well, de Margan, he said at length, drawing him aside from the rest, if you want vengeance, methinks I know where there is a man to be found who will help you with his whole heart. No one knows of his being in Nottingham but myself, but I have found him out, and will take you to him if you like to go. Who is he, who is he? Demanded the other. No less a person than Richard de Ashby, the fair lady's cousin, answered Geary. He is possessed of a goodly hatred towards these Monthermers, and methinks of no little love towards his bright cousin Lucy. De Margan, however, scoffed at the idea. What? He cried. A poverty-stricken, beggarly dependent like that to dare to lift his eyes to one so much above him. It may be to her dower he lifts his eyes, said Sir William Geary. Ambition is always a bold lover, but however that may be, depend upon it, he will help you to your vengeance upon Monthermer if you but concert your schemes together. Well, well, replied Sir Guy, I will go to him, Geary, but let us first discover, if we can, something more regarding the errand of this friar. The man is a rank rebel and a forter of rebels. I saw him last with Sir William Lemwood and all the rest of that crew who were then hot for rebellion. I was sent to negotiate, but since then that nest of treason has been suppressed, and doubtless he now comes to Nottingham to hatch some new conspiracy if he proves strong enough. But we must watch him, we must watch him. And if Hugh de Monthermer do but trip, I will answer for it, he shall fall aye and heavily too, so let him take care. I fear there is no chance of getting into some ante-chamber and overhearing what passes. Non, non, cried his companion, that is quite out of the question, but my room looks out upon the end of the staircase, whence we can easily see when this friar issues forth again. We will watch him, we will watch him, exclaimed de Margan. The very visit of such a man is in itself suspicious, say you not so, Geary? Assuredly, answered Sir William with a bitter smile, assuredly to a suspicious mind, and with this sarcasm he turned and led the way to his own apartment in the castle. Whatever was the friar's errand with Hugh de Monthermer, he remained in his chamber more than an hour, and when he issued forth he was followed not long after by the young nobleman, who, on foot, and with a cloak of a sombre colour covering his gayer garments, took his way out into the town through the same gate by which the jolly cenobite had issued forth. Let us see where they go, let us see where they go, cried Guy de Margan, and hurrying down, he and his companion also quitted the castle, and soon caught sight of the young nobleman. Nottingham in those days was not so large a town as at present, but nevertheless it was a place of very considerable importance. And then, as at present, its steep streets and rocky flights of steps running down the curious sort of cone on which it stands, gave one the idea of its being built upon a beehive. Walking down the road which led from the castle, Hugh de Monthermer proceeded for some way, and then took the first flight of steps that he came to, descending towards the lower part of the town. But as at the bottom there were two ways which he might pursue, the gentlemen who were fulfilling the honourable office of spy upon his actions, and both of whom knew Nottingham well, separated for the time, appointing a spot to meet again, in order that he might not escape them. They had just rejoined each other in the lower part of the town, near the old gate, when Hugh, of whom Guy de Margan had not lost sight, paused and looked round him, as if not quite certain of his way, causing his pursuers to draw back behind a booth which protruded into the street. The moment after he proceeded again, directing his steps straight through the gate, and they, darting out, followed him so quickly that they had well nigh come suddenly upon him, as he stopped by the side of the friar whom they had before seen. The worthy monk, however, was no longer on foot, but mounted upon a strong, tall, vicious-looking mule, and at the same time he held by the bridle a large bony horse, equipped as for a journey. Hugh de Monthermer was at that moment putting his foot into the stirrup, and in an instant was upon the beast's back. "This looks very like a prisoner making his escape," said Guy de Margan. "Shall I call upon the people to stop him?" "No, no," replied Geary, "he is not making his escape, and if he were he would be gone before you could do anything. He has 1,000 opportunities of escaping every day if he likes it. 'Tis unlucky we have no horses with us." "He is going on no lawful errand, depend upon it," exclaimed Guy de Margan, "with that monk for a guide. I doubt not his journey will end in a meeting with some of the very rebels the king has come down to quell. I will go and tell the prince what I have seen, and what I suspect likewise." "Pshaw, never think of telling the prince," said Geary with his usual shrewd look and sarcastic turn of the lip. "That will never answer your purpose, de Margan. The prince is a sensible man, and besides you could not if you would. Edward is away. He set out this morning with 500 men for Derby. Tell the king, you can make him believe anything you like. Your mother was a Jewess, wasn't she?" Guy de Margan turned upon him with a furious look and his hand upon his dagger, for the words of his companion implied what in that day was the grossest insult which one gentleman could offer to another. But Geary added immediately, "An Italian, I mean an Italian. What was I thinking of? You know, a single drop of foreign blood in anyone's veins is quite enough to secure the favour of the king. But come and see Richard de Ashby first, and concoct your scheme together. I will leave you with him, for I do not want to share your counsels. It will be jest enough to see the result." The gibing spirit of Sir William Geary did not well accord with Guy de Margan's mood at the moment, and he was not at all sorry to find that he was soon to be delivered from his society. Walking on through some of the narrow streets which then formed the lower part of the good town of Nottingham, with the projecting gables of the upper stories shading them from the sun, and nearly meeting overhead, they at length reached a curiously carved and ornamented wooden house, small and sunk in amongst the others, so as scarcely to be seen by any one passing hurriedly along, like a modest and retiring man jostled back from observation by the obtrusive crowd. Here Sir William Geary applied for admittance, but before it was granted a full observation was taken of his person, and that of his companion by a servant looking through a small round window at the side. At length the door was opened, and after some difficulty Sir Guy de Margan was permitted to enter, Sir William Geary leaving him as he went in. Chapter 28. It was on the day following that which saw the visit of Guy de Margan to Richard de Ashby that the two lovers stood together at the open casement of one of the magnificent rooms in Lindwell Castle, with joy in their hearts, such as they had never before known in life. They had thought, indeed, during the journey from Eltham to Nottingham, that it was hardly possible anything so bright and sweet could last as the dreamlike and uncertain delight which they then enjoyed in each other's society, in the sort of toleration which their love received, and in the hopes to which that toleration gave rise. But now Hugh de Monthermer had come with happier tidings still, and with his arm circling her he loved, her hand clasped in his, and her head leaning on his shoulder, he told her that her father had been with him for an hour that day, previous to his noon visit to the king, and had given his decided consent to their union. He had expressed some doubts, the lover said, as to her brother Alured's view of the matter, but had promised to take upon himself the task of bringing his son's fiery and intractable spirit to reason. And certain it is that when the young nobleman left Nottingham Castle to proceed with his small train to Lindwell, the Earl of Ashby had fully and entirely made up his mind to bestow his daughter's hand upon Hugh de Monthermer with as little delay as possible, nor was it merely caprice which had produced so favourable a change of feeling in the present instance, although he was by nature, it must be confessed, somewhat capricious and undecided. He had always liked the young knight, even when the two houses of Ashby and Monthermer were opposed to each other in former days. He had once or twice bestowed a caress upon the boy, when he had met him accidentally at the court of the king, and Hugh had shown a degree of affection for him in return, which had produced one of those impressions in his favour that time strengthens rather than effaces. Various circumstances had since caused him to vacillate, as we have seen, but when after the Battle of Evesham he found that Hugh was in high favour with the gallant prince, who had just saved his father's throne, when he saw the way open before him to the brightest career at the court of his sovereign, and remembered at the same time that he must inevitably unite in his own person all the power and fortune of the two great branches of his noble house, he felt that in a mere worldly point of view a better alliance could not be found throughout the land. He was, therefore, but little inclined to throw any obstacle in the way, and during the progress down to Nottingham, a progress which in those times occupied 16 or 17 days, he perceived two facts which fixed his resolution. First, that his daughter, whom he loved better than aught else on earth, had staked her happiness on a union with Hugh de Monthermer, and next, that it was the earnest desire of Edward, though the prince did not make it a positive request, that no obstacle should be thrown in the way of his friend's marriage with her he loved. Thus, he himself had during that morning led the way to a conversation which ended in his promising Lucy's hand to Hugh de Monthermer, and it had been arranged that, as the king, at the end of 2 days, was to visit Lindwell and be there entertained for a week, the announcement of the approaching marriage should be publicly made on the morning of the monarch's arrival. Such were the happy tidings which Hugh himself bore over to Lucy, and they now stood at that window gazing over the fair scene before their eyes, with feelings in their hearts which can never be known but once in life, feelings, the same in their nature and their character in the bosom of each, though modified of course by sex, by habits, and by disposition. It was all joy and expectation, and the looking forward to the long bright days of mutual love, but with Lucy that joy was timid, agitating, overpowering, all her gay and sparkling cheerfulness sunk beneath the weight of happy hopes, as one sometimes sees a bee so overloaded with honey that he can scarce carry his sweet burden home, and she had neither a jest to throw away upon herself or anyone else, but, as we have said, stood quiet and subdued by Hugh de Monthermer's side, his arm half supporting her, and her head leaning on his shoulder. He, too, though always tender and kind towards her, seemed softened still more by the circumstances in which he was placed. Even the eager love within his bosom controlled itself, lest its ardour should alarm and agitate the gentle being, whom he now looked upon as all his own. He soothed her, he calmed her, his caresses were light and tender, and he even strove to win her thoughts away from the more agitating parts of the subject on which they rested, to those which would give her back firmness and tranquillity. He called her mind back to the day they had spent together in the forest, to the promises they had made, and to the restrictions she had placed upon hers. He acknowledged that it was better she had done so, but he added, "I may now ask you unhesitatingly, dear Lucy, to pledge me here the vow that you will soon make at the altar, and to tell me that you are mine and will be forever mine." "Oh, willingly, willingly now," answered Lucy, withdrawing her hand for a moment and then giving it back again. "Yours I am, Hugh, whatever betide yours and none but yours, yours through weal and woe, through life, till death, oh yes, and after death." And she hid her eyes for a moment on his bosom, with the sweet tears of happy emotion rising is them till they well nigh overran the dark fringed lid. Then, turning again to the view before their eyes, they both gazed forth in silence, with their hearts full and their minds busy. Alas, poor lovers! They little knew that their fate was like the changeful autumn day, whose clouds and sunshine were sweeping rapidly over the wide forest scene on which they looked, now sparkling in the full glory of light, and the next moment, ere one could see the storm in its approach, dark and heavy with the raindrops rushing down and tearing the brown leaves from the fading trees. One of those heavy showers had just cleared away, and the rays of the sun were sparkling again over the jewelled ground, when about an hour after Hugh's arrival, a large and splendid train was seen coming across the green slopes from Nottingham, betokening the return of the Earl. He rode on quickly, and Lucy and her lover advanced into the richly carved stone balcony to wave the hand and welcome him back with looks that spoke their gratitude and joy. But the Earl did not raise his eyes, and both Hugh and his fair companion perceived, as he approached, that in the train of the Earl were several gentlemen not belonging to his own household. A moment or two after, steps were heard ascending, and as they were many, Lucy darted away through a small door which led by another staircase to her own apartments, believing that her father was bringing some strangers to the castle, and wishing to remove the traces of recent agitation from her countenance before she met them. Hugh de Monthermer was not long left alone. Lucy was scarcely gone when the voice of the Earl of Ashby was heard speaking to some of those who had accompanied him. "Stay you here, gentlemen," he said. "He will return with you to the king, be not afraid. I will be his surety. Let me speak with him first." And the next instant the Earl entered the hall with his eyes bent upon the ground and a cloud upon his brow. Though conscious of perfect innocence and knowing of no danger that was likely to befall him, the heart of Hugh de Monthermer sunk at the words which he heard the Lord de Ashby utter. They came upon his ear like the announcement of new misfortunes, of new obstacles between Lucy and himself. It is true they might have meant 1,000 other things, they might have referred even to some other person, but how often do we see a boy in the midst of a sunshiny holiday take alarm at the shadow of a light cloud, and fancy that a storm is coming on. Hugh de Monthermer was too brightly happy not to tremble lest his happiness should pass away like a dream. Advancing then rapidly towards the Earl, he said, with his usual frank and generous bearing, "What is the matter, my noble lord? You seem sad and downcast, though you were so gay and cheerful this morning." "Everything has changed since this morning, sir," answered the Earl, "and my mood with the rest. The king forbids your marriage with my daughter, and, as my consent was but conditional, Hugh's indignation would not bear restraint. "This is most unjust and tyrannical," he replied aloud. "But I do believe someone has poisoned the king's mind against me, for until yesterday morning he was all favour and kindness. Prince Edward is now absent, and some villain has taken advantage thereof to abuse the monarch's ear." "Of that I know nothing," answered the Earl coldly, "but at all events he has forbidden the marriage, and consequently I require you to give me back my plighted word that it should take place." "Never!" exclaimed Hugh de Monthermer vehemently. "Never! I will never be accessory to my own bitter and unjust disappointment. You may, my lord, if you will, but I do not think you will. You may break your promise, you may withdraw your consent, but it shall be your own act and none of mine. I stand before you here, as honest and innocent of all offence as ever man was, and if there was no cause this morning why you should refuse me your dear daughter's hand, there is none now." There is," cried the Earl sharply, "the king's express command." "Given upon some false showing," said Hugh de Monthermer. "I will go to him this moment. I will dare my accusers to bring forward their charge to my face. I will prove their falsehood upon them first by show of witnesses, and next by arms, and bitterly shall they repent the day that they dared sully my name by a word. I know them, I know who they are and their contrivances right well. I had a warning of their being near last night. I do beseech you, my lord, tell me of what do they accuse me, and fear not that I will soon exculpate myself." "Nay, I know not accurately, Hugh," replied the Earl in a kindlier tone than he had hitherto used. "I have heard, however, that there is a charge against you, a general charge of conspiring with those enemies of the state, who have been striving to raise once more the standard of rebellion in the north, and in the marches of Wales." "It is as false as hell," cried Hugh, but then after a moment growing calmer he took the old Earl's hand, saying, "Forgive me, my dear lord, if in the heat of so bitter a disappointment I have said anything that could pain or offend you. Forgive me, I entreat you, and promise me 2 things." "What are they, my good lord?" demanded the Earl. "I will, if they are meet and reasonable." Hugh de Monthermer lowered his voice from the tone in which he had before been speaking, and replied, "They are meet and reasonable, my lord, or I would not ask them. First, promise me that the moment I am gone you will write a letter to Prince Edward, telling him that his humble friend, Hugh de Monthermer, is accused of crimes which he declares he never dreamt of. Beseech him to return with all speed to see justice done, and send the packet by a trusty messenger to Derby, where the prince now lies." I will," answered the Earl. "It shall be done within an hour. But what more, Hugh, what more?" "This, my dear lord," replied the young nobleman, "your messenger will reach Derby tonight, and if I know Prince Edward rightly, ere tomorrow's sun be an hour declined from high noon, he will be in Nottingham. I will beseech the king to wait till that moment, to hear my full defence. What I ask then is that you will meet me in the presence, and if you cannot lay your hand upon your heart and say that you believe me guilty, you will renew your promise of dear Lucy's hand, and urge the king with me to give his consent likewise." The old lord hesitated, but at length answered, "Well, then now farewell, my lord," said Hugh de Monthermer. "I must not stay till your dear daughter comes. After the happy hour we passed but now together, 'twould well nigh break my heart to see her under other circumstances." Thus saying, he wrung the old man's hand and strode towards the door, but turning for an instant before he quitted the chamber, he saw that the Earl stood fixed in the midst of the hall with a hesitating air, and he added aloud, "You will not fail, my lord." "No, no," replied the Earl, "I will meet you at the hour you named. Fear not, I will not fail." There was a wide landing place between the top of the stairs and the door of the hall, and Hugh de Monthermer found it crowded with gentlemen belonging to Henry's court. The moment he appeared, Sir Guy de Margan advanced towards him, saying, "Lord Hugh de Monthermer, I am commanded by the king." But Hugh interrupted his address, frowning upon him sternly, to summon me to his majesty's presence. He said, "I go thither at once, sir, and that is enough. Take care, Sir Guy de Margan." He added, seeing him still approaching him, "Remember, I am not fond of your close presence." And he brought the hilt of his long sword nearer to his right hand, striding onward to the top of the staircase as he did so, while the gentlemen who occupied the landing, not exactly liking the expression of his countenance, made way for him on either side, and Guy de Margan bit his lip with an angry frown, not daring to approach too closely. The young nobleman's horse and the attendants who had accompanied him were ready in the court, and springing into the saddle without giving the slightest attention to those who followed, he shook his bridle rein and galloped on towards Nottingham. The others came after at full speed, and both parties entered the city and passed the gates of the castle almost at the same moment. Dismounting from his horse, Hugh proceeded at once towards the royal apartments, leaving several of the pages and attendants behind him, unquestioned on his way. In the ante-room of the audience chamber he met William de Valence, for the time one of the prime favourites of the monarch, and stopping him he asked, "Can I speak with his majesty? My lord of Pembroke, I find I have been accused wrongfully and must clear myself." "His Grace expects your lordship," answered the Earl with an icy look, "but he expects to see you in custody." "There was no need, sir," replied Hugh. "I fear not to meet my king, and never need force to make me face my foes. Will you bring me to the presence? That is all I require." "Follow me then," said the Earl, and opening the door he announced the arrival of the young knight to Henry, who immediately ordered him to be brought in. The monarch was seated near a table, with the Lord Mortimer standing by him. They were apparently jesting upon some subject, for both were smiling when Hugh de Monthermer entered. But the moment the weak and tyrannical sovereign's eyes fell upon him, an angry scowl came upon his countenance, which brought King John strongly back to the minds of those who remembered that feeble and cold-blooded prince. "So, sir," said Henry, "you have come of your accord to meet the reward of your high merits." "I come, your grace," replied Hugh, bowing low, "to meet my accusers in your royal presence, and to give them the lie in their teeth if they dare to charge me with any act contrary to my allegiance or my duty." "What," said the king, "was consorting with de Montfort, was fighting at Evesham, not contrary to your allegiance." "Oh, my lord," answered Hugh, "if the charge goes as far back as that, I must plead both your grace's special pardon and your general amnesty to all who laid down their arms, made submission, and offended not again." "But you have offended again," exclaimed the king. "That is the chief charge against you." "And whoever does make it," replied Hugh de Monthermer, "is a false and perjured traitor, and I will prove it upon him, either by investigation before your majesty, or by wager of battle my body against his, with God for the judge." "Nay, nay, sir," said Henry, "we know your strength and skill in arms right well, and this is not a case where we will trust plain justice to be turned from its course by a strong arm and a bold but perverse heart. We ourselves will be your accuser, with whom there can be no wager of battle, and those we call to prove your crime shall be but witnesses." "My lord, that cannot be," replied Hugh boldly. "My king will never be judge and accuser both in one." "Then you shall have other judges," cried the monarch. "Your peers shall judge you, but if you be truly innocent you will not scruple now to answer at once the charges made against you." "It is for that I come," replied the young knight. Unprepared, not knowing what these charges are, I come to meet them as I may. I pray you let me hear them. While he and the king had been speaking, a number of new faces had appeared in the audience chamber, comprising all those who had followed the young nobleman from Lindwell. And Henry, running his eye over them, exclaimed, "Stand forth, Guy de Margan and you, Hugh Fitzhugh and you, Sir William Geary, come near also, and say of what you accuse Lord Hugh de Monthermer." "Faith, sire," replied Sir William Geary with his usual sarcastic grin, "I accuse the noble knight of nothing. I was at the pass of arms at Northampton, my lord, when he unhorsed the 4 best lances in the field. Now I never was particularly strong in the knees, and moreover am getting somewhat rusty with years. So God forbid that I should accuse any man who talks of the wager of battle. When I heard it, I trembled almost as much as Sir Guy de Margan here." "It is false, I trembled not," exclaimed Sir Guy. "True, true," answered the other, "you only shook and looked sickly." "Sir William Geary," cried the king, "this is no jesting matter. Speak what it was you told me that you saw." "I saw a fat monk," replied Sir William Geary, whose inclination for a joke could hardly be restrained, "a jolly monk as ever my eyes rested upon. And this fat monk, sire," he continued more seriously, seeing that the king was becoming angry, stopped, and asked his way to the apartments of the noble lord. He jested as wittily with Sir Harry Grey as a court fool does with a thick-headed country lad. But when he had gone on his way, Sir Guy de Margan here, a very serious and reputable youth, as your majesty knows, told me in mysterious secrecy that the friar was a very treacherous piece of fat, indeed a traitor's messenger, a go-between of rebels, a personage whom he had himself known with Sir William Lemwood and the rest, in the marches of Wales. So, inviting him sweetly into my chamber, we 2 watched together for the monk's going forth from this noble lord's apartments, which was not for more than an hour. In the meanwhile, pious Sir Guy entertained me with his shrewd suspicions of how the monk and the valiant knight were hatching treason together, which, as you know, sire, is a cockatrice's egg, laid by male fowls, and hatched by dragons looking at it. A very pretty allegory of a conspiracy if we did but read Fools for Fowls, that by the way. But to return to my tale, the monk at length appeared in the courtyard again, and shortly after the Lord Hugh de Monthermer, him following. Thereupon, one of those irresistible inclinations which set the legs in motion, whether man will or not, seized upon me and good Sir Guy, and drawn as if by that rock of adamant on which the Earl is fixed, we pursued without power of resistance the path of knight and friar. Just at the gate of the city we found our ascetic friend mounted on a mule, and holding a horse for his knightly acquaintance, on which we saw the gallant lord spring, and after that they rode away together. This is all I have to say, sire, and what I have said is true. But far be it from me to take any accusation against a knight who can squeeze a horse to death between his 2 knees, or stop a charger in full course by catching hold of an iron ring and grasping the beast with his 2 legs. "What have you to answer, sir?" demanded the king, turning to Hugh. "Simply that I saw a monk yesterday, sire," replied the young nobleman, "and that he stayed with me nearly an hour, talking much of venison and somewhat of hunting. He may, from his language, have committed the crime of taking a fat buck when he had no right to do so, but by my faith, that is the only treason I should suspect him of, and not one word did he utter in my presence, either about risings, rebellions, or aught else that could move your royal displeasure." "Ha! What say you to this, Sir Guy de Margan?" asked the king. "Tell us, who is this friar? Is he a rebel or is he not?" "Notoriously so, my lord," replied Guy de Margan. I found him with Lemwood and the other traitors to whom you, sire, sent me for the purpose of negotiation, and it would seem that he had come to comfort them with promises of assistance from the north. But yet that does not prove, said Mortimer, that the Lord Hugh held any treasonable converse with him. His business with that good lord might have been of a very simple kind. Malevolent injustice becomes most dangerous when it assumes the garb of equity, and Mortimer, who knew the whole that was to come, only assumed the style of an impartial judge, that his after persecution of the young nobleman might seem dictated by a sense of justice. It might have been so indeed, replied Guy de Margan, had it but been a visit from the friar to my lord of Monthermer, but their setting forth together would seem strange, and the secrecy observed in the monk quitting the castle first, and the night following at a little distance, renders it more strange still. Perhaps Lord Hugh will condescend to explain why he went and where. Methinks, answered Hugh, that the honourable spies who crept after my footsteps from the castle to the town gate might have carried their inquiries a little farther, when they would have saved the necessity of such questions here. In regard to one point, said Hugh Fitzhugh, a large, burly Norman gentleman, in regard to one point I, at least, can give some explanation. What he went for I can but divine, but where he went I know right well. He rode out with all speed to the forest, for I saw him there with this same monk they mention. The truth is I had somewhat missed my way, and coming through some of the bypaths of the wood, I suddenly chanced upon a party of 5 persons in deep and earnest conversation. 3 of them had vizards on their faces too, and the 2 that were unmasked were Hugh de Monthermer and the friar we have heard of. Now, my lord the king, unless he explain that, we have no explanation at all. But your wisdom will judge. Let him explain if he will, said the king, or rather if he can. I doubt it much, but I am willing to hear. My lord, replied Hugh de Monthermer, for once in their lives these noble gentlemen have told the truth. I did go out after the priest. I did accompany him into the forest. I did meet 3 men there, but with no evil purpose, nor did one word transpire which any man could call treason. Who were the men you went to see? Demanded the king. Nay, sire, replied Hugh, you must forgive me if I give not their names. My accusers, if they charge me with crime, must show that I have been guilty of it. Now no such thing is even attempted to be proved. All that they assert is that I spoke with a friar, rode out with a friar, and was seen conversing with 3 unknown persons in Sherwood. If this be held as treason, God defend the innocent. But my good lord, said Mortimer, to whom the king turned his eyes, it is shown that this friar, who took you forth to speak with 3 other men, is himself a notorious traitor, and you must show that the others were not so also, or the imputation will lie against you of consorting with and concealing the counsel of the king's enemies. Which is a high crime, my lord, added Henry sternly. Hugh de Monthermer gazed down thoughtfully on the ground for a moment, for he found that he was placed in a situation of much greater difficulty and danger than he imagined. But looking up at length, he answered, My lord the king, I am here in this presence without friends or counsellors to aid or to assist me. I have come without forethought or preparation, as fast as my horse would hear me, to answer a charge cunningly contrived beforehand by my enemies. I do beseech you, give me but 24 hours to consider well how I ought to act. If I may have any one to advise with me, I shall esteem it as a grace, but if not, at all events let me have time for thought myself. I know that I can prove my innocence beyond all doubt if I have time to do it. You shall have time and counsel too, replied the king, but it shall be under custody. My lord of Mortimer, attach him in our name, let him be conveyed to his chamber, set a strong guard upon the door, and give access to any one of his servants, but not more, that he may have free leave to send for what counsellor he will. Let that counsellor visit him, and as he asks for 24 hours, bring him before us again at this same time tomorrow. The Earl of Mortimer took a few steps forward, as if to attach the young nobleman for high treason, but Hugh de Monthermer bowed his head, saying, I surrender myself willingly, my lord, and fixing my full reliance on the king's justice, await the event of tomorrow without fear. He then left the presence under the custody of Mortimer, and was conducted to the chamber which he had occupied since his arrival at Nottingham, and which comprised, as was usually the case with those assigned to noblemen of high rank, a bedroom for himself and an ante-room, across the entrance of which 1 or 2 of his attendants usually slept, barring all dangerous access to their lord during the night. Having beckoned some of the king's guard as they passed along, Mortimer stationed 2 soldiers at the door of the ante-room, and took measures for their regular relief on the rounds. He then entered with his prisoner, and finding stout Tom Blorkett in the ante-room, he asked whether the young nobleman would choose him as the attendant who was to be permitted to wait upon him, or would send for any other. I should have asked for him, my lord, had I not found him here, replied Hugh. I thank you for your courtesy, however, and trust that the time may come when, having proved my innocence, I may repay it. I hope to see you soon at liberty, rejoined Mortimer with a dark smile, and retiring from the chamber, he ordered another guard to be stationed at the foot of the staircase. No sooner was he gone than Hugh called the stout yeoman into the inner room and bade him shut the door. Nay, look not downcast, Blorkett, he said, as the man entered with a sad and apprehensive look. This storm will soon pass away. Indeed, it would have been dissipated already, but that I was embarrassed by a matter which will be joyful tidings to you. I know what you would say, my lord, replied the good yeoman, for since we have been here I have heard of the noble earl. That urchin boy who served you some time at Hereford sprang up behind me one day when I was crossing the forest, and told me all about it. Well then, Blorkett, continued Hugh, no time is to be lost. Get to your horses back with all speed, and ride along upon the east side of Sherwood, taking the Southwell road till you come to the mere mark, a tall post painted with red stripes their turn into the wood for some 500 yards, and sound 3 mots upon your horn. Whoever comes to you will lead you to my uncle. Tell him I have been watched, that the man who passed while we were speaking together yesterday recognized me, and combining that fact with others, has given a face of truth to an accusation of treason against me. Show him that I dare not say who it was I met, lest the forest should be searched and his retreat discovered. When 24 hours are over, however, I must speak, if I would save my head from the axe, for I see that there is a dark conspiracy against me, and I am without support. Beseech him to put as many miles as may be between himself and Nottingham, ere this hour tomorrow, for the king's wrath burns as fiercely against him as ever. Away, good Blorkett, away. Should any one stop you and ask you where you are going, say for Master Roger Moore, a clerk well skilled in the laws, and lose no time. I will not spare the spur, my lord, replied Blorkett, and withdrew, leaving Hugh de Monthermer in meditations, which were sad and gloomy, notwithstanding all his efforts to convince himself that no real danger hung over him. Chapter 29. The wind was from the south, sighing softly through the trees. The sun had gone down about half an hour. The moon was rising, though not yet visible to the eye, except to the watchers on castle towers, or the lonely shepherd on the mountain. The night was as warm as midsummer, though the year had now waned far, and in the sky there were none but light and fleecy clouds, which scarcely dimmed the far twinkling stars as they shone out in the absence of the two great rulers of the night and day. It was one of those sweet evenings which we would choose to wander through some fair scene with the lady that we love, looking for the moons rising from behind the old ivy-clad ruin, and repeopling the shady recesses of wood and dale with the fairy beings of old superstition, though they have long given place to the harsher realities of a state of society which has become, to use Rosalind's term, a working-day world indeed. Such was the night when, under the brown boughs of the wood, with yellow leaves overhead and long fern around, sat a party of some 7 or 8 stout men, dressed in the green garb which we have already described in another place. Their bows rested against the trees close by, their swords hung in the baldricks by their side, some horses were heard snorting and champing at no great distance, and a large wallet lay in the midst, from which the long-armed dwarf Tangel was drawing forth sundry articles of cold provision, together with 2 capacious leathern bottles and a drinking cup of horn. There were 2 persons there whom the reader already knows, the bold leader of the forest outlaws, and the old Earl of Monthermer, now, alas, an outlaw likewise. Though his wounds had been severe, and he had suffered much both in body and in mind, the old knight's spirit seemed still unquenched. On the contrary, indeed, with no weighty matters pressing on his mind, with the fate and fortune of others, nay, of his country itself, no longer hanging on his advice, it seemed as if a load had been removed from his bosom, and as he half sat, half lay upon the turf, he could jest with the men around him more lightly than in his stately hours of power and influence. "Poor hunting, Robin, poor hunting," he said. "Now I would not have this day's sport recorded against us, as true foresters, for very shame." "'Tis no want of craft, my good lord," replied Robin. "'Tis the nearness of the court which drives all honest beasts away. We might have had bucks enough, but that they are rank just now." "Like the age, Robin, like the age," answered the Earl. "However, we must e'en make the best of our fate and put in the bag what fortune chooses to send. There are hares eno and a fine doe, though you were as tender of them as if they had been children." "I never love to wing an arrow at a doe," said Robin Hood. "I know not why, they always look to me like women, and often do I lie in the spring time and see them trip along with their dainty steps, their graceful heads moving to and fro, and their bright black eyes looking as conscious as a pretty maid's at a May-Day festival. And I think there must be some truth in the old story of men's souls sometimes taking possession of a beast's body." "Not so often, Robin," rejoined the Earl, "as a beast's soul taking possession of a man's body. I could pick you out as goodly a herd from the court of England as ever trooped through the shades of Sherwood, or were driven out by the piping swineherd to eat acorns in the lanes by Southwell." "Doubtless, doubtless, my lord," replied Robin. "Men will make beasts of themselves in all places, while the honester 4-legged things of the forest seem as if they wanted to gem up manward. Why, down by that very place, Southwell, there is a fallow doe who knows me as well as if she were one of my band. She comes when I call her, if she be within hearing, and lets me rub her long hairy ears by the half-hour. Then what long talks will we have together? I ask her all sorts of questions, and she contrives to answer one way or another, till if I be too saucy with her about her antlered loves, she butts at me with her round, hornless head, and stamps her tiny foot upon the ground. You would say 'twas a very woman if you saw her. 'Tis a wonder that she has escaped without an arrow in her side," replied the Earl. "Nay," cried Robin, "there is not a man in Sherwood or 20 miles round who would pierce a hole in her brown bodice for all that he is worth. Everyone knows Robin Hood's doe, and foul befall him that hurts her. But come, Tangel, what haste thou got there? 'Tis so dark I cannot see. A huge hare pie, said Tangel, and bottles of stuff to baste it with, but the crust's as hard as the sole of a shoe, and unless thine ainlace be somewhat sharper than thy wit, thou wilt go without thy supper and be obliged to take the testament of the Scotch tinker. And what is that? Asked Robin. Drink for all, replied the dwarf, but I will light a torch, Robin, lest thou shouldst cut thine invaluable thumb and spoil thy shooting for the next month. The torch was soon lighted, and seated round the great hare pasty, Robin Hood and his friends began their evening meal. But the horn cup had only gone once round when the outlaw held up his hand, crying, Silence, and interrupting a burst of merriment which one of Tangel's hard jests upon a forester opposite had just produced. All was silent in a moment amongst the little party, but no other sound reached their ears, and Robin Hood was again resuming the conversation, saying, I thought I heard a horn when the notes were repeated, but it was still far in the distance. It is Yockley from the second mere, said the outlaw, starting up. It must be your nephew, my lord, who sounded first. I expect no one from such a quarter to-night, but I must answer, and Yockley will bring him hither. Thus saying, he put his horn to his lips and blew a long blast upon it, very different from that which they had just heard, but well understood by all the foresters as indicating where their leader was to be found. Is it not dangerous, Robin? Said the Earl. I expect not my nephew here, and we are but 6. We could soon call more, replied Robin, and our horses are near, but if there be any danger in the party, Yockley will not bring them hither. Now, take some more food, my lord, and send round the cup again. It must be the Lord Hugh, escaped from the revel of the castle, to take a ride in Sherwood by the moon's light. No more was said in regard to the sounding of the horn, and the merry jest again went on, around the green table where their viands were spread. The torch, stuck in a hole in the ground, shed its light upon the various faces in the circle and upon the sylvan repast, and a song from one of the foresters cheered the minutes, till at length again the horn hastened much nearer, and Robin again gave his accustomed reply. In about 3 minutes more the forms of a man on horseback and another on foot by his side were seen coming through the trees, while the eyes of the whole party round the torch were turned towards them. Why, who is this? Exclaimed the Earl. My good yeoman Tom Blorket, as I live. He has found his old lord out, even in Sherwood. The eyes of Blorket had not been idle as he came up, and though the Earl was no longer habited as the high noble of a splendid and ostentatious age, the faithful servant singled him out instantly. Springing from his horse, he kissed his master's hand with affectionate reverence while a tear stood in his eye, but he could utter nothing except, "Oh, my lord." "Well, Blorket," replied the Earl, laying his hand on the yeoman's shoulder, "I am glad to see thee, my good friend, though thy coming may be somewhat dangerous." "I come not without cause, my lord," said Blorket, "and sad cause too, and I must give my message hastily, for there is no time to lose. Your nephew, sir, has been arrested on suspicion of treason, being seen conversing with 3 masked men in the forest. He dared not say that one of them was yourself, my lord, because a price has been set upon your head, and the first word of your being near would send half the nobles of the court hunting you through Sherwood." "Let them come," said Robin Hood calmly. "We would entertain them well." "He refused to answer their questions," continued Blorket, "and has gained some 24 hours, that is, till tomorrow at the hour of 2 or 3, when they will be put to him again, he in the meantime remaining a close prisoner. He therefore prays you, my lord, to provide for your own safety with all speed, leaving this part of the forest and betaking yourself to a distance from Nottingham." "Where is the prince?" demanded the old Earl. He is gone to Derby, as I hear, replied the yeoman, to put down some rough-handed clowns amongst the mountains there, who will not believe that the great Earl of Leicester is dead. These are bad tidings indeed, said Robin Hood. We cannot storm Nottingham Castle, I fear, and set him free. Bad tidings indeed, replied